Chapter 1. The Man Who Owed Everything. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The debt collectors arrived before dawn. Wei Liang heard them from the stable loft where he'd been sleeping on rotten hay, 3 copper coins, and a bruised rib to his name after a month of failed labor in Greystone Market. He heard the boots first, 4 pairs, heavy-soled, moving in the deliberate pattern of men who had done this before and enjoyed it. Then he heard the innkeeper's voice, wet with the kind of eagerness that came from being paid to betray someone. Loft. Can't miss him. Only one up there. Wei Liang was already moving. He dropped through the back window before the first man hit the ladder, landing in the alley mud, rolling to his feet in one motion. He'd learned that skill young, in a different kind of desperate escape. His meridians were sealed, had been since birth, according to the itinerant physician who'd examined him for a fee he couldn't afford, which meant he had no qi, no cultivation, no power worth naming. What he had instead was 12 years of surviving on nothing but speed, observation, and a talent for calculating exactly when to stop fighting and start running. He ran. The alley connected to Market Street, which connected to the dyer's quarter, which connected to the old aqueduct channel that hadn't carried water in 300 years. Wei Liang knew every path out of Greystone Market because he'd spent weeks studying them, the same way he studied every town he passed through, with the attention of a man who knew his luck ran thin and planned accordingly. The debt was genuine. He didn't dispute that. 40 silver taels borrowed from the Kong family's loan house 8 months ago to buy medicine for a woman named Qing Bao, who'd contracted the stone lung sickness and had no family to help her. Qing Bao had recovered. She'd also left town the morning after her fever broke, taking her recovered health and leaving Wei Liang with the debt, the interest, and the distinct impression that gratitude had an expiration date. The Kong family's interest rate compounded weekly. 40 silver had become 93. It would be 112 by the end of the month. Wei Liang had no way to pay it. The aqueduct channel ran northeast out of town, cut into the limestone ridge above the market district, and ended in a dry ravine where the original builders had apparently lost interest or funding. Wei Liang knew about the ravine because he'd spent 2 afternoons studying the old survey markers carved into the channel walls. Habit, not plan. He'd noticed that the markers referenced a secondary drainage network that shouldn't have existed given the local topography. That inconsistency had lodged in his mind the way such things always did. He reached the channel head, dropped into the cut stone trough, and ran in the pre-dawn dark with one hand trailing the wall. Behind him, he heard pursuit enter the channel. 2 men, maybe 3. He couldn't count clearly over the sound of his own breathing. The channel was narrow enough that they couldn't spread out to flank him, which was the only advantage he had. The pursuit was gaining. The lead collector ran with the smooth efficiency of a cultivator using qi to amplify his legs. Not much, low-level foundation building work, but enough to close the gap between a trained man and an untrained one over distance. Wei Liang could feel the heat of it approaching, the ambient pressure that sealed meridians detected even without true qi perception. He had perhaps 30 seconds before they caught him. His trailing hand found the marker he'd noted 2 weeks ago, a triangular cut that didn't match the survey standard, too deep and too precisely angled to be weathering. He stopped, pressed his palm flat against the stone, thought for 3 heartbeats. The collectors were 40 meters behind him and closing. He pushed sideways through what should have been solid wall and wasn't. The passage was low and rough, pre-civilization construction, older than the aqueduct by at least 4 centuries. Cut by people who used different tools and cared about different things. Wei Liang tucked and moved through it without slowing. Behind him, he heard the collectors reach the marker and stop, uncertain. One called to the others. He kept moving. The passage descended. 20 meters. 40. The air changed quality. Drier, strangely still, carrying a faint resonance that he felt in his chest rather than heard with his ears. His sealed meridians couldn't process qi, but they could detect pressure differentials, the way a deaf person might feel music as vibration through the floor. Something large and old and deeply charged was ahead of him in the dark. He came out into a space that shouldn't exist. The cavern was perhaps 80 meters across, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor composed of smooth stone worked into precise geometric patterns. At the center rose a structure. Calling it a building felt inadequate. Calling it a palace felt presumptuous. But palace was what Wei Liang's mind supplied because nothing else fit. 9 towers arranged in a 3-ring formation, connected by covered bridges and open courtyards, all of it carved from the same pale stone as the floor. The geometry was wrong in the way that high-level spatial arrays were wrong. Everything looked proportional until you tried to measure it and found the numbers didn't add up. Lights burned inside the towers. Cold, pale, impossible lights, maintained by something that had been running without fuel for longer than Wei Liang cared to calculate. He stood at the edge of the cavern for a long moment, listening to his own pulse, and then walked forward because the alternative was going back into the channel and explaining his debt situation to 4 men who were paid by results. The courtyard he entered was clean. That detail struck him harder than the impossible architecture. The stone was swept, the cracks between paving blocks free of moss, the decorative basins filled with water that showed no algae. Maintained. Recently and deliberately. "You are not the woman I was expecting," said a voice. Wei Liang turned, hand moving to the knife at his belt before he registered that the speaker wasn't human. The construct stood 7 feet tall, built from dark jade. Not carved into human form, but assembled into something that suggested humanity the way a sketch suggested a face. Broad shoulders, a head that tracked with purpose, hands too precise and too still. Its eyes were interior light, cold blue, steady, patient. "I'm not expecting to be anyone," Wei Liang said. "I'm trespassing. I acknowledge this. I'll leave immediately if you want me to, but there are people in the passage above who want to break my legs, so I prefer a brief delay." The construct studied him. "You found the secondary access. The pre-civilization route." "Yes. No one has used that passage in 60 years. The last was an antiquarian who spent 3 days mapping the aqueduct system." The construct paused. "You noticed something anomalous in the survey markers. The angle of the tertiary cut didn't match the documented tools of the period. Someone was marking something different." Wei Liang let his hand drop from the knife. The construct hadn't moved to harm him, and things that wanted to hurt you didn't usually start conversations. "What is this place?" "This is the Void Palace. I am called Old Hollow. I have maintained this structure for 112 years in anticipation of its rightful inheritor." A pause. "That inheritor is not you." "No," Wei Liang agreed. "I wouldn't think so. And yet," Old Hollow said, turning toward the center fountain, "you are here, and you have sealed meridians." The way it said those last 3 words, with a weight that transformed them from diagnosis to designation, made Wei Liang's hands go still at his sides. Most cultivators who stumble into places like this have strong meridians. Rich families, prominent sects, inherited advantages. The Void Palace was not built for them. Old Hollow looked at him with those cold blue eyes, and for the first time since entering the cavern, Wei Liang felt something other than fear. It was built for someone who had everything taken from them at the beginning. Someone the system wrote off. Outside, he could hear faint echoes of boots on stone. The collectors hadn't given up. They were working their way through the aqueduct channels, systematic and patient. "Tell me about the inheritance," Wei Liang said. The story Old Hollow was about to tell him would change every remaining calculation he had ever made about his life. And from the weight in the construct's cold blue gaze, whatever it said next, it would not be easy. Chapter 2. What the palace requires. Old Hollow's explanation was precise and unhurried, delivered in the manner of something that had rehearsed it many times over a very long interval. The Void Palace had been constructed in the final generation before the interregnum, that century-long period when the major dynasties collapsed inward, sects dissolved or merged, and the accumulated cultivation traditions of 3,000 years scattered into fragments. The builder's name had been Jiu Wuling, a woman of such comprehensive understanding that she'd been referred to in contemporary records not as a cultivator, but as an architect, someone who didn't merely advance through existing systems, but designed new ones. She recognized what was coming, Old Hollow said. They sat in the main reception hall now, on stone benches that had been kept clean and were slightly too large for a human frame. Built, Wei Liang suspected, with the assumption that its occupants would eventually be substantially larger than ordinary people. The major sects were consuming themselves. Their cultivation paths were becoming increasingly narrow, powerful at the apex, but brittle in the foundations. She wanted to build something different. The Void Throne system, Wei Liang said. He'd been listening carefully, organizing the information as it came. Yes, the throne requires 9 practitioners, 1 for each primary resonance type in the cultivation world. Dragon blood, spirit realm, arts cultivation, martial force, soundway, beast bond, formation mastery, fate reading, and void core. Old Hollow's light shifted slightly. Something Wei Liang was beginning to read as emphasis. Each practitioner bonds to the palace through a ceremony called the Rite of Accord. In exchange for the bond, which is voluntary and cannot be coerced, they receive access to the palace's resources and a share of the void energy that flows through its foundations. And the throne holder? The central position, the 9th resonance, void core, which is distinct from the others. It can only be awakened in someone whose meridians have been sealed since birth, either by birth defect, by injury in infancy, or by deliberate blocking. Old Hollow paused. Sealed meridians create a different kind of interior space. The chi that cannot flow outward accumulates in the core over years, transforming into something that ordinary cultivation systems cannot produce. Wei Liang thought about 12 years of failed cultivation tests, of being turned away from every sect gate, of physicians shaking their heads. He thought about the debt, the stable loft, the 4 collectors somewhere above them in the stone channels. You're saying my meridians aren't broken. They're a prerequisite. I am saying that Jiao Wuling designed this system specifically for someone like you. The sealed meridians are not a deficiency. They are the lock that this palace was built to open. He sat with that for a long moment. Outside, the sounds of pursuit had faded. The collectors had either lost the passage or given up. He had perhaps a few hours before they reorganized. He stayed where he was. The woman you were expecting. She has sealed meridians. She does. She arrives in 2 days. She is called Wei Liang. The construct paused. That is also your name. Common surname. Liang is a reasonably common given name as well. He kept his voice flat, though something cold was moving through him. She doesn't know about this place? She has been guided here through a sequence of circumstances that Jiao Wuling designed into the palace's ambient array. Small coincidences. Paths that happened to open. Information that happened to reach her. Old Hollow's tone was neither apologetic nor defensive. The same process that should have guided you, had you not had your meridians sealed by an outside party rather than by birth. Wei Liang went very still. What? Your meridians were sealed externally. At approximately age 4, based on the residual array structure I can observe in your foundation. The sealing used a suppression technique consistent with late dynasty Jade succession methods, a school absorbed into the Shattered King's faction during the interregnum. Old Hollow looked at him steadily. Someone sealed your cultivation deliberately when you were a child. The ambient guidance arrays should have reached you at 14. They couldn't find you through the suppression. The silence in the reception hall was complete. Wei Liang thought about the years. The tests that always came back empty. The physicians who had no explanation. The itinerant cultivators who had looked at him with mild pity and moved on. He thought about what it meant that someone had done this to him on purpose. Not negligence, not fate, but deliberate action by identifiable people for identifiable reasons. Who, he asked. I don't know. The technique's signature is traceable to a school, not an individual. The Shattered Kings are a large and decentralized faction. Old Hollow settled slightly, the way large things settle when thinking carefully. But it suggests that someone knew what you were before you did, and chose to prevent it. That was the first real piece of information Wei Liang had received about his own origin in 24 years of life, and it arrived not as comfort, but as threat, which was at least consistent with his experience of the world. The woman coming in 2 days, he said. The one you were expecting. She has the same situation. Hers was birth-sealed, natural. The guidance found her when she was 14. She has been moving toward this place for 6 years, through a sequence of events that appeared coincidental but were not. The construct's voice shifted into something careful. Her arrival is anticipated. Her bonding as first consort, the dragon blood resonance, which she carries, was designed into the founding structure. And me? You arrive through the secondary passage because 4 debt collectors are searching the aqueduct channels above. Your presence here was not designed. It is, however, not unwelcome. The cold blue eyes studied him. The palace requires a void throne holder. You have the void core foundation. The woman coming in 2 days has a natural sealed meridian, but hers will open to the dragon blood path, not the void throne. She is a consort. You may be what the palace was actually waiting for. Tell me everything, Wei Liang said. The bond structure. The consorts. What it means for the throne holder. All of it. I want to understand exactly what I'm agreeing to or refusing before anyone else arrives. Old Hollow's interior light steadied, and it began, and Wei Liang listened with the full attention of a man who had spent 24 years surviving with nothing, and who had just been told that the nothing might have always been preparation for something enormous, something waiting in the dark with patient cold blue eyes. He wanted to believe that. He was also going to verify every detail before he trusted any of it. Chapter 3. Preparation. The next 2 days, Wei Liang worked. He understood the right of accord now. Old Hollow had been thorough and precise, repeating key points until satisfied that they'd been absorbed rather than merely heard. 9 bonds, 9 consorts, 1 throne holder at the center. Each bond was voluntary. The construct had been emphatic on this. The Void Palace could not coerce a bond, could not compel a consort to accept the connection, could not function properly if even one of the 9 was bound under duress. The entire architectural philosophy rested on the premise that power shared willingly was more stable than power taken by force. 9 bonds, 9 seals, a complete cultivation unlock, built out of 9 people agreeing that the exchange was worthwhile. Wei Liang had spent the first day mapping the palace. This wasn't idle exploration. He needed to understand what he was offering. When the Dragon Blood woman arrived, he would have approximately 1 conversation to explain a centuries-old cultivation system, justify why she should trust a vagrant with no cultivation and a debt problem, and make a case compelling enough that she'd accept a permanent bond. He needed to know what the palace contained, what it could offer, and how to present it in terms that a serious cultivator would find credible rather than suspicious. The void resonance chambers were on the 3rd level of the central tower, 7 rooms, each tuned to a different frequency of void energy, their walls still humming with Jiu Wuling's original inscription work. Wei Liang couldn't use them himself, not yet, but he could feel the quality of the energy through the pressure differential his sealed meridians created. The chambers were genuine. The power in them was real. He pressed his palm against the 3rd chamber wall and held it there for a full minute, mapping the resonance quality as precisely as he could. Dragon blood cultivation operated through blood-fire transformation, a process that required void resonance as a stabilizing agent at the upper tiers, according to the cultivation theory texts he'd been reading all morning. A practitioner stuck at mid-tier dragon spirit integration would feel the 3rd chamber like finding water after a long drought. He needed to know this because he needed to be able to describe it accurately. The woman coming in 2 days would test every claim he made against her own felt experience. If his description was vague or wrong, she would know it immediately, and the conversation would be over. The library occupied 2 entire towers and connected to a 3rd through an underground passage. Most of the texts were in classical notation that Wei Liang could read but not fully parse. The technical vocabulary of cultivation theory was vast and specialized, but he could determine the scope of the collection, and the scope was extraordinary. 300 years of pre-interregnum knowledge, preserved in conditions better than any public archive. He cataloged what he could in the time available. The main subject areas, the significant named collections, the texts whose titles appeared in references he recognized from broader reading. The Forbidden Arts collection alone would have made serious scholars weep. The Ghost Realm lineage texts included volumes that were listed as lost in every current bibliography. The Martial Path records held techniques that predated the current sect system by 600 years. The Beast Bond practice gardens were in the eastern quarter, now dormant but structurally intact. The formation arrays in the western courtyard were dusty but unbroken. The sound cultivation performance hall in the south tower had acoustics that made ordinary speech sound like music. He tested this by reading a passage from a cultivation manual aloud, and the chamber transformed the words into something that resonated in his chest rather than just his ears. He spent the evenings talking with Old Hollow, extracting everything the construct knew about each of the 9 consort types, what they needed, what would persuade them. He made notes in the small journal he always carried, a habit from years of collecting information about towns and routes and opportunities, and organized what he learned into a structure he could present coherently. On the 2nd morning, he cleaned the main reception courtyard. This was partly practical. The Dragon Blood woman would form her first impression from what she saw, and partly something he didn't fully analyze at the time. The palace had been maintained by Old Hollow in the essential functions, but the outer areas showed the age of 112 years without a human hand involved. Wei Liang swept the paving stones, cleared the debris from the fountain basin, refilled it from the underground cistern that Old Hollow showed him, straightened the decorative elements that had shifted with time. He found, in a side room off the reception hall, a set of robes in the pale stone color of the palace's walls. Clean, preserved by the same ambient cultivation energy that had kept everything else intact. They fit him well enough, made, he suspected, for someone of the throne holder's build, which Jiu Wuling might have calculated from the same sealed meridian specification that defined the role. He changed into them, looked at himself in the still water of the fountain. He looked like someone who belonged here. That was the plan. Old Hollow found him mid-afternoon. She will arrive within the hour. The ambient arrays guidance sequence is completing. Wei Liang set down the broom he'd been using, a real broom, found in a storage room, handle worn smooth by years of Old Hollow's precise grip, and straightened. One thing, he said, when she asks whether I'm the one the palace was built for, don't lie, but don't lead with the complication. I'll explain the full situation myself, in my own time. I want her to meet the palace first. That seems reasonable, Old Hollow said. Complex situations benefit from established trust before full disclosure. Wei Liang walked to the main gate and waited. The first sign of the arriving cultivator was a change in the ambient pressure. the palace's guidance array reaching completion, releasing a resonance that he felt as a faint hum in his chest. Then he heard footsteps, a single set, light-footed, cautious. Someone who moved with the unconscious economy of long cultivation training. The gate opened, and she stepped through. Zhu Fengling was 20, perhaps 21, with the coloring of the Eastern dragon bloodlines. Dark hair with strands that caught light as if internally lit, irises shifting between brown and copper. She wore traveling clothes, practical and dusty, with the faint shimmer of defensive array work woven into the fabric. She stopped when she saw him. "Who are you?" she asked. Not hostile, assessing. Wei Liang gave her a shallow bow, correct for greeting an unknown cultivator of presumed higher rank. "Wei Liang, I hold the void throne of this palace." He let that statement settle for exactly one breath. "You've been looking for this place for 6 years. I'd like to explain what you found." Her hand moved toward her weapon before stopping. Her eyes moved across the courtyard, clean stones, working fountain, pale-robed figure, and came back to his face with the weight of someone whose assumptions were being reorganized in real time. "Start talking," she said, and the edge in her voice was sharp enough to cut, the edge of someone who has been seeking something for a very long time and arrived to find the ground already occupied. Chapter 4. The Dragonblood Decision. Wei Liang spoke for most of 2 hours. He covered the architecture of the system first, the 9 resonance types, the throne holder's function, the mechanics of the right of accord. He used the language Old Hollow had taught him, the precise technical vocabulary of pre-interregnum cultivation theory, because Zhu Fengling was serious and educated and would respect precision over persuasion. He described the void resonance chambers in enough detail that she could recognize their real-world implications. She asked questions throughout. Good ones, sharp ones, questions that probed for inconsistencies rather than seeking reassurance. She asked about the permanence of the bond, about whether the accord created obligations beyond mutual cultivation support, about what happened if the throne holder died or the palace collapsed. She asked about the legal status of the original Jiao-Wuling Compact and whether it had any standing in current interfaction law. Wei Liang answered every question either directly or with an acknowledged uncertainty. When he didn't know something, he said so. He'd found over years of negotiating from weakness that admitting limits built more trust than false confidence, and he needed her trust more than he needed to appear impressive. "The barrier you've been stuck at," he said eventually. 3 years at mid-tier dragon spirit integration, unable to push through to the upper tier. "I know what's blocking you." Zhu Fengling's expression shifted. "Not much, but enough. You've been here 2 days? I arrived through the secondary access passage. The ambient guidance was blocked for me. I found it through an unrelated route." He kept his tone even. "I'll explain that situation fully if you want, but it's a long story, and the relevant point is that I've had time to prepare for this conversation. Your bloodline cultivation is a single-track system. Dragon spirit integration at the upper levels requires a void resonance component to stabilize the blood-fire element, but standard dragon blood cultivation paths were redesigned during the same period that destroyed the void palace. They were deliberately modified to eliminate the void resonance dependency, making them more self-contained but also capping their ceiling. You can't progress past the current barrier because the path you're on was designed to stop there." She was quiet for a long time. "Show me the chamber," she said. He took her up through the central tower, clean corridors, working light arrays, everything maintained by 112 years of Old Hollow's patient work, to the 3rd void resonance chamber. The room was modest in size but extraordinary in effect. The moment Fengling stepped inside, Wei Liang watched her breath change, watched her straighten involuntarily as the void resonance hit her cultivation foundation and found the gap it was designed to fill. She stood in the center of the room for several minutes, eyes closed, simply feeling it. When she turned back, something had shifted from skeptical to considering. "The right of accord," she said. "Permanent. The bond is. What it commits you to is not ownership. Old Hollow can explain the precise terms, which are enshrined in the founding inscription rather than being subject to my interpretation. Essentially, you share cultivation resonance with the palace network. The palace provides you access to its resources, and neither party can dissolve the arrangement unilaterally. But the bond doesn't require you to act in the throne holder's interest against your own, doesn't make you a subordinate, doesn't transfer any authority over your independent choices. A permanent cultivation partnership, with a non-human institution and a collection of other practitioners you haven't met yet." He met her eyes. "I'm not going to pretend it isn't significant. It is. That's why I want you to have complete information before deciding." She walked to the chamber wall and placed her palm against it. Wei Liang had learned already that she was a person who thought with her body as much as her mind, who needed physical contact with things to fully process them. The other consorts, she said. Do I have any say in who they are? Yes. The palace has 8 candidate profiles in its records. You can review the profiles. If you have concerns about a particular candidate, we discuss them before proceeding. The network only functions well if the practitioners in it can work together. Compatibility matters. And you? She turned. You specifically. You can walk away from this conversation. If you do, I'll make the same offer to whoever arrives next, and you can return if you change your mind, assuming the accord for your resonance type hasn't been filled by then. I am not asking for trust you haven't earned reason to give. That's a very careful answer. It's an honest one. Wei Liang waited, because he'd said everything he had to say, and further talking would only dilute it. She needed to reach her own conclusion, and she was capable of doing that if he got out of the way. The void resonance chamber hummed around them, a frequency that was almost below hearing, patient, and very old. Zhu Fengling looked at the chamber wall, then at Old Hollow, who had been standing in the doorway with its characteristic stillness, then back at Wei Liang, and the look was the kind that comes from someone who has made a calculation and wants to confirm one final variable. Show me the accord text, she said. The original inscription. I want to read exactly what I'm agreeing to, and then I want an hour alone in this chamber to think. It was not yet yes, but it was not no, and the questions she was asking were the questions of someone who intended to make a decision. And in the void resonance chamber, the gap in her cultivation foundation was answering questions that her mind was still composing. Chapter 5. Before the first bond, Zhu Fengling spent her hour in the void resonance chamber. Wei Liang spent his in the library, reading everything Old Hollow had organized about the rite of accord mechanics and the exact sequence of events that would follow a successful bond. He wasn't nervous. Nervousness was a luxury for people who had other options, but he was focused in the particular way that came before important and irreversible decisions. He read the accord inscription text carefully. Old Hollow had transcribed it into accessible notation. The original was in an archaic script that required specialized training to parse, and Wei Liang went through every clause with the attention he usually gave to labor contracts, looking for conditions that seemed benign but weren't. It was, as far as he could determine, exactly what it claimed to be. The bond created a resonance link between the Consort's cultivation foundation and the palace's void energy network. It could not be used to drain the Consort's cultivation, could not compel behavior, could not transfer ownership of the Consort's independent techniques or knowledge. The only ongoing obligation was a monthly resonance exchange, a brief meditation practice, essentially, that maintained the network coherence and took approximately 3 hours. In exchange, the consort received continuous access to the palace's resonance resources and, according to Old Hollow's commentary, a passive cultivation acceleration effect that compounded over time as the network grew. The throne holder received 1 seal break per completed bond. 9 bonds, 9 seals. Full cultivation unlock. Wei Liang thought about what that meant. His void core foundation had been building for 24 years, compressed and sealed, and accumulating in ways that standard cultivation paths couldn't replicate. When the seals opened, what emerged wouldn't follow any existing rank progression. Old Hollow had been careful about this. The void core cultivation that emerges may not map onto standard rank terminology. You may need to develop your own understanding of your stages. He found that prospect less alarming than it probably should have been. He'd been developing his own understanding of things his entire life. He also spent 30 minutes in the palace's main archive reading what Old Hollow had on the Shattered Kings, the current name for the faction that Old Hollow had identified as responsible for sealing his meridians. The records were necessarily incomplete, 300 years old, written before the Jade Succession renamed itself. But they described a pattern of operation that was clarifying. The Jade Succession suppressed not through destruction but through degradation, working over generations to weaken cultivation traditions from the inside, corrupting lineage transmissions, replacing authentic texts with subtly incomplete versions. Deliberate, patient, multigenerational. The kind of strategy that only made sense if you were planning for permanence. When Fengling came back, her cultivation base had already begun shifting. He could see it in the way she moved, in a subtle change of pressure around her that he perceived as warmth rather than light. Even an hour in the third chamber had started the void resonance integration process. I have a condition, she said. Tell me. The other consorts. I want to meet each one before their accord is completed, not after. And if I think someone is genuinely unsuitable, for reasons I can articulate, I want the right to raise that concern before the bond is finalized. Wei Liang considered. Not a veto, because then any single consort could block the whole network, but a genuine consultation. If you raise a concern, I'll address it seriously before proceeding. Good. She paused. And the debt situation. You mentioned collectors. An unrelated matter. It won't affect the palace. It might, if they start looking for you seriously. Fengling's voice was practical, not unkind. The Kong family's loan operations are a front for the lower tier of the Shattered King's faction. If your debt is with them, the people looking for you are connected to the faction that originally sealed your meridians. Wei Liang went still. How do you know about the Shattered King's connection to the Kong operations? I've been investigating the Shattered Kings for 3 years. They're the reason I started looking for alternative cultivation paths. They've been systematically destroying or corrupting every major cultivation tradition they can reach, and I wanted something they hadn't touched. Her expression was flat and focused. They sealed your meridians. They're connected to your debt collectors. That means they may already know you're here, or will when those collectors report back. A new and unwelcome calculation had entered everything. How much time before the collector's report reaches anyone significant? Wei Liang asked. If they're standard runner level, 2 weeks to reach a branch coordinator. If they're cultivator level, 3 days. She met his gaze. We should move faster than you planned. Then let's do the rite of accord today, he said. If you're ready. She was ready. The hour in the chamber had settled her decision. What she needed wasn't more persuasion, but time to verify that her own instincts matched the evidence. He understood that. I'm ready, she said simply. And the simplicity was the kind that came from genuine conviction, not resignation, not coercion, but the clean answer of a person who had done the thinking and reached a conclusion. They walked to the Accord Hall together, and Wei Liang's mind was already 2 steps ahead, calculating what the first seal opening would give him, how quickly they could reach the second candidate, what the collector's report would set in motion, because the race had just been given a name, and he intended to win it. Chapter 6. The first seal opens. The sensation of the first seal breaking was unlike anything Wei Liang had language for. He'd read descriptions of meridian opening in the cultivation texts. The Accord Hall ceremony took an hour, and he'd spent part of the waiting time skimming a manual on Foundation awakening theory, and the descriptions all used metaphors about gates and rivers and light. What he experienced was closer to a building settling, the deep structural groan of something large adjusting its weight distribution after a very long time in one position. He sat still for it, cross-legged on the Accord Hall floor after Fengling completed her part of the ceremony, and let the process complete itself. What opened was not the full flow of a normal cultivator's chi pathways. That was the fundamental difference between his situation and a standard meridian awakening. His core had been building in a sealed space for 20 years, and what emerged when the first seal broke was a trickle through a previously blocked channel, oriented toward void resonance rather than standard elemental cultivation. He couldn't fight better. He couldn't move objects. The practical effects were, for now, minimal. What changed was something he didn't have a word for. A shift in his perception of the world's cultivation energies, a new ability to sense where power was concentrated and what type it was. He'd always been able to detect pressure differentials with his sealed meridians. Now he could read those differentials with a resolution that was qualitatively different. It was the difference between sensing heat and being able to describe the temperature precisely, measure the source, estimate the output. When he opened his eyes, the Accord Hall had texture. He could see the inscription lines Old Hollow had drawn as active energetic structures rather than pigment on stone. He could see the resonance bond between the palace foundation and Fengling's cultivation base as a thin silver thread running from the central inscription node to the dragon blood woman watching him from across the room with an expression that was cautious and, very faintly, curious. Something happened, she said. First seal. Partial opening. He paused, trying to characterize it accurately. The void core cultivation has begun moving. It will be slow. Each seal releases another channel increment, and I have 8 more to complete before the full system is operational. How long? Depends how quickly we can complete the other accords. He stood, testing the new sense the way a person tests a new tool by turning it in their hands. He could see the palace's foundational void energy as a network now. Not clearly, not in detail, but as a shape, a pattern. Beautiful in the abstract. Fragile in the current configuration. Old Hollow. The second consort candidate, the spirit realm type. Location. The candidate's name is Shun Yueme. She is currently at the Pale Court cultivation grounds, approximately 40 li northeast of this location. Her ambient guidance sequence began 3 months ago. She has been moving toward this region, but has not yet found the access point. Old Hollow's voice carried its characteristic weight. The Pale Court is a ghost realm cultivation site, originally designed for spiritual sensitivity development. She attends regularly. How long to reach her? 2 days travel through the Ridge country. Wei Liang turned to Fengling. You said you wanted to meet each candidate before their accord. That means you'd need to come. Obviously, Fengling had already moved to the doorway. the tension of her earlier uncertainty replaced by the focused energy of someone who had made a decision and was now implementing it. Today I want to use the third chamber again and review what Old Hollow has on Yuamei's cultivation path. I need to understand what I'm looking at before I form an opinion. Wei Liang agreed. He spent the afternoon in the library reading everything the palace records contained about spirit realm cultivation, ghost binding techniques, and the specific history of the pre-interregnum methods that Shun Yuamei's path would benefit from. When he lay in the dark that night, he turned his new sense inward and examined the first open channel. The void core cultivation that was beginning to move was strange. Nothing like the elemental chi flows he'd read about, colder and more multidirectional, equally present in all directions rather than following the standard meridian tree. It would need its own framework to navigate. He would build one. That was, after all, what he did. Take situations with no established playbook and figure out the rules from the evidence available. Outside the palace, somewhere above in the Ridge country, for debt collectors were either filing their report or had given up. Either way, people who had sealed his meridians at age 4 would eventually hear that someone had found the Void Palace. They would come to investigate, and possibly to do worse. And when they arrived, Wei Liang intended to have something they couldn't simply take. Chapter 7. The Pale Court. The Pale Court was not a building. It was a negative space, a clearing in the ridge forest where 3 types of stone converged: white limestone, black obsidian intrusions, and a gray granite base, creating a natural triangulation that channeled spiritual energy into the clearing's center with unusual consistency. Someone had recognized what the geography did and added to it. Carved stone markers at the 6 directional points, worn smooth by years of hands touching them. A central dais of polished white stone that might have been natural or shaped, and a set of 7 rope and bone chimes hanging from the surrounding trees that caught every air movement and produced notes that Wei Liang noticed were not random. The chord they formed was a specific interval, a ghost realm resonance frequency, Old Hollow had told him, associated with the thinner boundary between living and spirit cultivation. Shun Yuamei sat on the central dais with her back to them. She was younger than Wei Liang had expected, perhaps 17, slight-framed, with the pale complexion that tended towards spirit realm practitioners who spent their cultivation time in boundary spaces rather than under open sky. Her hair was loose, and she wore a plain gray robe with no sect markings. She held her hands loosely in her lap, palms up, in the reception posture of ghost realm cultivation, not grasping, offering space. "I know you're there," she said, without turning. The boundary thins when living cultivators approach. Their chi presses the spirit layer into higher definition. "I've been watching your approach for about 10 minutes. Wei Liang stepped forward into the clearing. "Shun Yuamei. I'm Wei Liang. I hold the void throne of a palace about 2 days' walk from here. I came to make you an offer, and I want to begin by saying that you can refuse without consequence." She turned then. Her eyes were an unusual color, pale gray-green that didn't look like it belonged to a living person, though the effect was fascinating rather than unsettling. She assessed him quickly and systematically, then assessed Feng Ling with the same efficiency. "Dragon blood," she said to Feng Ling. "Eastern bloodline, partial void resonance integration. You've recently had access to a void chamber." "Yes," Feng Ling said. "And you," Shun Yuamei said to Wei Liang, "have sealed meridians with 1 channel opened. Void core type." She was quiet for a moment. "That's the first void core cultivation I've ever sensed in a living person. I didn't know it was possible." "It's possible under specific conditions." Wei Liang had refined his explanation considerably since the first telling. He was more efficient now, hitting the key structural points, skipping background that an educated cultivator could infer. The palace contains pre-interregnum ghost-binding texts that have been lost to mainstream practice for 200 years. Old Hollow, the construct who maintains the palace, knows their location and preservation status. If what you're looking for is recovery of the full ghost realm cultivation tradition, I'm looking for the Pale Court lineage texts, Shun Yuamei said. Specifically the Jiu Wuling commentary on boundary walking technique. Wei Liang paused. Old Hollow didn't mention that specifically. Jiu Wuling was one of the 3 founders of the pre-interregnum ghost realm school. She wrote a commentary on the boundary walking technique when she was approximately 60 years old, drawing on 40 years of direct practice. The original commentary was held at the main school archive, which was destroyed during the interregnum. There are references to it in 7 different later texts. No one has seen the original in 200 years. She was watching him carefully. If she built a palace that survived the interregnum, and if she was who she was, there is a reasonable probability that her personal library is in that palace. Her personal library occupies 2 full towers, Wei Liang said. I have not catalogued it. I've been in the palace for 4 days. Shun Yuamei stood. She was very still for a moment. the stillness of a person controlling their response to significant information. Show me the library, she said. If the Pale Court lineage texts are there, then we have more to discuss. They're likely there, Wei Liang said. Jiao Wuling designed the palace to support the spirit realm cultivation path. The text would be the mechanism of that support. He met her eyes. I want to be honest about what I'm offering and what I'm asking. The bond is permanent. It is worth approaching carefully. I know what permanent means. Xin Yuemei stepped off the dais with deliberate care. I've been looking for those texts for 3 years. My teacher died without being able to complete my training because she'd never found them either. She looked at him with the gray-green eyes that saw through the boundary between living and spirit. If they're in your library, then yes, let's discuss permanence. They left the Pale Court as the afternoon light went low and amber through the ridge trees, and behind them the bone chimes kept sounding their ghost realm frequency, softly, as if marking a departure that the spirits themselves had noted. Chapter 8. The second bond. The 2-day return journey passed quickly, partly because all 3 of them used travel time efficiently, for preparation, assessment, continued conversation, and partly because Shun Yuemei's practical intelligence made her easy to brief. By the time they reached the palace, she'd asked every structural question Wei Liang could anticipate, and several he couldn't. She was systematic, direct, and refreshingly free of the performance of suspicion that some cultivators used as a social posture. When she was uncertain, she said so. When she disagreed with his framing of something, she said that too. The network effect, she said on the first evening, as they made camp in a rock shelter above the ridge line. Each additional consort strengthens the resonance network for all the others. That's not symmetrical. It's scaled by compatibility, by how well the different resonance types interact. Has Old Hollow modeled what the full Nine Consort network would produce? He described the theoretical output as equivalent to the apex of pre-interregnum sect cultivation, Wei Liang said. It means better than that. She was drawing something in the dust with her finger, a resonance diagram, sketched from memory. Pre-interregnum apex cultivation was substantially above current standards. The interregnum destroyed 3 generations' worth of accumulated refinement. If the palace can recreate those conditions, she smoothed out the diagram and started over. The ghost realm cultivation tradition that exists today is a partial recovery. The original was something categorically different. What Old Hollow is offering isn't just access to old texts. It's the possibility of rebuilding what was lost. Feng Ling, listening from across the campfire, said, "That's why the Shattered Kings have been destroying cultivation traditions. If no individual path can reach pre-interregnum standards, they face less meaningful opposition." Xin Yuemei looked at her. "You know about the Shattered Kings. I've been studying them for 3 years. Then you know they have people watching every remaining pre-interregnum site." Her voice was flat. "The Pale Court has been surveilled 3 times in the past year. If they have anyone competent, they already know something is changing in the Ridge region." "We know," Wei Liang said. "The debt collectors who were looking for me before I found the palace are connected to Shattered King's operations. The information about the palace may already be moving towards someone who matters." He let that settle. "We have a limited window. The faster we complete the Accord network, the more stable the palace's defenses become." That night he lay awake longer than he wanted, turning the timeline over. 8 more consorts needed. Possibly 3 days before investigators were in the area. The math was tight and unforgiving. At the palace, Xin Yuemei spent 1 day in the library. She didn't speak much during that day. Wei Liang checked in twice. On the second visit, he found her sitting on the library floor with 3 texts open around her, tears running down her face with the precise steadiness of someone who couldn't stop the physical reaction to something too significant to process quietly. She'd found the Pale Court lineage texts. All of them, including the Jiao Wuling commentary. By evening she was composed again. "I'd like to discuss the terms of the Accord," she said. And her voice was steady and direct, the voice of someone who has processed what she needed to process and is ready to move. The terms were brief. Same consultation rights as Feng Ling. Nothing more. The library had already answered the only question that mattered. The rite of accord was performed the following morning, with Feng Ling present as witness. When the bond completed, Wei Liang felt the second seal open, less dramatic than the first, but deeper. 2 channels now, carrying void core cultivation in 2 directions, beginning to form what Old Hollow described as the foundational circulation pattern of the Void Throne system. "The third candidate," he said to Old Hollow afterward. "The Forbidden Arts scholar, Xiao Wuan. She is currently in the Hollow Valley region, conducting field research on a sealed formation array." Old Hollow paused. "She is being watched by a Shattered King's operative. Not arrested, observed. They know she is valuable and have not yet decided what to do with her." Wei Liang exchanged a look with Feng Ling. "Then we need to be subtle. he said, and his new void core perception was already mapping the approaches, calculating which routes would avoid the operative sight lines, already treating the next step like the extraction problem it was. Chapter 9. The Hollow Valley approach. Xiao Wuhan was the third candidate profile in Old Hollow's records, and she was the most complicated one. The Forbidden Arts designation wasn't a moral judgment, but a technical one. The school of cultivation she practiced had been classified as forbidden by the major sect alliances post-interregnum, not because it was harmful in itself, but because it was too powerful and too flexible to be easily controlled. Forbidden Arts practitioners could theoretically replicate the effects of any other cultivation path given sufficient study material, which made them invaluable and threatening in approximately equal measure. Xiao Wuhan had survived by being brilliant, discreet, and constantly mobile. She maintained no permanent address, no sect affiliation, no public cultivation record. She made her living as a field researcher studying ancient formation arrays, which gave her a legitimate reason to visit pre-interregnum sites without appearing to be specifically hunting for knowledge the major sects had tried to bury. The Hollow Valley Formation Array was a legitimate research target, a partially collapsed arrangement of cultivation stones from the late pre-interregnum period, currently sealed against active use, but preserving energy patterns that a skilled analyst could read. She'd been at the site for 2 weeks when Wei Liang's group arrived, and the Shattered King's observer had been there for 1. Wei Liang had spent the 2-day travel identifying the observer first. The signal had been in the energy patterns near the valley entrance, a faint surveillance array, minimal footprint, the kind of installation that required some cultivation skill but not exceptional artistry. He'd found it because his new void core perception let him sense cultivation energy with considerably more resolution than he'd had before the first seal opened. The observer is stationed at the eastern ridge, he told Fengling quietly, as they approached the valley from the western trail. Single practitioner, mid-tier cultivation, passive survey only. Not there to intercept, gathering information. They'll have seen us by now, Fengling said. No, I rerouted us through the Dry Creek Channel. It's below the surveillance array's observation horizon. He'd spent an hour studying the terrain before committing to an approach path. The habit had kept him alive repeatedly. This time it kept them invisible. Xin Yueme, quiet for a stretch, said, Xiao Wuhan will know about the observer. If she's been here 2 weeks, she's mapped the surveillance. Exactly. Which means she's been communicating nothing sensitive. Any conversation we have with her, she'll be careful about until she trusts us. They came into the valley floor from the western side in plain view, walking slowly. No concealment, no cultivation suppression, simply 3 travelers approaching an active research site from an obvious direction. The approach that reads as unthreatening because it makes no effort to be subtle. Xiao Wuhan noticed them from 30 meters out and did not reach for a weapon. That was good. She was older than the other 2, 25, perhaps, with the compact efficiency of someone who had developed their physical presence alongside their cultivation. She wore researcher's kit, practical clothes, a carrying frame for instruments, the faint shimmer of a personal protection array that was more sophisticated than anything Wei Liang had encountered so far. Her eyes were assessing and bright. Travelers, she said. A neutral greeting that committed to nothing. Researchers, Wei Liang replied, matching the register. We're studying the formation distribution in this valley. Are you here for the same site? I've been here 2 weeks. I don't mind sharing. The array is large enough that multiple research approaches don't interfere. They spent the next 3 hours working alongside her, Wei Liang asking genuine questions about the formation architecture. He'd read enough in the library to ask intelligent questions, and letting her do the same. The observer on the eastern ridge watched, and presumably found nothing alarming. As the afternoon went long, Wei Liang positioned himself near a section of the array and said quietly, without looking at her, the surveillance array on the eastern ridge is a Shattered King's installation. They've had you under observation for at least a week. Xiao Wuhan's response was to continue examining the formation stone in front of her, chalk marks moving steadily across her documentation sheet. I know. Since day 4. We came in through the Western Creek Channel, below their observation horizon. She paused for one chalk stroke, then continued. Why would you bother with subtlety? Because I want to talk to you about something the Shattered Kings would be very interested in hearing, and I'd prefer they didn't. He kept his voice even, conversational, nothing that would read as significant from a distance. I hold the void throne of a palace in the Ridge region to the southwest. I have access to a complete pre-interregnum library and a cultivation resource network that benefits Forbidden Arts practitioners specifically. I'd like to explain this somewhere not under surveillance. Xiao Wuhan was quiet for a long time, chalk moving. I break camp at dusk, she said finally. The creek channel at the valley's western end. Come at second watch. She walked away without looking at him, and Wei Liang returned to the formation stone he'd been examining. And on the eastern ridge, the Shattered King's observer continued watching a scene of unremarkable scholarly collaboration, seeing nothing, recording nothing that would stop what was already in motion. Chapter 10. The third bond. The second watch meeting was efficient. No campfire. They sat in darkness beside the creek channel, and Wei Liang gave her the same structured explanation he'd refined over the previous 2 weeks, hitting the key points with the economy that came from practice. She asked fewer questions than Feng Ling, but more than Shun Yueme, focusing specifically on forbidden arts implications. Whether the palace library contained the source text for the 3 main forbidden arts schools suppressed post-interregnum, whether the void resonance network would allow her to replicate techniques from other cultivation paths without a year's preparation for each, whether the bond would create any observable signature that surveillance arrays could detect. The bond creates a resonance link between your cultivation foundation and the palace, Wei Liang said. An interior change. It doesn't radiate outward unless you're doing active accord maintenance. 3 hours per month. They have arrays that can detect interior cultivation changes, she said. Those require direct access, skin contact with a detection instrument, or close-range spiritual scanning, not long-distance surveillance. She accepted this. Forbidden arts practitioners lived with risk. Her assessment of it was quick and clean. The Shattered Kings have been trying to recruit me for 2 years, she said. I've been deflecting. They'll eventually stop being patient. She paused. The library. I need to verify the texts are actually there before agreeing to anything permanent. Come to the palace, examine what's there. If it meets your standard, we discuss the accord terms. If it doesn't, you leave with no obligation. You're very calm about people potentially refusing, she observed. I can't offer something worth having and then be upset when people want to verify it. The accord has to be genuinely voluntary. That's built into the foundational design. If I were trying to coerce bonds, the system wouldn't function. He paused. The Shattered Kings sealed my meridians when I was 4 years old. Xiao Wuhan was quiet for a moment. They know what you are. They've always known. That seems to be the case. Then they'll eventually come for the palace directly. She looked at him in the darkness with serious weight. I want to understand your plan for that before I commit to anything permanent. My plan is to have 9 consorts and a fully operational Void Throne system before they arrive. The defensive capacity of the full network is beyond what any faction below the apex tier can overcome. We have a window. I intend to use it. She left with them the next morning, traveling through the Western Creek Channel before the Shattered King's observer had repositioned for the new day's surveillance. At the palace, Xiao Wuhan spent 3 days in the library, systematic, voracious, moving through the stacks with the organization of someone who had been waiting for this collection their entire cultivation life. On the 3rd day, she came to Wei Liang with her terms. Straightforward, same consultation rights as the others, plus access to the formation arrays in the Western Courtyard as active experimental workspace. Wei Liang agreed without hesitation. The courtyard was exactly what it was for. The rite of accord for the 3rd consort took place on a clear morning with all 3 current residents present. When the bond completed, the 3rd seal opened in Wei Liang's foundation with a depth that suggested something qualitative was beginning to shift. 3 channels now. A triangular pattern that Old Hollow told him was the first stable configuration, the threshold at which the palace's defensive arrays could begin operating at partial capacity. 3 down. 6 to go. And the Shattered King's operative in the Hollow Valley was filing a report that would reach a coordinator in perhaps 10 days, which meant the window he had was already visibly narrowing. Chapter 11. The first week, Zhu Fengling's breakthrough came on day 9. She had been working in the 3rd Void Resonance Chamber daily, and Wei Liang had been watching the changes in her cultivation resonance with his improving Void Core perception, the gradual integration of the Void Resonance component into her Dragon Spirit Foundation, the clearing of the barrier she'd described as impenetrable for 3 years. On the 9th morning, the change happened all at once, the way long-sustained processes sometimes concluded, not gradually, but as a single release of accumulated pressure. He heard it from 2 corridors away, a sound like clear water moving over stone, which was apparently the acoustic signature of Dragon Spirit cultivation advancing through a major threshold. Feng Ling was in the chamber for 4 hours after that, consolidating the breakthrough, working through the initial instability that always followed rapid advancement. When she emerged, the pressure of her presence had increased substantially, the way a landmark increases when you're closer to it. Next here, she said. 3 years stuck, and it took 9 days here. Jiu Wuling designed the chamber specifically for that cultivation path. She was thorough. She was extraordinary. Feng Ling sat on the reception hall bench and looked at him with an expression that had shifted from the careful assessment of their first meeting to something more settled. I've been thinking about the other consort candidates. The fourth, the martial type, Qin Ruoyan. Old Hollow says she's 3 days out. The ambient guidance is completing for her. She's a war general's daughter. Her cultivation rank puts her at the upper tier of martial path. She's more powerful than either Yueme or I was when we arrived. She'll have more negotiating leverage, and she'll know it. Fengling tapped the stone bench. She'll want to understand the defensive applications of the palace network immediately. She thinks in terms of strategic value. Yes, when she arrives, I'll lead with those. Wei Liang had read the profile. Qin Ruoyan, 23 years old, daughter of General Qin Shuqing, a man who had built his military career on understanding cultivation power as strategic resource. She'd been raised to think the same way. Shen Yueme appeared from the library passage, a new text under her arm, and stopped when she saw their expressions. New development. Planning for the fourth arrival, Wei Liang said. 3 days. I found something relevant this morning. She set the text on the bench between them, a slim volume, the cover worn to nothing, internal pages preserved with extraordinary care. Jiao Wuling's notes on the Jade Succession, the precursor faction to the Shattered Kings. She knew them personally. She designed the Void Palace's founding defenses with specific reference to their methods. Wei Liang picked up the volume and read the first page. The Jade Succession had not simply been a competing faction. According to Jiao Wuling's notes, they had been a deliberate program of cultivation suppression, a systematic effort to ensure that no individual cultivation path ever reached the apex tier again after the last apex practitioners of the pre-interregnum period died. They'd spent a century degrading cultivation traditions across the continent, removing key texts, corrupting transmission lineages, buying or coercing sect leaders into teaching deliberately weakened versions of their own methods. She knew she couldn't stop them in her lifetime, Wei Liang said. She designed the palace to be found 300 years later, when they had become complacent and the people who needed what it offered were desperate enough to use it. Shen Yueme's voice was quiet. She was calculating on a generational scale. Xiao Wuhan called from the courtyard. The formation arrays in the western section, 2 of them have reactivated. Your seal opening this morning triggered something in the base array. Wei Liang and Fengling went to see. The reactivated arrays were defensive in nature, barrier formations, running at perhaps 30% capacity, but representing significantly better protection than the palace had had a week ago. Each bond, each seal opening, was restoring more of what the palace had been. He held 2 facts in mind simultaneously. The progress was insufficient, and it was accelerating. Both were true. He kept moving. Chapter 12. Qinren arrived in the manner of someone who had decided in advance how they intended to arrive. On horseback, full traveling kit, a long weapon case across her saddle, cultivator's armor that said this person takes preparation seriously. She stopped at the main gate and surveyed the palace exterior for a full minute before dismounting. Then she tied her horse, left the weapon case on the saddle. I'm not here for a fight, but I'm not helpless, and walked in with the measured pace of someone performing a deliberate assessment. Wei Liang met her in the reception courtyard. He'd had 3 days to develop the approach for this conversation. Qin Ruoyan, he said. I'm Wei Liang. I'd like to explain what this place is and what I'm asking. She looked at him, at the courtyard, at the palace architecture behind him, with the speed of someone accustomed to tactical assessment. You lead with the ask before explaining the resource. That's unusual. I'm leading with the fact that there is an ask, so you know what category this conversation is in. The explanation comes after. He gestured toward the reception hall. Sit somewhere you're comfortable. This will take about 2 hours the first time. The briefing was different for her than for the others. Fengling had needed precision and respect. Shen Yueme had needed to know the texts existed. Xiao Wuhan had needed clear-eyed acknowledgement of the risk. Qin Ruoyan needed the strategic picture. So he started with the Shattered Kings. He described their origin, their program, what Jiao Wuling's notes had revealed about their systematic suppression of cultivation traditions. He described the palace's original defensive design, what the full Nine Consort network would produce, what the timeline was. He was explicit about the threat and the window. She listened without interrupting until he'd laid out the complete structure, then started in with questions that were all about decision geometry. If the palace was attacked before all 9 consorts were bonded, what was the expected defense capacity? If the Shattered Kings sent apex-tier practitioners, what were the failure modes? If a consort was killed, did it damage the network or simply create a vacancy? Vacancy, Wei Liang said. The remaining bonds hold. The palace weakens by the proportional contribution of the lost consort, but doesn't collapse. So they try to kill us one at a time, she said. Remove consorts to weaken the network before attacking the palace directly. That's the obvious tactical approach, yes. And the martial force consort would be a priority target because martial cultivation is the most directly applicable to their own practitioners. They'd want that resonance type out of the network immediately. She was thinking aloud, running scenarios. What's the current defensive capacity? 3 consorts, 3 bonds complete. Partial defense array operational at approximately 30%. Each additional bond adds another increment. At what point does the network become genuinely hard to breach? Old Hollow estimates 6 bonds creates a defense configuration that requires apex tier force to overcome. 7 puts it beyond anything currently operational in the continent. So we need to reach 6 before they realize what's happening. She looked at the ceiling, the palace ceiling, with its working light arrays, its preserved cultivation inscription. Then at him. Show me the martial cultivation resource. What specifically does the palace offer a practitioner on the pure force path? The wartide chambers were in the northern section, designed for active movement rather than meditation, with inscription work on the walls and ceiling that created a responsive force density environment. When Qin Ruoyan stepped inside and activated her martial cultivation, the chamber responded immediately. Force density increased to match her level, creating resistance appropriate to her cultivation, the kind of training environment that couldn't exist in the open world because it required cultivation investment in the environment itself. She came out after 20 minutes with the look of someone who has confirmed what they suspected and needed to recalibrate their assessment of everything. 2 conditions, she said. Same consultation rights as the others. And I want authority over the palace's external security assessment. I'll design the alert protocols and response procedures for when the Shattered Kings move against us. Both agreed. The 4th rite of accord was completed that evening, and the 4th seal opened, and the palace's defensive arrays stepped up to nearly 50% operational. In the northern corridor, Qin Ruoyan was already sketching patrol routes and perimeter protocols, her new cultivation bond to the palace network giving her a sharper sense of its weak points than any external assessment could provide. And outside, in the Ridge Country, the scouts who had been following the Shattered King's timeline were about to find that the window they thought was open had just closed faster than anyone expected. Chapter 13. Kong Ju's forces. The scouts arrived on the 13th day. Wei Liang had been expecting something. Qin Ruoyan's security assessment had identified the most likely approach routes, and she'd established a basic alert system using a modified version of the palace's ambient sensing arrays. But the scouts arrived from an unexpected direction, not through the main ridge routes, but from the southwest, using the same pre-civilization channel network that Wei Liang had used to enter the palace himself. Someone had found the secondary access. The alert came at dawn. Qin Ruoyan's voice in the corridor, crisp and controlled. 3 scouts, armed, southwest entrance. Mid-tier cultivators. Suppressed cultivation signatures, standard infiltration equipment. Wei Liang was dressed and moving in 30 seconds. The secondary passage entrance was in the lower level of the palace's foundation section, a point that Old Hollow had been sealing over the past 2 days as part of Ruoyan's security improvements, but the sealing was incomplete. The entrance was still partially accessible. He got there before the scouts did. The passage junction was a natural choke point. 1 narrow channel leading up to the aqueduct system, 1 leading down to the palace foundation level, both too narrow for more than single-file movement. Wei Liang positioned himself at the junction with Feng Ling behind him, and Qin Ruoyan 1 level up with sight lines to both passages. 3 cultivators came through the lower passage. They stopped when they saw him. A single person in pale palace robes, standing at the junction without a weapon in hand, calm. The lead scout was older, perhaps 30, with the hard-weathered look of a professional. He was reading Wei Liang's cultivation signature, and what he found would be confusing, for seals open, void core cultivation type, not matching any standard rank progression. The Kong family sends its regards, the lead scout said. A test phrasing. He wasn't actually here about the debt. The Kong family is a front operation for a faction that sealed my meridians when I was 4 years old, Wei Liang said. I acknowledge the debt. I have no intention of paying it to people I now know to be operatives of the group that crippled my cultivation deliberately. He kept his voice even. Who sent you? The scout didn't answer, which was answer enough. You're here to assess the palace. What you'll report back is that the palace is occupied by a void throne practitioner with 4 active consort bonds and defensive arrays running at 50% capacity. He looked at the 3 scouts with the clear attention of someone explaining something they've explained before. That information is accurate. Please include it in your report. Also include that the throne holder is aware of who you are and is prepared for the conversation that follows. The lead scout's hand moved, slightly, toward his weapon. It stopped. He was recalculating. Killing scouts accomplishes nothing except making the people who sent you angry, Wei Liang continued. I'd rather you deliver an accurate report and allow the decision-making tier to assess the situation correctly. The situation is, the palace is fully occupied and becoming more operational every day. Whatever plan your faction had for this site, the window for implementing it easily has closed. That message is worth more to your superiors than 3 dead scouts. A long pause. Then the lead scout stepped back, and all 3 withdrew through the lower passage with the controlled efficiency of professionals who had decided the situation required escalation rather than direct action. When they were gone, Qin Ruoyan came down from her position. That was a risk. Yes, the alternative was a fight we could win but couldn't keep secret. Killing them would confirm to their faction that we're hostile and have something to protect. Letting them go gives us the option that they report accurate information and the Shattered Kings decide the cost of an assault exceeds the benefit. They won't make that calculation. No, but the report buys us time while they argue about it. He turned toward the interior of the palace. We need to move faster. The 5th candidate, Mei Chongsong, the sound cultivation type. Location, River Bend City. 7 days travel, Old Hollow said. Too slow. Wei Liang thought for a moment. Ruoyan, you have military contacts. Can you send a message that would reach Riverbend faster? 3 days via my relay network. Send it. I'll write the message. He wrote it that afternoon. 200 words, structured and precise, compressed but not distorted. He gave it to Qin Ruoyan to encode and send. And then he called the full group together and told them what they all already knew. The Shattered Kings were coming, and they had perhaps 2 weeks before someone more significant than scouts showed up at their door. The 5th candidate had to be moving before that. Chapter 14. The letter strategy. The morning after the scouts' withdrawal, Wei Liang wrote 3 additional letters. The first went to the Kong family loan house. A formal acknowledgement of the debt, a request for a 6-month extension, and a detailed legal argument, based on texts he'd found in the palace library, that the debt instrument contained a clause voiding the interest if the debtor could demonstrate that the originating party was a front for a prescribed faction. The argument was real. Whether the Kong family would honor it was less certain, but the letter put the documentation on record. He was not going to be leveraged through a debt he'd incurred helping a sick woman if there was a legitimate legal counter. The second letter went to the Provincial Cultivation Registry. He registered the Void Palace under the pre-interregnum name that appeared in Jiu Wuling's founding documents, cited the historical preservation statutes that protected pre-interregnum sites from unauthorized occupation or damage, and formally notified the registry that the site was occupied and in active use. Bureaucratic protection wouldn't stop the Shattered Kings, but it created a legal record of the palace's existence and occupancy, which meant any action against it would have to work against an official paper trail rather than in comfortable obscurity. The third letter went to the archivist at the Northern Reaches Documentation Center, who maintained records of cultivation tradition lineages. He identified the palace as the repository of 7 complete pre-interregnum cultivation lineages considered lost, named them by their historical designations, and offered access to serious researchers under appropriate protocols. You're making us visible, Xin Yuemei observed, reading the third letter. I'm making us visible in the right way. Wei Liang sealed the letter and said it with the others. The Shattered Kings have operated by avoiding attention. They suppress things quietly, without official record, without witnesses. The defense against that strategy is to be exactly the opposite. Publicly documented, officially registered, actively broadcasting what we have. It creates pressure on them, Xiao Wuhan said from the doorway. She had been working in the formation courtyard, but had apparently been listening. If serious researchers start seeking access to these lineages, and then access is suddenly blocked by a Shattered King's operation against the palace, those researchers have direct personal interest in the outcome. That's a constituency the Kings would rather not have. Yes, Wei Liang said. He looked at the table of letters. These go out today, if someone is willing to carry them to town. Fengling said. Without looking up from the formation text she'd been reading, I'll take them. I can move quickly enough that I'll be back before anything changes here, and I have identification documents from my original sect that make courier work look normal. She took the 3 letters and left before noon. Wei Liang watched her go from the main gate, then turned back to the palace and the work that remained. Old Hollow was waiting with the day's update on restoration progress. The eastern wing arrays were coming online. The underground cistern had reached full capacity. The barrier formation in the north perimeter had reached 65% operational. Progress. Incremental, insufficient, necessary progress. The 5th candidate was still 4 days from receiving the message. The 6th was somewhere in the Northern Territories, location approximate. 3 seats after that still undetermined. The scouts had perhaps 14 days head start on their report, at most, and Wei Liang went back to the library and kept reading, because the preparation he did now was the only insurance he had for every confrontation that was coming. Chapter 15. The Hall of Resonant Memory. On the 15th day, Wei Liang found the Hall of Resonant Memory. It was listed in Old Hollow's initial inventory, but listed last, labeled Founder's Annex, inactive, requires throne holder access at 3 or more bonds. He had put it off because inactive seemed less urgent than everything else. On the 15th day, with the immediate crisis settled into a manageable ongoing pressure, he had time. The hall was at the center of the palace's second level, behind a door that opened when he touched it with the void core cultivation now moving through 4 active channels. Inside, a space smaller than he'd expected, perhaps 10 meters across, circular, with a floor inlaid in a complex pattern incorporating all 9 resonance symbols of the Accord system. The ceiling was opaque. The room felt still. At the center was a chair. Not the throne. That was in the formal Accord hall, the ceremonial seat he hadn't yet used because the full Accord network wasn't complete. This was something different. A chair of ordinary scale, plain carved, oriented toward a blank wall. He sat in it. The wall was not blank. What appeared wasn't visual, exactly. It was a resonance impression, a recorded experience captured in the palace's cultivation energy and preserved for whoever reached this point. A woman's voice, clear and unhurried, began. If you are in this chair, you have 3 bonds active and the first 3 seals open. That is the threshold where the full story becomes necessary rather than merely useful. Jill Wooling's voice, 312 years old, preserved in a cultivation memory medium that her foundational inscription had maintained without degradation. She spoke for a long time. She described the Jade Succession's original purpose, not suppression for its own sake, but suppression in service of a specific goal. A permanent cultivation hierarchy in which a small group maintained apex status by preventing anyone else from ever reaching it again. The interregnum had been partly natural and partly engineered. The collapse of the major dynasties had been accelerated by the Jade Succession's systematic removal of the cultivation practitioners who would have held them stable. She described what she had learned, in the final decade of her life, about her own story, that she had been a target since youth, that the Jade Succession had tried multiple times to eliminate or suppress her before deciding it was more efficient to destroy the cultivation tradition she worked within. The Void Palace's construction had been done in secret, the final project of her life, built to outlast them. And then she described something Wei Liang had not known. The Void Throne Holder carries a specifically targeted seal. The Jade Succession, which will have become the Shattered Kings by the time you hear this, developed a technique to seal Void Core cultivation at the source, because they identified this power system as the most direct threat to their program. They have used it on at least 3 people I know of, candidates who were close enough to the Void Core path that they warranted specific suppression. Wei Liang sat very still. If you have sealed meridians, they were placed there deliberately, not by birth, not by accident, by a technique that requires knowing who you are and where you are, typically applied in infancy when the target cannot resist. The voice paused. You are not an exception. You were specifically identified and specifically suppressed. That means there is a record of you in the Jade Succession's archives, a record that predates anything you know about yourself. The silence of the hall pressed around him, complete and cold. The record will tell you who your family was, why they were targeted, and what the Jade Succession feared enough to suppress before it could develop. I cannot tell you this directly because I don't know, but the record exists, and reaching it is one of the things the Void Throne Network was designed to make possible. The resonance impression ended. The wall returned to plain stone. Wei Liang sat in the chair for a long time, thinking about what it meant to be 24 years old and to have just learned that the shape of his entire life was not incidental but designed by people who had needed him not to exist. Outside, in the training courtyard, he could hear Qin Ruoyan running drills. In the library, Xin Yueme was working on Jiu Wuling's Ghost Realm commentary. In the formation courtyard, Xiao Wuhan was testing the restored Western arrays. The palace was alive around him, filling back in, becoming itself. The record exists. That was the sentence he kept returning to. He had earned the right to know it, and he would earn the remaining 5 bonds to find it. Chapter 16. The Void Chrysanthemum. The flower emerged from the central fountain on the morning of the 16th day. Old Hollow called it a void chrysanthemum, a spontaneous cultivation phenomenon that occurred when a void throne system reached the 4-bond threshold, the first configuration stable enough to allow the palace's foundational void energy to express itself externally. The flower was black, or rather the absence of color in the way deep space is the absence of light, a negative presence, pulling the eye rather than filling it. Its petals were solid and real. Wei Liang reached out and touched one, and it was cool under his fingers, smooth as polished stone but flexible as living material. It had a scent that he couldn't name, something clean and old and wide. Fengling circled it 3 times before saying anything. It's beautiful. It's significant, Old Hollow said. The void chrysanthemum indicates that the foundational void energy is beginning to stabilize into its characteristic expression. As more bonds complete, more will appear. Eventually, the entire courtyard will have them. They serve as a passive defense enhancement and as a visible marker of the palace's operational status. The Shattered Kings will be able to see them from outside, Qin Ruoyan said immediately. Any surveilling array would read this as a significant cultivation event. Yes, Old Hollow confirmed. The emergence is not concealable. However, concealment is no longer the primary strategy. The construct looked at Wei Liang. We're past the point where hiding helps, Wei Liang agreed. The chrysanthemum is fine. Let it be visible. He looked at the flower, that impossible black against the pale stone of the fountain basin. Actually, it's useful. Any serious cultivator who sees it will know what it means. It's a signal to the people we want to reach. Xin Yueme, who had been recording the flower's characteristics in her research notes, looked up. The next 2 candidates, sound cultivation and beast bond. If they're the type who study rare phenomena, the chrysanthemum emergence might find them before the ambient guidance does. Mei Chongsong received my message through Ruoyan's relay 4 days ago, Wei Liang said. She should be 2 days out, if she's coming. He turned to Old Hollow. The 6th candidate, New Huanling. Location update. The ambient guidance has her in the northern forest, approximately 5 days from here. She follows beast tracking routes. She spends months at a time in wilderness areas with minimal contact with cultivation society. Old Hollow paused. She will be difficult to reach through standard communication methods. Then someone needs to go to her, Xiao Wuhan said. Someone who can navigate wilderness cultivation sites and approach a beast bond practitioner without triggering defensive responses from her bonded animals. I can do that, Xin Yueme said. After Mei Chongsong arrives and bonds. I want to see the 5th accord completed before I leave the palace's protection radius. Wei Liang nodded. Sensible sequencing. 2 days for Chongsong's arrival, 1 day for briefing and assessment, 1 day for the accord if she agrees. Then Yueme goes north for Huanling. He was planning the sequence of the remaining 5 bonds with the same systematic attention he'd given to his survival routes for 12 years. And somewhere in the Ridge Country, a Shattered King scout report was making its way toward a coordinator who would read it with far more care than the scouts had understood they were creating. Chapter 17. Kong Ju. The message arrived on the 18th day, not from the debt collectors, but from someone significantly more consequential. Kong Ju was the 3rd son of the Kong family's main branch, 3 degrees removed from the Shattered King's decision-making tier, but substantially closer to operational authority than the scouts who had come through the secondary passage. The message was delivered by a single mortal runner, which was either a gesture of contempt or a careful signal that this was still in the business framing rather than the conflict framing. The message was brief, a repayment demand at 200% of the original debt, a deadline of 4 days, and a line at the bottom that read, "The property you currently occupy is of interest to parties beyond mere financial settlement." Wei Liang read it twice and passed it to Qin Ruoyan. 200% in 4 days is not a real financial demand, she said immediately. It's a pretense. They want to come here under the cover of debt collection, which gives them legal standing to bring armed escorts. Yes. He thought for a moment. I want to respond. Not with payment, with a counterproposal that will confuse the legal picture and buy time. The response he wrote was structured around the legal argument he'd already submitted to the provincial cultivation registry. The debt instrument was void because the originating party was a front for a proscribed faction, as demonstrated by the scouts' unauthorized entry into a registered pre-interregnum cultivation site. He cited 3 specific statutes from the Cultivation Law Archive in the Palace Library, texts 200 years old, never formally repealed because no one had remembered they existed. He sent the counter-message with the runner and watched Ruoyan read it over his shoulder. "These statutes are real?" she asked. "Fully valid. Pre-interregnum cultivation law doesn't expire unless explicitly superseded, and none of these were. The current legal system was built on top of the old framework without systematically clearing it. There's a layer of pre-interregnum law that technically still applies and that no one has bothered to enforce for 2 centuries. He paused. Kong Ju's lawyers won't know this. It will take them at least a week to verify whether the statutes are real and what they mean. That's a week we didn't have. And when they verify it, then we're in a legal argument rather than a forced confrontation, which is a better position. Legal arguments have third parties, registries, arbiters, scholars. Forced confrontations are just us and them. He spent the afternoon drafting a second round of documents to send to the registry, building the paper trail systematically. It was, he knew, a delaying tactic. The Shattered Kings would not be ultimately constrained by legal frameworks they'd spent a century corrupting. But delay was valuable. Every day was another increment of palace restoration, another bond potentially completed, another seal opened. Mei Chongsong arrived that evening. She came through the main gate with her instrument case on her back, a woman of 22 with the particular stillness of musicians who cultivated soundway, a quality of extreme inner attention that expressed outwardly as calm. She looked at the void chrysanthemum in the central fountain for a long moment before saying anything. "I got the message 4 days ago," she said. "I've been walking quickly." "I see that," Wei Liang said. "Thank you for coming. I want to explain the palace and the accord." "I know what a void palace is," she said. "I've been studying the pre-interregnum sound cultivation tradition for 5 years. The system appears in 3 foundational texts as a lost resource for soundwave practitioners." She set her instrument case down carefully. "I came to see if it was real." "It is. Please continue your explanation." He found her one of the more straightforward conversations he'd had. She asked specific technical questions, verified the answers against her own knowledge, and had made her decision before the briefing was finished. What slowed the process was not reluctance but thoroughness. She wanted to understand every aspect of the bond structure before accepting it, because she was careful, not because she was uncertain. The rite of accord for the 5th consort was completed the next morning, before Kong Ju's response arrived, and the 5th seal opened in Wei Liang's foundation. An old hollow noted with something that sounded like satisfaction that the system was approaching critical density for the primary defensive tier. 5 bonds. 5 seals. The palace was more than half complete, and the Shattered King's arithmetic was shifting in ways that their operatives had not yet reported accurately enough for the people who mattered to understand. Chapter 18. The 6th bond Xin Yuemei left for the northern forest the morning after Mei Chongsong's accord. She traveled light and fast, using the pre-civilization channel networks that Wei Liang had mapped in his first week in the palace. He'd shared everything he'd found with the full group, building a common operational knowledge base that any of them could draw on. She carried a specific recommendation from Old Hollow for approaching New Huanling. Approach downwind. Move slowly when within range of the bonded animals. Don't suppress cultivation signature because it reads as aggressive. While she was gone, Wei Liang worked on 2 parallel tracks. The first was the legal response to Kong Ju, which arrived on the 2nd day, a brief acknowledgement that the statutes were under review. Exactly as predicted, he filed 2 additional documents with the registry, building the paper trail systematically. The second track was preparation for the 6th bond's practical integration. New Huanling was a beast bond practitioner, which meant her accord would change the palace in a specific and significant way. The eastern cultivation gardens, currently dormant, would begin responding to a beast bond consort's presence. Old Hollow had described what that meant. The gardens would start generating natural cultivation energy from the ecosystem rather than purely from the palace's stored reserves, accelerating restoration and reducing the drain on the foundational inscription. Wei Liang spent 2 days restoring the eastern gardens, clearing accumulated debris of a century, restarting the water channels, removing the growth that had established itself in the passive period. Physical work, done himself rather than asking others because he needed the time to think. The Hall of Resonant Memory played in his mind, repetitively. A record exists. The Jade Succession's archives, somewhere, contained documentation of who he was before he was 4 years old. Whatever his origin was, whatever had made him worth suppressing, the Shattered Kings knew it, and he didn't. That asymmetry was dangerous in ways he couldn't fully calculate without knowing the content. After the 9th bond was complete, the Void Throne system's full operational capacity would include information retrieval capabilities that could potentially access pre-interregnum records. That was one of the things Old Hollow had mentioned in passing. Getting to the 9th bond was the prerequisite for almost everything he needed. On the 4th day of Shun Yuemei's absence, she returned with New Huanling. Huanling walked beside her, not behind. The position of someone who had been persuaded rather than guided. She was 26, broad-shouldered, with the physical confidence of someone who had spent years in wilderness territory. 2 birds rode her shoulders. A third, larger animal moved in the tree line at the clearing's edge and came into the courtyard only after Huanling had assessed the space and made a small motion with one hand. "You cleaned the eastern gardens," she said, looking at them. "In preparation for this, Old Hollow told me a beast bond consort changes the cultivation ecology of those spaces." "Yes." She walked to the garden entrance and stood at the threshold, reading what the space offered with the sensitivity of her cultivation type. She reached out and touched the boundary stone, and something in the space responded, not dramatically, but present. A shift in the cultivation energy, a warming, the sense of something that had been waiting for specific input receiving it. What are you offering, and what do you want? Access to the Beast Bond cultivation resources in this palace, which include the only complete surviving records of the pre-interregnum Beast Bond lineage and a garden space that can support your bonded animals at the highest practice level. What I want is a voluntary bond to the Accord network and your participation in the resonance maintenance. He paused. The full explanation takes about 2 hours. I've given it 5 times now, and I can give it more concisely. Tell me what you most want to know. Why 9 specific types, and not just 9 strong practitioners? Because Jiao Wuling designed a system that uses complementary resonance rather than additive power. 9 strong practitioners added together is a sum. 9 practitioners with complementary resonance types creates a network where each type amplifies the others. The output is not the sum, but the product of the interactions. She considered this for a long moment, watching her bonded animals settle into the garden space with the ease of animals who had recognized somewhere appropriate for them. Same rights as the others? Consultation on new bonds, voice on palace decisions. Yes. Then let's see the library. And then Old Hollow can explain the Accord terms in the original inscription language, not a summary. They did the library first, then the terms, then the rite itself. The 6th bond, completed on the afternoon of the 19th day, the 6th seal opening in Wei Liang's foundation with a depth that made Old Hollow say, quietly. The primary pattern is establishing. The Void Throne is beginning to become what it was designed to be. 6 consorts, 6 seals, 3 more, and a shattered king's envoy with operational authority was due in 4 days. Chapter 19. The shape of the network, 6 bonds. 6 seals. The palace was more than half complete. Wei Liang spent the morning after New Huanling's Accord in the Hall of Resonant Memory, not accessing the recorder, but simply sitting in the space and thinking about the network as it currently stood. 6 people, all different, all effective in their own domains, all now permanently connected to each other through the void resonance threads he could see whenever he opened his cultivation perception. Fengling, dragon blood, advancing toward a second breakthrough. Her cultivation foundation transformed in 3 weeks from blocked to accelerating. Shun Yueme, Ghost Realm, deep in the Jiao Wuling commentary, developing techniques that hadn't existed in active practice for 2 centuries. Xiao Wuhan, Forbidden Arts, working through the formation courtyard arrays with the intensity of someone who had found an inexhaustible resource after years of rationing. Qin Ruan, Martial, daily practice in the Wartide chambers. Current cultivation level already past the point she'd reached in years of external training. Mei Chongsong, Soundway, transforming the performance hall into something extraordinary, her daily practice filling the palace with resonance that Old Hollow noted had a measurable positive effect on restoration rates. New Huanling, Beast Bond, in the Eastern Garden with her animals, watching the dormant ecology respond to their presence with the attention of someone tending something very old and valuable. 6 people who had arrived at this place through 6 different routes, for 6 different reasons, and who were now doing something together that none of them could have done alone. Wei Liang had built networks before, of a sort, informal ones, survivalist ones, the web of relationships that a person without resources builds from nothing over years. But this was different. This was something with architecture, with design, with intent. Jiao Wuling had designed the architecture. He was implementing it. Old Hollow found him in the hall. The 7th candidate profile has updated. Formation Master type, a practitioner named by Rongshu, currently in the southeastern provinces, 7 days travel at minimum. And the 8th and 9th. The 8th, Fate Reading, has a candidate with 62% probability, a woman named Luo Tianwen, currently moving in our direction. The ambient guidance reached her 2 weeks ago. Old Hollow paused. The 9th seat, the 2nd Void Core type, is extremely rare. The palace records identify 3 possible candidates, all with probability below 40%. We take them in order of likelihood. Wei Liang stood. Bai Rongshu and Luo Tianwen can both be reached in the next 10 days if we move efficiently. The 9th is a problem for after. There is another consideration. Old Hollow's voice shifted slightly. Kong Ju has not responded to your 2nd counterfiling. His deadline, 4 days from the original message, passes tomorrow. Yes, he'll come personally, or he'll send practitioners. Wei Liang had been tracking this. Ruoyan's assessment is that he'll come with 6 to 8 mid-tier cultivators and use force precedent. Arrive, demand immediate compliance, and if refused, use enough force to demonstrate capability without making a full assault. It's a classic pressure tactic. Is that assessment correct? Probably. The question is what we do when he arrives. He thought about it carefully. We don't fight. Not because we can't. The defensive arrays at 6 bonds are substantial, but because fighting Kongju creates a direct conflict record with the Shattered Kings that we don't need yet. We make him understand that the cost of this particular confrontation exceeds its value. How? I show him what the network produces. Not threaten, demonstrate. He paused. If 6 consorts of this palace stand together in the main courtyard, the visible cultivation resonance is significant. He'll read it correctly, and I tell him clearly what 7, 8, 9 bonds will produce, what the fully operational Void Throne means for the Shattered Kings program. You will tell an enemy what you're building. He already knows what I'm building. They sealed my meridians 20 years ago because they knew what a Void Throne holder could become. What I'm telling him is that the timeline is further along than they estimated. Wei Liang paused. The Shattered Kings have spent a century preventing things. I want Kongju to understand that the preventing window for this particular thing is already closed. Tomorrow, Kongju would arrive. Wei Liang would stand in the courtyard with 6 consorts behind him and make the most important calculation of his life so far. And either the calculation would buy him the weeks he needed, or everything would accelerate into something that could not be managed with letters and legal statutes. He had done harder things on worse odds. He did not intend to fail now. Chapter 20. The kings revealed Kongju arrived at mid-morning with 8 cultivators. He was 35, well-dressed in the merchant cultivator style the Kong family used as their operational cover. Good clothes, practical cut, cultivation suppressed to a professionally neutral level. His 8 companions were less carefully disguised. Military formation, suppressed cultivation with the pattern of people trained to hide their rank, standard armament. Professionals. They came through the main gate. The secondary access had been sealed 3 days ago, Xiao Wuhan completing the formation work that turned the pre-civilization channel entrance into a dead end indistinguishable from solid rock. Wei Liang stood at the center of the reception courtyard. Behind him, in a line across the courtyard's width, stood all 6 consorts. He had not asked them to stand there. He'd explained his plan to Qin Ruoyan the previous evening, and she had organized it. Everyone present, no weapons visible. The resonance bonds between all 6 of them and the palace's void energy network actively expressed rather than suppressed. The visible cultivation resonance of the full 6 consort network was substantial. Kongju's people would be reading it with every sense they had, and what they'd read would not be reassuring. Kongju stopped at the courtyard entrance and did that reading. He took longer than his scouts had. He was more skilled. You have 6 bonds active, he said. That is further than any contemporary Void Throne attempt has reached. In the last 50 years, 2 previous attempts both collapsed at 3 bonds. I'm aware, Wei Liang said. The Jade succession protocol for a 6-bond configuration is escalation to the 3rd tier. He said it conversationally, as if discussing supply chain logistics. That means sending practitioners above the mid-tier level. The kind of force that makes things permanently not exist. I know the protocol. Then you know why I'm here. Not to collect a debt. That was a convenience framing. I'm here to assess whether escalation is warranted. And your assessment? Wei Liang kept his voice even. Kongju looked at the 6 consorts, at the void chrysanthemums covering the fountain and beginning to spread along the courtyard walls, at the palace beyond them. Light arrays operational, defensive formation shimmer visible at the perimeter. He was doing calculation. Wei Liang watched him do it and waited. Escalation is warranted, Kongju said. But not by me. Not today. My authority is assessment, not commitment. I can report that escalation is warranted. I cannot commit the 3rd-tier resources without authorization. How long for that authorization? Minimum 2 weeks. Possibly 4. Something shifted in his expression, a careful, controlled quality, like someone choosing words in a language they don't want to speak perfectly. There are people in our organization who would prefer acquisition rather than elimination. The use of the palace's resources rather than their destruction. I know, Wei Liang said. Jiao Wuling anticipated this. The Void Palace system cannot be acquired by force. The bonds are voluntary or they function at degraded capacity. A captured throne holder and forced consorts produce a system that looks functional but isn't. The void energy becomes unstable, the resonance network inverts, and within 6 months the whole structure collapses. Tell your acquisition faction that. Kongju looked at him with something that might have been respect if the situation had been different. You've prepared for this conversation. I've prepared for everything I could anticipate. A pause. Then, I'll deliver my assessment. What it produces, escalation, acquisition attempt, some 3rd option, is above my authority to predict. Kongju turned to leave, then stopped. The 3 additional candidates you're seeking. We know who they are. We'll be moving against them before you reach them. He left. His 8 cultivators filed out behind him, and the main gate closed. Fengling broke the silence first. He told us. He wants us to know. Wei Liang's voice was level. He's telling us the next phase. Not as a threat, as a statement of fact, given with enough specificity to be useful to someone who can act on it. Qin Ruan said, the 3 remaining candidates are being targeted. We need to reach them first. Yes. Wei Liang turned to face all 6 of them. We leave tomorrow. All of us, in 3 groups. By Rongshu, Luo Tianwen, and the 9th seat. We find them before the Shattered Kings do, and we bring them home. The void chrysanthemums stood in the fountain, black and impossible, their presence spreading along the courtyard walls as the void energy continued stabilizing into its characteristic expression. 3 more bonds needed. 3 people somewhere out there who didn't yet know that the Shattered Kings were already moving toward them, and only Wei Liang's 6 consorts standing between them and everything the kings had spent a century building toward. The window had not just narrowed, it had become a deadline, and so the Void Throne's foundation was laid, but darker hands were already racing to unwrite what had been built, and the next 3 bonds would have to be won against opposition that had been preparing for this moment for 100 years. Chapter 21. The Fate Reader arrives early. The void chrysanthemums were in bloom again. Wei Liang had noticed they bloomed in proportion to the palace's structural stability. 3 petals when the formation ran at low power, a full crown when it climbed past half capacity. This morning, standing in the eastern courtyard with 6 consorts arrayed behind him and departure assignments on the table, he counted 11 petals on the nearest flower. He filed this away without comment. Old Hollow materialized at the courtyard entrance. Formation reading, 62% and holding. There is a cultivator on the eastern road. Female. Foundation forging peak. Moving without a group. Wei Liang looked at his departure lists. Luo Tianwen had been estimated 4 days away at normal travel speed. Fate readers, apparently, did not move at normal travel speed. Cancel the morning departure, he said. Qin Ruan glanced up from the supply calculations she'd been running in her head. A general's habit, numbers for food and formation stones, and the weight of potential casualties. Reason? She's already here. Ruoyan set down the list without debate. That was one of the things Wei Liang valued about her. She adjusted to information instead of fighting it. The woman who appeared at the eastern gate 30 minutes later was not what anyone had predicted from the candidate profile. Luo Tianwen was small, dressed in plain traveling clothes the color of dry grass, and carrying no obvious weapons. Her hair was pinned back with what appeared to be an ink brush. She walked through the courtyard with the unhurried attention of someone reading a text, eyes moving from the void chrysanthemums to the formation pillars to each of the 6 consorts in turn before finally settling on Wei Liang. You moved up the departure time, she said. You shouldn't have. The window you were planning to leave in is fine. She paused. The one 3 days from now is not. Wei Liang did not ask how she knew he had been planning to depart. What happens 3 days from now? A convergence. 3 separate groups arriving at separate vectors. The formation stones on the eastern approach will be strained by the timing overlap. She said it the way someone describes weather, a condition to be accounted for, not a warning. You have a formation specialist who can address it. If you'd left this morning, she would have had to work alone. Xiao Wuhan was already moving toward the eastern formation pillars with an expression of professional interest. You've been watching us, Fengling said. Not a question. I've been reading the event current in this region for 6 weeks. Luo Tianwen looked at Fengling with the same measured attention she'd given everything else. You're the first bond. You stayed past the trial window. Your uncle doesn't know yet that you've already stopped considering leaving. The courtyard went quiet in a particular way. Fengling's jaw tightened. You read cultivation bonds? I read the threads between choices. Bonds leave threads. Luo Tianwen's tone was entirely without malice. This was, to her, a neutral observation about a factual matter. The thread between you and the palace is past the point where severance would leave a clean edge. You decided this before you acknowledged it. Most people do. I did not ask for your assessment of my decisions. No, I gave it because you were about to say something that wasn't true, and I dislike false premises. Luo Tianwen turned back to Wei Liang. I am not here because the palace drew me. I followed the event current because the convergence of 9 specific cultivation lineages in one location is the single most significant formation event in the last century, and I keep records of significant events. She set her traveling pack down carefully. The Jade Succession Protocol's 3rd-tier response arrives in 4 days. You have very little time, and you cannot afford to waste it on misunderstandings. Wei Liang studied her for a moment. You knew about the Kongju meeting. I read the aftermath in the air currents 2 days ago. He gave you a timeline. She looked at the void chrysanthemums. You've been growing stronger faster than his organization projected. That makes them nervous, which makes them more dangerous, not less. She met his eyes with the calm of someone who had accepted an uncomfortable truth years ago and made peace with it. I came to tell you that. I also came because the event current indicates this is where I belong next. Old Hollow's voice, dry as old parchment. The candidate demonstrates an unusual amount of self-awareness. The candidate can hear you, Luo Tonwen said without looking at the steward construct. Your formation voice carries at that frequency. You should adjust it if you want private commentary. Old Hollow was quiet for what was, for him, an unusually long time. Wei Liang picked up his departure list and set it down again. The morning had already restructured itself around this woman's arrival, and there was a quality to the restructuring that felt less like disruption and more like correction, as if the departure had been an error and her presence was the fix. He did not yet know what to do with that feeling, so he noted it and moved forward. You know what the rite requires, he said. I've read its event structure from the outside. She tilted her head. I haven't decided yet. I want to see the palace's interior first. Fair, Fengling said, with remarkable restraint. She insulted me. She told you something true, Wei Liang said. Those are different problems. Fengling looked at him with an expression that indicated she disagreed strongly, but was choosing her battles. She turned and walked back toward the Draconic Gallery without another word. Luo Tianwen watched her go with no visible satisfaction, just the neutral attention of someone observing data. Bai Rongshu's arrival was still 4 days off. The 9th candidate remained uncertain. But the courtyard had shifted. The chrysanthemums had opened a 12th petal sometime in the last 10 minutes, and Wei Liang found himself adjusting his calculations to include a 7th perspective. He hadn't anticipated having this soon. He showed Luo Tianwen to the palace's reading hall, which Old Hollow had restored 2 weeks prior, and let her begin her assessment of where she had arrived. Chapter 22. The 3rd tier responds. The message came through the formation barrier at midday. Not projected sound, not dimensional pulse, but written on a chip of void iron small enough to have been carried on the wing of a sparrow. It cleared the outer perimeter filter because void iron had no cultivation signature. Xiao Wuhan found it embedded in the southern wall and brought it to Wei Liang without opening it. Jade succession, she said. 3rd tier seal on the material. You can read it, or I can. The seal is keyed to respond to any core formation cultivator or above. Wei Liang opened it himself. The script inside was 6 lines. He read it twice and set it on the council table where all 6 consorts and Luo Tonwen, who had spent the morning in the reading hall and arrived at the council meeting without being asked, could see. Asterisk Void Palace. You have been assessed as a Tier 1 anchor event. 3rd tier response is authorized. The convergence mechanism responsible for your current propagation has been identified and is being neutralized. You will receive no further communication from this office. Asterisk Qin Ruoyan read it with the stillness she used when calculating something that would cost people's lives. No name. No demands. No terms. They don't offer terms at 3rd tier, Luo Tianwen said. 3rd tier is not a negotiation phase. What is it? Removal. She said it flatly. Kong Ju assessed you as warranting escalation, and the organization agreed. 3rd tier means a specialist team with the authority to end the anchor event. In this case, you. She looked at Wei Liang. But there's a delay built into the message. It was written 9 hours ago. The team isn't here yet. Wei Liang looked at the void iron chip. How do you know when it was written? The formation current dried that specific script style in 9 hours at current humidity. She paused. I also read the event thread of whoever sent it. It was written in haste. They were not calm when they wrote this. Why not calm? Because whoever they're sending didn't want to come here. She turned the chip over in her fingers. A specialist who doesn't want to engage is more dangerous than one who does. It means they know something about the cost. The council room was quiet for 3 beats. Ruoyan said, What's the convergence mechanism they mentioned? Everyone looked at Wei Liang. He had been turning this over since he read the message. The convergence mechanism responsible for your propagation. Not him, not the palace. The thing that was causing the palace to grow. The bonds, he said. They're not trying to stop the palace. They're trying to stop the bonding from continuing. If they neutralize the mechanism, the thing that makes the right function, I stop gaining seals. The palace stops growing. Can the right be externally disrupted? Old Hollow asked, as if the answer might be yes. I don't know. Wei Liang looked at Xiao Wuan. She had already been thinking. The right is a palace internal formation. External disruption would require a counter formation keyed to the same frequency, which means they need someone who has studied the palace's formation language. She paused. The only external party who has seen enough of this palace's internal formation work to build a counter key is Kong Ju, Ruoyan said. He was here for an assessment meeting. He would have been reading everything he could. The silence this time had a different quality, not strategic, but personal. Wei Liang had let Kong Ju in. He had shown him the courtyard, the formation shimmer, the visible bonds. He had made a calculated decision to display the network rather than conceal it, and Kongju had read exactly what Wei Liang intended him to read, and also, apparently, more. Fengling was watching him. She said nothing, which was its own kind of statement. How long before they arrive? Wei Liang asked. Luo Tianwen looked at the window, at the sky, at the thread of something only she could see. Tomorrow evening. No sooner. Then we have until tomorrow evening to either complete the next bond or prepare a reception. He looked at the council room. Both. He did not say, "This is my fault. I underestimated Kongju's secondary purpose." He did not need to say it. The decision had been made with the information available at the time, and the cost of the decision was now part of the problem to be solved. Dwelling on the calculation error would not improve the outcome. Ruoyan was already drafting formation positions on the table with her finger. Xiao Wuhan was moving toward the formation analysis chamber. Fengling had the specific expression that meant she was planning something with her draconic techniques that she would tell him about when she was ready. Wei Liang walked to the window and looked at the eastern approach. Bairongshu was still 4 days out. The third-tier team would arrive before any additional bonds could be formed. The palace hummed around him, 63% now, Old Hollow had noted. The chrysanthemums had not changed their count. He turned from the window. There was work to do before tomorrow evening, and none of it would be simple, and he was not going to waste the remaining hours. Chapter 23. What the Fate Reader Sees. Luo Tianwen spent the afternoon in the palace's library, cross-referencing the formation language inscriptions against her own records. She did this with the focused quiet of someone who needed no permission to examine what interested her and no company to do it. Fengling found her there at the 3rd hour past midday. "You told me I'd already decided to stay." Fengling stood at the library entrance. Her voice was level, not aggressive, but not relaxed either. That was not a welcome observation. Luo Tianwen marked her place in the formation record she was reading with a precise folded corner. "I'm aware." "Then why say it?" "Because you were preparing to defend a position you no longer hold." Luo Tianwen looked at her across the reading table. People spend enormous energy maintaining the appearance of positions they've abandoned internally. It wastes resources you currently don't have. I thought it more efficient to note the actual state. Fengling stepped into the library. "Efficient?" She said the word as if testing whether it was an insult. "Yes. The palace's defensive capacity depends in part on the consort's cohesion. Cohesion is impaired by people investing in false positions. I removed the false position." She tilted her head. "You're angry because I named something you hadn't chosen to name yet. That's a legitimate response. I'm not arguing that my delivery was ideal." Fengling regarded her for a long moment. The draconic technique she used for threat assessment was a subtle thing. It read the heat signature and breath rhythm of whoever she was observing. Luo Tianwen's heat ran steady and her breath was unhurried. "No performance. No positioning. You read the thread between me and the palace," Fengling said. "What did you see?" "The choice point where you converted the trial bond to permanent. You were in a corridor. The steward construct had presented the dissolution option." There was a pause of approximately 7 seconds. Luo Tianwen's voice was careful, precise, describing something real. "The thread at that moment has a particular texture. It's what a decision looks like when it's been made before the person making it catches up. The thread was already tied when you started the pause. You're saying I didn't choose. I'm saying you chose 3 weeks before you acknowledged it. That's different." She paused. People prefer to locate the moment of choice at the decision point. But choices happen in smaller increments, in the quiet parts of weeks. She looked at her formation records. "The Dragon Memory Hall. Day 4 of your first visit." Fengling went still. "I'm not reading your mind. I'm reading the thread structure of how the choice formed. The day you stood in the memory hall changed the weight distribution of what you valued. Everything after that was already leaning." Luo Tianwen met her eyes. "I said what I said this morning because you were about to argue against a conclusion you'd already reached. Arguing against your own conclusions is exhausting. You don't have the energy for that right now." Fengling was quiet for a long time. Outside, the training sounds of Ruoyan's formation drill carried faintly through the library walls. "You're insufferable," she said finally. "Frequently," Luo Tianwen agreed. Fengling pulled out the chair across the table and sat down. "What do you see about tomorrow?" "A convergence I've been tracking for 3 days. The third-tier team will test the formation barrier at the southern approach. Their counterformation will be keyed to interrupt the right, but it needs sustained contact with the barrier to activate. If the barrier is continuously under pressure elsewhere, they can't maintain the contact long enough. You're describing a feint. I'm describing a thread structure. You're describing a feint. Both are accurate." Luo Tianwen tapped the formation record she'd been reading. Your draconic technique produces a pressure pattern that would serve well as the sustained distraction. I noted this when I observed your cultivation resonance this morning. You've been planning this since you arrived. I've been reading threads since I arrived. The planning component is recent. She turned the record toward Fengling so she could see the inscription she'd been studying. The palace's southern formation has a frequency gap at the junction of these two inscription sets. If someone exploits it from inside, they can redirect the barrier's pressure output outward rather than maintaining it as static defense. More effective as an active wall. Fengling looked at the inscription for a moment. Then she slid the record closer and studied it with the precision of a practitioner who knew formations through combat experience rather than theory. Your source material is wrong on this glyph, she said, pointing. The Crimson Scale Temple uses a variant. The stroke order matters. This version would collapse the redirect after 20 seconds. Luo Tianwen looked at the inscription. Looked at Fengling. Show me the correction. Fengling reached for the brush Luo Tianwen had been using. They worked in silence for the next hour. Fengling correcting the draconic technique's application to the formation inscription, Luo Tianwen integrating it into her threat analysis framework. Wei Liang passed the library doorway once and observed them without speaking. He noted what he saw and kept moving. Chapter 24. The thread that cannot lie. That evening, Luo Tianwen asked Wei Liang for a reading. He had come to the courtyard to check the chrysanthemum count, 12 petals now, the formation's response to 6 active bonds plus 1 unclaimed candidate in residence, and found her already there, sitting on the fountain's edge with her hands folded in her lap. A reading, he said. You're the most significant event structure in this region's recent history, and I have not read you yet. Her tone was factual. It's an obvious gap. What does a reading require from me? Nothing. I read threads, not minds. I don't need your cooperation. She paused. I'm asking because Wei Liang deserves to know what I do before I do it. He sat down across from her on the courtyard stone. The evening air carried the smell of the herb garden from Xiao Wuhan's cultivation plots, green and sharp. The formation shimmer at the perimeter was visible as a faint distortion, consistent. Luo Tianwen looked at him. Her eyes changed, a subtle shift, the focus moving from his face to something adjacent to it, or around it, or threaded through it. She was quiet for almost a minute. The seals on your meridians, she said. They are old. I know. They predate your birth. She said this carefully, watching his face. The formation work was done on the vessel before it was occupied. Someone built the seal structure into the architecture of your cultivation potential before you had any. Wei Liang kept his breathing even. He had suspected versions of this. Xiao Wuhan had mentioned the seals appeared protective rather than punitive, had said someone who loved you. But loved you implies a person who knew you. Predating your birth implies something older. Who, he said. Not a question exactly. A direction. I can't read that far back. The thread origin is outside my range. She paused. But I can read the seal structure's intent residue. The person who built it was precise, methodical. They were not afraid of what they were building, but they were afraid for it. Her voice dropped slightly, not softer but more careful. The structure is designed to release in sequence. Each seal is keyed to a specific cultivation lineage. The releasing event is voluntary bonding with a carrier of that lineage. She looked at him directly. You were built to receive these bonds, not as a vessel, as an inheritor. The courtyard fountain ran between them with a sound like old stone settling. Old Hollow knew, Wei Liang said. The steward was present when the protocol was designed. He was not permitted to tell you before sufficient bonds were active. She frowned slightly, the frown of someone accounting for a variable. There's a layer I can't fully read. The original architect of your seal structure. She used a formation language that's been extinct for several thousand years. I can read the intent. Not the name. Not the face. She didn't know about Jiu Wuling. The fragment from the Hall of Resonant Memory, the woman's voice. Wei Liang had not shared that outside his own mind. I know who she was, he said. Luo Tianwen looked at him with the first genuine surprise he had seen on her face. The Hall of Resonant Memory. Old Hollow offered from somewhere near the fountain pillar, not quite visibly present. He accessed the original master's archive 6 weeks ago. I should have anticipated this convergence. Luo Tianwen processed this for a moment. Then, she designed the successor protocol around a specific person, around a type. Sealed meridians, multiple lineage resonance, no sect. Wei Liang paused. She didn't know me. She built something that would select for me. That is not how formation protocols typically function. No. She was quiet again. The thread-reading expression had faded. She was just looking at him now, with the attention of someone who has encountered data that requires recategorizing. The woman who built the seal structure on your meridians designed it to be completed by exactly this sequence of voluntary bonds. She said it slowly. She didn't leave a legacy. She left a person. The words settled into the courtyard like a stone dropped into still water. Wei Liang had been turning the idea over for 6 weeks, since the Hall of Resonant Memory. He had not named it in those terms. A person was more weight than a vessel or an inheritor or even a successor. A person implied someone who had thought carefully about what they were making and decided it was worth making. He had not done anything with this information. He had carried it and continued working. Luo Tianwen studied him. You've known for weeks, and you haven't changed your approach. The work is the same either way. Most people would find that. She searched for the word, destabilizing. Maybe. But destabilization is expensive, and the third-tier team arrives tomorrow. He stood. Does the reading tell you anything about the 9th candidate? She blinked, recalibrating to the shift. 3 possible threads. All uncertain. None of them are in motion yet. When they move, I need to know. You'll know before you can act on it, she said, which was not exactly reassurance, but was exactly honest, and he found he preferred it. Chapter 25. The 7th Bond. The third-tier team arrived at dusk, not evening. There were 4 of them. They came to the southern approach in silence. No announcement, no communication. They had read the Void Iron Message's promise of no further communication and kept it. Wei Liang watched them from the formation barrier's interior as they assembled their counter-formation array in the dying light. Methodical, professional. The formation stones they carried were a type he hadn't seen before, dark gray and faintly warm, with an inner light that pulsed at irregular intervals. Xiao Wuhan appeared at his shoulder. Counter-frequency array. Keyed to disrupt voluntary bond formations at the Qi exchange phase. She watched the assembly with narrow eyes. If they activate it while a rite is in progress, the bond attempt fails. The consort candidate experiences the failure as rejection, the palace actively refusing them. She paused. Repeated rejection failures damage the candidate's cultivation base. Wei Liang looked at Luo Tianwen, who was standing at the southern formation junction with Fengling. Both of them studying the inscription Fengling had corrected the previous afternoon. How long to set up the array? He asked Xiao Wuhan. At their current pace, 40 minutes. Possibly 35. 35 minutes. We do it now, Wei Liang said. Before they're ready. He walked to the southern courtyard. Luo Tianwen and Fengling both looked up. The array disrupts voluntary bonds in progress, he said to Luo Tianwen. They need 35 minutes. We have less than that. She looked at him. Her expression did not change, but something in the thread reading focus shifted. She was reading her own situation now, he thought. The threads around her own next choice. You're asking me to decide in the next 5 minutes instead of the next several days, she said. I'm telling you the situation. The decision is yours. If I don't, the array activates, and the bond becomes impossible until they dismantle it. She said this as if reading it aloud from a text. And they won't dismantle it if they can prevent additional bonds indefinitely. Yes. And you're not trying to pressure me. I'm giving you accurate information. She was quiet for a count of 7. Wei Liang did not speak into the silence. Outside the barrier, one of the 4 specialists drove the first formation stone into the earth, and the dark gray light pulsed outward. I came here because the event current indicated this is where I belong next, she said. I came to verify that. I've spent a day reading the palace, the bonds, the people in them. She looked at the void chrysanthemums on the fountain. 12 petals, steady. The verification was positive. Luo Tianwen, don't make it a speech. She turned to face him. I know what the rite requires. Let's do it now. Old Hollow materialized his full construct form, something he reserved for formal occasions. The rite of accord was brief, structured, ancient in its form. An exchange of intent, a witness declaration, the palace's acknowledgement. Wei Liang had now performed it 6 times, and it was still not routine. The moment the bond sealed, there was always a physical reality to it, the sense of another mind added to the network, another thread woven into the formation the bonds collectively were building. The 7th seal shattered. The sensation was different this time. The previous 6 had released in waves: foundation forging, core formation, soul awakening. Each stage a qualitative shift. This one did not take him to a new stage. It completed the current one. Soul awakening, full stage. His spiritual sense had expanded with each bond. At mid-stage it had extended to the palace's walls, then to the exterior perimeter. Now it pressed further, past the formation barrier, across the approach ground, to the 4 specialists assembling their counter-array in the fading light. He could feel what they were doing. Not see, feel. The formation stones pulsed at a frequency that his expanded spiritual sense read as a particular kind of interference. He could feel where the disruption array was keyed and what it was designed to interrupt, and the exact mechanism by which it would fail if the southern barrier junction redirected its output outward. exactly as Luo Tianwen and Feng Ling had prepared it. He nodded at Feng Ling. She drove both hands against the Southern Junction inscription and pushed, the draconic technique in its corrected application, full pressure outward. The barrier's energy redirected in a wave. The specialist closest to the junction was thrown off her feet. 2 of the 4 formation stones cracked. The array's assembly faltered. Outside, the leader of the third-tier team looked at the barrier with the expression of someone recalculating a situation they had prepared for and finding it different from their preparation. Then she looked directly at the Southern Junction, through it, at Wei Liang, with a steadiness that told him she had done this before, that she had been sent because she was not the kind of person who broke when a plan failed. She did not speak. She picked up the 2 cracked stones, assessed the damage, and made a decision visible in the way she moved. Not a retreat, but a withdrawal. A deliberate pause. She was recalibrating. Wei Liang watched her go with the specialists at her back until they reached the treeline. They'll return, Ruoyan said from behind him. She had appeared without sound in the way she sometimes did, which Wei Liang had stopped remarking on. Yes, with different stones. Different approach. How long? Luo Tianwen answered. 3 days. The nearest resupply for that stone type is 3 days from here. She was standing beside the fountain, one hand resting on its edge, looking at the chrysanthemums. 13 petals now, a count Wei Liang had not seen before. Bai Rongshu is 4 days from here at standard travel. She paused. If someone meets them at the 2-day mark, it's 3 days total. Wei Liang did the calculation. 3 days for the specialists to regroup. 3 days to retrieve Bai Rongshu if someone moved now, tonight. Ruoyan, he said. I'll take 2 consorts and go now. She was already planning the route. Who do you want to keep here? Xiao Wuhan and Feng Ling. You take Yuma and Mei, Luo Tianwen said quietly. Ruoyan looked at her. The route between here and where Bai Rongshu currently is passes through the Pale Veil, sect's territorial edge. Luo Tianwen's voice was careful. UMA's presence neutralizes the threat there. Mei Chongsong's sound-out techniques are more useful on open terrain than in palace corridors. Ruoyan absorbed this without visible reaction to being redirected. She looked at Wei Liang. He nodded. There was movement after that. Preparation, supplies, formation guidance from Xiao Wuhan on the route's difficult sections. The palace's evening routines continued. Nu Huanling checking the beast wing, Bai Suling's kitchen sending warmth and the smell of restoration medicine across the inner courtyard. Luo Tianwen sat at the fountain and watched the 13th petal on the void chrysanthemum hold its shape against the cooling air. Wei Liang sat beside her after the departure preparations were done. 8 remaining, he said. 2 for Bai Rongshu. 6 here. Then the 9th. 7 remaining, she corrected. I'm already counted. A pause. Old Hollow's probability estimate for the 9th candidate has been wrong from the beginning. The event current for that seat is clearer than 62%, significantly clearer. It's just moving from an unusual direction. Which direction? She looked at the sky rather than him, which was, he had learned in the last 2 days, the posture she used when reading something she wasn't fully certain of. South, she said. And old. Very old. Older than the other 8 combined. The night settled around the void palace. 13 chrysanthemum petals burned black and steady in the courtyard fountain, counting a number the palace had not reached in 10,000 years, and somewhere to the south, something ancient and patient that had been waiting for exactly this moment was, at last, beginning to move. Chapter 26. The road between 3 days on foot through the shattered plains was not comfortable. The terrain was what it sounded like, fractured stone shelves tilted at angles that accumulated in the knees, interspersed with dried riverbeds whose dust rose with each step and settled in the throat. Qinran moved through it the way she moved through everything, at pace, reading the ground, noting the choke points. Xinyueme moved differently. Her ghost step technique lifted her partially out of physical contact with the terrain, so her feet landed lighter than her weight should allow, and the dust did not pursue her. She was not performing ease, it was simply how she traveled. Ruoyan had stopped finding it unsettling somewhere around the first day. Mei Chongsong walked between them and played nothing. Her guqin was strapped across her back, silent. She did not look like someone who had been instructed to be an asset on open terrain. She looked like someone following a direction she had accepted without argument. Ruoyan respected this. Chongsong never argued about assignments. She simply went. Bai Rongshu's signal is northeast, Ruoyan said. She was reading the formation guidance stone Xiao Wuhan had calibrated before departure, a flat chip that warmed when pointed toward an active formation master's work. The warmth had been growing for 2 days. 8 li half a day at current pace. There's a formation barrier ahead, Yueme said. Ruoyan had seen it. A line in the terrain where the dust rose at a different angle, a pressure differential, the kind that formation barriers created by redirecting ambient qi. Invisible to most practitioners unless they knew what to look for. Keyed to what? Aggression signatures. UMA's voice was neutral. Standard defensive perimeter for someone who expects to be found and wants to screen visitors. That's by Rongshu's work, Ruoyan said. If the candidate was already building defensive perimeters in the open countryside, she was already aware of the risk. Useful. They stopped at the barrier's edge. Ruoyan pressed her palm against the invisible qi wall. The formation read her cultivation level, her intent, her armament status. A competent formation master could build a barrier that distinguished between a practitioner arriving at rest and one arriving prepared to fight. This one did. The barrier did not release. Hostile reading, UMA observed. We're unknown to the barrier's key, Ruoyan said. Expected. She looked at the formation's construction. She could see the broad structure of it now that she was close enough. Overlapping fields, staggered release triggers, a secondary collapse layer that would activate if the primary field was breached by force. Careful work. Someone who expected sophisticated opponents. She raised her voice toward the barrier, aimed northeast. Qin Ruan, general designation, 7 active void palace bonds. I'm here to talk. Silence. The dust shifted. Then a voice from the east, not projected. An actual person walking through the plane who had been motionless until now, close enough to have been watching them for some time. 7 bonds. The woman who emerged from behind a broken stone shelf was perhaps 35, wearing the kind of travel clothes that had been repaired so many times they'd become a documentation of where they'd been. She carried nothing visible, but Ruan could see the formation stone rings on both hands. A formation master's working tools worn as constant equipment rather than carried in a pack. Her eyes went from Ruoyan to Yueme to Chongsong with the systematic attention of someone assessing threat vectors. Show me the bond signature, she said. Not if you don't mind, or I'd like to see. A technical request, stated as such. Ruoyan pulled down her collar to show the bond mark at her collarbone. The palace's formation signature, unique to each bonded consort, a pattern that Xiao Wuhan had documented as uncopyable without the palace's active participation. The formation stones on the woman's rings lit faintly. 3 of you, she said. 7 active bonds at the palace. We were sent to find you. Ruoyan let her hand drop. By Rongshu. Yes. The woman looked at Yueme. Ghost cultivator. Shen Yueme. Pale Veil lineage. No current sect affiliation. The Pale Veil territory is 12 li west. I've been avoiding it for 2 weeks. She paused. Someone from that faction has been asking questions about the Void Palace's formation language. They identified me as a potential source of information 3 days ago. She looked at Ruoyan. The Jade Succession Protocol's 3rd-tier team reached out to me before I left my last contract site. 13 days ago. Ruoyan processed this. 13 days. Before Wei Liang's meeting with Kongju. They identified you that far back, she said. I identified the Void Palace's formation signature in a regional survey 2 months ago. I filed the identification in a Formation Masters Guild record. Her tone was undefended about this, a professional noting a professional mistake. The Guild shares assessments with 3 major organizations. One of those organizations is affiliated with the Jade Succession Protocol. A pause. I learned this approximately 8 hours after I filed the record. You've been traveling to avoid them. I've been completing my current contract while implementing aggressive evasion. She said this without apparent embarrassment. The formations were a professional obligation. The evasion was a separate problem being handled in parallel. The contract is done. I was deciding what to do next when your guidance signal entered my barrier range 2 days ago. Ruoyan looked at her. You've been tracking us for 2 days. I track everything that enters my perimeter. Standard practice. She tilted her head at Ruoyan's expression. You would have done the same. This was probably true. The Void Palace wants to speak with you, Ruoyan said. Specifically, the Palace Master does. About the right of accord. Bai Rongshu looked northeast, in the direction of the Void Palace, which was still 2 days' travel away. Her formation rings cycled through a slow pulse, and Ruoyan had the impression of a very organized mind running a calculation. The formation language I identified in the survey, she said. Tier 0 variant. Pre-civilization inscription methods. I have not seen authentic examples outside of theoretical literature. She paused. The palace uses them for its primary formation backbone. It does. I need to see that in person before I make any decisions. Then walk with us, Ruoyan said. The barrier behind them dropped without ceremony. Bai Rongshu fell into step at the group's left flank, and Ruoyan noted without comment that she positioned herself at the angle that gave the best sight lines on all 3 of them simultaneously. A professional habit. Ruoyan found it more reassuring than not. Chapter 27. What Bai Rongshu carries they made camp at the second evening in a hollow behind a stone shelf that Bai Rongshu selected with the quick decisiveness of someone who had spent years choosing defensible campsites alone. The formation stones on her rings were active from the moment they stopped moving. A perimeter ward completed in 4 minutes, faster than anything Ruoyan had seen outside a military formation core. Formation forging peak, Ruoyan said, not quite a question. Core formation early. Bai Rongshu corrected, setting the final ward stone. My breakthrough happened 6 months ago. I haven't had time to adjust my technique speed yet. Most core formation practitioners work slower than you, not faster. Most core formation practitioners trained in a sect environment with adequate supervision and support infrastructure. She sat back and brushed dust from her knees. I trained working contracts. Speed was the difference between clients who paid and clients who found someone else. Yuame had settled at the camp's eastern edge with her hands folded in her lap, cultivating, or what looked like cultivating. It was hard to tell with ghost practitioners, who sometimes just appeared to be sitting in silence while doing something invisible. She had said little during the day's travel. Bai Rongshu had not asked her to speak. They had developed a mutual professional acknowledgement in the space of 8 hours that Ruoyan found more efficient than most people's 3-week relationships. Changsong was at the western edge, and after a while she took the guqin off her back. She did not play anything recognizable. She played the terrain. The sound of wind moving over fractured stone had a specific frequency, and she was finding the harmonics in it, adding notes underneath that made the ambient sound more comfortable to hear. Ruoyan had never thought of outdoor sound as uncomfortable until she heard it stop being so. Bai Rongshu looked at Changsong with technical interest. Sound Dao formation work. She's using the terrain's acoustic geometry as an amplifier. She doesn't call it formation work. No, but that's what it is. She paused. The formation language I identified in the Void Palace survey, the pre-civilization variant. It uses sound frequency notation as part of the inscription methodology. I assumed it was symbolic. If the palace has a sound Dao consort, the inscriptions are literal. She looked at Ruoyan. What are the other 5 bonds? Ruoyan listed them the way she listed troop compositions, efficiently, without embellishment. Dragon line, ghost line, beast bond, cook alchemist, scholar researcher, fate reader. Bai Rongshu was quiet for a moment. 9 lineages. The palace's backbone formation requires 9 distinct chi-type inputs for full function. A formation designed to require 9 inputs is the most stable architecture possible because it cannot be replicated or hijacked with fewer. She was thinking aloud now, the technical precision of her speech loosening slightly as the analysis overtook the presentation. Which means the palace isn't just growing stronger with each bond. It's completing a structural integrity it was always designed for. The existing 30 or 40% functionality isn't capacity. It's partial assembly. Yes, Ruoyan said. And the full 9-input assembly would be. She stopped. She looked at the camp's ward perimeter she had built, then at the sky in the direction of the Void Palace. Theoretically impossible. By any formation standard I've studied. The integration load alone. She stopped again. What is the Palace Master's cultivation base? Ask him yourself. Bai Rongshu accepted this without argument. She turned back to the ward perimeter and made a small adjustment to the 3rd stone that Ruoyan's eyes couldn't follow. Ruoyan thought about the question she'd been asked and the answer she hadn't given. Wei Liang at Soul Awakening full stage, with 7 distinct cultivation lineage inputs processing simultaneously through sealed meridians that had been designed for this exact architecture. What was his cultivation base? She didn't know the right word for it. She knew that when she'd stood in the courtyard with him against Kong Ju's assessment team, the formation resonance of 7 bonds around one person had felt less like power and more like pressure. The kind of pressure that stone accumulates over geological time, that doesn't express as violence, but as the absolute inability to be moved. She filed this away and did not say it. 2 more days, she said instead. Get some rest. Bai Rongshu did not look like someone who rested on command. But she lay back and closed her eyes, and the formation stones on her rings cycled in a slow, automatic pulse. A practitioner so integrated with their tools that their instruments continued working even when they slept. In the eastern silence, Yuame opened her eyes and watched the stars with the attention of someone reading them. Chapter 28. At rest, at watch the palace without Ruoyan was quieter, not calmer. Xiao Wuhan's research chamber maintained a continuous undercurrent of soft impacts as she worked through whatever experiment was in progress, and New Huanling's beast wing produced the ambient noise of 40 spirit animals at various stages of activity and rest. But quieter in the way that a room is quieter when the person who makes decisions is absent. Other people filled the space differently, with their own particular weights. Fengling had spent the first day running formation drills with the palace's defensive array, the same sets repeated at increasing intensity until Old Hollow quietly noted that the Western array's response time had improved by 11%, and Fengling stopped, because further repetition would have diminishing returns rather than because she was tired. Luo Tianwen sat in the courtyard for most of the second day. She was reading threads, Wei Liang understood, doing the work that she did in the posture of someone doing nothing. Occasionally, she would write something in a small notebook with the ink brush she wore in her hair. On the second afternoon, Wei Liang sat across from her. "How much of what you read is certain?" he asked. She considered the question with the care she gave all questions, which was the same care she gave uninteresting facts. Total, unhurried. The thread structure shows what choices are building toward, not what the choices will be. She turned a page in the notebook. The further from the present, the more threads are available, but the less any single one is weighted. Near-term threads have fewer options and higher certainty. Long-term threads have many options and almost no certainty. Then what's the value of long-term reading? Pattern recognition. Individual long-term threads are unreliable. But if 30 threads all bend in the same direction at the same point in time, she paused. Something significant is organizing at that point. Something with enough weight to pull many futures toward it. She looked at him. "The ninth candidate. Tell me, all threads I can see, every reading I do, for every person in this palace, for the situation at large, the ninth candidate appears in the same relative position. At the end, as the resolution." She was precise about this, no drama in her voice. Not as a problem to be solved. As an answer to a question the palace has been holding. Wei Liang thought about the Hall of Resonant Memory. "Hold the throne until they come back." "How long?" he asked. "Days, not weeks." She closed the notebook. "The third-tier team returns tomorrow. Whatever happens with them will happen before she arrives." This was the first time Luo Tianwen had used a gendered pronoun for the ninth candidate. Wei Liang noted it and did not point it out. Some threads were for the reader to share on their own schedule. Fengling found him in the corridor an hour later. She was carrying the formation analysis notes she'd been studying with Luo Tianwen, pages of inscription corrections in her hand, and she had the expression of someone who had prepared a statement and was now deciding whether to deliver it. "The third-tier team's counterformation uses a frequency gap at the junction of our southern and eastern barrier fields," she said. Luo Tianwen identified it. "I confirmed it. Xiao Wuhan is building a seal for the gap." She held out the pages. "These are the correction specifications." He took them. The work was thorough, layered, and represented the combined skills of a draconic body-tempering cultivator, a fate reader, and a forbidden art scholar working on a problem that required all three. He looked at the pages without speaking. Luo Tianwen's approach was right, Fengling said. The words came out with the particular flatness of someone reporting an accurate assessment they found mildly inconvenient. "She reads the formation structure in a way I don't. The draconic technique application was mine. The combination works. I can see that. I'm not asking for acknowledgement. I'm informing you of the status." She turned to leave, then stopped. "She told me the thread for the third-tier team tomorrow shows them arriving with 6 operatives and the upgraded counterformation stones. She says the gap seal Xiao Wuhan is building will hold. Does she say it with certainty or probability?" Fengling paused. She said, "The thread is weighted heavily toward success if the gap seal is complete before dawn." A beat. Then she said Xiao Wuhan was already aware of this and had adjusted her timeline accordingly. Without being told. How did she know Xiao Wuhan had already adjusted? "I asked that." Fengling's voice had a quality that was almost amused, though she would have denied it. She said, "Because that's what Xiao Wuhan does. The thread structure reflects the character." And then she went back to reading. She left. Wei Liang looked at the formation correction pages in his hands and thought about what it meant to build a network of people who were competent enough to solve problems he hadn't yet identified. He went to check on Xiao Wuhan's progress. The gap seal was 3/4 complete. She did not look up when he entered. "Before dawn," he said. "Obviously," she said, and kept working. Chapter 29, Nascent Soul Ruins group arrived at the 2.5-day mark. Half a day early, which meant they had pushed pace on the last stretch. Wei Liang met them at the eastern gate. Bai Rongshu entered the palace with her formation rings actively reading and her eyes moving through the construction with the professional sweep of someone doing an immediate assessment. She stopped at the first load-bearing corridor and stared at the inscription carved into the wall for 4 full seconds. "Pre-civilization Tier 0 formation language," she said, not to anyone in particular. "Authentic, not derivative." She moved to the next inscription. "The formation backbone is using a recursive self-reinforcing architecture that shouldn't be structurally stable under active chi flow." Another pause. It's stable because the qi inputs are modulated through 9 distinct lineages simultaneously, which distributes the load across incompatible frequencies in a way that, she stopped. The incompatibility is the structural mechanism. The different frequencies in tension with each other create the stability. Yes, Old Hollow said, appearing at the corridor's end with the serene patience of someone who had explained this many times to many people across many centuries. You are the first visitor to identify this independently without being told. Bai Rongshu looked at the steward construct with the expression she used for encountering genuine technical novelty. You're a formation construct. Pre-civilization design. I have operated since the palace's founding. She looked at Wei Liang. The formation backbone requires 9 distinct input lineages for full function. Yes. You have 7 active bonds. 8, if you accept the right. She was quiet for a moment. Her formation rings cycled through their slow pulse. She walked another 10 paces down the corridor and examined a 3rd inscription, then a 4th, then turned and came back to stand in front of Wei Liang. I have not had a sect since I was 19, she said. My sect's formation tower was destroyed in a resource dispute between 2 families who considered my sect's territory convenient. Every formation master in my generation scattered. She said this without bitterness, the tone of someone describing the origin of a professional condition rather than a personal injury. I have worked alone since then by preference. Not because I dislike people. Because structures fail and people inside them fail with them. Wei Liang did not argue with this. He waited. The palace is a structure, she said. A significantly more sophisticated structure than anything I've previously encountered, with a formation architecture that would take me years to fully map. She paused. The right of accord is a voluntary bond. It cannot be broken by external force. It can only be dissolved by mutual agreement. Correct. The palace cannot be destroyed while 9 bonds are active. Old Hollow confirmed this when I asked him in the corridor. He's generally reliable. She looked at him for a long moment. There was something almost computational in her expression, not cold, but systematic. She was running a final calculation. I have conditions. State them. She named 3. Access to the full formation backbone documentation. The right to repair and modify any formation work within the palace with notification but not prior approval, and an honest answer to 1 question. Wei Liang agreed to the first 2 without negotiation. On the 3rd, ask. The sealed meridians, she said. They were designed. By whom and for what? He told her about Jiu Wuling. Not the full account, the shape of it. A woman who built the palace 10,000 years ago and designed a successor protocol for after her death, sealing 9 cultivation lineages into the meridians of a person who would not exist for millennia, so that when that person arrived and built the right network, the palace could complete itself. Bai Rongshu processed this in silence. The formation work required to implement a meridian seal of that design, she said slowly, with 9 distinct lineage keys and sequential release triggers, would take an ordinary formation master several lifetimes. A pause. Jiu Wuling did it in 1, and it held for 10,000 years. Yes. She looked at the wall inscription again. Then, I accept the right. The 8th bond sealed with a sound like stone finding its place, a deep, physical resonance that moved through the palace's formation backbone in a visible wave, the inscription glyphs on the corridor walls lighting in sequence from the bonding chamber outward. Bai Rongshu's eyes widened slightly as the formation language opened to her, not just readable, but navigable, the way a hallway opens to someone handed a key. The 8th seal on Wei Liang's meridian shattered. The world became larger. Not in any literal sense. In the sense that his spiritual sense, which its soul awakening had expanded to press against the palace's exterior perimeter, now punched through it and kept going. He felt the eastern approach, the broken stone shelf where Royan's group had spent the 2nd night, the Pale Veil sect's territorial marker 12 Li West, all of it present in his awareness with the clarity of something seen rather than sensed. And then his nascent soul separated. Not fully, not the controlled projection that nascent manifestation mastery allowed. An involuntary first emergence, the way a person's first step is not graceful. His nascent soul projected outward from his body and immediately destabilized, the 9 lineage integration too new for the separation to hold steady. He lurched. Ruoyan caught him before he hit the wall. Advancement, she said. Not a question, an assessment. Nascent manifestation. His voice came out slightly unsteady. The nascent soul had snapped back to his body, but the recoil left his ears ringing and the corridor feeling briefly distant, as if he were seeing it through water. Early stage. The projection isn't stable yet. How long? Old Hollow, he said. Days, Old Hollow answered. The integration requires practice. The good news is that the projection will stabilize faster with each attempt. The difficulty is that until it does, projecting puts significant strain on the body-soul connection. A pause that contains something old hollow almost never allowed in his tone. Concern. Do not attempt projection again today. Ruoyan looked at him with the expression she used for tactical situations that had new constraints. You can't fight at full capacity. No. He steadied himself against the wall. His fingers had gone cold at the tips, and his heartbeat was running slightly too fast. I can plan at full capacity. The third-tier team returns tomorrow. Yes, but Xiao Wuhan's gap seal will be complete. He looked at Bai Rongshu, who was reading the inscription sequence that had lit during the bonding with intense concentration and had not stopped reading it. Can you reinforce the seal from the outside? Working with Xiao Wuhan. She looked up. Show me Xiao Wuhan's work. He did. He moved carefully down the corridor, one hand touching the wall when the ringing in his ears surged, and did not acknowledge any of it. The palace at 8 bonds felt different, not just stronger, but more coherent, as if 8 distinct voices had found a harmony they had been approaching across many chapters. One more, and the throne could be claimed. He thought of Luo Tianwen looking south. Asterisk old. Very old. Asterisk he kept moving. Chapter 30. What returns in the night? The third-tier team came back at midnight. 6 operatives this time, as Luo Tianwen had read. They approached the southern entry with the coordination of people who had received a full briefing between their 2 visits. Movements clean, spacing deliberate, no hesitation at the barrier's outer edge. The upgraded formation stones were a deeper black than the previous set, their inner light pulsing at a frequency that made the barrier's chi shimmer slightly when they were placed within range. Xiao Wuhan had completed the gap seal at the 3rd hour of evening. She had briefed Wei Liang on its function in 7 sentences, which was about as brief as she ever got when describing her own work. The seal was not a block but a redirect, designed to absorb the counterformation's frequency output and channel it back through the barrier's own structure, where it would dissipate as heat rather than disruption. The counterformation stones needed sustained contact with the original gap to activate. Without the gap, they were expensive paperweights. Wei Liang watched from the formation barrier's interior as the 6 operatives placed their stones. He could feel them working. The nascent manifestation state had given him an awareness of formation activity within his expanded spiritual sense range that he was still mapping. Every chi interaction in the approach area was present to him as pressure, direction, and intent. The counterformation stones went down in the sequence designed to exploit the gap. They found the gap sealed. He felt the moment they registered the seal, a brief pause in the placement rhythm, the cultivators recalibrating. The team leader knelt and examined the gap seal directly. She spent 40 seconds on this. Wei Liang watched her hands move against the formation work and felt her reading it, the way he had once felt Kong Ju reading the courtyard during his assessment visit. She stood. She looked at the barrier. He had not yet attempted a nascent soul projection since the involuntary emergence during Bai Rongshu's bonding. His body-soul connection was still settling, the new stage's architecture integrating in ways that Old Hollow had compared to a freshly built formation backbone that needed time to stabilize before being tested under load. He had agreed not to force the projection. He did it anyway. The decision was operational. The team leader was reading the barrier with the focused attention of someone looking for the next gap, and Wei Liang needed her to understand that the gap-seeking approach was no longer viable, not just sealed but actively monitored. He projected his nascent soul outward through the barrier. It was worse than the first time. The separation hit his body like a cold front. His temperature dropped sharply, his vision narrowed at the edges, and the ringing in his ears from yesterday returned at twice the intensity. His nascent soul extended through the formation barrier and resolved into a shape that was recognizably his, present in the air 4 paces beyond the outer wall, visible to spiritual sense as a second Wei Liang made of pale qi. The 6 operatives saw it. The team leader did not flinch. She was, as she had been at their first meeting, someone who processed unexpected information without performing a reaction. She looked at the nascent soul projection with professional assessment. Wei Liang, speaking through the projection, which carried voice imperfectly, the words arriving slightly delayed and with an acoustic quality like sound through thin stone, said, "The gap is sealed. The counterformation can't key to the barrier frequency through the new material. You'd need to dismantle Bai Rongshu's reinforcement work first, and she's watching it from the inside." The team leader said, "You're straining to maintain that." "Yes. No point denying the visible evidence. But the operational point stands." She looked at him, at the projection, for a long moment. Then she looked at the barrier itself. Then at the formation stones her team had placed, which were doing nothing useful now that the gap was sealed. "We're not here to destroy the palace," she said. She had the tone of someone clarifying a misunderstanding that had been allowed to persist too long. We're here to prevent an uncontrolled anchor event from destabilizing the regional chi structure. The palace isn't destabilizing the regional chi structure. 8 bonds active and growing. An uncontrolled 9-bond formation at Tier 1 anchor strength historically. I know the historical cases. He did. Xiao Wuhan had documented 4 of them. 3 of the 4 historical cases were involuntary bond formations, not voluntary. The structural difference between a voluntary 9-bond configuration and a forced or accidental one is the difference between a formation backbone and a formation collapse. He held the projection steady through the ringing, through the cold working up his arms. The 9th bond is voluntary. When it seals, the palace will stabilize, not escalate. Your organization's concern is legitimate, and the answer to it is to let the process complete. The team leader was quiet for a moment. You're asking us to stand down. I'm telling you the mechanism. You can stand down, or you can continue attempting to interrupt the voluntary formation process and spend the next month being repelled from an increasingly stable Tier 1 formation by someone who has 8 practitioners' worth of lineage techniques available and nothing to do but get better at using them. He paused. The first option cost you nothing. The second option will cost you operatives. She looked at him for 4 more seconds. Then she looked at her team. Something passed between them that Wei Liang, watching through the projection, could not read. 24 hours, she said. I'll send a report. The third-tier authority makes the final decision, not me. The projection collapsed. Wei Liang came back to himself in the inner courtyard, one knee on the ground and both hands pressed against the stone because the cold had worked into his arms to the elbow, and the ringing had become a low constant pressure behind his eyes. Fengling was already beside him. She had been watching from the eastern wall and had moved when the projection destabilized. She did not say anything about the state he was in. She put one hand on his shoulder, and the draconic warmth she used for body tempering came through the contact. Not healing, just stabilization, the way a hot stone pressed against cold hands brings circulation back. She said 24 hours, Wei Liang said. I heard. Fengling's voice was even. Luo Tianwen. Luo Tianwen had appeared at the courtyard entrance. She had the notebook open. The 9th candidate is within 2 days' travel. She looked at Wei Liang. The 24-hour delay gives her time to arrive. A pause. And the team leader's report will recommend standing down. The thread structure on her decision is clear. You read her? I've been reading her since the first visit. She closed the notebook. She did not want to come here. I said so before she arrived. She did not want to come because she could already see that the palace's process was proceeding correctly. She looked at Wei Liang directly. She was sent to give you a real chance to comply before escalating. Compliance looked like, demonstrate the 9th bond is truly voluntary, not compelled. She has seen enough tonight to write a credible stand-down recommendation. Wei Liang processed this from the ground, which was where he was still sitting because standing felt ambitious. You could have told me this before I projected, he said. You would have done it anyway. The decision was correct. She paused. The cost was also correct. You need to understand the projection's limits under strain before the 9th bond arrives. You now know them precisely. He looked at the chrysanthemums. 13 petals, steady as ever. 2 days, he said. Perhaps less, Luo Tunwen said, and looked south, where the night was dark and very old, and moving. Chapter 31. The day after Wei Liang spent the morning unable to raise his arms above his shoulders. This was a practical limitation. He noted it, adjusted his plans, and continued working. The projection's physical cost had settled into the shoulder joints and the muscles along his neck, a deep ache that by Suling's restorative tea addressed in a partial and insufficient way. He drank 3 cups and felt the ache reduced to something ignorable. Bai Rongshu had been in the formation backbone since before dawn. He found her in the lower corridor at the 7th hour, kneeling in front of a wall inscription that had been sealed behind a secondary formation layer since the palace's initial restoration. The seal was Xiao Wuhan's work, a research reserve, areas held for later study. Bai Rongshu had not opened the seal. She was reading it from the outside, her formation rings cycling through their slow pulse, her whole attention on the inscription's edge where the sealed layer met the primary formation. You can ask Xiao Wuhan to open it, Wei Liang said. I prefer to read what I can reach without asking for keys first. It tells me what the sealer was thinking. She did not look up. Xiao Wuhan sealed this because the inscription underneath is partially degraded. She didn't want the degradation to propagate during the formation backbone's active phase. The seal is a containment measure, not a research reserve. A pause. The degraded inscription is reparable. 48 hours of work, possibly 60. The repair would add roughly 12% structural capacity to this corridor's formation load. Add it to your list. I have a list. She glanced at him then. A quick assessment of his physical state with the same precision she used on formation walls. You're compensating for shoulder joint damage. The projection recoil settled in the levator scapulae. Yes. Bisuling has a restorative compound that addresses deep muscle tissue specifically. She made it for Royan after the second defensive engagement in step 1. It works faster than the T. She looked back at the inscription. I spoke to her this morning. The compound is in the kitchen, labeled. Wei Liang had not asked her to handle this. She had done it independently, before he was aware it needed handling, because it was an operational problem in her environment, and she addressed operational problems. He filed this away and went to the kitchen. The palace at 8 bonds moved differently. He had noticed this in the hours since by Rongshu's bonding. Not the formation's response, which he had expected, but the way the people in it moved. Bai Rongshu had been exploring the formation backbone since before dawn, because the formation backbone was now accessible to her, and she treated accessible problems as problems to be worked. Bisuling had made a restorative compound for his shoulder before he knew his shoulder needed it, because that was who Bisuling was. She attended to what people needed before they asked, which was, Wei Liang had understood for some time, a form of care that operated on the same frequency as his own. Nu Huanling was in the beast wing with her animals, which was where she was every morning, but the way she moved through the wing had changed since the 8th bond. There was less vigilance in it. She still tracked every approach vector and monitored the animals' behavioral cues with military precision, but the monitoring had a different quality, less like security and more like belonging. Mei Chongsong was in the music hall. He could hear her through the palace's corridors. She was playing something that had no name he could assign it. Not a composition, not an exercise, just the particular sound of someone working through an idea in real time, trying intervals, returning to a base phrase, moving outward again. The palace's formation amplified it in the way it amplified everything now, turning the sound into something that moved through the stone walls and arrived in other rooms as a vibration beneath the floor. Fengling found him in the kitchen doorway. You're listening to Chongsong, she said, which was an observation, not an accusation. She plays differently since the 8th bond. Fengling considered this. She plays like someone who is not expecting to lose the hall. A pause. There is a difference. Wei Liang did not answer, because she was right, and she knew she was right, and he did not need to confirm it. He took the labeled compound from the kitchen shelf and worked it into his shoulder joints the way Bisuling's instructions specified. The ache dropped away in 4 minutes. He rotated his shoulders. Full range of motion returned. The 9th candidate, Fengling said. Luo Tianwen says she'll arrive before tomorrow evening. Yes. Is there anything to prepare? He thought about this. For the previous 8 bonds, there had been things to prepare. Tactical positions, information packets, countermeasures against antagonists who were moving toward the same candidates. For the 9th, Luo Tianwen had said the thread was clear. She would come from the south. She was old and purposeful. She already intended to be here. Not this time, he said. Fengling looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to say something. She said it. You trust the reading. I trust Luo Tianwen's assessment. That's the same thing. He looked at the kitchen. Bisuling had left the morning's restorative materials arranged on the counter with a precision that had its own aesthetic, not decorative, just the natural order of someone who understood that organized tools are faster tools. He thought about what Fengling had said and did not disagree with it. Rest today, Fengling said, and left without pressing the point. He did not rest, but he worked at a pace that accounted for his shoulders, and that was close enough. Chapter 32. The stand down. The authorization arrived at midday. Not a message through the formation barrier. An actual written document on official material, delivered by a single courier who stopped at the outer perimeter, left the document weighted down with a formation stone at the barrier's edge, and departed without attempting contact. Wei Liang retrieved it through a small aperture in the formation wall. The language was formal and brief. The third-tier response assigned to Void Palace Site Reference 77T was being recalled effective immediately, pending review of the site assessment filed by Team Lead Operative. Assessment had determined that the palace's anchor event development was proceeding through voluntary mechanisms consistent with historical precedents classified as self-stabilizing rather than destabilizing. Continued intervention was assessed as likely to increase regional qi instability rather than reduce it. Site reference 77T was reclassified from active intervention to observation only. Xiao Wuhan read it over his shoulder. They were never planning to destroy the palace, she said. Kong Ju's escalation report triggered an automated response protocol. The team was sent to assess whether the protocol was warranted. It wasn't. Kong Ju knew this when he told me about the 3 candidates, Wei Liang said. He was giving you a timeline to work against. If you moved fast enough to add bonds before the team returned with their assessment, The assessment would find more bonds than the protocol expected, which would make the stand-down recommendation easier to justify. She paused. He was telling you how to make the protocol stand down without fighting it. Wei Liang had reached the same conclusion. Kong Ju had sat across from him in the courtyard and told him precisely what the Jade Succession Protocol would do and when. And then he had told him which candidates were being targeted, and then he had left. Not because he had forgotten his organization's interests, because he had interests of his own. He went to find Luo Tianwen. She was in the courtyard, looking south. The void chrysanthemums had gained a 14th petal sometime in the last hour. He had not been watching them closely enough to see when. Kong Ju, he said. His thread has been pulling in an unexpected direction for weeks. She did not look at him. She was tracking something in the distance, something that occupied the portion of her attention that ran deeper than conversation. He is not a straightforward member of his organization. He joined it for reasons that are not the same as the organization's stated goals. A pause. He will appear again. The thread is clear on that. What he does when he appears is less clear. And the 9th candidate. She crossed the shattered plain's southern edge this morning. Now Luo Tianwen turned. There was something in her expression that was different from her usual read and report, something quieter. She has been walking toward this palace for 30 years. Wei Liang let this settle. 30 years. She knew the palace existed before most of the current cultivating world was born. She has been moving toward it since a vision she received at the Undying Ember Temple during her 3rd decade of cultivation. Luo Tianwen looked at the chrysanthemums. The vision told her when the throne would call for the 9th bond. She has spent 30 years positioning herself to arrive at the correct time. She did not hurry. She did not delay. A pause. She is exactly on schedule. The palace was quiet around them. The music from the music hall had stopped. Not finished, just paused, in the way of someone who had caught a thought and was holding it. What do I need to know about her? Wei Liang asked. She is older than this conversation can contain. Luo Tianwen said it carefully, weighing each word. The thread I read around her is unlike the other 8. It's not that she's more significant. Each bond is equal to the palace's structure. It's that her thread is longer. It goes further back than anyone in this palace, further back than this generation of cultivators. She remembers things that other practitioners have only read about. She knew Jia Wuling? Not directly. She was born after the palace's fall. Luo Tianwen paused. But she was taught by someone who was taught by someone who had seen it. The Flame Dao lineage has a long memory. Wei Liang looked at the 14th petal. The chrysanthemums had never been wrong about the formation state. They were the palace's own expression of its stability, more reliable than any measurement Old Hollow could provide, because they were not a measurement, they were the thing itself. 14 petals. One more, and the count he had been building toward was complete. She'll be here before tomorrow evening, he said. Before tonight, Luo Tianwen said. The thread is accelerating. Chapter 33. The 9th approaches the palace new before anyone else. Wei Liang was in the throne room when it began. The room at the palace's center that had been accessible since the 8th bond, but which he had entered only twice, both times briefly. The cracked throne stood at the room's end, and it had always felt like a problem, a physical representation of what was incomplete, what could not function until 9 bonds were active. He had come in the evening to sit with it the way you sit with a problem you have not yet solved. The throne shivered. Not a tremor, something more specific. A resonance moving through the stone in a frequency his nascent manifestation senses could feel, but not name. The crack running down the throne's center did not close, but the stone on either side of it warmed, and the dust on the throne's surface lifted fractionally and settled in a different arrangement. Old Hollow appeared at the doorway. She's at the outer perimeter, he said. She didn't enter through the spatial crack. She came through the formation barrier directly. She passed through the barrier. She didn't break it. She simply moved through the frequency spaces. A pause. Old Hollow's voice had a quality Wei Liang had not heard in it before. Something that was not quite reverence and not quite recognition. The palace let her through. I did not instruct the formation to admit her. The palace recognized her lineage independently. Wei Liang stood. He walked through the palace's corridors toward the main courtyard. As he walked, he noticed the consorts converging from different directions, not because they had been called, but because the palace had shifted in a way that each of them felt through their bond. Fengling from the Draconic Gallery. Yueme from the Ghost Archive. Nu Huanling from the Beast Wing, with the Voidlink's pup padding silently at her heel. They arrived at the courtyard entrance and stopped. The woman standing at the courtyard center was not old in the way that years make a person old. She was ageless in the way that a mountain is ageless. Her face unlined, her posture without effort, her presence registering to Wei Liang's nascent manifestation senses not as threat, but as depth, like standing at a cliff's edge and looking down into something that went further than vision could reach. She was dressed in the colors of embers, deep red and gray and the orange of flame that is burned down to its most essential. She carried nothing but a small jade tablet at her belt, worn smooth by handling. She was looking at the void chrysanthemums. Not with surprise, with recognition. 14, she said. The last count before the first throne binding was 14. She looked up from the flowers and found Wei Liang's face without searching. I counted 11 in a vision 30 years ago and thought the count was final. It seems someone was still growing. Her voice was the kind of voice that a person develops over a very long time, speaking very carefully, precise and warm simultaneously, the way embers are precise about their heat. Wei Liang looked at her. He had prepared nothing to say. He said, "You're earlier than I expected." The shattered planes move faster when the throne is calling. She looked at the courtyard, at the 8 consorts who had gathered, at Old Hollow hovering near the corridor entrance, at the palace's restored walls with their formation shimmer running at almost full strength. Something moved through her expression that was private and brief, like a door opening and closing. "It is much the same as I was told it would be, and entirely different." "What were you told?" "That there would be a wanderer with no sect, no name worth announcing, and a sealed cultivation base that had been waiting its whole life to be opened." Her eyes came back to him. "That the people around him would be worth knowing." A pause. "That the palace would smell like good food." From the kitchen wing, carried on the evening air, the smell of Bai Suling's restorative compound, and something that was being prepared for dinner. Bai Suling appeared at the kitchen doorway and looked at the woman in the courtyard. Then she looked at Wei Liang with an expression of concentrated attention. "She's been here before," she said. "Not here. But her chi signature has the same resonance as the memory herbs in the North Garden." "Old memory." "Very old. The herbs were planted by the original cultivation lines," Old Hollow said softly. "The Flame Dao line maintained the garden. The resonance carries." "The woman, Ran Xinghua," Wei Liang thought, the name arriving from the fragmented memory of the original master's archive. "This is who she is." Looked at the garden the herb kitchen adjoined, and was quiet for a moment. "I would like," she said, with the deliberate simplicity of someone who had waited 30 years for a specific conversation and was finally having it, "to speak with you properly, before any decisions are made." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Come inside." Chapter 34. What 30 years carries they sat in the Hall of Resonant Memory. Wei Liang had brought her here because it was the only room in the palace that held something older than the current generation, and she was the only visitor who would understand it fully. The hall's walls held the accumulated memory of every person who had lived and practiced here. Incomplete, fragmentary, but real in the way that old stone is real. Ran Xinghua looked at the walls with the attention she had given the chrysanthemums. Recognition, not awe. "I can hear the Flame Dao archive," she said. "It's thin. Most of the original practitioners died before they could contribute significantly." She placed one hand flat against the wall and closed her eyes for a moment. "There is one here I knew. Indirectly. Through her student's student." She opened her eyes. "She died during the palace's fall. She was 43. Wei Liang said nothing. "I am not telling you this for sympathy," she said, removing her hand from the wall. "I am telling you because you hold the original master's memory archive, and I want you to know what I know, so that we are beginning the same conversation rather than different ones." She sat in the hall's only chair, Old Hollow's formal steward chair, which no one else had sat in, with the ease of someone who had spent decades making themselves at home in difficult situations. The Undying Ember Temple was the Flame Dao lineage's last organized practice site, she said. 300 years ago, it was destroyed by the predecessor organization to the Jade Succession Protocol. Different name, same structure, same purpose. Prevent the Void Throne's restoration by eliminating the lineage carriers who would eventually be drawn to it. She said this with a flat calm that was not absence of feeling, but the thing that comes after you have processed a loss for long enough to see it clearly. "I was not at the temple when it burned. I was on pilgrimage. I returned to find ash and had no lineage to return to. And the vision came 30 years later. 20 years after the temple's destruction. I had spent 20 years working alone, preserving what I could of the Flame Dao practice with no sect infrastructure and no students who could survive the full training without support. Then the vision. She looked at the hall's walls. The throne calling for its 9th bond. A wanderer at the center. 14 chrysanthemums. What did you do with the vision? I changed my route. The simplicity of it was absolute. I had been moving east. I turned south and began the approach that would put me in position to arrive when the throne's call was strong enough to confirm the vision. 30 years of slow positioning. She looked at him. I have been more patient than most people think patience can be. Wei Liang believed this. He had known patience that lasted years and thought that was long. What she was describing was patience as a way of life. You intend to accept the right, he said. Not a question. I intended to accept the right for 30 years. She looked at him with the patient eyes of someone for whom this conversation was the endpoint of a very long road. But I have a question first. Not a condition. I told you I wanted a proper conversation. And a proper conversation means asking what I want to know rather than negotiating. Ask. The ninth bond completes the throne structure. 9 inputs, full formation stability, the original master's intent realized. She paused. What comes after? Not the politics. I understand what the palace represents to the regional factions. What do you intend after the ninth bond? Wei Liang had been asked versions of this question before. Fengling had asked it in the early days. Nu Huanling had asked it more recently. He had given honest answers that satisfied them. He thought about what Ran Xinghua specifically was asking. A woman who had given 30 years of her life to a direction without knowing exactly what the destination held. I intend to make the palace worth what it cost, he said. Not as a power base. As the thing it was built to be. He paused. Jiao Wuling built it as a sanctuary. A place where the kind of power that the Jade Succession Protocol spends its existence trying to control can be held by 9 different people who each have their own reasons for being here, so that none of them is doing it alone and none of them is doing it for ambition. He looked at the hall's walls. She was right about the structure. The 9-bond architecture distributes the weight. No single person carries what they shouldn't carry alone. And you? I carry what's mine. He met her eyes. And I try not to miscalculate whose problem is whose. Ran Xinghua looked at him for a long moment. Something in her expression shifted. Not surprise, not satisfaction, but the quieter thing that happens when an answer confirms what you thought you would hear but weren't certain of. Jiao Wuling chose well, she said. She chose 30 years before I existed. That's what I mean. She stood. The jade tablet at her belt caught the hall's light. I am ready when you are. Outside, through the hall's single window, the evening had turned the shattered plains the color of cooling embers. 14 chrysanthemum petals stood perfectly still in the courtyard fountain, waiting. Chapter 35. The ninth bond. The throne room held all 9 of them. Wei Liang had not intended this. He had intended a private rite, the same structure as the previous 8, 2 participants and Old Hollow as witness. But they came anyway. Fengling arrived first, standing to the right of the throne without comment. Yuemei arrived second, positioning herself across the room with the quiet efficiency of someone who had determined their preferred placement and taken it. Then Ruan, then Nu Huanling with the void links at her heel, then Bai Suling carrying a small warming cup that she was clearly not planning to leave behind, then Xiao Wuhan with a notebook, then Mei Chongsong, then Bai Rongshu, then finally Luo Tuan, who entered last, and stood near the doorway in the posture of someone who had known all along how this would go. All 8, already present, waiting for the 9th. Wei Liang looked at them. Fengling was watching Ran Xinghua with the sharp assessment she used on unknown practitioners, reading cultivation level, technique type, likely combat method. She found whatever she was looking for, and her expression settled from assessment to something that was not quite acceptance, but was near it. Ran Xinghua looked at all 8 of them. She took her time. She moved through the room. Not to introduce herself, just to be present, to let the bond marks that each of them carried register in whatever sense she had developed over a very long life. When she came to Nu Huanling, she stopped. Beast bond line, she said. Your oldest companion is gone. Nu Huanling's expression did not change. Yes. The void links was bonded to you when it was 3 days old. It would have died otherwise. She looked at the pup, who was watching her with the flat amber attention of a predator that has not yet decided what to make of something. It will live to be older than you. Nu Huanling looked at the pup. She did not speak. Ran Xinghua continued to Wei Liang's position at the throne. The cracked void throne stood behind him. In the 8 hours since he had been in this room, something had changed. The stone on either side of the crack had continued to warm, and the faint luminescence he had first seen when Bai Rongshu's bond formed had deepened from a suggestion of light to something visible. The crack itself was no longer dark. It held a pale flame-colored glow, narrow, steady, waiting. The throne has been anticipating this for 30 years, Ran Xinghua said. It is less patient than I am. She looked at Wei Liang. Shall we? Old Hollow's formal construct appeared. The right of accord was the same structure it had always been, beginning with the declaration of voluntary intent and moving through the exchange of cultivation frequency acknowledgement to the palace's formal witness. Wei Liang had performed it 8 times and still could not make it feel routine, because it was not routine. It was the confirmation that a person had chosen to tie their path to this place, and that choice was always specific to the person making it. When Ran Xinghua spoke the declaration, her voice was the same as her normal voice, exact and warm, 30 years of patience compressed into words that meant what they said. She did not add anything. She did not perform significance. She simply said the words, and they were enough. The ninth seal shattered. The palace had been responding to each bond with visible, measurable effect. Lights activating, wings restoring, the chrysanthemum count rising. The ninth bond's response was not more of the same. It was qualitatively different. The throne room filled with light. Not fire. Not heat. A cold, clear brilliance that came from the throne itself as the crack sealed. The stone knitting closed in a wave that moved from the bottom of the fracture to the top and left behind polished dark stone, unbroken, exactly as it had been 10,000 years ago when Jiu Wuling had last sat in it. The light expanded outward through the walls in a pulse that Wei Liang felt through the floor, through his feet, through the bond network that was now 9 complete points of a formation structure that had been waiting to be finished. His ninth seal broke. The other 8 had broken in sequence, each one releasing a specific lineage and advancing him through distinct stages, each advancement a new type of awareness. This one was different because there were no more seals to break. The ninth seal's dissolution was not a release into the next thing. It was the completion of all 9. The 9 lineages that had been distributing through his cultivation base in partial integration for months resolved simultaneously, not into a sum of 9 techniques, but into something that the 9 had been pointing toward together, a state that none of them individually contained. He had no word for what nascent manifestation felt like after 9 lineage completion. The room felt smaller, not in dimension, in distance. The 8 consorts standing in the throne room were present to him with a clarity that had nothing to do with eyes. He could feel Fengling's draconic technique running at idle, the constant ember warmth of it. He could feel Luo Tianwen reading the threads of the room's events as they happened. He could feel Bai Rongshu automatically analyzing the formation architecture of the throne room now that the throne had sealed. The void throne's light settled from brilliant to steady, a deep luminescence that was the palace's full formation functioning for the first time in 10,000 years. Old Hollow made a sound. It was not the dry, professional tone Wei Liang had heard from him in every conversation since arriving. It was something older and less composed, a sound that had been waiting behind the professional tone for as long as the palace itself had been waiting. Grief and relief, and something that had no clean name. He stood at the throne room's entrance in his steward construct form and did not speak for a long moment. Then, the throne is restored. Void palace formation at 100%. A pause. The original master's final instruction is fulfilled. Ran Xinghua looked at Old Hollow with the recognition of someone meeting a very old acquaintance. You've been running on reserves for 10,000 years. My power source sealed when the palace went dormant. I have been drawing from the structural formation itself since then. He was quiet. The full formation's restoration restores my original power source. I will be considerably less limited going forward. I'm glad you held, she said. I had orders, he said simply. Wei Liang sat on the void throne. It was the first time he had sat in it. The stone was not cold. It was at body temperature, as if it had been occupied until moments ago, as if 10,000 years had been an eye blink in the stone's experience. He placed both hands on the armrests and felt the formation backbone of the entire palace respond. Every corridor, every gallery, every sealed wing, every dormant function that had not yet been explored, all of it present in his awareness like rooms in a house that has finally been lit. He looked at the 8 consorts, then at Ran Xinghua, who had taken no specific position in the room. She stood where she had been standing when the rite completed, near the center, in the calm of someone who has arrived after a very long journey and has no need to demonstrate that arrival. 100%, Xiao Wuan said. She was looking at the throne room's ceiling, where the formation glyphs had all illuminated simultaneously. Her notebook was open. I need to document the full activation sequence. Old Hollow. I have the complete record, Old Hollow said. I will share it. I need the original frequency signatures, not a summary. I said complete, Old Hollow said with mild patience. Fengling looked at Wei Liang on the throne. Her expression was not the assessment she had given Ran Xinghua. It was something she did not name, and he did not name, and neither of them needed to. She waited 10,000 years, Fengling said quietly. It was not addressed to anyone specific. Yes, Wei Liang said. Outside, the void chrysanthemums bloomed to 15 petals, one beyond the count for full formation stability, one for the 9th bond actively resonating, the palace expressing its state in the only language it had always used. The night beyond the courtyard was deep and still, and the formation shimmer at the perimeter ran clear and full, and for the first time since the palace's fall 10,000 years ago, the void throne held a master who could hold it. The work was not done. The Jade succession protocol still existed. Kongju would appear again on his own schedule for his own reasons. The adjacent Tier 0 realm was sealed but unexplored. And somewhere beyond the mortal realm's ceiling, in the deep space where very old things waited, something had noticed the throne's restoration and was, with the patience of 10,000 years of its own, beginning to turn its attention toward the light. But tonight the palace was whole, and the 9 people in the throne room had made it so, and that was enough. Chapter 36. What was sealed? Old Hollow unlocked the first new wing at dawn. Wei Liang had not slept. He had sat on the void throne until the hour when the shattered plains outside the formation shimmer went from black to gray, and then he had stood and begun walking. The fully activated palace was not a louder version of itself. It was more present. Every corridor, every formation inscription, every sealed door registering to his 9 lineage awareness with a clarity that the previous night's 95% had approximated but not matched. Old Hollow walked beside him. His construct form was different, cleaner, more substantial, as if the decades of running on reserves had left a film over him that the restored power source had finally dissolved. His robes were still the same formal steward style, but the fabric moved properly now instead of hanging, as if slightly too heavy for the form beneath it. The East Wing requires your authorization to fully open, Old Hollow said. The original master sealed it at the time of the palace's dormancy. It contains personal effects, the living quarters of the original 9 consorts. She believed that if the palace ever restored, the new inhabitants should have the space first, without the old occupants' traces filling it. A pause. She also believed she might be wrong about this. She left the decision to the current master. Wei Liang thought about the nursery he had found during his earlier walks. Someone had placed a flowering plant in it. He suspected by Suling. Leave it sealed, he said. The consorts have established their own spaces. The original quarters aren't mine to reassign. Old Hollow absorbed this. Understood. They turned into the wing that had previously held the flamed-out archive, which had been largely empty. The lineage's practitioners had died before they could fully contribute. With Ran Xinghua's bond active, the archive was filling, not from Ran Xinghua herself, from the palace. The formation backbone had been accumulating flamed-out resonance from every practitioner who had ever lived here, however briefly, and storing it in a compressed form that could not be accessed without a flamed-out consort bond to serve as a key. Now the key was active. The archive's walls were filling with inscriptions that had been invisible, writing that appeared as if it had always been there, but had only now reached a temperature that made it legible. Ran Xinghua was already in the archive when Wei Liang and Old Hollow arrived. She was standing in the center of the room with her eyes closed and her palms slightly raised, not touching anything, absorbing through her spiritual sense. Her face was the first time Wei Liang had seen her look something other than serene. She was not distressed. She was moved. He and Old Hollow stood at the doorway and did not enter. After a time she said, without opening her eyes, "There are 3 practitioners here whose work I was told was lost." A pause. "They are not lost. They were waiting." She lowered her hands. "This is what a library is supposed to be." Wei Liang left her to it. In the Beast Wing, New Huanling was sitting in the center of an ecology that had changed overnight. The dormant animals sealed within the palace's formation, the ones that Old Hollow had mentioned in passing once, that had been waiting in stasis for the 9th bond, were waking. Not violently, not in panic. Carefully, the way animals who have been in a very long sleep return to alertness. The wing smelled of warm earth and animal breath. 3 species that Wei Liang could not identify were moving between New Huanling's sitting form and the walls of their new space, apparently deciding whether she was acceptable. She was not looking at Wei Liang. She was watching a large gray animal with moth-wing patterns on its flanks make its assessment of her with the attention of someone who understood this conversation completely. "Old sealed forms," she said. "Cultivation-era animals. They were bonded to the original lines." She paused. "They don't have bonding partners anymore. Their original companions died 10,000 years ago." The gray animal moved closer. She did not reach for it. She waited. The Void Lynx is teaching them what the current bond structure looks like. Wei Liang had not asked the Void Lynx to do this. The pup had understood its role in the wing's ecology independently and acted on it. He left New Huanling to her new charges and continued walking. By mid-morning, he had touched every active wing. By mid-morning, he had also mapped, through his 9 lineage awareness, the thing he had been circling without naming since he sat on the throne. The adjacent Tier 0 realm was more present than it had been yesterday. The 9th bond had not just completed the palace. It had changed the palace's relationship to the spatial fold it occupied. The Tier 0 realm was still sealed, but the seal between the 2 structures was thinner from this side, as if the palace's full activation had removed a layer of insulation. He went to find Bai Rongshu. Chapter 37. The threshold problem. She had identified it before he reached her. He found her in the formation backbone's deepest corridor, which was as far from the palace's inhabited wings as you could get and still be inside the spatial fold. The corridor terminated at a wall that no other part of the palace's formation referenced. Not sealed, not damaged, simply not connected to the rest of the structure in the way that all other walls were. No inscription on its surface. No formation stone at its base. Just old stone that felt different under the hand. Bai Rongshu was standing in front of it with her rings cycling through their most detailed assessment mode. The formation barrier here is not the palace's work, she said when he arrived. It predates the palace by the same margin that the palace predates the current generation of cultivators. She did not look at him. The palace was built around this wall. It's the spatial fold's original boundary. A pause. Whatever is on the other side has been here since before Jiao Wuling's work. The Tier 0 realm. Yes. She looked at him then. The palace at full activation generates a harmonic interaction with the Tier 0 boundary layer. The seal between them is thinning at a rate I can measure. Her formation rings stilled. Not quickly. Years, not months. But the interaction will become significant eventually. Xiao Wuhan appeared in the corridor entrance behind Wei Liang. She was carrying 3 notebooks and had the focused expression she used when she had been thinking about something for an entire night and had more to say about it than a brief summary could contain. I need to characterize the Tier 0 formation language first, she said, addressing both of them. If we don't understand the structure, we can't make an informed decision about whether to open it, seal it, or do nothing. She held up a notebook. I've begun a comparative analysis of the boundary wall's inscription edge. It shares 12 structural elements with the palace's pre-civilization formation backbone. They are related systems. Related how? Wei Liang asked. The palace's formation backbone appears to have been modeled on the Tier 0 realm's architecture. Deliberately, Jiao Wuling didn't invent the 9-bond system. She adapted it from something she already had access to. Xiao Wuhan paused, which means she had a way in. Or she had records of a way in, Bai Rongshu said. The two are different. Wei Liang looked at the wall. Through his 9 lineage awareness, he could feel what Bai Rongshu had measured. The thinning boundary, the harmonic interaction, the sense of something old and large on the other side that was not hostile and was not welcoming and was simply there. The way deep water is simply there beneath a boat. We don't open it, he said. Both of them looked at him. Not yet. Not without a full characterization. Bai Rongshu, what do you need to complete a safe mapping of the boundary layer? 30 days of uninterrupted study. Ideally with Xiao Wuhan cross-referencing the formation language analysis. She paused. And no one else in this corridor during active measurement work. The formation rings read ambient qi interference at a scale where a second practitioner's cultivation resonance skews the data. You have the corridor. He looked at Xiao Wuhan. What do you need? Access to Old Hollow's complete records of the palace's original construction. Specifically the architectural decision logs, if those exist. She had her stylus ready. Not the techniques, the choices. Why things were built in certain configurations. The design intent. Old Hollow, Wei Liang said. Old Hollow's voice arrived through the corridor walls, which had become an extension of his awareness since the full restoration. The decision logs exist. I will compile them. Wei Liang turned to leave. One more thing, Xiao Wuhan said. He stopped. The harmonic interaction between the palace and the Tier 0 boundary began at the 9th bond. Not before. She looked at him with the expression she used when she had information she was uncertain how to qualify. Old Hollow says the palace was designed to model the Tier 0 system. If the full activation creates a resonance with the original, that resonance was also designed. Jiao Wuling intended for the palace and the Tier 0 realm to interact. A pause. She intended for this to happen. Wei Liang absorbed this. He thought about the nursery, empty but for one planted flower. He thought about the chrysanthemum petals at 15. Add that to the characterization framework, he said, and left. He walked back through the palace with the knowledge sitting in his chest. There was another layer beneath what he had thought was the complete structure. Jiao Wuling had built the palace around a door that led somewhere older. She had spent 1,000 years, or 10,000, waiting for someone to build the key. He was the key. The 9 bonds were the mechanism. And the door was beginning to respond. He did not mention this to the other consorts. He filed it in the category of problems that required more information before they could be usefully shared, and continued his rounds. He would reflect, later, on the cost of that decision. Chapter 38. Kong Ju returns the message arrived through the formation barrier at the 3rd day after the 9th bond. Different method from the void iron chip. This time, it was a cultivation trace message, a thread of personal chi released by a practitioner in a specific direction, which carried meaning rather than words and was impossible to fake or intercept without the target practitioner's cooperation. Wei Liang felt it arrive at his personal chi frequency at the same moment the palace's formation registered it at the perimeter. Kong Ju's cultivation trace felt like a question, not a threat. He did not tell the consorts. He went to the formation barrier's southern junction and opened a personal aperture, just large enough for one-way communication. "You want to meet?" Wei Liang said. Kong Ju was at the tree, not at the formation's edge, deliberately further back, in a position that said, "I am not approaching, I am waiting." He had no companions visible. "Outside," he said. "I'll come in alone, or you come out alone. Either way, no formation advantages. Just a conversation." "Why?" "Because the conversation I want to have is not one I want recorded in any formation's acoustic archive." He paused. "The Jade Succession Protocol has an inner council you've never heard of. Not the operational tiers. The directorship." Another pause. "The directorship has been made aware of the ninth bond." "I would assume so. They have decided to visit in person." He said it flatly, with no drama. "I thought you should know what they are before they arrive." The operational tiers were given a narrative about the protocol's purpose that the directorship does not share. Wei Liang studied the distant shape of Kong Ju at the tree. He read the message's cultivation trace again in his memory, a question. And underneath the question, something that might have been conscience if Kong Ju was the type to have visible conscience, or might have been calculation if he wasn't. He opened the formation aperture and stepped through. The distance from the palace to the tree was 200 paces across open ground. He walked it with his spiritual sense extended, reading the surrounding area for concealed cultivators, and found 3 of them, positioned at the distances and angles of a protective detail rather than an ambush. Kong Ju had brought guards he was trying not to make obvious. He noted this without acting on it. The guards were insurance, not aggression. Kong Ju looked different outside the courtyard context. Less merchant cultivator operational cover. More someone who had made a decision they were not entirely comfortable with, and had decided to make it anyway. "The directorship sent Kong Ju to deliver the warning," Wei Liang said. "Not an anonymous message. Not a formal channel. You specifically. I'm the only directorship member who has personally assessed the palace." A pause. "I recommended stand down at every tier. The directorship has its own reasons for wanting to see the restored throne in person." He looked at the formation shimmer visible above the palace's outer wall. "They will not come as enemies. They came as something worse." "What?" "Interested parties." The words landed with a particular weight. The Jade Succession Protocol was not originally designed to prevent anchor events. It was designed to manage them, to ensure that when a Tier 1 anchor event completed, when the 9 bonds were assembled, the resulting power structure was orientated toward the protocol's directorship interests. He looked at Wei Liang. "The operational tiers believe they're containing destabilization. The directorship believes they're identifying assets." Wei Liang was quiet for a long moment. The 3 hidden guards were still in their positions. The formation shimmer over the palace was steady. The shattered plains around them were empty except for wind over cracked stone. "When?" he said. 11 days. He paused. "They have not agreed on whether to approach as neutral parties or to arrive with what they call calibration capability, which is what the directorship calls the capacity to destroy a Tier 1 anchor event from outside if the master proves uncooperative." He said this with a steadiness that Wei Liang recognized as someone delivering information they find distasteful. "I voted against the calibration capability. I was outvoted." "Why are you telling me this?" Kong Ju looked at him directly. "I've been in this organization for 22 years. I joined because I believed the protocol was doing exactly what the operational tiers believe it does." His voice was even, controlled. "I have been in the directorship's inner council for 7 of those years. I understand what I am part of." He paused. 11 days is the warning I can give. What you do with it is your decision." Wei Liang said, "The calibration capability. What form does it take?" "A formation weapon. Pre-civilization design. The directorship recovered it from a shattered spatial fold 40 years ago." He paused. "They have not tested it on a complete Tier 1 anchor event. You would be the first. They don't know if it works. They believe it works. The theoretical basis is sound." A brief silence. "I have given you everything I can give. If I am identified as the source of this warning, there are consequences I am prepared to accept." He turned back toward the tree. "The next time we speak, I will be on the other side of a line I haven't crossed yet. Prepare accordingly." He walked back to his guards. Wei Liang stood on the open ground and watched him go and thought about the 11 days, the calibration capability, the directorship, and the 9 people in the palace behind him who he had not told was meeting with a man whose organization intended to destroy everything they had built. He had made the decision to meet Kong Ju alone. He had made it in the space of a cultivation trace message without consulting anyone, because it was faster and cleaner, and because he was the palace master, and this was the kind of thing a palace master handled. He walked back to the formation aperture. The decision had cost him something he would only fully understand later. 11 days was very little time, and he had spent some of it standing in the field while the people who could help him plan were not planning because they did not know there was a plan to make. Chapter 39. 9 Against the Dark. He told them that evening in the throne room. All 9, sitting and standing as they preferred. He told them about Kong Ju's warning, about the directorship, about the calibration capability, and its 11-day timeline. He told them clearly and without softening any part of it. When he finished, the throne room was quiet. Fumling broke it first. You went alone. Yes. Without telling anyone. It was faster. It was faster, she repeated, with a flatness that conveyed what she thought about this reasoning without requiring additional words. Xiao Wuhan had her notebook open. She was writing at the speed of someone taking dictation. A pre-civilization formation weapon recovered from a shattered spatial fold 40 years ago. Untested on a complete Tier 1 anchor event. She looked up. The theoretical basis for Tier 1 formation weapons involves attacking the structural resonance between the formation backbone and the master's cultivation base. If the weapon destabilizes the resonance, the formation collapses, which would kill Wei Liang, Ruoyan said. Not upset, assessing. She did not wait for confirmation. And then the 9 bonds would dissolve, and the palace would return to dormancy. She looked at Xiao Wuhan. Or would it? Old Hollow, Xiao Wuhan said. Uncertain, Old Hollow said. The 9-bond configuration with the throne restored is a completed formation state. Whether it survives the death of its master without reverting to dormancy depends on whether the bonds stabilize independently or remain dependent on the master's cultivation. A pause. This has not happened before. I do not have precedent. 11 days, Bai Rongshu said. She was looking at the throne room's ceiling. The calibration capability requires the directorship to be within formation weapon range. Exterior formation weapons at pre-civilization power levels have a maximum effective range of approximately 3 to 5 li from the target. She looked at the formation rings on her hands. They have to be close, which means they have to come to us. The formation shimmer extends 1 li from the palace walls, Luo Tianwen said. Its range can be extended? To 2 li, Xiao Wuhan said. At the cost of reduced defensive strength at the barrier. You can have reach or density, not both. We want density, Ruoyan said. Then we hold position and let them come to us. She was making rapid notes on the throne room's strategic geometry now, the instinctual shift from assessment to planning. If they're within effective range, and we're at full defensive formation, the weapon needs to breach the barrier before it can reach Wei Liang's cultivation base. The barrier is now 100%, Bai Rongshu said. With the repairs I completed on the 3 degraded inscription points, it's running at a density the directorship's assessments have never seen. They don't know what they're walking into, Ruoyan said. Kong Ju does, Wei Liang said. He voted against bringing the calibration capability, which means at least one directorship member is attending who knows the weapon may not function as expected and has decided to come anyway. Luo Tianwen had closed her notebook. She was reading the thread structure of the conversation. That person is still coming. What? The throne room was quiet again. Outside, the chrysanthemums stood at 15 in the dark courtyard. Because the directorship has been waiting for a complete Tier 1 anchor event for 40 years, Wei Liang said. Kong Ju has been with them for 22. He joined believing the protocol managed destabilization. By year 7, he knew what the protocol actually was. He stayed. He looked at the 9 of them. People stay in organizations past the point of believing in them for various reasons. Some because they think they can change the outcome from the inside. Some because leaving would cost them more than staying. And some because they're waiting for the right moment to use what they know. Luo Tianwen looked at him. He gave you 11 days. He gave us 11 days. Wei Liang stood. Prepare accordingly, he said. He gave us enough time to prepare. Mei Chongsong had not spoken. She sat at the edge of the group with her hands on her knees, and when she finally did speak, her voice was quiet, but it carried in the way the hall's acoustics amplified everything. What do we do with 11 days? We learn what the calibration capability is before it arrives, Wei Liang said. Xiao Wuhan, Bai Rongshu. I need the theoretical basis documented and a counter-formation framework begun by day 7. He looked at Ruoyan. Defensive positioning. If they bring the directorship and its full escort, how do we engage outside without weakening the barrier? He looked at Ran Xinghua. The Flame Dao archive, does it have anything on pre-civilization formation weapons? She thought for a moment. There are records of a conflict 3,000 years before Jiao Wuling's time. Pre-civilization weapons were used. The practitioners who survived wrote about the experience. She paused. Most of what they wrote was about what didn't stop the weapons. But some survived, and they recorded how. I need those records by tomorrow. She nodded once, without ceremony. Nu Huanling had been sitting with her back against the throne room's wall and the void link's pup across her lap. She said, I'll have the beast wing at full readiness. Some of the newly woken forms are old enough to carry cultivation charge. They can act as mobile formation nodes outside the barrier. Wei Liang looked at her. He had not known this was possible. She had identified it and was already planning its application. He said, yes. The 11 days began. Chapter 40. The unresolved threads on the third day. The Flame Dao archive gave them what they needed. Ran Xinghua had spent 2 days reading records that were 3,000 years older than the Undying Ember Temple's founding lineage, in a formation language that she could read only because she had been trained by someone who had been trained by someone who remembered when it was current usage. The records were not instructions. They were witness accounts. Practitioners who had survived encounters with pre-civilization formation weapons and written, in the fragmented urgent prose of people who did not expect to live much longer, what they had seen. What she brought to the council on the third morning was not a counter technique. It was a structural insight. The weapons work through resonance disruption, she said. They attack the coherence of a formation's frequency signature, the thing that makes it recognizable as itself rather than ambient chi. But they require a fixed target. The disruption needs to know what it is disrupting before it can begin. She paused. A formation whose frequency signature is continuously shifting cannot be easily targeted. The palace has a fixed frequency signature, Bai Rongshu said. It has a stable signature. Stability and fixity are different. She looked at Bai Rongshu. A formation can be stable, consistent, predictable, reliable, and still have a frequency signature that modulates within a range rather than holding a single point. Bai Rongshu was already ahead of this. The boundary layer interactions, she said. The harmonic interaction with the Tier 0 realm. If we allow the palace's formation to engage that interaction rather than maintaining a fixed barrier between them, the palace's frequency signature would modulate continuously, Xiao Wuhan said. She had been listening with her notebook open. We would not be changing the formation. We would be allowing it to interact with the Tier 0 harmonic, which creates a natural frequency variation. She looked at Wei Liang. This is what Jiu Wuling designed. She built the palace to interface with the Tier 0 realm because the Tier 0 realm's influence would make the palace impossible to target with standard formation weapons. Wei Liang thought about the sealed wall in the formation backbone's deepest corridor. About Bai Rongshu's measurement that the boundary layer was thinning. About Jiu Wuling building the palace around a door she intended to eventually open. Open the interface, he said. Bai Rongshu looked at him. We haven't completed the characterization. I said 30 days. We have 8 days. What can you determine in 8? She was quiet for 4 seconds. The count of a careful person deciding how much certainty they can responsibly claim. The interface's safe operating range. I can't tell you what's on the other side, but I can tell you how far to open it without risking formation instability. She paused. If I work without stopping. Work without stopping. He looked at Xiao Wuhan. Support her. He spent the next 6 days watching the palace prepare for a confrontation he had created by meeting Kongju alone without telling anyone. The consorts worked efficiently, without reproach, without pointing at the origin of the problem they were solving. Ruoyan developed 3 exterior engagement scenarios with Nu Huanling's newly awoken formation beast nodes as a 4th element that the directorship would not have anticipated. Mei Chongsong tuned the palace's acoustic formations to add a disorienting sound Dao layer to the barrier's exterior. Yueme mapped the approach vectors with her ghost sense and identified 2 that the directorship's own formation specialists would likely try to use. Fengling said nothing about the solo meeting to Wei Liang directly. But on the 4th evening, she found him in the throne room where he had been sitting alone reviewing Ran Xinghua's archive translations, and she sat beside him without comment and reviewed them with him. And the silent presence said what neither of them chose to say aloud. Next time, don't go alone. He filed it as a lesson that had cost something real. 6 days of preparation instead of 11. And a formation interface he wasn't ready to open. Opened earlier than planned because he had not shared the problem when sharing would have created better options. On the 8th day, Bai Rongshu completed the interface calibration. On the 9th day, they opened it, partially, a hair's breadth, enough for the harmonic interaction to begin without exposing the palace to whatever the Tier 0 realm actually contained. The effect on the palace's frequency signature was immediate and measurable. Xiao Wuhan recorded a continuous modulation range that made it, in her words, recognition-resistant at close analysis. On the 10th day, Luo Tianwen sat in the courtyard and watched the southern approach. On the 11th day, she closed her notebook. They're coming, she said. Wei Liang stood at the formation shimmer and felt the directorship's approach through his 9 lineage awareness. 9 figures. One of them carrying a formation weapon that resonated with a frequency unlike anything he had encountered, ancient and cold and specifically purposed. Around them, a full escort of operational cultivators. He felt the weapon searching for the palace's formation signature. Searching and not finding it. The frequency signature shifting, modulating, the harmonic interaction from the Tier 0 interface, creating a moving target that the weapon's targeting resonance could not lock. He heard, at the boundary of his spiritual sense range, Kong Ju's voice from among the approaching 9, low, inaudible to anyone but another cultivator at this range, directed at the person beside him. I told you it wouldn't work as designed. Then, louder, directed at the palace master. We would like to talk. Wei Liang looked at the 9 consorts assembled behind him. Feng Ling's jaw was set. Ruoyan had her hand on the spear, she kept at her back. Ran Xinghua was watching the southern approach with the calm of someone who has seen this type of confrontation before and knows that the most important conversations often begin with people announcing they want to talk, while holding weapons they have already decided not to use. He looked at the formation shimmer, at the chrysanthemums, at 15 petals standing in the morning air. Open the outer gate, he said. The directorship was here. Whatever came next, it began now. And the palace was whole, and the 9 bonds were stable, and for all the unresolved threads still trailing in every direction, the Tier 0 realm half open beneath them, the ancient thing beyond the mortal ceiling that had turned toward the throne's light, Kong Ju's conscience arriving on schedule, for all of it, the foundation was what it had needed to be. Wei Liang walked forward to meet the people who had spent 40 years preparing for this moment, and he was not alone. Chapter 41. The directorship, there were 9 of them. Wei Liang had expected formality. The kind of cultivators who spent decades in administrative hierarchies developed formal presences the way blades develop edges. He had expected that. What he had not anticipated was that the directorship would be old. Not Ran Xinghua old. Not ageless in the way of practitioners who had transcended normal aging. Old in the way of people who had been sitting in the same seats for 40 years and had begun to look like those seats. The leader was a woman in her 60s with a voice that had spent decades being listened to and knew it. She had introduced herself as Director Huan Qixue, with a tone that indicated the name was familiar to people who mattered. It was not familiar to Wei Liang. Palace Master, she said, at the outer gate, with the measured warmth of someone initiating a formal negotiation. We've traveled a significant distance to meet you. I know, Wei Liang said. Kong Ju gave me the timeline. Huan Qixue looked at Kong Ju with an expression that was not surprise. She had already understood what his warning had meant, but rather the look of someone confirming a piece of information they had already built their approach around. He told you we were coming. He told me the calibration capability wouldn't work as designed once we opened the Tier 0 interface. He framed it as a warning. It was also an instruction. Wei Liang looked at the formation weapon carrier, a man in his 40s with the closed-off expression of someone operating a piece of equipment whose purpose he found distasteful. The weapon itself was not visible, but Wei Liang could feel it through his spiritual sense, the ancient cold resonance of something built for a purpose it was no longer going to fulfill. You already know the weapon failed to find the target frequency. You've been recalibrating since you arrived. Huan Qixue accepted this without performing surprise. We have, she said. And you've concluded that the Tier 0 harmonic interaction makes the palace recognition resistant at the weapon's operating range. He looked at her. Which means you're here to talk after all. Not as a diplomatic choice, as the only option currently available. Huan Qixue looked at him for a long moment. She had the eyes of someone who had made significant decisions for a long time and knew what it looked like when they were no longer the one with the most information in a room. You are more prepared for this conversation than we expected, she said. You came to a Tier 1 anchor event with 40 years of preparation. I've had the palace for considerably less time. Wei Liang gestured toward the outer courtyard. Come inside. If we're talking, we should talk properly. She looked at the gate, at the 9 consorts visible through it, distributed at positions that Ruoyan had arranged to be simultaneously welcoming and clearly tactical. All 9 bonds, she said. It was the first time she had been genuinely unguarded in her expression. The throne's restoration, present in front of her rather than in an assessment report, produced a response she had not budgeted for. All 9, Wei Liang confirmed. He stepped back from the gate and let them enter. Chapter 42. The weapon and the door. Huan Qixue asked, in the outer courtyard, to see the Tier 0 interface. Wei Liang had not expected this. He had expected negotiations, political positioning, the extended dance of 2 parties who each wanted something from the other. He had not expected a direct request to examine the most significant unknown element in the palace's current situation. He looked at Bai Rongshu. She looked at Huan Qixue with the expression she used for practitioners whose intentions she was still assessing. You want to understand why the weapon failed. I want to understand what the palace has become, Huan Qixue said. The protocol has been tracking Tier 1 anchor events for 40 years. None of them reached 9 bonds. None of them accessed the Tier 0 interface. She paused. If the palace has done both, it is operating in territory our theoretical framework does not cover. I find it more useful to understand the actual situation than to proceed on assumptions that may be incorrect. Bai Rongshu looked at Wei Liang. He nodded once. She led them to the deep corridor. The directorship's formation specialists, 2 of them, traveling with the group, ran their analysis tools along the boundary wall with the focused attention of people encountering a problem they were genuinely interested in. The weapon carrier stood at the corridor's entrance. Wei Liang had the sense that the weapon was searching again, its targeting resonance reaching for the palace's frequency signature, and finding the continuous modulation range that made targeting impossible. He watched the weapon carrier's expression, frustration, then a more difficult look. The look of someone who has spent years maintaining and operating an instrument that has now been rendered useless by circumstances they didn't anticipate. Zhou Wuling designed the palace to interface with the Tier 0 realm, Xiao Wuhan said, from beside Bai Rongshu. She had the notebook open and was documenting the directorship's response as a research event. The frequency modulation was built into the original design. Every formation weapon using coherent resonance targeting would have this problem. She looked at the 2 formation specialists. You didn't know this because no previous anchor event reached 9 bonds. The earlier theoretical models assumed the 9-bond configuration was not achievable in practice. It wasn't achievable, Huan Qixue said. Until now. Until Wei Liang. Xiao Wuhan said with a precision that was not quite pride and not quite defensiveness, but contained elements of both. Huan Qixue looked at the boundary wall for a long time. The 2 formation specialists had found the Tier 0 interface, the hair's breadth opening where the harmonic interaction was active. Wei Liang could feel them reading it. One of them wrote something in his assessment notes, showed it to the other, and the other wrote a correction. The Tier 0 realm, Huan Qixue said. What do you know about what's inside it? Nothing yet, Wei Liang said. The characterization is incomplete. Bai Rongshu has mapped the safe operating range of the interface. The contents are unknown. We have records, she said. The protocol's directorship recovered the calibration weapon from a shattered spatial fold 40 years ago. That fold had been associated with a Tier 0 realm that was destroyed approximately 1,500 years ago. She paused. Destroyed from within. Something inside the realm destabilized it. The fold's remnants carry the energy signature of whatever caused the collapse. Bai Rongshu looked at the boundary wall, then at Huan Qixue. You're telling me this because you want us to know what we may have partially opened an interface to. I'm telling you because the protocol has been tracking Tier 1 anchor events for 40 years specifically because of the risk that a completed anchor event would interface with an active Tier 0 realm. Huan Qixue's voice was level, careful, the voice of someone delivering information that does not benefit from dramatic delivery. Not to destroy the anchor event, to prevent the interface. Wei Liang absorbed this in the way he absorbed significant new information, without expression, while his internal assessment restructured everything he had thought he knew about the last 11 days. The calibration capability wasn't designed to destroy a Tier 1 anchor event, he said. It was designed to close a Tier 0 interface if the anchor event's frequency signature could be disrupted long enough to allow a shutdown. She looked at the boundary wall, which now cannot happen because the anchor event itself is the primary harmonic driver of the interface. A pause. We have a different problem than we expected. So do you? Chapter 43. The directorship divided. The council that followed was in the Hall of Resonant Memory, because it was the largest room in the palace that could hold 19 people, and because Old Hollow suggested it in the quietly insistent way he suggested things that were structurally important. Huan Qixue brought 5 of her 8. The formation weapon carrier and 2 guards waited in the outer courtyard. Kong Ju came inside. He sat at the far end of the hall from Huan Qixue and did not speak for the first hour. He watched the proceedings with the still attention of a person who has made a decision they are not ready to announce, but have already made. Huan Qixue laid out the protocol's records on the destroyed Tier 0 realm. Not the weapon, not the tactical briefings, but the actual research documents. 40 years of theoretical analysis, site surveys from the shattered fold's remnants, and the incomplete records recovered from practitioners who had been present during the realm's collapse 1,500 years ago. Xiao Wuhan read everything that was put in front of her. She did not read slowly. The picture that emerged was not a threat. It was a history. 1,500 years ago, a practitioner had achieved something similar to what Wei Liang had built, a 9-bond configuration, a Tier 0 interface, a palace that had reached full function. And then something had come through the interface from the Tier 0 side. Not hostile, not immediately harmful. But the interaction between the something and the palace's formation had escalated in ways the original master had not understood and could not control, and the resulting formation instability had destroyed both the palace and the Tier 0 realm simultaneously. Both sides, Bai Rongshu said. She was reading the technical analysis. The collapse originated at the interface. Both sides destabilized in the same event. Yes, said the directorship's senior formation specialist, a woman named He Fengwei who had been assigned to this research for 12 years. The interface itself was stable. The problem was that the practitioner opened the interface wider to investigate what was coming through. The wider opening allowed a feedback loop between the two formation structures that, she looked at Bai Rongshu's notes, is actually very similar to what you described as the mechanism for the Tier 0 harmonics frequency modulation effect. Except instead of modulating the outer frequency, the feedback consumed the inner structure. The interface needs to stay at hair's breadth, Bai Rongshu said. At minimum, smaller would be better. She paused. The problem is that the Tier 0 realm's formation structure, once engaged with an active 9-bond configuration, applies pressure to the interface from its side. It wants to open further. You have to actively hold it at the operating range. Wei Liang looked at Bai Rongshu. She had the expression she used when she had already identified a problem and was working out whether to say the difficult part of the analysis or lead with the easier part. She said the difficult part. Holding the interface at operating range requires formation maintenance. Active, continuous maintenance, which I can provide indefinitely with appropriate support. She paused. But it is not a one-person task long-term. It requires at least 2 practitioners with deep formation expertise, working in rotation. She looked at He Fengwei. He Fengwei looked at Huan Qixue. This was the moment the council pivoted. Wei Liang watched it happen. The directorship's formation specialist looking at the directorship's leader with a question that was also a recommendation, because in 12 years of studying this problem, she had been looking for a situation exactly like this one, and it had arrived in a form she had not expected but could not dispute. Huan Qixue looked at Wei Liang. We have resources the palace does not have. Specifically, 12 years of documented research on this problem. And the palace has the interface, Wei Liang said, and 9 active bonds, which neither of us can replace with the other's resources. No. The hall was quiet. Kong Ju had not moved from his position at the far end. He was watching Huan Qixue. She said, I would like to propose a different relationship between the protocol and the Void Palace than the one we arrived with. I expected you would, Wei Liang said. Tell me what you have in mind. Chapter 44. Kong Ju's choice. The terms Huan Qixue proposed were not generous. They were not supposed to be generous. They were supposed to be the opening position in a negotiation between 2 parties who both needed something the other had. Wei Liang listened to the terms, asked 6 clarifying questions, and then said, no. Huan Qixue looked at him. The protocol's directorship retains oversight authority in your proposed terms, he said. Oversight means the ability to intervene if the directorship determines intervention is warranted, which means you retain the authority to use the calibration capability if you determine the interface has become dangerous. He looked at her. I've spent 11 days preparing for that weapon. I have no interest in accepting terms that allow it to be used without my knowledge or consent. The weapon cannot currently function against the palace's formation. It cannot currently function. Formation frequencies are adjustable. He looked at He Fengwei. If He Fengwei and Bai Rongshu work together on the interface maintenance, He Fengwei gains direct knowledge of the palace's formation architecture. Given adequate time and access, she could recalibrate the weapon to target at a different frequency range than the current Tier 0 harmonic. He looked at Huan Qixue. I respect the directorship's research capabilities too much to accept terms that give you a 12-year head start on a problem and then place your experts inside my formation architecture. Huan Qixue was quiet. Then, what terms would you accept? Shared research access. He Fengwei contributes documentation to the interface maintenance effort and receives documentation in return. No calibration capability on protocol grounds during the research period. And Kong Ju stays. Kong Ju, from the far end of the hall, looked up. Kong Ju stays, Huan Qixue repeated. He's been in your directorship for 22 years, and he's been preparing to leave it for at least 11 days. Probably longer. Wei Liang looked at Kong Ju directly. He warned us. He framed it as a warning so you couldn't classify it as defection, but the effect was defection. He chose a side. He paused. I want him on this side. The hall was silent. Kong Ju looked at Huan Qixue. Something moved through his expression, not guilt, not apology, but the thing that comes when a decision you've been carrying for years finally arrives at the moment it has to be said aloud. She's not wrong. I voted against the calibration capability 4 times in the last year. I gave the palace master the timeline. He paused. I've known for 7 years what the directorship's true purpose was. I stayed because I thought I could manage the outcomes from inside. I can't. He looked at Wei Liang. If the offer is genuine. The palace doesn't make offers that aren't genuine, Ruoyan said from the side of the hall. She said it the way she said most things, as a statement of operational fact, not reassurance. It's a waste of formation energy. Kong Ju almost smiled. It was a small thing, quickly controlled, but it was there. Huan Qixue looked at him for a long moment. The protocol will regard this as defection. Yes, he said. There are consequences. I'm aware of the consequences. He said it with the steadiness of someone who has been aware of them for a long time and has spent that time deciding whether they were acceptable. The research terms are the right terms. The directorship knows this. You're going to agree to them because the alternative is waiting for the Tier 0 interface to destabilize without either formation expert present, and then writing a protocol report about why the Tier 0 realm destroyed its second anchor event in 1500 years. He looked at Huan Qixue. Hei Fengwei will tell you the same thing when you ask her privately. Hei Fengwei did not confirm or deny this. She was looking at the boundary wall's direction, thinking about 12 years of research and a practical problem she had been building towards solving. Huan Qixue was quiet for an amount of time that Wei Liang spent reading her expression, calculating, not deliberating. She had already decided. She was timing the announcement. The terms are acceptable, she said, without the oversight clause, with a mutual disclosure agreement on interface status updates. She looked at Wei Liang. And Kong Ju stays. That is his decision to make. She paused. The calibration capability will be returned to the protocol's secure archive. Not the directorship's secure archive, Wei Liang said. She looked at him. The protocol's operational archive. Tiered access. No single director with unilateral authorization to deploy it. He held her gaze. You said the protocol's true purpose was to manage anchor events. If that's what it becomes, the calibration capability should be a last resort with full council authorization, not a directorship tool. It was the most aggressive negotiating position he had taken. He watched Huan Qixue process it and recognized the moment she decided he was right and the moment she decided to agree. They were the same moment. Full council authorization, she said. Agreed. Outside, through the hall's window, the void chrysanthemums stood at 15 petals in the afternoon light. Chapter 45, What the Deep Registers. Hei Fengwei stayed. She arrived in the deep corridor the following morning with 12 notebooks of prior research. A personal formation kit more sophisticated than anything Bai Rongshu had brought, and the focused attention of someone who has waited 12 years for access to a specific problem. She and Bai Rongshu spent the first 2 hours doing what formation masters apparently do when they meet for the first time in a shared working environment. They cataloged each other's approaches, methodology, and habitual errors without saying anything directly complimentary or critical, in a language that was technically about the boundary wall, but was actually about whether they could work together. By midday, they were working together. Wei Liang checked on them once and understood immediately that he was not needed here. The problems they were solving were real problems, serious problems, the kind that had destroyed one Tier 1 anchor event already. But they were problems that required expertise he did not have, and he had placed the right people in the corridor. He went to find Kong Ju. Kong Ju had been given a guest wing. Old Hollow had prepared it with the same care he gave all spaces, and it was comfortable in the specific way the palace made spaces comfortable, which was not luxury but presence. He was sitting at the wings table when Wei Liang arrived, reading through documents that were, Wei Liang recognized, the protocol's full structural analysis of the Tier 0 destroyed realm incident from 1500 years ago. You brought the full research file, Wei Liang said. I've been carrying it for 3 years. He set it down. It was the evidence that convinced me the directorship's purpose was not what the operational tiers were told. He looked at Wei Liang. The protocol was founded to prevent this. The destroyed realm. What happened 1500 years ago? A pause. The directorship doesn't tell the operational tiers that. They tell them the protocol manages destabilization. They don't explain what kind of destabilization they're managing. What happened to the realm that was destroyed? The practitioner opened the Tier 0 interface because something was coming through it. Not hostile. The records are clear on that. It was coming through slowly, carefully, as if testing the opening. He paused. The practitioner widened the interface to let it through more easily. That's when the feedback loop began. He looked at the document. The protocol's conclusion was, the Tier 0 realm contains an entity or system that will attempt to emerge through any active Tier 0 interface associated with a completed Tier 1 anchor event. Not to attack, to complete some purpose of its own. The process of emerging is what creates the feedback loop. Wei Liang sat in the wing's second chair. and the protocol's solution was to prevent any Tier 1 anchor event from reaching 9 bonds. For 40 years. Until you. He looked at Wei Liang with something that was professional respect and something else that was harder to name. You reached 9 bonds in a fraction of the time any previous attempt had taken. The directorship received the 9th bond confirmation and had the calibration capability ready within 3 days. But you were already at the Tier 0 interface by the time they arrived. Jiao Wuling designed the palace to interface with the Tier 0 realm. Yes, which means she knew what was on the other side. She built a door and designed a key system that would open it when the right person arrived. He paused. She also built the hair's breadth limit into the design, which by Rongshu identified as the safe operating range. She knew the interface had to be opened carefully. He looked at Wei Liang. The entity or system in the Tier 0 realm, the one the previous practitioner tried to let through, Jiao Wuling knew about it. She designed the opening parameters to allow contact without emergence. Contact, Wei Liang said. Not access. Not passage. Contact. He closed the document. I don't know what contact with a Tier 0 entity looks like. The protocol's records from 1500 years ago don't describe it because the practitioner skipped contact and went straight to emergence. He paused. But Jiao Wuling designed the whole palace around this interface. She spent her entire cultivation life building toward this specific configuration. Whatever she intended the contact to accomplish, it was the point. The afternoon light came through the wing's window at the angle that appeared in the late hour before evening. Outside, in the direction of the formation backbone's deepest corridor, Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei were holding the interface at its hair's breadth operating range with continuous formation maintenance. And on the Tier 0 side of the boundary wall, something very old and very patient was pressing gently against the opening. Wei Liang sat with this information and built his next calculation on it, as he always built calculations, from the available facts, toward the most viable next action, without indulging in the fear that the facts might generate if he looked at them as something other than problems to be solved. Jiao Wuling had built the door. She had designed the key. She had waited 10,000 years for someone to complete it. The contact she had designed for was waiting on the other side. I'm going to need to understand what it is before we let it reach the opening, he said. Yes, Kong Ju said. That is the correct next problem. Outside, the void chrysanthemum stood at 15 petals, and in the deep corridor, the boundary wall was a hair's breadth open, and something that had been waiting longer than the palace had existed was beginning, very carefully, to make itself known. Chapter 46. First contact. The contact happened 3 days after He Fengwei arrived. Bai Rongshu described it afterward as a frequency pulse, a structured signal with internal logic, distinct from the random harmonic variation the Tier 0 realm normally produced through the interface. She had been running a passive measurement sequence when the signal arrived, and the shift in her formation ring's response was her first indication. She did not investigate alone. She came to find Wei Liang. He was in the throne room with Kong Ju, reviewing the protocol's historical documentation of the 1500-year-old collapse. It was careful, methodical work, mapping what had gone wrong in the previous case so that each decision point in their current situation could be evaluated against a known failure mode. Kong Ju was, Wei Liang had discovered, very good at this. He had spent 22 years in an organization whose documented purpose did not match its actual purpose, and he had developed a precise ability to read the gap between stated intention and operational reality. Pulse, Bai Rongshu said from the doorway. Structured, repeating at 6-second intervals. Amplitude steady. Wei Liang stood. He went to the deep corridor with Bai Rongshu, He Fengwei, and, because she appeared in the corridor before he had decided whether to inform her, Ran Xinghua. The pulse was audible to his 9 lineage awareness the moment he entered the corridor. Not as sound. His nascent manifestation state received it as a pattern in the formation backbone's ambient resonance, the way you read the approach of a storm in the pressure before it arrives. Regular. Deliberate. Not random. He stood at the boundary wall. The pulse reached him. It did not carry language. It carried weight, a quality of attention, the particular resonance of something very old that had detected a change in its environment and was responding to the change in the only way it could, by announcing its presence. It knows the interface opened, he said. It has known for days, He Fengwei said. She was reading her instruments. The pulse has been at subthreshold amplitude since the interface opened. This is the first time it rose above our detection baseline. She looked at Bai Rongshu. The amplitude increase was gradual. It wasn't a sudden decision. It's been calibrating its approach. Cautious, Bai Rongshu said. Yes. Ran Xinghua had her hand raised, palm toward the wall, not touching it, the listening posture she had used in the Flame Dao archive. Her eyes were closed. She was reading something in the pulse that the instruments were not capturing. It has a flame Dao component, she said. The corridor was quiet. The formation language in the Flame Dao archive uses structures that correspond to this pulse's internal pattern, she said slowly, as if translating from a language she knew imperfectly. Not identical, but related. The way a living language is related to an old form of itself. She opened her eyes. The Flame Dao archive was a record left by practitioners who had contact with this side of the interface. What does the pulse say? Wei Liang asked. She was quiet for a long moment. It's asking a question. The structure of the pulse is interrogative. It has the form of a question rather than a statement. She paused. I can't parse the specific content. But the intent is, who is there? Wei Liang looked at the boundary wall. At the hair's breadth opening where the Tier 0 realm pressed gently against the palace's formation. I'm going to answer, he said. How? Bai Rongshu asked. He thought about this. The pulse was using a formation language related to Flame Dao. He did not have Flame Dao as a primary lineage. He had all 9 lineages distributed through his cultivation base, each available but none dominant. But the 9 lineage awareness gave him something else, the ability to read and express across multiple frequencies simultaneously. He had used this awareness to feel the palace's formation at full activation, to read the directorship's approach, to feel the weapon searching for the formation signature. He had never tried to use it to communicate. He pressed his palm against the boundary wall, not to channel force, to channel frequency. He expressed a simple pattern through the 9 lineage foundation, a question structure, mirroring the pulse's form. Asterisk I am here. What are you? Asterisk the wall was warm against his hand. The boundary layer pulsed in response. Chapter 47. The archive's voice. The response took 4 hours to arrive. Ran Xinghua sat in the corridor the entire time, translating in real time as the pulse response assembled itself in fragments, not all at once, but in accumulated layers, the way sediment builds, each fragment adding to a picture that only became legible when enough layers were present. Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei monitored the interface continuously. The pulse's response was more complex than the initial signal, a structured transmission that pushed the interface's amplitude toward the upper edge of Bai Rongshu's calculated safe operating range. She held the range manually through her formation rings, and after the second hour she accepted He Fengwei's hand on her shoulder and let the protocol specialist share the maintenance load. They did not speak while working. They had developed the formation maintenance language, the shorthand of 2 practitioners doing precision work in close physical proximity, in approximately 6 hours of collaboration. Wei Liang had watched this happen with the appreciation he gave to things that were not his area of expertise, but were clearly someone's. Kong Ju appeared in the corridor at the 3rd hour. He read the room, read Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei's maintenance postures, read Wei Liang's position at the wall, and sat at the corridor's entrance with the documents from the previous practitioner's collapse event, which he had brought without being asked. At the 4th hour, Ran Xinghua opened her eyes. It is not an entity, she said. Wei Liang looked at her. I have been reading the pulse as if it were a single intelligence, something that chose to communicate, that has intentions. She paused. That is not what this is. The Tier 0 realm is a formation structure, an archive. The pulse is the archive responding to the 9 lineage frequency pattern, recognizing it as the key the archive was designed to receive. Jiao Wuling designed an archive, he said. Jiao Wuling built an archive that she sealed inside a Tier 0 formation realm, and then she built the Void Palace as the 9-bond key to access it. Ran Xinghua said it with the clarity of someone who has been translating for 4 hours and has finally arrived at the sentence all the previous sentences were building toward. She did not wait in the archive. She placed her knowledge there. Everything she knew, everything she understood about the pre-civilization era, about the entity that sent the shattered kings, about the palace's true purpose, she archived it. She paused, and she designed the key to ensure it could only be accessed by a palace master with 9 voluntary bonds, because only that configuration would have the 9 lineage awareness necessary to read the archive's format. The corridor was quiet except for the soft cycling of Bai Rongshu's formation rings. Kong Ju looked up from the documents. He had been listening from the entrance. That's why the previous practitioner triggered the collapse. They tried to access the archive before completing the 9-bond configuration. The archive couldn't respond to a partial key, but the attempt forced the interface open further than the safe range. He paused. Without the correct key, the archive's access protocol destabilized the interface structure. And the protocol never understood what it was trying to prevent, Wei Liang said. We understood it as an entity. We documented it as dangerous and alien. He looked at the wall. We spent 40 years trying to prevent anyone from accessing an archive that Jiao Wuling spent her entire cultivation life building. Ran Xinghua said. The archive has confirmed you as the correct key. It will transmit when you're ready. She looked at Wei Liang. The transmission will use the 9 lineage frequency as the channel. It will require the full distribution of your cultivation base as a reception architecture. A pause. Old Hollow confirmed that this is what the final stage of the Void Throne's intended function was designed to deliver. Wei Liang thought about sitting on the throne the night of the 9th bond, feeling the palace's full formation present in his awareness like rooms in a house that had finally been lit. He thought about the nursery, about the hall of resonant memory, about Jiao Wuling's voice saying hold the throne until they come back, the archive. She had been waiting for the key to reach the door. I'll receive the transmission, he said. Ran Qinghua looked at him with the expression she used when she was about to say something important simply. The transmission is Jiao Wuling's complete knowledge of what exists beyond the mortal realm's ceiling. A pause. Be prepared for what that contains. Chapter 48. The ceiling moves. It came at dawn. Not the archive's transmission, something else. Wei Liang was in the deep corridor, preparing for the transmission that Ran Qinghua had advised him to rest before attempting, when his nascent manifestation awareness registered an anomaly at the palace's upper perimeter. Not the southern formation where the directorship had approached. Not the eastern boundary whereby Rongshu had built the interface maintenance infrastructure. The ceiling. The Void Palace existed in a spatial fold, which meant it had a geometry that did not fully correspond to conventional directional space. The ceiling was a metaphor for the fold's upper boundary, the formation layer that separated the palace's interior from the dimensional space above the mortal realm. Something was pressing against it from outside. He was already moving when the palace's formation registered the pressure. Through the formation backbone, he felt the 9 consorts activate simultaneously. Fungling's draconic technique spinning up at the draconic gallery, Royan already moving toward her formation deployment position, the others rising from sleep or work with the bond network alertness that the 9-bond configuration made possible. He did not need to broadcast the alert. They felt it. He arrived at the throne room in time to see the ceiling formation shiver. Old Hollow materialized beside him. Dimensional probe. External origin. The formation signature is unlike anything in the palace's records. He paused. It is also unlike anything in the protocol's records. His voice had a quality Wei Liang had not heard before. Not fear, exactly, but the careful precision of someone reporting information they do not want to understate. The probe is from a cultivation source operating outside the mortal realm's spatial structure. The ancient thing, Luo Tianwen said from the doorway. She had the notebook, already open. The thread I read at the throne's restoration. When I said something beyond the mortal ceiling had turned its attention toward the light. She looked at the throne room's ceiling. This is the attention. Wei Liang looked at the ceiling. Through his 9 lineage awareness, he could feel the probe's pressure. A cold, vast patience, pressing against the fold's upper boundary with the careful precision of something that had been planning this approach for a very long time. It was not breaking the formation. It was reading it. Assessing, Ruoyan said. She had arrived with 3 other consorts and read the situation in the same breath. It's gathering information. If it's assessing, Xiao Wuhan said, what does it need to know? Whether the palace can be cracked, Fengling said. She was at the throne room's window, looking up with the threat assessment her draconic technique provided. Whether 9 bonds is actually what it appears to be, or a formation trick. She paused. Dragon Clan send probes before assaults. What comes next depends on what the probe reports. Wei Liang looked at the formation backbone status in his awareness. Full operation. 9 bonds stable. The Tier 0 interface maintaining at its safe range, by Rongshu, and He Fengwei holding the maintenance load in the deep corridor. The palace was as prepared as it could be. We don't answer the probe with defense, he said. Ruoyan looked at him. Defense tells it how strong we are. We show it what we are. He looked at the throne. The 9-bond formation, full expression. Not defensive concentration, not attack posture. Full ambient expression, every lineage active simultaneously. The palace at complete function visible from outside the fold. You're telling it we're not hiding, Fengling said. I'm telling it what we are. Before it decides what to do with what the probe reports. He sat on the throne. Ruoyan, if it decides to force the fold after seeing the full expression, positions? Already established, she said. Chapter 49. The probe reads he expressed the 9-bond formation outward through the throne. Not as an attack. Not as a barrier. As a statement. This is what we are. Read it accurately. The 9 lineages activated simultaneously through his cultivation base. All of them. The draconic heat and the ghost art's cold. The sound Dao's vibration and the formation master's precision. The beast bond's animal warmth and the flame Dao's ember steadiness. The fate reading's threat awareness and the battlefield general's command aura and the culinary alchemist's restorative stability. all nine, expressed through the throne as a unified whole, none dominant, all integrated. The palace's walls lit in the specific way they lit when Wei Liang sat on the throne and engaged the full formation. Every inscription glyph active, every corridor illuminated, the void chrysanthemums in the courtyard blooming their full 15 petals at maximum luminescence. The probe registered this. Wei Liang felt it register. The pressure against the ceiling formation changed, not withdrawing, but shifting from reading to processing. Whatever mechanism the probe used to gather information, it was now assembling the data it had received. Luo Tianwen was reading threads. She had moved to the throne room's center and her eyes had the particular unfocused quality that meant she was looking at something other than the physical room. The probe is not hostile by intent, she said quietly. Its intent is, I don't have a word for it. It's not hostile, it's not neutral, it's not allied. It is evaluating whether the thing it detects is the thing it is looking for. What is it looking for? Wei Liang asked, his voice carrying the slight distance of speaking through the throne's full engagement. She was quiet for a long moment. The archive, she said. Not the palace. The Tier 0 archive. She paused. It is looking for the archive, because the archive contains information about it. Zhou Wuling's complete knowledge. Her voice was careful, precise, each word chosen with the attention she gave to things that mattered. Whatever is above the mortal ceiling, Zhou Wuling knew about it. She archived that knowledge. And the thing above the ceiling knows she did. It has been looking for the archive for 10,000 years, Kong Ju said from the doorway. He had come at the first alert. He was holding the documents from the previous collapse event. The 1,500-year-old practitioner. The protocol spent 40 years trying to prevent what they thought was a dangerous entity from accessing the palace. What they were actually doing was preventing the thing above the ceiling from accessing the archive through an incomplete anchor event, Xiao Wuhan finished. She had her notebook and was writing at her fastest pace. The protocol's intervention was correct for the wrong reasons. The probe's pressure held for another 4 minutes. Wei Liang maintained the full expression through the throne, holding the 9 lineage output steady. His hands were warm against the throne's armrests, the stone conducting the 9 lineage qi in both directions, the throne expressing it, and the formation backbone amplifying it through the palace's full structure. Then the probe withdrew, not fast, deliberately, carefully, in the same measured way it had arrived. Wei Liang felt the ceiling formation's pressure ease and released the full expression through the throne, reducing to the normal operational state. The throne room was quiet. It's gone, Fengling said. She had been holding her draconic technique at ready position the entire time. She let it down slowly. It saw the full formation and withdrew. It saw the archive, Luo Tianwen said. The 9-bond formation configuration is the same key structure as the archive's access design. It recognized the key. She closed her notebook. It withdrew because attacking the key damages the archive. She paused. It wants the archive intact. So do we, Wei Liang said. The silence that followed was not comfortable. It was the silence of people who had just understood that the most dangerous thing above the mortal ceiling was not an enemy that wanted to destroy them, but something that wanted access to the same archive they were trying to reach, and that something had 10,000 years of patience and had already demonstrated it would wait for the right moment. How long before it returns? Wei Liang asked Luo Tianwen. Weeks, she said. It received a significant amount of information from the probe. It will need time to process and decide its approach. She paused. Weeks is not a long time. No, Wei Liang said. We receive the archive's transmission before it comes back. Chapter 50. The Hollow Step. He received the transmission the following morning. Ran Xinghua and Old Hollow were present. He had asked that the consorts wait outside the deep corridor, not because the transmission required privacy, but because the 9 lineage reception architecture that Ran Xinghua had described would occupy his full cultivation base, and he did not want to be read as compromised if something went wrong. Fengling had objected. He had said, if something goes wrong and I'm unreachable, you'll need to be able to act independently. You can't do that if you're watching a doorway. She had looked at him with the expression that meant she disagreed and was going to comply and was going to remember this for future negotiations. He took this as acceptable. He sat at the boundary wall's base with his back against the stone. Ran Xinghua held the interface at exactly the safe operating range, giving the archive's pulse a clean channel. Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei stood at monitoring positions, ready to collapse the interface if the amplitude exceeded the safe range by any measurable amount. Ready? Old Hollow asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. The archive transmitted. He had expected information. What arrived was something that used information as its medium, but was not organized the way information was organized. Not sequential, not hierarchical, not the accumulated knowledge of a single mind. It came the way the Hall of Resonant Memory had given him fragments of previous practitioners' experiences, but broader and deeper. 10,000 years of a single cultivator's complete understanding, compressed and encoded in formation language that his 9 lineage awareness could receive, but not immediately parse. The physical cost was immediate. The 9 lineages attempting to receive simultaneously created a pressure in his cultivation base that was unlike anything the prior breakthroughs had felt. Foundation forging had been expansion. Core formation had been crystallization. Soul awakening had been extension. Nascent manifestation had been projection. What this was, the 9 lineages under simultaneous full reception load, was integration at a depth that his cultivation base was not yet structured to handle. Something shifted. Not broke, shifted. His cultivation base restructured itself around the reception load. The nascent manifestation state he had held since the 8th bond had been a projection state. His soul extended outward, interacting with the world from a position of externality. What happened now was different. The 9 lineage reception collapsed the distance between the projected soul and the cultivated body, between the awareness that reached outward and the foundation it reached from. His body became transparent to his own perception. Every cell, every meridian, every formation node that the 9 bonds had built, visible and immediate, not through spiritual sense, but through direct awareness, the way you are aware of your own breathing without looking at it. Hollow transcendence. He understood the name for it as the state arrived. Not transcendence of the body, but transcendence of the separation between the body and the soul's awareness. He was simultaneously in his body and everywhere his cultivation base extended, and the distinction between those two locations dissolved. The archive's transmission continued. He received it. Jiao Wuling's knowledge arrived in pieces, not as narrative, impressions, understanding, a practitioner's accumulated perception of 10,000 years of events she had observed from inside the Tier 0 realm. She had not been in there alone. She had been with the archive, watching through its sensing structure, waiting for the 9-bond key to arrive. She had seen the previous practitioner's failed attempt. She had seen the protocol's 40 years of intervention. She had seen 11 candidates before Wei Liang enter the palace and failed to complete the bond configuration. He received this and held it, the transmission flowing through the 9 lineage architecture while his body sat against the boundary wall and his awareness extended through the palace's complete formation at hollow transcendence depth. At the transmission's end, the archive went quiet. He sat in the silence for a long moment. The stone beneath him was warm from his contact with it. His hands, which had been pressed against the wall, had left faint qi traces in the stone's surface. He looked at them. Wei Liang, Ran Xinghua said. Her voice reached him from a strange distance. Not physical distance, but the distance of someone who is speaking to a person who has just crossed a threshold that changes the nature of conversation. She had heard that tone before. He understood. She had been alive long enough to know what someone sounded like when they came back from somewhere significant. What did it contain? She asked. He thought about how to answer. The transmission had taken an hour. He had received it as experience, not as words. Converting it back to words would take time he did not yet have. The entity above the mortal ceiling, he said. Jiao Wuling watched it for 10,000 years. She understood its purpose. A pause. It is not malicious. It is not alien. He looked at the boundary wall. It built the Tier 0 realm. The archive was built inside something it had already constructed. And what it wants, he paused again, finding the words, is to know if the mortal realm has produced a configuration worthy of the next conversation. Old Hollow was very still. The next conversation, he said. The one that comes after 10,000 years of waiting on both sides of the same wall. Wei Liang stood. His legs were steady. His cultivation base was settling into its new configuration. The hollow transcendent state still felt new, the way a new room feels before you've spent enough time in it to stop noticing it. Jiao Wuling built the archive to ensure that whoever arrived with the right key understood what they were walking into before the conversation began. He looked at Ran Xinghua. She prepared us. Xiao Wuhan filled half a notebook. She wrote without pausing, the stylus moving in the shorthand she used when information arrived faster than full script could capture, occasionally glancing up to indicate a point where she needed additional detail. He gave her the additional detail. She wrote it. This continued through the portion of the archive that dealt with Jiao Wuling's 10,000-year observations of the entity's behavior. Ran Xinghua did not write anything. She sat with her eyes closed and her hands folded in her lap and received the information the way she received the Flame Dao archive, as experience, not documentation, letting it settle into her own framework of understanding. Fengling asked one question at the 20-minute mark. Is it a threat to the palace? Wei Liang said, not directly. She was quiet for the remainder of the report, but her expression moved through several stages of private calculation that she did not share. Ruoyan listened with the expression she used for operational briefings where the full implications would only be clear after the information was complete. She was building contingencies, he knew, running each piece of information against her defensive framework and adjusting for variables she had not previously had access to. Luo Tianwen sat at the hall's entrance with her notebook closed. When he finished, she said, "The entity above the ceiling. It's been testing the mortal realm for 10,000 years, watching whether anyone could complete what Jiao Wuling built." She paused. The 9 bonds are the proof it was looking for. The conversation is what happens when the proof is sufficient. What kind of conversation? Nu Huanling asked. She had been sitting against the far wall with the void links across her lap, and her question was more direct than its framing implied. She was asking whether the entity's intentions were safe for the people in this room. Wei Liang thought about how to answer this accurately. Jiao Wuling's archive describes 10,000 years of observation of the entity's behavior toward the mortal realm. In that time, it never acted against mortal realm interests. It interfered only twice, both times to prevent something from destroying what it was watching. He paused. It intervened to stop the undying Ember Temple's destruction 300 years ago, which is why Ran Qinghua survived. The entity deflected the attack that was meant to destroy the pilgrimage route, not the temple itself. Ran Qinghua opened her eyes. She looked at Wei Liang for a long moment. "I thought I survived by chance," she said. "You survived because the entity was watching and the pilgrimage route was not supposed to be destroyed." He met her eyes. The temple's destruction was part of a different intervention. The same force that sent the Jade Succession Protocol's predecessor organization. The same force that has been trying to prevent the archive from being accessed. The entity and that force are in opposition, Kong Ju said. He had been reading the documents in his hands during the council, the prior collapse records, and he looked up now with the expression of someone who has just understood why a document says what it says. The protocol was founded to prevent the archive from being accessed. The entity has been protecting the access route. They've been working against each other for 10,000 years, Xiao Wuhan said from behind her notebook, and neither of them told the mortal realm. She paused. Jiao Wuling knew. Jiao Wuling was working with the entity, Wei Liang said. The archive was built inside a structure the entity created. She didn't find the Tier 0 realm by accident. She was invited. The hall was quiet. By Suling, who had been sitting near the kitchen wing's entrance with a warming cup she had been refilling at intervals throughout the council, said, "Invited to do what?" "To build the key," Wei Liang said. "The entity cannot reach into the mortal realm directly. The conversation it wants requires a mortal realm configuration capable of receiving it." Jiao Wuling spent her cultivation life building the configuration that would make the conversation possible. He paused. "We finished the configuration. The conversation is next." The silence that followed was not comfortable. It was the silence of 9 people understanding simultaneously that the thing they had been building toward had a scope they had not expected when they began. Chapter 52. The protocol for contact. The archive contained instructions. Not written instructions. The archive communicated through formation resonance, and Jiao Wuling had encoded the contact protocol as a formation sequence that Wei Liang had received as part of the transmission. He spent the following day with Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei translating it from direct experience into something they could implement technically. The protocol required 4 elements. First, the throne active at full expression, 9 lineage output sustained through the complete formation backbone. Wei Liang's hollow transcendent state made this possible in a way that nascent manifestation would not have. The distinction was not power but integration, the soul and body operating as a unified system rather than a projected one. Second, the Tier 0 interface opened to 3 times its current range, not to allow emergence. The archive was explicit that emergence was not the goal and would destabilize both structures. To allow a formation resonance exchange, the entity expressing its frequency pattern into the palace's formation, the palace responding in kind. Third, 9 lineage simultaneous expression, meaning all 9 consorts actively contributing their lineage techniques through the bond network at the moment of contact. Not passively present, actively engaged, their cultivation resonance amplifying each corresponding lineage in the throne's output. Fourth, the formation backbone's sealing barrier opened for 40 seconds. This was the 4th element that Bai Rongshu studied for a long time without speaking. 40 seconds of sealing barrier open, she said. The archive's formation sequence requires it, Wei Liang said. The entity's frequency pattern needs a direct channel to the throne's expression. The sealing barrier blocks that channel. The sealing barrier is the only thing between the palace and whatever applies pressure from above. She looked at her rings. 40 seconds. At full 9 lineage expression and active maintenance of the Tier 0 interface simultaneously, Hei Fengwei said. She was looking at her own notes. The formation load would be, she paused, significant, on every person in this palace. Every consort's active contribution is load-sharing, Wei Liang said. The 9 lineage architecture is designed to distribute exactly this kind of simultaneous demand. Designed by Jiu Wuling, Bai Rongshu said. She was not objecting. She was confirming the source of her confidence, who knew what the contact protocol would require and built the palace to handle it. She paused. And she designed the 9-bond configuration specifically because 9 individuals is the minimum distribution to make the load survivable for each individual. Yes. She looked at him. What happens to you during the 40 seconds? The throne's expression at full output through hollow transcendence, with 9 lineage consort amplification and the ceiling barrier open. He was quiet for a moment. Old Hollow describes it as, I describe it as, the most significant formation event this palace was designed to produce. Old Hollow said from the corridor. He had been present throughout, which Wei Liang had come to understand meant the conversation was important enough that Old Hollow had decided his input might be needed. The experience will be unlike anything in the current records. I cannot predict its effects on the Master's cultivation base beyond this. The Archive's contact was designed to be reciprocal. Whatever the entity transmits will be received by the 9 lineage architecture, and its effects on that architecture are, in the Archive's own terms, transformative. Transformative, Fengling said from the corridor entrance. She had been listening. She came inside now. What does transformative mean, specifically? The Archive does not specify. Jiu Wuling's final note on this element is, asterisk the contact does not take. It gives, asterisk Old Hollow paused. She did not elaborate further. Fengling looked at Wei Liang with the expression that meant she had decided something and was deciding whether to state it. She did not elaborate, she said, because what it gives is not something that can be described before it happens. She looked at Old Hollow. Or because she didn't want whoever read the archive to decide not to do it based on incomplete information about what it gives. Possibly both, Old Hollow said. Wei Liang looked at Bai Rongshu. Can you build the ceiling barrier mechanism? I can build the ceiling barrier opening mechanism, she said precisely. A timed release, 40 seconds, with manual override to close early if I determine the interface is destabilizing. She paused. The interface and the ceiling barrier simultaneous load. I need Hei Fengwei's contribution the entire time. You have it, Hei Fengwei said. Wei Liang looked at the formation rings on Bai Rongshu's hands. She had been wearing them continuously since arriving, the stones cycling in their slow assessment pulse. He thought about what she had said about the last sect she had belonged to. The formation tower burned. 12 years of working alone. A woman who had learned, through loss, to trust only what she could verify herself. She was trusting Jiu Wuling's archive. She was trusting him. 2 days, he said. When you're ready. She nodded once, without ceremony. Chapter 53. Before the contact. The day before the contact, the palace held its own council. Not a formal council. Old Hollow did not announce it, and Wei Liang did not organize it. What happened was, each of the 9 consorts came to him at different times throughout the day, without coordination, to have different versions of the same conversation. Yueme came first, at the 3rd hour, and stood in the courtyard with the composure she used for difficult conversations. Not distant, but contained. The ghost line's contribution during the contact, she said. My lineage technique works through soul awareness extension. Full active contribution during the 40-second ceiling open will mean my soul sense is at maximum range. She paused. I will perceive more than usual. Whatever the entity transmits, I will receive it at greater depth than most practitioners could. Is that a problem? Wei Liang asked. It is a statement of fact. I wanted you to know. A pause. I have spent 20 years building containment for my soul sense because the ghost line's natural range is distressing to practitioners who cannot manage it. During the 40 seconds, I will need to let the containment down. She looked at him. I wanted to tell you this was a choice I was making, not a side effect. I understand, he said. She nodded and left. She did not say she was afraid. She also did not need to. Bai Suling came at midday with a covered dish that she placed on the courtyard table. Eat this before tomorrow, she said. It's calibrated for cultivation stability under high formation load. I've been testing the formula for a week. She sat down across from him. The 9 lineage amplification during the contact. My lineage contribution is restorative stability. What I do is hold the operational capacity of everyone else at baseline, so the load doesn't cause degradation. That sounds like the most important contribution, Wei Liang said. Someone always says that. She smiled, but it was a smaller smile than her usual ones, the one underneath the usual one. I want to know something. The archive, Jiao Wuling's knowledge of 10,000 years. She paused. Was she happy? In the Tier 0 realm, watching all of this. Was she? He thought about the transmission. The experience of receiving it. The quality of Jiao Wuling's observation of 11 candidates who came close and failed, of the protocol's interventions, of the mortal realm moving through centuries without completing what she had built. She was purposeful, he said carefully. The transmission does not carry emotional content the way I could describe. But there is a quality to how she observed everything, a sustained attention that did not feel like suffering. He paused. She saw you. Everyone who came through the palace. She saw every person the 9 bonds brought here. Bai Suling was quiet for a moment. Then, good. She stood, leaving the covered dish. Eat the whole thing. He ate it. Mei Chongsong came in the late afternoon and stood in the music hall doorway without entering. She had been in the music hall for most of the day. I would like to play during the 40 seconds, she said. Not a composition. The formation amplification technique. Sound as formation input. I can contribute to the stability of the Tier 0 interface through acoustic resonance. She paused. I've been testing the frequency range against Bai Rongshu's interface measurements. It works. She didn't mention this. I told her this morning. She said it would improve the maintenance margin. Mei Chongsong paused. She said it as if it were obvious that she would accept useful input. I thought you should know she said that. Fengling came last at evening. She did not sit. She stood at the courtyard entrance with the directness of someone who had spent all day deciding exactly what to say. Tomorrow, she said. If it goes wrong, she paused, I want to know your plan. My plan is for it not to go wrong. That is not a plan. He thought about this. If the ceiling barrier fails to close at 40 seconds, Bai Rongshu overrides it manually, and we pull the 9 lineage expression back to baseline immediately. He looked at her. If the entity's transmission exceeds what the 9 lineage architecture can receive, I break the contact by releasing the throne's expression. The bond network can be drawn back. A pause. If I'm incapacitated by the contact, Ruoyan takes over the defensive position. Old Hollow manages the palace until you recover. She had already talked to both of them about this. And if you don't recover. He was quiet for a moment. Then you 9 manage the palace together. Old Hollow maintains function. Kong Ju and Hei Fengwei continue the interface work. He looked at her. The palace does not require a master to function after 9 bonds are stable. It requires a master to operate at full capacity. There's a difference. She looked at him for a long time. Jiao Wuling waited 10,000 years for this. Yes. Don't make her wait longer by failing to do it properly. She left. Wei Liang sat in the courtyard with the evening air and the 15-petaled chrysanthemums and the steady formation shimmer at the perimeter, and he thought about what Fengling was asking. Not reassurance, not the pretense that nothing could go wrong. The acknowledgement that it might, and the certainty that the work was worth doing anyway. He had no argument with that. Chapter 54. The assault. They came before dawn. Not the entity, a force that had been tracking the palace's full activation from a distance for weeks, waiting for the right moment. 23 cultivators in coordinated formation, approaching from 4 vectors simultaneously, carrying disruption arrays that were different from the Jade Succession Protocol's calibration weapon, but operated on similar principles. Luo Tianwen had detected them 6 hours earlier, and said nothing until 2 hours before their arrival, which was as early as her thread reading could confirm the approach was committed rather than exploratory. Who are they? Ruoyan asked. No organization I recognize. The thread structure suggests independent contractors, multiple groups assembled for a single purpose, not a standing force. She paused. Hired. By the protocol's directorship? The threads don't point there. She closed her notebook. Different origin entirely. Ruoyan deployed formations in the 4 hours she had. The 9 consorts took positions that reflected 6 weeks of working and living and defending together. They did not need briefing on their roles. They moved to where they needed to be with the efficiency of a system that had developed its own internal logic. Bai Rongshu reinforced the formation barrier at the 3 approach angles that her engineering assessment identified as soft points. Mei Chongsong went to the acoustic formation nodes she had spent 2 weeks tuning. Yueme extended her soul sense to the full perimeter. The assault began before sunrise. 23 cultivators in coordinated formation was significant. Against a 6-bond palace, it might have been decisive. Against the full 9-bond formation at 100%, maintained by Rongshu's reinforced architecture, it was a test of endurance rather than a contest of power. The disruption arrays were the problem. They were not keyed to the palace's frequency signature. They were keyed to dimensional spatial folds, designed to destabilize the fold geometry rather than the formation. Against a standard pocket realm, this would have worked. Against the Void Palace with its Tier 0 interface interaction creating continuous frequency modulation, The arrays could not find a stable target. Ruoyan had identified this in her preparation. She had positioned new Huanling's formation beast nodes at the 4 outer approach points specifically because they operated on a non-standard cultivation frequency that would further confuse the disruption array's targeting mechanism. The assault hit the barrier and scattered. The force's coordinator, Wei Liang, could feel them through his extended hollow transcendence awareness. A cultivator at nascent manifestation level at the center of the outer ring recognized within the first 2 minutes that the formation was not behaving as expected. They held the assault rather than escalating, which was the tactically correct choice for a force that had arrived with specific tools that were not working. Wei Liang appeared at the outer gate, not through the formation aperture, through the gate itself, in the open, with no barrier between him and 23 cultivators. His hollow transcendent state expressed through his physical presence in a way that nascent manifestation had not. The 9 lineage integration meant his cultivation base was not contained in a body that projected outward, but a unity that was present as itself, without the division between inner state and outer expression. The coordinator stopped. Your disruption arrays are keyed to spatial fold geometry, Wei Liang said. This fold is harmonically coupled to a Tier 0 realm. The coupling creates continuous frequency modulation. Your arrays cannot target a modulating signature. He looked at the coordinator. You came because someone paid you to disrupt the Void Palace's formation. The formation cannot be disrupted by this method. The employer's intelligence was out of date. The coordinator was a woman in her 40s with the calculating expression of someone assessing a reversal. Who built the Tier 0 coupling? She asked. The palace's founder. 10,000 years ago. He paused. Your employer should have known this. They didn't tell you because knowing it would have changed your price or your decision. He looked at the 23. Stand down and leave. I have a more important appointment this morning than a fight I won't remember in a week. The coordinator looked at her force. She looked at the palace's formation shimmer. She made the calculation that competent practitioners make when the tactical situation is clearly resolved. She gave the signal. The force withdrew. Ruoyan appeared at Wei Liang's shoulder as the last of them disappeared over the horizon. That was faster than expected. They were contractors, not believers. Different calculation. He looked at the growing light on the shattered plane's eastern edge. Contact day, he said. Yes, she said. Don't be late. Chapter 55. The entity answers. The contact began at midday. 8 consorts at their positions across the palace's formation. Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei at the deep corridor's interface maintenance position. Mei Chongsong at the acoustic nodes. Wei Liang on the throne. Kong Ju had asked where he should be. Wei Liang had said, anywhere you can observe clearly. You'll need to describe what this looked like afterward. He was on the outer wall. Old Hollow materialized at the throne room's entrance. Begin when ready, he said. Wei Liang placed his hands on the throne's armrests. He had been at Hollow Transcendence for 2 days. In that time, he had been learning what the state meant as lived experience rather than as a realized fact. The difference between his previous states and this one, at nascent manifestation, his soul projected and returned. At Hollow Transcendence, there was no projection. His awareness was distributed through the 9 lineage architecture the way water is distributed through connected vessels, present everywhere the architecture reached, without a primary location. He was in the throne room, in the deep corridor whereby Rongshu's rings pulsed, in the acoustic nodes where Mei Chongsong's hands were poised, in all 9 consort positions simultaneously. He activated the throne's full expression. The palace lit in the sequence he had seen before and now felt from inside. The inscription glyphs running in the formation architecture's specific order, each wing contributing its lineage resonance to the unified output. The 9 consorts activated simultaneously. He felt each of them, not their thoughts, not their experience, but the specific quality of their cultivation contribution. Fengling's draconic heat, Uma's soul extension expanding past the perimeter, Bai Suling's restorative stability spreading through the whole formation like a warm current. Bai Rongshu opened the interface to 3 times its working range. The entity was already there. It had been waiting with the same patience it had expressed through the sealing probe, not anticipation, not urgency, just the quality of something that has learned to match its pace to whatever it is waiting for. The moment the interface widened, its frequency pattern moved through the opening with the care of something that had been given permission for the first time. Bai Rongshu opened the sealing barrier. The 40 seconds began. What came through the ceiling was not a force. It was not an attack. It was a transmission, the entity's own answer to the archive, its reciprocal communication using the 9 lineage formation as its reception architecture. It arrived as understanding. Not information, understanding. The distinction mattered because information requires interpretation, while understanding is interpretation already complete. He received it, and it was already parsed, already integrated, already part of how he processed everything else in the room. The entity's transmission told him what it was: a cultivation intelligence that had completed the mortal realm's full progression cycle 10,000 years before the current cultivation system was designed, that had moved beyond the mortal ceiling into a state that the mortal realm's current vocabulary had no precise term for, and that had spent 10,000 years watching whether the mortal realm would develop the configuration necessary to receive the conversation. The conversation was not about power. It was about continuity. The entity had completed its cycle. The mortal realm was, in its assessment, approaching a phase transition, a point in its developmental cycle where the accumulated cultivation knowledge of its entire history would need to be passed forward into a configuration capable of holding it, or lost as the cycle reset. The nine-bond configuration was that holding structure. The void throne was the vessel. The Jade Succession Protocol's original founders, the force that had opposed the archive, had been preventing the configuration from completing because they wanted the cycle to reset. A reset destroyed existing power structures and allowed reconstruction under their control. The entity had been preventing the reset. Wei Liang received all of this in the 40 seconds as a single complete understanding, the way a key receives the shape of a lock. Bai Rongshu closed the ceiling barrier. He sat on the throne and held what he had received. The nine lineage expression settled from full output to normal operational level. The consorts at their positions came back to their usual states. Uma, he noted through the bond network, retracted her soul sense slowly and carefully. It had been at maximum range during the 40 seconds, and what she had perceived would take her a long time to process. Old Hollow said, from the entrance, formation stable. Interface at safe operating range. Ceiling barrier sealed. Wei Liang opened his eyes. The throne room looked the same. The chrysanthemums in the courtyard were still at 15 petals. The formation shimmer at the perimeter was steady. He sat with the entity's transmission and thought about what it meant to be told that the palace he had spent this time building was not a power structure or a sanctuary or an experiment in a new kind of strength, but a holding vessel for the next 10,000 years of the mortal realm's accumulated knowledge. That Jiao Wuling had built it for exactly this. That the 9 people who had chosen to be here had become, without knowing what they were agreeing to, the foundation of that continuity. He heard the consorts beginning to move back through the palace toward the throne room. He had a great deal to explain. And unlike the first council, after the archive transmission, he was no longer finding the words as he spoke. He had received the understanding complete, and the work now was not interpretation but decision. What did you do when you understood that you were building something that was meant to outlast you? Fengling arrived first. She looked at him on the throne and asked, with the directness that was her exact and constant quality. Well, I understand what we're building, he said. She waited. It's larger than I thought, he said. Show me, she said, and sat down to listen. Chapter 56. The second council. He told them everything. Not the way he had told them about the archive's contents, in fragments, reconstructed from transmission experience. He told them clearly, directly, the way Ruoyun briefed a tactical situation. Start with what you know, then the implications, then the decision points. He did not soften the scope. The mortal realm was approaching a phase transition. The void throne was the preservation vessel. The 9 consorts, all of them, every person who had voluntarily bonded with the palace, were the foundation of the holding structure that would carry the mortal realm's accumulated cultivation knowledge through the transition. He said this to all 9 of them, plus Kong Ju and Old Hollow, in the throne room. Then he waited. Xiao Wuhan was the one who pushed back. This was not a surprise. We were not told this when we accepted the right, she said. Her voice was even, but it had the precision that came out when she was building towards something that mattered. The right of accord described a voluntary bond with the palace and its master. It described access to lineage techniques and the palace's resources. It did not describe becoming part of a cosmic preservation structure for the mortal realm's continuity. No, Wei Liang said. That is a significant difference between what was agreed to and what you are now describing as the agreement scope. Yes, he said. I agree. She looked at him. You're not arguing. No. What you're saying is accurate. He looked at all of them. Jiao Wuling didn't tell the archive what the contact would reveal. She encoded the protocol, but not the content. I didn't know the full scope until 40 seconds ago. He paused. I'm telling you now because you deserve to understand what you're part of and to decide whether you're still part of it. Nu Huanling looked up from the void links in her lap. The bond is permanent, she said. You told me that. The bond cannot be broken by external force. It can be dissolved by mutual agreement. He looked at each of them. If anyone wants to dissolve the bond, I will agree to the dissolution. The throne room was quiet for a long time. Bai Suling said, if the cycle resets, What does that mean for the people in the mortal realm currently? For practitioners? For ordinary people? The entity's transmission describes prior cycle resets. The reset is not a destruction event. It's a collapse of the current cultivation system's accumulated structure. People survive. The knowledge doesn't. A pause. The lineage techniques, the formation language, the millennia of practiced understanding of how cultivation works, gone. The next cycle rebuilds from early principles. He looked at her. The entity has watched the mortal realm cycle through this 4 times. And each time, the knowledge is lost, she said. Each time, the knowledge is lost. She was quiet. Then the right was correctly described. The bond is with the palace, and the palace is what it is, and what it is includes this. She looked at Wei Liang. I'm not dissolving anything. Ran Xinghua, who had said nothing since the council began, spoke. Jiu Wuling knew what the palace was for before she built it. She designed the right structure to be voluntary because the preservation works differently under coercion. A forced bond produces a degraded holding structure. The voluntary element is not a nicety. It is the mechanism. She looked at Xiao Wuhan. Your objection is correct. You were not told this scope. But the right would not have been less honest if it had included this scope, because the scope was always present in what you agreed to. Xiao Wuhan considered this for a long moment. The research implications alone. She started, and then stopped. She looked at her notebook. She looked at Wei Liang. I have spent my career studying things that other people declared too dangerous or too inconvenient to research. The knowledge of 4 prior cultivation cycles is encoded in the archive. She paused. I am not dissolving anything. One by one, the others confirmed. Not because Wei Liang asked. He had not asked. He had offered the dissolution and waited. They confirmed because each of them had made the decision already, and the confirmation was the act of stating it clearly. Fengling was last. She said, I told you 3 months ago that the draconic lineage is better transmitted through a permanent bond. That remains accurate. She paused. Nothing you said tonight changes that calculation. Kong Ju, who had not been asked because he was not bonded, said quietly. For what it's worth, I'll help with what I can. Wei Liang looked at him. It's worth considerably more than you're framing it. Old Hollow made a sound. Not his standard dry acknowledgement. Something more like the sound he had made on the night of the 9th bond. Brief, private, immediately controlled. The second council is closed, he said. The throne room's formation glyphs hummed steady. Chapter 57. What Yueme perceived, she found him the following morning in the courtyard. Wei Liang had developed a habit of sitting with the void chrysanthemums in the early hours, not meditating, exactly, but giving the hollow transcendence awareness time to process in the specific way it processed when he was not directing it toward a specific task. The state had a quality of distributed consciousness that was most informative when it was not being pointed at anything. Xin Yueme came into the courtyard with the care she used for spaces where other people were doing something she did not want to interrupt without cause. I want to tell you what I perceived during the 40 seconds, she said. He gestured at the courtyard stone across from him. She sat. My soul sense at maximum range, she began, reads the qualitative character of consciousness rather than its content. It distinguishes between awareness types, a practitioner's intentional awareness, an animal's ambient awareness, the echo-awareness that remains in places where significant events occurred. She was precise, choosing words with her usual care. During the 40 seconds, the entity's transmission passed through my extended soul sense in both directions. It was entering the palace's formation from above while the bond network was expressing through the throne. What was its qualitative character? Wei Liang asked. Patient, she said. Profoundly patient. Not in the way that a person develops patience through practice. The way patience is the natural quality of something whose temporal experience is different from ours. She paused. And curious. Not the curiosity of someone looking for information. The curiosity of someone encountering a response they have been waiting for and finding it exactly as hoped. It recognized the configuration as what it was looking for. More than that, she looked at the chrysanthemums. It recognized each of us individually. The 9 lineage expression passed through my soul sense, and each lineage carried the specific character of the person contributing it. I felt it read each one. She was quiet for a moment. It paused on mine. What kind of pause? Recognition, she said. The ghost line. The soul extension technique. It has seen soul extension practitioners before, in previous cycles, I think. It reads the soul line as a specific type of awareness that it considers. She searched for the word, significant, for the preservation function. Wei Liang thought about this. The preservation structure required the 9 lineage contributions in their specific configuration. But within that requirement, some contributions had specific roles. The soul extension would be the archive's interface with the human element. Not the formation architecture, but the lived experience of practitioners across cycles. The preservation isn't just technique documentation, he said. It's experiential record. Yes. She looked at him directly. I will be a more significant element of the preservation function than my contribution to the defensive formation suggests. A pause. I want to understand the scope of that before it happens. I received the entity's transmission as complete understanding, not as documentation. He thought about how to explain what he had received. The preservation structure stores both kinds of content. Technique documentation and experiential record are different layers. The soul extension lineage is the thread that holds the experiential layer, the sense of what it was like to practice each lineage from the inside. Then I need to learn more of the other lineage's experiential character, she said. Not to practice them, to understand them well enough to record them. This was what UMA did with problems that concerned her. She identified the scope, determined her own role, and began preparing for it. She did not ask him to manage the situation. She was managing her own part of it. I'll ask each of the others to work with you, he said. I've already asked Fengling. She stood. She agreed with less argument than I expected. A pause, and in her voice a quality that was not quite amusement, but was adjacent to it. She said, "You're less irritating when you have a specific purpose." She's learning to give compliments. I believe she considers it a technical skill, UMA said, and left the courtyard with the quiet efficiency she brought to everything. Wei Liang sat with the chrysanthemums and the morning light and thought about what UMA had described. The entity pausing on the soul extension lineage with recognition. It had seen this before. It had been watching the mortal realm's cultivation development across cycles, and in each cycle the soul extension lineage was one of the key threads through which the lived experience of practice was preserved. Jiao Wuling had included UMA's lineage in the 9-bond configuration for a reason. She had included all 9 for reasons. He was beginning to understand each of them. Chapter 58. The Reset Force. Kong Ju had known more than he had said. Wei Liang found him in the guest wing at midday, reading through the protocol's historical documents with a focus that had the quality of someone who had returned to familiar material and was now reading it differently. He did not look up when Wei Liang entered. The Jade Succession Protocol's founders, Wei Liang said. You told me the protocol was founded to prevent Tier 1 anchor events. The entity's transmission described the founding as an effort to prevent the archive from being accessed, to allow the cycle reset. He sat in the second chair. Those are the same thing. But the protocol's founders presented it differently. The protocol's founders died before the current directorship was born, Kong Ju said. He set the document down. The history I know is reconstructed from records that may have been edited. He paused. What I know with confidence. The protocol was established approximately 800 years ago, in response to a Tier 1 anchor event that reached 7 bonds before being disrupted. The disruption was violent. Multiple practitioners died. He looked at Wei Liang. The historical record describes this as containing a destabilization threat. The founder's written record, the original charter document, which I have read, describes it as ensuring the cycle completes without interference from the preservation attempt. They said cycle completion, Wei Liang said. Yes, not destabilization prevention. Cycle completion. He looked at the documents. I read this 8 years ago and thought it was archaic phrasing. After last night's council, I reread it. He picked up the document and read aloud. The succession preserves the natural order of cycles, which requires the unimpeded completion of each cycle without artificial extension through legacy formation structures. Artificial extension, he said. That's what the Void Throne is, in their framework. An artificial extension that prevents the cycle from completing, resetting, as it should. And the reset benefits them how? Power consolidation. He said it simply. The protocol has spent 800 years positioning its organizational structure to be the dominant cultivating authority when the reset occurs. A reset destroys existing power structures, but the protocol's records indicate they have a method for preserving their organizational hierarchy through the reset, a separate formation structure built for exactly this purpose. He paused. They're not trying to survive the reset. They're trying to be the only ones who do. Wei Liang absorbed this. The entity's transmission had described the opposing force as the organization behind the cycle reset. He had received that as understanding without the specifics. Kong Ju was providing the specifics. How long have they been building their preservation structure? 800 years minimum. Possibly longer. There may have been a predecessor organization. He paused. The protocol's calibration weapon was not their most significant asset. It was a tool for eliminating specific obstacles. Their most significant asset is the reset preservation formation, which is, he stopped. Which is where, Wei Liang said. I don't know the current location. It was moved 3 times in the last 40 years due to competing factions discovering its existence. He met Wei Liang's eyes. I know what it is. I have theoretical documentation of its structure, part of the research I've been doing in the directorship. I don't know where it is now. Could Huan Qixue know? Yes. Whether she'll share it, he paused. She stood down from the calibration capability attempt. She agreed to the shared research terms. She has shown a consistent preference for outcomes that don't involve destroying things. He paused. She knows the protocol's original purpose. She has known it for at least as long as I have, and has stayed in her position anyway. But the context has changed. The 9th bond completed, the archive accessed, the entity's contact made. The calculation she was doing 800 years of organizational precedent on is now different. Wei Liang thought about Huan Qixue's expression when she had seen the 9 active bonds. The unguarded moment. The person underneath the director. She came in person, Wei Liang said. With the calibration capability. When the directorship could have sent a team. Kong Ju looked at him. Yes. She came to see whether the configuration was real. To determine whether what the protocol had been preventing was actually worth preventing. A pause. She made the assessment. She stood down. That's my reading. Then she's worth talking to. Wei Liang stood. I'll contact her. Directly, not through protocol channels. Kong Ju nodded. Then, Wei Liang. He waited until Wei Liang turned. The reset preservation formation. If it's complete and operational, and the protocol moves it to activation range, the throne's holding structure may not be sufficient to withstand the reset force. He said it directly, without hedging. I don't know if I'm right about this, but you should know the possibility exists. I received the entity's transmission, Wei Liang said. It described 4 prior cycles. In each of them, the cycle completed without a preservation structure in place. The reset force was not resisted because there was nothing capable of resisting it. He looked at Kong Ju. The difference this time is that the holding structure exists. We're the first cycle where it exists. A pause. I don't know what happens when an irresistible force meets a configuration designed to hold. Neither do I, Kong Ju said. Then we find out, Wei Liang said, and left to compose the message to Huan Qixue. Chapter 59, 9 Voices, 1 Decision. The message to Huan Qixue went through Old Hollow's communication formation, a channel that was more secure than Dimensional Pulse and more honest than Void Iron Chip. She received it within the hour and responded within the day. She would come. Alone. Within 5 days. Wei Liang told the consorts. He had learned from the Kong Ju meeting error. He told all of them, at the same time, with the full context. Luo Tianwen received the information and read the threads around it, and said Huan Qixue's decision thread was committed. She had already made the choice before receiving the message. Ruoyan began updating the reception protocols. Fengling asked, will she bring the calibration weapon? No, Wei Liang said. How do you know? Because she came with it last time and it didn't work. She's a practical person. He paused. And because she left it in the protocol's operational archive under full council authorization, which means she'd need unanimous directorship agreement to retrieve it. And she's the only directorship member who has assessed the palace's current state directly. Fengling thought about this. That was intentional. She locked herself out of deploying it unilaterally on the way out. Yes. You noticed this at the time and said nothing about it. I noticed it at the time. Saying it then would have changed its function. He looked at her. She needed to make the choice to lock herself out. If I commented, it became a negotiating point. Fengling was quiet for a long moment. I do not always like how your mind works, she said. But it works correctly. The 4 days before Huan Qixue's arrival were not quiet days. They were the kind of days that happened between one significant event and the next, where the significance of both creates a current of preparation that runs through everything. Yueme worked with each of the consorts in turn, spending a day with each one, learning the experiential character of their lineage technique from the practitioner's perspective. She approached these sessions with the patient attention of someone doing important work, and each consort brought their lineage honestly. Fengling teaching the draconic body tempering technique from the sensation of what it felt like to be heated from inside like a forge, by Suling describing the restorative cultivation through the specific warmth of a dish that healed rather than simply nourished. Ran Xinghua, sitting with Yueme in the Phoenix Meditation Tower and showing her what 40 years of a single fire felt like from the inside. Mei Chongsong was the one who gave Yueme the most. She did not explain her lineage through instruction. She played for Yueme in the music hall for 2 hours and let the sound carry what she could not have put into words. The specific quality of grief transmuted into something that sustained rather than consumed. The way the sound Dao became a bridge between what had been lost and what remained. Yueme sat in the music hall afterward and was quiet for longer than usual. When she came to report to Wei Liang, she said, I understand now what the experiential layer contains. It is not technique. It is the reason practitioners return to practice even when it is difficult. She paused. I thought it would be information. It's more like, she searched, the reason the information matters. Yes, Wei Liang said. She looked at him. Zhu Wuling understood this. She spent her life building the structure that would hold it. On the third day, Bai Rongshu came to the throne room not for a specific meeting, but simply to stand in it and look at the throne. Wei Liang was there, and they were both quiet for a time. The preservation formation works how exactly? She asked. The formation architecture. The 9-lineage bond network acts as a distributed storage structure, he said. Each lineage's specific knowledge, technique, and experiential is encoded into the corresponding bond thread. The throne anchors the distribution, holds the architecture coherent. He paused. When the cycle transitions, the holding structure needs to survive the transition intact. The cycle transition is a formation event, she said. Not a question. Yes. She looked at her rings. I need to understand the transition's formation characteristics to know whether the current architecture is sufficient. She looked at him. I'd like access to the entity's transmission, not the experiential version, the technical description of what a cycle transition looks like as a formation event. I don't have a clean technical separation. The transmission came as integrated understanding. Then we worked together. She paused. I ask questions about what you received. You answer them. I build the technical picture from the answers. She looked at the throne. The preservation formation our opponents built. If it's designed to survive the reset while the throne's structure is disrupted, there's a formation engineering problem we need to solve before Huan Qixue arrives. She paused. I need 7 hours. He gave her 7 hours. Chapter 60. The formation and the force. Huan Qixue arrived on the 5th day at mid-morning, alone, as promised. She came through the outer gate and walked through the palace with the attention of someone returning to a place they have been thinking about. She looked at the formation backbone's inscription sets, which were visible in the corridor walls at full activation. She looked at the beast wing as she passed it, the ecological presence of the newly woken forms moving in the space, the voidlink's pup watching her from the corridor entrance with amber alert eyes. She arrived in the hall of resonant memory to find Wei Liang, all 9 consorts, Kongju, and Bai Rongshu. More people than I expected, she said. More is more honest, Wei Liang said. She accepted this without argument. She sat at the hall's main table, and Wei Liang told her what the entity's transmission had contained, including the reset force's identity and its 800 years of organizational preparation. She listened without expression. She had expressions. He had read them during the previous meeting. The absence of expression now was not suppression. It was a person who has been carrying knowledge of a thing for a long time and is hearing it spoken aloud clearly for the first time. When he finished, she said, the reset preservation formation. You need to know where it is. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. I know where it was 18 months ago. She met his eyes. It's been moved twice since the protocol's directorship restructured after the stand-down decision. Kongju's defection will have triggered another assessment. They may have moved it again. She paused. But the last confirmed location was in the fractured basin, southwest of the shattered plains. 7 days' travel. What does it look like? Bai Rongshu asked. She had her formation notebook open. Huan Qixue looked at her with the expression she used for formation specialists, a pure acknowledgement, professional to professional. I have technical documentation. Partial. The structure was classified above my directorship clearance level, but I had access to the exterior surveys. She reached into her travel pack and set a sealed formation stone on the table. This is everything I was able to compile. Bai Rongshu took the stone and interfaced her rings with it. She read for 2 minutes in silence. The architecture is inverted from what I expected, she said. It's not designed to hold the reset. It's designed to ride it, to use the reset force as a propulsion mechanism rather than surviving it through resistance. She looked at Wei Liang. It's not a shelter. It's a vehicle. Wei Liang thought about this. The reset force as propulsion meant the opposing organization was not trying to preserve a static structure through the transition. They were trying to be carried forward by the transition into whatever the next cycle's early state looked like, arriving at the transition's endpoint already positioned, already operational, while everyone else rebuilt from early principles. They would arrive in the next cycle's beginning with the organizational structure intact, he said, before any other practitioner had enough cultivation to challenge them. And they would be the only ones who remembered the previous cycle's techniques, Xiao Wuan said. She had her notebook open. The accumulated knowledge lost in the reset. They keep theirs while everyone else loses theirs. She paused. That's not power consolidation. That's a monopoly on memory. The throne room's formation glyphs hummed in the walls. Wei Liang looked at Bai Rongshu. She was still reading the technical documentation. The vehicle architecture, he said. Can the throne's holding structure interact with it? She read for another 10 seconds. The vehicle uses the reset forces wave as its mechanism. The throne's holding structure works by absorbing and stabilizing the wave. It's designed to be the counterstructure to the reset force. She looked up. If the throne reaches full function, complete preservation integrity, the reset forces wave is absorbed rather than propagated. The vehicle has no wave to ride. Can the throne reach that function? It's at 91% preservation integrity based on current bond network cohesion and my formation architecture assessment. She paused. The remaining 9% requires the experiential layer to be fully loaded. UMA's contribution needs to complete the record sequence. Everyone looked at UMA. She had been sitting at the hall's edge with her hands folded in her lap, present for the entire discussion. She said, I've completed the preliminary record sessions with each of the 9 lineages. The full encoding requires the throne's expression at the same level as the contact event. 9 lineage simultaneous activation, full preservation output. She looked at Wei Liang. When you're ready to activate the full preservation state, the experiential layer will be ready. Wei Liang looked at the 9 consorts. At Kongju, at Huan Qixue, who had come alone to give him information she could not have shared safely through any formal channel. He thought about what Bai Rongshu had said, 9%. 9% of preservation integrity standing between the mortal realm's accumulated knowledge and a complete reset that would erase it. He thought about what it cost, not the formation architecture cost, not the cultivation cost, but the cost in years of these 9 people's lives, the decisions each of them had made without knowing the full scope of what they were building, the particular way each of them had arrived at this room through a route Zhou Wuling had designed 10,000 years before they were born. We're not ready yet, he said. Ruoyan looked at him. We need to know where the vehicle formation is now, not where it was 18 months ago. He looked at Huan Qixue. Your protocol contacts, people who stayed in the organization who might have current information? 2 people I trust partially, she said. I'll reach out. Luo Tianwan, he said. She looked up from the thread she had been reading. The vehicle formation's current location is southwest of where it was last confirmed, she said. The thread is weak. It's been moved to a shielded site, which reduces my read. She paused. But it's closer than it was. She met Wei Liang's eyes. They know the contact event happened. Whatever the probe registered when it saw the 9 lineage full expression, they received that information too. They're moving to be ready, Wei Liang said. So do we. He stood. The hall of resonant memories walls hummed around him with the accumulated presence of every practitioner who had ever lived and worked here, and outside the chrysanthemums held their 15 petals, and somewhere to the southwest a vehicle formation was moving toward a position from which it could catch the wave of a cycle reset. The mortal realm had been through this transition 4 times without a preservation structure in place. This time was different. This time was why Zhou Wuling had spent her cultivation life building the door and hiding the key and waiting 10,000 years for the right hands to hold them. Wei Liang looked at the people in the hall. We have work to do, he said. They had work to do. Chapter 61. The intelligence Huan Qixue's contacts came through on the 3rd day. Not as messages through conventional channels. That would have been detectable. One contact used a courier method so old it predated the Jade Succession Protocol's founding. A formation stone archive delivered through a relay of practitioners who did not know what they were carrying, each one only knowing the next step of the route. The archive reached the palace via a traveling merchant who had been given it at a market 3 days west and asked to deliver it to the Shattered Plains. Old Hollow received it at the outer gate. Wei Liang read it in the deep corridor with Bai Rongshu and Huan Qixue present. The intelligence was 3 months old at its most recent point and patchy before that. But it contained something Huan Qixue's other sources had not provided. The vehicle formation's activation requirements. Not its location, its conditions. What needed to be true in the external environment for the vehicle to function. Bai Rongshu read it twice. The vehicle formation requires a natural resonance cascade, she said. It can't trigger the reset independently. It needs a catalyst, a significant cultivation event that produces a large amplitude qi discharge in the ambient environment. She looked at Wei Liang. Something the scale of a 9-bond full expression event. Like the contact event, he said. Yes. She paused. Or the full preservation activation. The corridor was quiet except for the interface's maintenance tone. Hei Fengwei was holding the Tier 0 boundary at its safe range, her rings cycling in the steady rhythm she had developed over 3 weeks of continuous work. The full preservation activation would give them the catalyst they need, Wei Liang said. The full preservation activation would also complete the throne's holding structure. which absorbs the reset force's wave and eliminates the vehicle's propulsion mechanism. She looked at the formation rings. The question is which happens first. A pause. The preservation activation takes approximately 12 minutes from initiation to completion based on the formation architecture. The vehicle formation, once it detects the catalyst discharge, needs approximately 4 minutes to absorb enough ambient resonance to trigger the reset. 8 minutes of overlap, Wei Liang said, during which the vehicle formation will be drawing on the same ambient resonance that the throne's preservation activation is using. They compete for the same energy source. She paused. The throne should win this competition, given its 9-bond architecture, but I cannot guarantee the margin. Huan Qixue had been listening. She said, the vehicle formation will be aware of this calculation. They'll attempt to disrupt the preservation activation during those 8 minutes, which means the activation needs to happen under active defense, Wei Liang said. Yes. Bai Rongshu looked at him. The activation requires you to hold the throne's full expression continuously for 12 minutes, while the 9 consorts hold their lineage contributions continuously. Any interruption to the bond network during those 12 minutes resets the activation sequence. Wei Liang thought about the 40-second contact event. The 12 minutes was 18 times longer. He thought about what 18 times the physical load of the contact event would cost. His hollow transcendent state could sustain the output, but the consorts would each be at maximum contribution for 12 continuous minutes, and during that time, they would not be available for active defense. 12 minutes of full preservation engagement means 12 minutes where we cannot fight back, he said. The defensive architecture can be maintained by the formation itself, Bai Rongshu said. The barrier, the acoustic formations, the interface maintenance. What it cannot do is active combat response. Ruoyan can hold 12 minutes with new Huanling's beasts as mobile nodes, Ruoyan's voice said from the corridor entrance. She had arrived without announcement in the way she sometimes did. If the defense perimeter is established before the activation begins. Wei Liang looked at her. You've been planning this. Since the contact event, I assumed the full preservation activation would create a similar vulnerability window. She came into the corridor. I need to know the activation timeline. I've been working without a confirmed date. We don't have a confirmed date, Wei Liang said. What constraints? The vehicle formation needs to reach activation range. We estimate 7 days from Luo Tianwen's last thread reading on its position. We need to activate the full preservation before they can position for disruption. 5 days, Ruoyan said. 5 days gives the vehicle formation less than optimal range for the disruption attempt, and gives us adequate preparation time. She looked at Bai Rongshu. Does the Tier 0 interface remain stable during the preservation activation? It should. The preservation activation uses a different formation layer. She paused. I'll build in a fallback protocol to automatically reduce the interface to minimum range if the activation load threatens stability. Do that, Ruoyan said, with the tone she used when she had already decided something and was stating it as a logical conclusion rather than an instruction. She looked at Wei Liang. 5 days. He thought about the 8-minute overlap, the 12-minute window, the vehicle formation drawing on ambient resonance during the throne's most vulnerable state. He thought about Jiu Wuling, who had designed the preservation structure, who had also designed its activation protocol, who had known that the counterforce existed and had built the palace's formation to manage the conflict. 5 days, he said. He walked out of the corridor. Behind him, Bai Rongshu was already building the fallback protocol, and Ron was already redesigning the defense perimeter for a 12-minute sustained engagement window. And in the hall of resonant memory, the walls continued their steady presence, holding the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated practice. Chapter 62. The outer work. The next 2 days were preparation. Wei Liang learned, in preparation days, what each person carried with them into the work they did not talk about. Ruoyan ran the defense perimeter construction with the focused intensity she gave to problems with finite parameters and high stakes. She had a gift for making 12 minutes feel like a manageable interval when she was standing inside the geometry she had designed. He watched her work and understood that what he saw as tactical precision was for her a form of care. She cared for the people in the palace by making the distances exact and the positions correct and the contingencies accounted for. Mei Chongsong had asked to work outside the palace walls. The acoustic formation nodes I've been building inside the barrier work well for interior defense, she said. For a 12-minute sustained exterior engagement, I need an outer acoustic layer. Sound Dao formations positioned at the approach points that will disrupt coordinated attack formation before it reaches the barrier. Outside the barrier, Wei Liang said. Yes, within 50 paces of the outer wall, but outside the formation shimmer. She met his eyes. The outer work can't be done from inside. He looked at Ruoyan. she said. With escort. I don't need. With escort, Wei Liang said. Mei Chongsong accepted this with the grace of someone who had not expected to win this particular negotiation. She took Lu Tianxia. They had developed a working relationship over the previous weeks that involved Lu Tianxia standing at a distance and radiating alert competence while Mei Chongsong worked, which was, apparently, the precise amount of company Mei Chongsong found useful. They went out on the second day. Wei Liang tracked their position through his hollow transcendence awareness. Both of them were within his extended range, their cultivation signatures distinct and present. Mei Chongsong's sound-out technique produced a specific ambient resonance that he had learned to read as her working state. Focused, careful, the acoustic architecture building in a way that was audible to his 9 lineage senses as a low harmonic underneath the shattered plains wind. He was in the deep corridor with Bai Rongshu, reviewing the fallback protocol, when Luo Tianwen appeared at the entrance. She said, "There are 3 cultivators approaching from the southwest. Hostile alignment. They're moving toward Mei Chongsong's position." He was already moving. He did not run. Hollow transcendence did not benefit from running. The state expressed itself as presence rather than speed. He moved through the palace's corridors with the 9 lineage awareness extended outward, reading the 3 approaching signatures through his expanded sense range. They were nascent manifestation level, moving in coordinated formation, carrying formation stones that resonated with a frequency he now recognized. The vehicle formation's auxiliary architecture. These were not independent contractors. They were reset force operatives. He reached the outer gate in time to see Lu Tianxia step between the 3 operatives and Mei Chongsong. Lu Tianxia fought with the particular quality of a practitioner who had developed their style through many years of never having anyone worth sparring with. She was fast in the way that practitioners became fast when speed was not an option they were choosing, but a baseline they operated from. The first operative who reached for a disruption formation stone found his hand empty. The stone was on the ground 5 paces away, and he did not clearly see how it got there. But there were 3 of them, and they had been trained together. The second operative held Lu Tianxia's attention, while the third moved toward Mei Chongsong, who was behind a half-finished acoustic node that offered no meaningful cover. Wei Liang reached the outer wall's edge and projected his nascent soul outward, not at full force, a short-range projection at the third operative's chi-channel pathways. The hollow transcendent state expressed this differently than nascent manifestation had. At nascent manifestation, projection was force. At hollow transcendence, it was interruption, his awareness inserting into the space between the operative's intention and their technique, creating a gap of approximately 1 second in the operative's cultivation flow. 1 second. Mei Chongsong had been behind the acoustic node. She was not behind it when the operative arrived, having used the 1 second Wei Liang had created to move laterally along the wall to a position behind a natural stone shelf. Not a fighting position. She was not a combat practitioner, but outside the operative's immediate reach. Lu Tianxia ended the first 2 operatives' engagement capacity within 30 seconds using methods that Wei Liang would have called ruthlessly efficient if he had not seen her sparring court's 6 broken training dummies, which suggested this was simply how she operated in conditions that merited it. The third operative, facing Wei Liang's presence at the wall and Lu Tianxia, turning her attention in their direction, made the same calculation the contractors from 2 days ago had made. They withdrew. Lu Tianxia watched them go with the slightly disappointed expression of someone who had expected more from the engagement. Then she turned to Wei Liang. "She's fine," she said, gesturing toward the stone shelf. "The acoustic node is half finished. Is that a problem? Can you finish it?" Wei Liang asked Mei Chongsong. She came out from behind the stone shelf. She had her guqin on her back, unharmed. She looked at the half-finished node, which had not been damaged. 2 more hours, she said. "Go back in," he told Lu Tianxia. "I'll stay." Lu Tianxia looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding whether something was worth arguing about. She decided it wasn't. She went back inside. Wei Liang stood at the wall, while Mei Chongsong finished the acoustic node. The work was precise. She moved between the formation stones with the attention she gave the music hall, her hands placing each element with the specific care of someone who understood that what she was building was both technique and expression simultaneously. When she was done, she looked at him. "You didn't have to stay. I wanted to see you work," he said. She looked at the completed node. "Why?" "Because in 12 days I've watched everyone in this palace prepare for something that might not work," he said. "And the work itself is worth watching." She was quiet for a moment. Then, with the quiet sincerity that was her specific quality, "It will work." They went back inside. Chapter 63. What Royan requires. Royan asked for a full day. Not a briefing day, not a planning day. A day where Wei Liang was in her presence and available for questions as she finalized the defense perimeter's activation architecture. She did not explain why she wanted him specifically. He understood. She built defenses for the people she was protecting, and building a defense for 12 minutes of sustained engagement, while the most significant formation event in the mortal realm's recent history occurred, required her to know exactly who she was building it for. He spent the day following her through the palace's outer corridors as she placed the final formation stones, answering questions that were mostly technical but occasionally not. At the third hour, she asked, the hollow transcendent state. During the preservation activation, you're at full throne expression for 12 minutes. What's the physical cost? The contact event was 40 seconds. The cost was sustainable. He paused. 12 minutes is different. Old Hollow describes the activation as a one-time event. The preservation structure, once loaded, is complete. The cost is the cost of completing it, which is unknown. The archive describes it as the master's full cultivation reserve once. Not destructive, but complete expenditure. He said it plainly because Ruoyan did not benefit from softened versions. After the activation, I'll need significant recovery time. How significant? Days. Possibly more. He watched her place a formation stone at the southeastern corridor junction with the specific angle that indicated she had already calculated the reflection geometry for that position. The 9 consorts will be at partial capacity for several hours after their 12-minute contribution. You'll be managing the defense with a reduced operational team. I built the perimeter for this scenario, she said, not looking up from the stone. I need to know the timing more precisely. She moved to the next position. The activation consumes 12 minutes. The vehicle formation's disruption attempt will begin when the activation catalyst discharge is detected, call it 30 seconds into the activation. The disruption operatives will be in position before then. She paused. I need to know if there's any variance in the catalyst detection. If they can detect the discharge before the activation begins. Bai Rongshu says no. The catalyst is internal to the activation process. No detection signal until the formation initiates. So they can't know the activation has started until it started. She placed the next stone. Then the disruption force won't be in final position until the activation is already underway. Which means the first 30 seconds before they detect the discharge, they're still moving to position. Yes. I want to interrupt their movement to position during that 30 seconds. She looked at him. New Huanling's formation beast nodes can conduct a mobile strike at the approach vectors during those 30 seconds. It won't stop them, but it forces them to engage defensively rather than moving freely to position. That buys time. Wei Liang thought through this. A 30-second delay in the disruption force's positioning would push their effective disruption window from 2 minutes after activation initiation to perhaps 6. The 8-minute overlap period would become a 2-minute critical window rather than a full 8. The beast nodes need to be outside the barrier for this, he said. Yes, pre-positioned at the approach vectors before the activation begins. She paused. New Huanling's assessment is that the formation beast nodes can operate independently for approximately 40 minutes before needing her direct contribution to sustain them. She'll be inside the barrier maintaining the throne's contribution during the activation. The nodes run on preloaded formation charge. You've already discussed this with New Huanling. I discussed all elements of the defense with the relevant people before presenting you with the final architecture. She placed the last formation stone and stood. I needed to know the elements were operationally viable before I used your time to review them. She looked at him. The architecture is ready. The question was the recovery timeline. Days, he said again. She absorbed this. The reset force will not wait for you to recover, she said. If the preservation activation absorbs the reset wave, as Bai Rongshu's analysis indicates, the vehicle formation is neutralized. But the reset force's organizational structure remains. She paused. They will need to attempt activation again. The next attempt will require another natural resonance catalyst of sufficient magnitude, which means they'll wait for another 9-bond configuration to complete somewhere, he said. Or they'll attempt to create an artificial catalyst. How would they create an artificial one? He thought about what the entity's transmission had described of previous cycles. Destroying a significant cultivation structure, a major sect's formation backbone, or something of equivalent scale. He looked at the formation stones she had placed. Enough destruction creates enough ambient qi discharge to approximate a natural resonance event. Ruoyan's expression was the expression she used when she had identified a problem she intended to solve. Then the recovery period is also a vulnerability period. And the vulnerability is not us. It's anything significant enough to be a viable catalyst target. Yes. After the activation, she said, we need a response capacity for catalyst prevention. After the activation, he said, We'll need time to understand what we've done and what it costs. Both, she said. It was not an argument. It was her adjusting the planning framework to contain both requirements. She looked at the defense perimeter she had built. I'll have the mobile response architecture ready before the activation. You'll have it when you're capable of using it. She walked back toward the palace interior. Wei Liang followed, thinking about what she did without saying. She built for the people in her care with the complete understanding that they were going to be in danger and might not all come through it. And she built anyway, with complete technical attention, because the quality of the architecture was the only thing within her control. Chapter 64. 5 days. The third day brought Luo Tianwen's clearest red. She had been in the courtyard at dawn, notebook closed in her lap, when Wei Liang found her. The morning air carried the smell of the herb garden and the specific quality of early light that made the void chrysanthemum's petals visible before anything else in the courtyard, black petals against the gray of pre-dawn. The vehicle formation is 4 days from activation range, she said. Not 7. He sat across from her. It accelerated. They received better intelligence on our timeline. Someone in the protocol's operational tiers, not the directorship, someone lower, is still in contact with the Reset Forces organization. She paused. I read the thread of the intelligence leak 3 days ago. I didn't have enough detail to name a source. Huan Qishua's contacts. One of them. I cannot say which one. She looked at him with the careful expression she used when she was about to say something he would not like. The intelligence they received is not just our timeline. It includes the 12-minute activation window and the recovery period. They know about the recovery vulnerability. Yes. Wei Liang sat with this. The reset force now knew the precise window in which to attempt disruption and the precise period afterward when the palace would be at reduced operational capacity. The 5-day timeline Ruoyan had established was compressed to 4. And the disruption attempt would be designed for the exact window. Change the timeline, he said. Luo Tianwen looked at him. We activate tomorrow. Not in 4 days. He thought through it as he said it. They've positioned for 4 days from now. Tomorrow, they're not in position, they're still moving. We use their intelligence against us. We use our knowledge of their timeline the same way. She was quiet for a moment, reading something he could not see. The thread for tomorrow is more dangerous. They'll respond to the early activation once they detect the discharge. They'll have operatives in the field who can redirect to response position within 2 to 3 hours. But not in pre-planned disruption position. No. She paused. Ruoyan's defense perimeter is ready for activation day response. The beast node pre-positioning was planned for 4 days from now. She looked at him. She needs to know immediately. I'll tell her. He stood. Luo Tianwen stood with him. She said, Wei Liang. He stopped. The intelligence leak from Huan Qishua's contact. It was not malicious. The person who provided it didn't know the full scope of what they were contributing to. They were answering what they thought was a routine protocol inquiry about formation event timelines. She paused. Huan Qishue should know this before you tell her. He processed this. You're telling me how to tell her. I'm telling you the thread structure. You decide what to do with it. He went to find Ruoyan first. She received the timeline changed the way she received all significant tactical changes, with immediate recalculation. The beast node pre-positioning that had been planned for 3 days of preparation, she rebuilt in 4 hours. Wei Liang watched her do it, and thought about what it meant to have someone in your palace whose response to impossible timelines was to make them possible. He found Huan Qishue in the guest wing. He told her about the intelligence leak before she had a chance to speak. He included what Luo Tianwen had observed about the source's intent. She was quiet for a long time. Which contact? I don't know. Luo Tianwen doesn't know. If I had to guess, she began, and then stopped. She looked at her hands. It doesn't matter now. The timeline is tomorrow. She looked up. What do you need from me? Nothing you haven't already given, he said. The documentation was the significant contribution. She looked at him. I've spent 800 years in an organization I believed in, and then spent 20 years understanding I didn't believe in, and then spent another 20 years not being able to leave. She paused. I'm staying here through the activation. Not because you need me. I know you don't need me for the operational side. Because I want to see what Zhou Wuling built actually work. He met her eyes. Then stay. He walked out of the guest wing and into the palace's evening, which was the last evening before tomorrow. The formation backbone hummed at full operation. The chrysanthemums held their 15 petals. Somewhere in the corridors, the sounds of preparation continued, by Rongshu and He Fengwei in the deep corridor, Ruoyan's voice giving final position confirmations to New Huanling, the faint harmonics of Mei Chongsong's acoustic formations running their final check. Tomorrow. Chapter 65. The threshold. He spent the night on the throne, not sleeping, cultivating at the boundary of hollow transcendence's current state. feeling what the activation would require. He had been at hollow transcendence for days. The state had settled from something new into something that was simply how he moved and perceived and existed. The 9 lineage distribution was not foreign anymore. It was the architecture through which he understood everything. He sat on the throne in the dark of the throne room and felt the palace's formation backbone as a complete structure, not the way he had felt it as a new thing on the night of the 9th bond, but the way you feel a space you have lived in long enough to know its morning sounds before they happen. Ran Xinghua found him at the 3rd hour of the night. She came quietly, with the specific quality of motion she used in the Phoenix Meditation Tower. No announcement, no fanfare, the particular ease of someone for whom the present moment is always sufficient. She sat beside the throne rather than across from it. "You're preparing," she said, feeling the edges of the current state. He paused. Bai Rongshu says the activation consumes the master's full cultivation reserve once. That sounds like a boundary event. Boundary events feel different before and after them than they do from inside them, she said. I've had a few. She was quiet for a moment. The Flame Dao lineage's highest expression is rebirth. You can't practice it without having something to rebuild from. She paused. The Phoenix tradition holds that the fire that completes the cycle leaves ash, and the ash is what the new form is built from. You don't lose what burned. It becomes the foundation of what grows. That's a metaphor, he said. Yes, and also a formation mechanism. She looked at the throne. The preservation activation consumes the master's full reserve because the preservation structure is being loaded into the master's cultivation base alongside the throne's expression. After the activation, the preservation is carried through you. It doesn't just exist in the throne. It exists in the 9 lineage architecture at full integration depth. She paused. You don't lose the reserve. It becomes the preservation structure's foundation. Wei Liang thought about this. The activation as a cultivation transformation rather than an expenditure. Bai Rongshu described it as recovery time. Recovery from the transformation, yes. Not from a loss. She looked at him. I've been reading Jiu Wuling's Flame Dao archive records for 3 weeks. She was very specific about what the activation produces in the master's cultivation base. She was also specific about why she didn't include this in the archive's access protocol. She paused. Because knowing in advance produces a different psychological state entering the activation than not knowing. She wanted the master to arrive at the activation with full commitment, not with expectations about what they were becoming. And she was willing to not tell whoever opened the archive because she trusted the system she built to produce the right person, he said. Yes. A quiet moment. The right person does the activation because it's the right thing to do, not because of what it produces. He looked at the throne beneath him. The stone at body temperature, as always. The formation glyphs steady in the walls. Outside, through the throne room's window, the void chrysanthemums held their 15 petals in the early dark before the dawn. After the activation, he said, what does the master's cultivation base look like? Different, she said. You should ask Old Hollow. He has records from the original master's final state. She activated the preservation in the previous cycle. She built it for activation. Whether she completed the activation before the palace fell, Ran Xinghua paused, is not recorded in the archive's accessible layers. She looked at him directly. Old Hollow knows. He would ask Old Hollow. In the morning, before the activation, when there was time for that conversation. He sat on the throne for another hour after Ran Xinghua left, feeling the cultivation base he had built from a sealed starting point, from nothing, from a wanderer's scattered resources and the accumulated gifts of 9 people who had chosen to be here. From chi condensation to hollow transcendence in the time it had taken most practitioners to complete a single minor stage. Tomorrow the foundation would load and the vessel would be complete, and whatever the activation made of the cultivation base he had built, that was what he would build from next. He stood and walked to the window. The chrysanthemums stood in the pre-dawn dark. Tomorrow. Chapter 66. The morning before he found Old Hollow at the first light of dawn, in the hall of resonant memory, standing in the center of the room with the quality of presence he used when something significant was about to occur, not performing anticipation, but fully present in the way he was not always fully present. You knew I would come, Wei Liang said. I knew you would ask before it began, Old Hollow said. I have been deciding what to tell you since the preservation activation became imminent. Wei Liang sat in the hall's chair, the formal steward chair, which Old Hollow had never reclaimed since Ran Xinghua sat in it during their first meeting. He looked at Old Hollow. Jiu Wuling. Did she complete the activation in the original cycle? No. Old Hollow was quiet for a moment. She built the entire structure and could not complete the final activation. The palace was attacked before the preservation could be loaded, the conflict that resulted in the palace's dormancy. She knew the attack was coming and made a choice. Seal the palace into dormancy rather than attempt the activation under assault and risk corrupting the preservation structure. She chose to wait, Wei Liang said. She chose correctly. A corrupted preservation structure would not have been recoverable. A dormant one could wait. He paused. She spent her remaining cultivation reserve sealing the palace and entered the Tier 0 realm with the archive intact. His voice was careful. The activation she designed was intended to be completed by the master she had not yet produced. By you. Wei Liang thought about the nursery, the empty room with the planted flower. Zhou Wuling had built everything 10,000 years in advance for a person she would not live to meet, and she had been patient enough with that situation to do it correctly. What does the activation produce in the master's cultivation base? He asked. Old Hollow was quiet for longer than usual. The original master's design documents described the state as void sovereign integration, not the void sovereign rank as the cultivation system currently defines it, but a state that uses the same terminology because the 9 lineage integration at full preservation depth produces something structurally similar. He paused. In practical terms, the cultivation base becomes the preservation structure's carrier. The 9 lineages integrate at a depth where they are no longer 9 separate things that you balance. They become one thing, expressed through 9 channels. Another pause. The mortal realm's accumulated knowledge is held through you, not stored externally. Carried permanently, Wei Liang said. The preservation structure is part of the cultivation base from the activation forward. It cannot be removed without destroying the structure. Old Hollow met his eyes. You will carry the knowledge of every cultivation lineage practiced in the mortal realm's current cycle. The weight of it, not oppressive, not burdensome, not a foreign element. Integrated. Part of how you perceive and move and exist. Wei Liang sat with this. The weight of a cycle's worth of accumulated practice, integrated into his cultivation base as its structural foundation. Zhou Wuling had spent her life building the vessel for this. He had spent, what, less than a year? Filling it with people and watching it become something neither of them had expected. She built the vessel, he said. We filled it. Yes, Old Hollow said. That is what she designed for. She could not have filled it herself. The 9 bonds had to be voluntary, and the voluntary element requires the choice to be made by the people making it. She could only build the structure that made the choice possible. He paused. She was very good at building structures. From outside the hall, the sounds of activation day preparation, Royan's voice at the defense perimeter, Nu Huanling with the formation beast nodes, the specific resonance of Bai Rongshu's rings as she completed her final interface calibration. Was she afraid? Wei Liang asked. When she sealed the palace. When she went into the Tier 0 realm. Old Hollow considered this with the care he gave genuine questions. She was not afraid of the choice. She had made it before she made it, in the way of decisions that are built toward over time. A pause. She was afraid that the person she was building the system for would not arrive before the cycle completed. That was her fear, the arrival. He looked at Wei Liang. You arrived. You were, in fact, faster than she had planned for. Wei Liang stood. He looked at the hall's walls, at the accumulated presence of everything that had been practiced and lived and felt here over 10,000 years. Let's complete what she built, he said. Yes, Old Hollow said. And for a moment, his formal steward quality was something else entirely. The something that had been waiting for exactly this moment for 112 years of candidates and 10,000 years before that. Let's. Chapter 67. Activation. The formation positions held. Ruoyan had distributed the 9 consorts through the palace's internal formation nodes, each at the position that gave their specific lineage technique maximum structural contribution to the throne's activation output. Fengling at the Draconic Gallery's primary node, where her flame breath technique would drive the Draconic resonance layer's output. Yueme at the Ghost Archive, where her soul extension would form the experiential layer's primary encoding channel. By Suling at the Kitchen Wings formation intersection, which amplified restorative stability across the whole network. And so on, 9 positions, 9 specific contributions, 9 people who had arrived at this place through routes that Zhou Wuling had prepared and that each of them had nonetheless chosen freely. Wei Liang sat on the throne. The morning light came through the throne room's single window at the angle that appeared in the first full hour after dawn. The chrysanthemums in the courtyard were at their normal 15 petals, which would change. He placed his hands on the armrests. Begin, Old Hollow said. He activated the throne. The formation backbone lit in its specific sequence, the progression he now knew better than anything he had built or learned, the palace expressing itself from the innermost structure outward. The 9 consorts' contributions arrived in the bond network simultaneously, each distinct and recognizable. Fengling's draconic heat, Yume's soul extension expanding past the perimeter, by Sulink's warmth spreading through the network like a restorative compound reaching the bloodstream. The others in their positions, each contributing the specific quality of their lineage in the specific way that only they could contribute it. The catalyst discharge began at the activation's second minute. It was not violent. It was the natural output of 9 cultivation lineages simultaneously engaged at full expression, the ambient resonance in the surrounding area, shifting as the palace's formation drew on the mortal realm's cultivated chi architecture. The discharge spread outward from the formation shimmer in a wave that Wei Liang felt through his 9 lineage awareness as a vast, slow exhalation. Luo Tianwen would be reading the thread cascade that followed. Somewhere in the Shattered Plains southwest quadrant, the vehicle formation's detection architecture would register the wave. The clock began. He held the throne's expression steady through the first 3 minutes while the preservation structure's loading sequence initiated. The archive's knowledge beginning to flow through the 9 lineage architecture from the Tier 0 interface upward, through the ceiling's now open formation channel, into the throne's carrier structure, and from there into the bond network. The sensation was specific and unprecedented. The sensation of holding something vast with no resistance. The way a well-designed vessel holds water without effort because the effort is in the vessel's construction, not its holding. Jiao Wuling had built the vessel. He was the vessel. The knowledge was filling it. At the 4th minute, Ruoyan's voice reached him through the bond network. Not his expanded awareness, but the specific bond link she had built with him over months of operational work. A direct channel for high-priority tactical information. 3 words. They're approaching fast. Chapter 68. The defense holds they came from the southwest in coordinated formation. Not the contractors from the previous approach. These were dedicated operatives with the specific formation architecture that the vehicle formations organization used for disruption attempts. 31 of them, organized in 3 concentric rings, the outermost carrying disruption arrays identical to the ones from the contractor's approach, but keyed to a different frequency. They had received the technical briefing on the Tier 0 harmonic modulation. They had adapted. Ruoyan had anticipated this. The beast node prepositioning, New Huanling's formation-charged animals at the 4 approach vectors, executed the mobile strike sequence at the moment the operatives crossed the 3 Li perimeter marker. The outermost ring encountered not a static barrier, but a moving disruption. 17 formation beast nodes operating on the non-standard cultivation frequencies that the disruption arrays could not target, colliding with the formation stone placement sequence and scattering the first ring's synchronized approach. 30 seconds of disruption from a 31-person formation. It was not enough to stop them. It was enough to break the first ring's synchronized approach, which meant the second ring's arrival at the barrier perimeter was uncoordinated by approximately 90 seconds. And in those 90 seconds, the acoustic formation nodes that Mei Chongsong had built outside the barrier produced a sustained low-frequency wave that interfered with the cultivation frequency coordination that formation rings depended on. Lu Tianxia was outside the barrier. She was not supposed to be outside the barrier. Ruoyan's defense architecture had her at the interior backup position, available for emergency response inside the palace's walls. She was outside the barrier because she had looked at the approaching formation and determined that the second ring's disruption arrays were keyed to a resonance frequency that Ruoyan's exterior defense position could not intercept before they reached the barrier wall, and had made the operational decision that this was more important than her assigned position. She was, Wei Liang noted through the bond network's peripheral awareness, while the throne's activation continued through its 6th minute. Working through the second ring with the specific efficiency she brought to combat situations that required both speed and precision. Not eliminating. She did not kill unless the situation required it, and this situation required repulsion rather than elimination. She was scattering the second ring's formation stone positions with a systematic attention that meant the coordinated approach timing broke continuously rather than recovering. The vehicle formation's detection architecture registered the activation event at the 6th minute mark. Wei Liang felt it. Not through the throne's expression, but through the 9 lineage awareness's extended range. The vehicle formation, wherever it was in the southwest approach, attempted to draw on the ambient resonance cascade that the activation was producing. It pulled the resonance toward itself, a vast low-frequency absorption that was specifically designed to build the propulsion wave for the reset. The throne pulled back. Not a force response, a structural one. The preservation loading sequence had reached 73% by the 6th minute. The throne's architecture at that low depth was not a passive vessel, but an active carrier, and the carrier's 9 lineage integration provided a resonance absorption capacity that exceeded the vehicle formation's designed intake rate. The ambient resonance being pulled toward the vehicle formation was simultaneously being absorbed into the throne's preservation loading. They competed for the same energy. Wei Liang had received by Rongshu's analysis. The throne should win this competition. The keyword was should. He was in the competition now, and the reality of it was different from the analysis. The vehicle formation's absorption was a specific and sophisticated architecture, not brute force, and it competed at specific frequency bands that the Nine lineage integration did not cover with equal strength. The ghostline frequency band was the weaker absorber. He felt it, through the bond network, through UMA's specific contribution, a place in the preservation loading where the vehicle formation's absorption was pulling harder than the throne could hold. He did not speak. He did not need to. The bond network transmitted the state. UMA, at the Ghost Archive node, extended her soul sense further than it had extended since the 40-second contact event. Not to the full maximum range. The 12-minute activation required sustained operation, and maximum range for 12 minutes would have costs she had not budgeted for. She extended it to the range at which her soul extension technique's specific frequency band would maximize the throne's absorption capacity at exactly the band where the vehicle formation was pulling hardest. The gap closed. 8 minutes reached. 10. Chapter 69. The 12 at the 11th minute. The activation's loading sequence reached 97%. The sensation in Wei Liang's cultivation base had changed in the previous 5 minutes from the initial steady filling to something more active. The 9 lineages under full preservation loading depth were not separate contributions anymore. They were beginning to integrate at the depth Ran Xinghua had described. Not 9 things being balanced, but one thing finding its 9 expressions. He was aware, simultaneously and without confusion, of Feng Ling at the Draconic Gallery node, holding her flame breath contribution at a temperature that left visible heat distortion in the gallery's air. She was not watching the defense outside. She had made herself available to the throne's architecture completely, and her contribution had the specific character of someone who had decided completely, without internal reservation, that this was the most important thing she had done. UMA at the Ghost Archive, soul sense extended in a pattern he could read through the bond network as sustained concentration at personal cost. The effort was real, and she was absorbing it without showing it, the way she absorbed everything difficult. By Suling at the Kitchen Wing node, whose contribution had shifted in the previous minute from restorative stability to something warmer. She had found the specific note of the culinary lineage's deepest expression, the one that was not technique, but the reason technique mattered, and she was pouring it into the network without holding any of it back. All 9, in their positions, giving what they had. Outside, Ruoyan's defense line was holding. Lu Tianxia had returned to the barrier perimeter after the second ring's disruption. The Formation Beast nodes were running low on charge, and 3 had returned to the palace interior. But the disruption timing had held long enough that the reset forces operatives were still reorganizing rather than in coordinated final approach position. The vehicle formation was losing the resonance competition. Wei Liang could feel it. The ambient resonance in the surrounding area was flowing predominantly toward the preservation loading. The throne's 9 lineage carrier pulling with the full architecture of what it was. The vehicle formation was still drawing, but it was drawing at a declining rate as the absorption capacity differential grew. At 11 minutes 30 seconds, the vehicle formation attempted a final surge. It reconfigured its absorption architecture to concentrate on the ghost line band, specifically targeting the weakest absorber at the moment UMA was already extended beyond her comfortable range. The surge hit the Ghost Archive contribution with a pull force that Wei Liang felt through the bond network as a sudden strain on UMA's soul extension. He had 2 seconds to respond. He could not interrupt the loading sequence. He could not move from the throne. He could not add cultivation reserve to the ghost line band directly. The loading process was using his reserve for the preservation structure. He extended the bond network link with UMA to maximum depth and gave her everything the link could carry. Not reserve, not technique, but the 9 lineage awareness itself. The complete distributed perception that was his cultivation base's current expression. He gave her the complete picture of what the vehicle formation was doing with the ghost line frequency band, at the level of detail that only the 9 lineage integrated awareness could read. 1 second. UMA read what he gave her and made a technical adjustment to her soul extension's specific frequency distribution that closed the gap the vehicle formation was targeting, faster than any formation specialist's verbal instruction could have conveyed. The surge was absorbed. 12 minutes reached. The loading sequence completed. The preservation structure loaded. It arrived not as an event that happened and ended, but as a state that had been building and was now complete. The way a breath arrives at full capacity and becomes the moment before it releases. The 9 lineages were fully integrated, and the mortal realm's accumulated knowledge was in them, and Wei Liang was the carrier. The vehicle formation's resonance absorption dropped to 0, as the throne's preservation structure absorbed the last of the available ambient resonance and sealed the loading state. Outside, the reset forces operatives stopped their disruption attempt at the same moment, not because they had been told to, but because the ambient resonance they needed for the vehicle formation's operation was gone. Wei Liang sat on the throne. His hands on the armrests were completely still. The formation glyphs in the walls were at a brightness he had not seen before. Not the operational brightness of full formation function, but a different quality, the presence of something that had been completed. The void chrysanthemums in the courtyard bloomed to 16 petals. He had no expectation that this could happen. He had been counting petals for months and had not considered that the 15-petal count was a maximum. The 16th petal was smaller than the others, and paler, a new thing, the palace expressing a state it had not yet expressed. Chapter 70. After the fire, the recovery was exactly what xianxia had described. Not loss, transformation. Not exhaustion. The specific quiet of a state that has completed itself and is settling into its new form. His cultivation base had been reshaped around the preservation structure's integration, and the new configuration was different from the previous configuration, the way that a room is different after furniture has been arranged with intention. The same room, better organized, with a clarity of purpose it had approximated before and now simply was. He sat on the throne and received the consorts one by one as they came back from their positions. They were tired. The 12 minutes of full lineage contribution at sustained maximum had cost each of them, according to the lineage, Yueme more than most. The ghost extension sustained past comfortable range for 6 of the 12 minutes. She came back to the throne room and sat against the wall, not with distress, but with the specific quality of someone who has spent themselves correctly and knows it. Fengling came in saying nothing. She looked at the chrysanthemums through the window, the 16 petals. She looked at Wei Liang on the throne. Her expression was the one she used when she was observing something that confirmed a thing she already understood. 16, she said. Yes. You didn't know that could happen. No. She sat beside the throne without any further comment. Outside, Royan was debriefing the defense engagement with the operational precision she gave all post-engagement assessments. The formation beast nodes that needed recharging, Lu Tianxia's unauthorized exterior position. The notation on this was 3 words, asterisk effective. Discuss later, asterisk. The disruption operative's retreat vector. Lu Tianxia appeared in the throne room and leaned against the doorframe with the slightly dissatisfied expression of someone whose unauthorized exterior engagement had gone better than the alternative, but had ended sooner than she would have preferred. The vehicle formation, Wei Liang said. Withdrew with the operatives, she said. Moving southwest. Fast. Formation integrity is degraded. Bai Rongshu confirmed the ambient resonance deprivation stressed the vehicle's architecture. Will it recover? She says, probably. Not quickly. She paused. The vehicle's propulsion mechanism requires ambient resonance at natural occurrence levels to rebuild its operational charge. Natural occurrence takes time. Old Hollow entered the throne room and stood near the entrance in the manner he used for formal occasions. The preservation structure is loaded and active, he said. The mortal realm's accumulated cultivation knowledge is held in the throne's carrier architecture at full preservation depth. He was quiet for a moment. This is the first time in this cycle that this state has been achieved. In 4 prior cycles, it was not achieved. He paused. Zhou Wuling's work is complete. The throne room was quiet. Bai Suling arrived carrying a tray with 9 covered cups. She distributed them without ceremony, 1 to each consort as they returned. The same restorative compound she prepared after significant cultivation expenditure, the formula she had been refining for weeks. She came to Wei Liang last and held out the cup. He took it. The liquid was warm against his hands and smelled of mineral depth and something sweet that was not sweet exactly, but registered as sweetness. How do you feel? She asked. He thought about how to answer honestly. Different, he said. The preservation structure is part of the cultivation base now. It's not foreign. It's just, he searched, present. The way you're present everywhere in the palace through the kitchen's reach. He looked at her. Everything that's ever been cooked here is in the walls. You know it. She considered this. Yes. Like that. She sat down near the throne with her own cup. Around the room, the 9 consorts in various states of recovery. Kong Ju at the entrance with his documents. Huan Qixue, standing near Old Hollow with the expression of someone witnessing something they have been moving toward for a long time. The vehicle formation will attempt another approach, Kong Ju said from the entrance. They'll need to rebuild resonance charge. Timeline. Months, Bai Rongshu said from the doorway. She had come from the deep corridor. The interface maintenance was still her primary responsibility, and she had managed it through the activation with He Fengwei's continuous support. She looked tired in the way formation masters look tired after extended precision work. Alert eyes and a face that had been concentrating for too long. They'll know the preservation structure is loaded. They'll also know the loaded structure changes the absorption calculation for any future activation attempt. Any resonance surge they attempt against the throne now encounters the full preservation architecture at load depth, not the loading process under construction. She paused. They cannot use the reset's wave as a vehicle while the throne holds the wave absorber. Then they need to destroy the throne before attempting the reset, Wei Liang said. Yes. She looked at him, which is a different problem from disrupting an activation event. Destroying a complete Tier 1 anchor event formation at full preservation depth requires, she paused, choosing precision over drama, considerably more than they currently have. Months of preparation, Ruoyan said from the entrance, where she had appeared, which means months of intelligence work on our side, and months of recovery time on yours. She looked at Wei Liang with the expression that combined the professional assessment and the specific care for the person being assessed that she had never entirely separated. Recovery time, she said. Days, he said. Ran Qinghua said transformation, not loss. I believe her. Days. Then we plan for what comes next. She paused. Lu Tianxia and I have a discussion pending about exterior defense positions. I heard. Lu Tianxia said from her doorframe position. That was directed at you. The throne room held the specific quality of the aftermath of something significant. The particular quiet of people who have done something that will not need to be repeated, sitting with what it meant, in the company of others who understand the same weight. Outside, the chrysanthemum stood at 16 petals in the afternoon light. Wei Liang sat on the throne and felt the preservation structure as part of his cultivation base, the accumulated practice of a cycle's worth of knowledge, held not as a burden but as a foundation, the way a building is built from what has been laid before. Zhou Wuling had waited 10,000 years for this. He held it. Chapter 71. What the carrier holds the recovery was not rest. Recovery from the activation required Wei Liang to stop trying to do anything. Not to sleep, not to cultivate, not to work through the extensive list of things he had been deferring until after the activation. He was not good at this. He was not constitutionally inclined toward the kind of stillness that allowed a fundamental transformation to settle without interference. Bai Suling enforced it. She had developed, over the months they had spent together in the palace, a specific method for getting Wei Liang to eat and rest that involved placing food in his immediate environment and then not leaving until he consumed it. She did not comment on the cultivation recovery requirement. She did not offer medical advice or philosophical framing. She placed 2 bowls on the table in the recovery wing Old Hollow had prepared, sat across from him, and ate her own bowl. He ate. The preservation structure, he said, when he had finished the bowl. She looked at him. It's present the way the bond network is present, not something I'm aware of by looking at it, but the background against which everything else registers. He paused. Every cultivation lineage that's ever been practiced in the mortal realm. I don't have access to each technique individually. It's not a catalog. It's more like, he searched for an accurate comparison, knowing that a library exists without being able to recite every book. The shape of it. And that's enough? She asked. For preservation purposes? The preservation isn't about me using what I hold. It's about me not losing it through the cycle transition. The knowledge survives through the carrier. He looked at the empty bowl. Zhou Wuling spent a decade thinking through the design philosophy. The carrier doesn't need to know what they carry in detail. They need to be stable enough to carry it through the transition without the knowledge being degraded. And the stability requirement is the 9-bond configuration at full preservation depth, which we achieved. She was quiet for a moment. Then, the palace is the vessel. You're the carrier. We're the bond structure. Yes. So what we did, all of us, the 9 bonds, is become the architecture through which the mortal realm's knowledge survives something that has previously erased it 4 times. She said it not as a question, but as a confirmation of understanding, the way she described a dish's composition after she had worked out the technique. Yes. She looked at her own bowl. Zhou Wuling would have told us that up front. She would have, but she couldn't predict who would arrive. She built the right to be voluntary precisely because coerced bonds don't produce the integration depth required. He paused. She couldn't tell the people who would fill the bonds what the bonds were for before they chose, because the information changes the quality of the choice. And she decided it was acceptable to withhold that. She decided it was necessary. He met Bai Suling's eyes. I'm not defending the choice. I'm saying what the logic was. The choice was, full preservation integrity requires uncoerced bonds, and uncoerced bonds require the person choosing to make the choice without knowing its full scope. One of these had to yield. He paused. She chose the full integrity. Bai Suling was quiet for a long time. I would have chosen the same way, she said finally. If I'd been designing this, I would have made the same calculation. She paused. That doesn't mean I like it. No, he said. It doesn't have to. She collected the bowls and left. He sat in the recovery wing and felt the preservation structure as the background of his awareness, the shape of a library he would carry as long as he carried it. He thought about Bai Suling's question. So what we did is become the architecture through which the mortal realm's knowledge survives. She had framed it as understanding, not as complaint. She understood the scope and had decided to stay with it. He was going to let himself believe, for exactly as long as it took to eat a second bowl when she brought it in an hour, that this was sufficient. That these 9 people having made this choice, with or without knowing the full scope of it, was exactly what Zhou Wuling had built toward, and that the building had been worth it. He believed it for approximately 4 hours. Then the intelligence from Luo Tianwen arrived. Chapter 72. The entity acknowledges the second contact came through the Tier 0 interface at the beginning of the second recovery day. Not unsolicited, Bai Rongshu detected a pulse pattern that she had learned to recognize as intentional communication rather than passive resonance, and brought it to Wei Liang through the recovery wing's formation link. He was sitting with Ran Xinghua, who had been present for most of the recovery period in the specific way she was present for things, not intrusive, simply there, available if needed. He went to the deep corridor. The pulse was different from the initial contact series. Those had been the archive confirming his identity as the key. This was something else, a frequency pattern that his preservation carrier state received in a way his previous cultivation states would not have. The carrier architecture was a resonance receiver for the entity's transmission frequency. It had been designed as one, he understood now, the preservation structure's carrier function, including the ongoing capacity to receive and transmit through the interface. He placed his palm against the boundary wall. The contact was brief. Not an exchange, a statement. The entity above the mortal ceiling expressing a single complex understanding through the interface's frequency channel, which the 9 lineage carrier received as complete. The entity acknowledged the preservation activation as complete. It confirmed that the mortal realm's current cycle had reached the state required for the planned transition, not the reset, which the vehicle formations organization intended, but the intended transition, the one Zhou Wuling had designed the preservation structure to carry the mortal realm through. A transition that preserved rather than reset. The entity would not interfere with the reset force's attempts to destroy the throne. This was the part Wei Liang held for a moment before he accepted it. He asked through the interface. The carrier's transmission function was new, but he had received enough of the communication protocol from the archive to express a question. Why not? The entity's response arrived as understanding. The transition had to occur without the entity's direct intervention because direct intervention from outside the mortal realm would compromise the preservation structure's integrity. The carrier had to hold the knowledge through the transition by the carrier's own structural stability, not by external support. If the entity defended the throne against the reset force, the preservation would be externally maintained rather than internally stable, and the distinction mattered for what came after. What comes after? He asked. The entity's response was the most complex it had transmitted through the interface. The preserved knowledge needed to be released into the new cycle's beginning state. The carrier would be the release mechanism. The 9 lineage integration at preservation depth would transmit the accumulated knowledge into the next cycle's formative architecture in a way that allowed the new cycle's practitioners to begin from what had come before rather than from early principles. The carrier would be the bridge between cycles. How long does the carrier hold until the release? The entity expressed a timeline that Wei Liang received as an interval of time sufficient for the transition to complete and the next cycle to reach a formative state. Not 10,000 years. Not generations. Enough time for the transition to settle and the new form to begin expressing. He pulled his palm from the wall. He stood in the deep corridor with the entity's acknowledgement and the carrier's new understanding of its own role. Ran Xinghua was at the corridor entrance. She had followed without being asked, the way she did. It confirmed the activation, he said. I know, she said. I felt the contact through the flamed-out archive resonance. She was quiet for a moment. It won't interfere with the reset force. No. Did you ask why? Yes. She waited. Because the preservation has to hold through its own structural stability, he said. Not because of external support. If the entity defended us directly, what we carry would be maintained by something outside the carrier, and it needs to be held through the carrier itself. He paused. We have to do this without it. She looked at the boundary wall for a long moment. Zhou Wuling understood this. She designed the carrier architecture to be internally stable specifically because she knew the entity couldn't intervene. He turned from the wall. We need to address the reset force without counting on external help. We haven't been counting on external help, she said. No, he said. But it was a possibility. I had been leaving in the calculation without acknowledging I was leaving it there. She looked at him with the patience of someone who had learned, over a long life, to recognize when a person was doing the work of becoming honest with themselves and to give them the space to complete it. He completed it. We do this ourselves. Yes, she said. We always have. Chapter 73. New Huanling's Wolves. On the third recovery day, Wei Liang went to the Beast Wing. He had not been there often in the weeks of preparation. It was New Huanling's domain, and she ran it with the practical efficiency of someone who understood that the most useful contribution she could make to a situation was to handle her specific part of it without requiring oversight. He had not interfered. He had trusted. He went now because the formation beast nodes that had run the mobile strike outside the barrier were returned to the wing for recharging, and he wanted to see them. The beast wing was warm. The ecological presence of 40-odd animals produced a specific quality of warmth that was different from cultivated heat or ambient temperature. It was the warmth of living things at rest in a space that was theirs. The smell was rich and present in the way of a healthy ecosystem, earth and fur, and something clean underneath. New Huanling was in the central area with the Voidlink's pup, which was not a pup anymore in the strict sense. It had grown in the months since its arrival to a form that was between juvenile and adult, all limbs and alertness, and the specific amberite attention that the lynx species used as its primary mode of existence. The formation beast nodes were in the recharging alcoves along the west wall. 7 of the newly woken forms from the palace's dormant ecology, each one ancient by the mortal realm standards, each one carrying a cultivation charge that their extended dormancy had preserved at original capacity. They had run the mobile strike outside the barrier with the precision that New Huanling had spent the prior weeks teaching them, and they were exhausted in the specific way of animals that have done something significant and know it. Wei Liang sat on the floor of the beast wing, stone floor, animal warmth above and around it, the specific texture of a space that was not designed for human comfort but had become comfortable through habitation. New Huanling sat across from him. The void lynx arranged itself between them and watched Wei Liang with the flat amber attention. The formation beast nodes, he said. They performed exactly as planned. Better than planned, she said. The timing adaptation was theirs. I preloaded the approach disruption sequence, but the specific adjustment to the second ring's formation positioning was not in the preload. They read the situation and modified the execution. She paused. The formation beast ecology that the palace preserved includes animals from 4 prior generations of the palace's operation. Their cultivation memory includes formation combat patterns I haven't fully documented yet. She said this with the attention of someone who considers it a research opportunity rather than a management problem. They remember things the mortal realm's current practitioners have forgotten. What do they remember? He asked. Ask me in a year, she said. It was not a deflection, it was a timeline. The documentation work requires time I haven't had. She paused. After the activation, after the reset force's next approach is handled, there will be time. He thought about the months the vehicle formation needed to rebuild. The recovery window that was also, if Royan's assessment was correct, a preparation window. I want to ask you something, he said. Not operational. She looked at him with the wary attention she used for non-operational questions, which she found more difficult to navigate than combat situations. When you arrived, he said, you came because you needed allies against the Void Eaters. You stayed because the palace was the only place your animals were safe. He paused. Neither of those is true anymore. The Void Eaters are the reset force now, and they're rebuilding rather than attacking, and the palace's safety is established. He looked at her. What are you staying for? She was quiet for a long time. The Void Lynx turned its head to look at her with the specific animal attention that registered shifts in human emotional states. The newly woken forms, she said finally. They have no bond partners. Their original partners died 10,000 years ago. They are, she paused, exactly what I have been for most of my life. Capable. Alone. She looked at the recharging alcoves. Except here they are not alone. And neither am I. She met Wei Liang's eyes with a directness that cost her something. I am staying because this is the first place I have been where the work I do matters to the people around me. Not as an asset. As a person with a specific purpose that is valued. He sat with this. Good, he said. She looked at him. That's all. That's the entire answer. Yes. She exhaled. Not quite a laugh. Not quite a sigh. The sound of someone who expected a longer conversation and has found the shorter one correct. The Void Lynx put its chin on Wei Liang's knee with the complete confidence of an animal that has decided a person is acceptable. He rested his hand on the Void Lynx's head and sat in the warmth of the beast wing until the intelligence from Luo Tanwen arrived through the bond network. Chapter 74. The new approach Luo Tianwen found him in the beast wing doorway. She had the notebook in her hand, and the expression she used when the threads had shown her something she was not yet prepared to present as confirmed. The reset forces reorganization, she said. He stepped into the corridor. The void links watched him go with amber equanimity. 2 days after the activation, she said, the Vehicle Formations Directorate contacted an organization I've been tracking as a peripheral thread, one of the factions that attempted the palace before the 9th bond was complete. Not the Jade Succession Protocol. A different organization, one that specializes in formation disruption through aggressive interference rather than targeted weapons. She paused. They were hired. To do what? The vehicle formation cannot ride the reset while the throne holds the wave absorber. Bai Rongshu's analysis was correct. She looked at him. So they have changed their objective. They are no longer trying to prevent the preservation activation. They are trying to destroy the Tier 0 interface. The corridor was cool after the beast wing's warmth. Wei Liang stood with this information and ran the implications. The Tier 0 interface was the channel through which the preservation structure connected to the entity's communication architecture. The preservation structure itself was loaded into his cultivation base and the throne's carrier architecture. It didn't require the interface to hold the knowledge, only to have acquired it during the loading process. But the interface served another function. It was the mechanism through which the carrier's release would operate when the cycle transition occurred. Without the interface, the preservation structure could hold the knowledge. It could not release it. If the interface is destroyed, he said, the preservation structure becomes a sealed archive rather than a release mechanism. Yes, she said. The knowledge survives the cycle transition inside the carrier, but cannot be transmitted to the new cycle's formative state. The cycle begins without access to what was preserved. She paused. The reset force's new objective is not to erase the knowledge. It's to lock it inside the carrier and prevent its release, which produces the same functional outcome as a reset. Yes, the new cycle begins from early principles because the accumulated knowledge isn't accessible. She paused. With the added element that the vehicle formation can then offer, in the new cycle's early state, to unlock the carrier's archive, for a price. Wei Liang processed the full picture. The reset force had adapted from destruction to capture. They could not destroy the preservation structure. They could prevent its release, and then control access to what it held. He found this specific adaptation concerning in a way that the original disruption plan had not been. It was more sophisticated, more patient, and more difficult to counter through the defense perimeter that Royan had built for the activation event. Timeline, he said. They need to position the disruption formation at the Tier 0 interface's boundary layer. The interface runs through the deep corridor's formation architecture. It's not exterior. This is an interior attack. She met his eyes. They need access to the palace's interior, which requires breaching the barrier, or infiltrating through a route we haven't accounted for. She paused. Bai Rongshu sealed the secondary entrance that the previous attack had used. The formation wall is at 100% integrity. She looked at the corridor. But 100% integrity means the palace is currently more stable than it has ever been. And the reset force now has months and resources and Jade Succession Protocol technical documentation that includes the palace's formation language analysis from He Fengwei's 12 years of research. She paused. They have the formation language because He Fengwei's research was filed in the protocol's archive. And He Fengwei is here. And He Fengwei is here, she confirmed. I'm not saying she is a security risk. I am saying the organization she worked for has access to her prior work. And that work documents the palace's formation architecture in significant detail. He thought about He Fengwei, who had held the interface maintenance with Bai Rongshu through weeks of work, who had provided 12 years of research documentation that had allowed the activation to succeed. He thought about what Luo Tianwen was not saying, that the thread structure around He Fengwei was one she had been watching and had not found hostile, only complicated. Bai Rongshu and He Fengwei, he said. Luo Tianwen nodded once. You want to find them. Chapter 75. The formation holds its architects. He found them in the deep corridor, as he usually found them. He Fengwei had been at the interface maintenance since the activation, not because the maintenance required her continuous presence, but because she and Bai Rongshu had developed a working rhythm that neither of them had stated a preference for interrupting. They worked in a comfortable silence that was, Wei Liang had observed, the specific silence of two people who had worked at very close quarters under significant pressure and had come through it respecting each other's operational tempo. He told them both what Luo Tianwen had reported. He Fengwei listened with the stillness she used for receiving significant information. When he finished, she looked at her formation rings, the protocol's standard issue, which she had been wearing since she arrived, different from Bai Rongshu's personal kit. The protocol's archive has my research files, she said. Complete documentation of the palace's formation backbone architecture, the Tier 0 interface structure, the carrier formation's frequency signatures. She was precise and undefended about this. If the Reset Forces Directorate access those files, they have a detailed technical roadmap to the interface's boundary layer. I know, Wei Liang said. The question is whether they have practitioners capable of using that roadmap against a 100% integrity barrier. She looked at Bai Rongshu. Your assessment. Bai Rongshu was already working through it. The documentation describes the formation architecture. It doesn't describe the current state. Every modification I've made since arriving, the interface adjustments, the fallback protocols, the activation adaptations. She paused. We'll need to build while the interface runs, He Fengwei said. Bai Rongshu holds the current frequency while I implement the junction modifications. Alternate maintenance loads. I've done more difficult things with worse tools, Bai Rongshu said. This was not boasting. It was a professional assessment delivered in the same tone she used for all professional assessments. Wei Liang looked at them both. Two formation masters who had come from entirely different directions. One who had spent 12 years in an organization documenting the very structure they were now protecting. One who had spent years working alone for clients who valued her skills, but not her judgment. Who had found in the palace's formation architecture a problem worth their full attention and each other's collaboration. Begin when you're ready, he said. He Fengwei was already reaching for her primary formation tools. We're ready, she said. He left the deep corridor and went to tell Ruoyan that she had 48 hours of full palace defense responsibility while two formation masters rebuilt the architecture that the Reset Force was planning to exploit. She received this with the expression she used for every tactical situation that required complete operational competence. Focused, clear, already calculating. 48 hours, she said. Yes. What's my authorization scope? Everything, he said. She nodded once and began. Chapter 76. The generals watched Ruoyan's first act when Wei Liang left the deep corridor was to pull Lu Xianxia out of the sparring court. Not by messenger. She went herself, which was how Xianxia knew it was serious rather than administrative. The exterior position, Ruoyan said. Xianxia's expression did not change. She had been expecting this. She wiped down the training blade she had been using and set it across the rack with exactly the care she used for every blade, because she believed in not rushing the preparation of weapons even when being held accountable for decisions. I made the call that the activation required exterior coverage, she said. The vehicle formation's absorption wave was going to fold back toward the palace's west approach if nothing interrupted the lateral drift. I interrupted it. You were not authorized for exterior deployment. No. You went anyway. Yes. Ruoyan was quiet for a moment. She was not angry. Xianxia had been braced for anger, and its absence was more informative than its presence would have been. Ruoyan was running the calculation the way she ran all tactical calculations, methodically, without letting preference influence the sequence. The outcome, Ruoyan said. Was the intervention effective? The drift was contained. The absorption wave completed its inward collapse instead of deflecting laterally. Xianxia paused. Without the exterior interrupt, the wave would have struck the western outer wall during the critical 15-second window when the palace's formation was in transition. I assessed this as unacceptable and acted. Your assessment was correct. Ruoyan set her hands flat on the training rack and looked at the wall rather than at Xianxia. You went exterior without telling anyone where you were. That landed differently. Not the unauthorized deployment, the not telling. I didn't have time to, for seconds. You had 4 seconds between the moment the lateral drift became clear and the moment you would have needed to move. 4 seconds is enough to tell the nearest consort, I'm going exterior, west approach. You didn't. Which means for 11 minutes. No one inside the palace knew whether you were fighting a vehicle formation wave or unconscious in a drift fold somewhere on the western plain. Xianxia was quiet. That is the accounting, Ruoyan said. You made the correct tactical decision and you executed it well. You also left us without information we needed. And if the outcome had been different, we would have had no way to find you. She finally looked at Xianxia directly. You are not in trouble for the exterior deployment. You are not being reprimanded for the outcome. You are going to hear this once, and you are going to internalize it, because I am now in command of this palace's defense for the next 48 hours, and I need everyone who fights under my authorization to understand what authorization means. It means you know where we are, Xianxia said. It means I know where you are, what you're doing, and what constitutes a change in your situation that requires different response from the rest of us. Ruoyan's voice had not risen. It never rose. That was the quality that made it more effective, not less, when she spoke in this register. You are the fastest unit I have. You are also the most difficult to cover if something goes wrong outside our formation perimeter. Those two facts require each other. Xianxia looked at the training blade for a moment. Understood. Good. Ruoyan turned from the rack. You have exterior patrol authorization for the 48-hour watch. Western Arc, 2-hour circuits, check in at each circuit completion. If you see anything that requires deviation, you tell someone first, and you go second. Xianxia looked up sharply. The patrol authorization was not something she had expected after a conversation about going exterior without permission. You were right that the west approach needs monitoring. I'm building that monitoring into the authorized structure rather than leaving you to repeat the same correct, unauthorized call. Ruoyan was already moving toward the corridor. First circuit begins in 20 minutes. Xianxia picked up the training blade, looked at it, and set it back on the rack. Your style of reprimand is extremely difficult to argue with, she said to Ruoyan's retreating back. That's the point, Ruoyan said, and did not slow down. The 48 hours began. For the first 6 hours it was quiet. Not the quiet of no activity. The scouts and formation monitors that Ruoyan had positioned across the palace's perimeter reported constant ambient activity from the reset forces observation ring. They were watching. They were not moving. They understood, apparently, that the 48-hour window was abnormal and were determining what it signified before committing to action. Ruoyan had expected this. She had not given the reset force any change in the palace's outward signature that would tell them what the 48-hour modification meant. From outside, the palace's formation pattern looked identical to its post-activation state. Full function, stable, no unusual activity in the deep corridors section of the exterior chi field. The formation masters had gone very quiet in there, which was the correct behavior. Formation work of this precision made no noise. Bai Rongshu's formation rings were running on minimal emission settings, and He Fengwei had sealed the deep corridor's secondary access point with a muting membrane before beginning. Wei Liang was in the recovery wing. Ruoyan had sent Bai Suling to confirm this 4 hours into the watch. She had gotten back a single-word confirmation. Sleeping. This was more than Ruoyan had expected. She took the first night shift herself. The palace at night was a different entity than the palace in operation. The void flowers in the outer courtyard had opened at some point during the last 30 days, and they emitted a faint luminescence that had nothing to do with cultivator chi, just whatever ancient mechanism had maintained them through the palace's dormancy. She did her formation checks by that light, and thought about Junction 9. Bai Rongshu had said, delicate. He Fengwei had said, 48 hours. Neither of them had said impossible. She held on to that. At the 8-hour mark, the reset forces observation ring shifted. Not toward the palace, away from it. The scouts reported the shift within 6 minutes. The observation ring was contracting toward a single vector, northeast, toward the route that connected the palace's region to the deep road network that led to the interior. Something was coming from the interior. She marked the observation and kept watching. Chapter 77. Junction work. He Fengwei had 3 formation tools she used for fine interface work. A flat-edged shaping implement with a crystal contact face she had made herself from materials she had not disclosed to anyone. A resonance tuning fork calibrated to the specific frequency band of the Tier 0 interface's maintenance formation, and her hands, which she trusted more than most instruments because they could feel formation resistance in ways that instruments only registered after the fact. Junction 3 took 11 hours. This was faster than the day she had estimated, which Bai Rongshu noted without comment and filed as useful data. He Fengwei did not celebrate fast work. She checked it 3 times before releasing the junction's new configuration, confirming that the carrier frequency had shifted appropriately, that the vulnerability point the reset forces documentation had identified was now behind a formation layer that hadn't existed 4 hours ago, and that the interface itself had not registered the modification as intrusion. Junction 7, Bai Rongshu said. Junction 7, He Fengwei confirmed. They worked in near silence. Not because there was nothing to discuss, there was significant technical coordination required throughout, but because they had established a working vocabulary in the first hours that was almost entirely functional. Names of formation elements, frequency readings, load transfer calls. Bai Rongshu would announce a current load state. He Fengwei would acknowledge and adjust. He Fengwei would call a modification sequence. Bai Rongshu would maintain the carrier frequency within tolerance while the junction was rebuilt around it. The Tier 0 interface ran throughout. The preservation structure in Wei Liang did not interact with the junction modifications. It was a higher layer architecture, and the modifications were happening at the maintenance formation's boundary level. She was not supposed to be in the deep corridor. Ruoyan had restricted access during the 48-hour modification period, and the restriction was not advisory. But New Huanling's 3 smallest spirit beasts had followed the carrier state resonance from Wei Liang's recovery wing down through the palace's formation into the deep corridor without asking anyone's permission, and she had followed them when she noticed they were missing. The spirit beasts, a marmot-sized wind echo creature, an iridescent 6-legged crawling thing whose classification Xiao Wuan had refused to commit to in writing, and a bird that New Huanling called Twig because it weighed nothing and behaved accordingly. We're sitting at the boundary of Bai Rongshu's formation workspace in a row, watching the junction modification with complete attention. They followed the carrier resonance, New Huanling said. It was not an apology. It was an explanation. Bai Rongshu did not look up from the junction. They're not in my workspace boundary. They know better than to cross formation lines. New Huanling crouched at the corridor entrance, arms on her knees, watching. What they're registering is the interface's maintenance frequency. The carrier state broadcasts at a range that wild-type spirit beasts can detect. These 3 are particularly sensitive. He Fengwei glanced at the spirit beasts without moving her shaping implement from the junction sequence. The wind echo creature's fur was standing slightly, oriented toward the interface's boundary wall. They're reading the carrier structure. Yes. New Huanling looked at her beasts with the expression she used when they surprised her. Not surprise exactly, more like recognition of a capacity she had suspected but not verified. They've been restless since the activation. Following the resonance. I thought it was disorientation. The palace's formation changed significantly, and it takes time for the beast bond wing to recalibrate. She paused. But it's not disorientation. They're watching something. What are they watching? Bai Rongshu asked. New Huanling was quiet for a moment. I don't know how to translate this exactly. In beast perception, there's a pattern that they track in cultivators they've bonded with, an internal signature that tells them something about what that person carries. Most cultivators have a personal signature, their cultivation chi, their lineage. Wei Liang's signature now includes everything they've ever been exposed to, every cultivation resonance they've encountered, every memory of a human cultivation frequency from across their generations. She looked at the boundary wall where the interface hummed. He's carrying all of it. They've never perceived that in a person before. They keep coming to look. Bai Rongshu held the carrier frequency through a particularly delicate junction reshaping sequence and thought about that. Tell them to stay quiet, she said finally, and they can watch. Chapter 78. The northeast signal. The signal from the northeast arrived at the 22nd hour. Ruoyan had been tracking it since hour 8. The reset forces observation ring contracting toward that vector, and by hour 18, she had a partial profile of what was coming. Not a military formation, not a siege array, a dimensional relay station, the kind that the Jade Succession Protocol used to transmit large volume information across distance without degradation. Something important enough to warrant a dedicated relay. The relay materialized at the edge of the observation ring's new position at the 22nd hour of the watch. Ruoyan watched it settle. A formation construct approximately 6 formation nodes in scale, absolutely within the reset force's current perimeter position, and understood immediately what it was for. They were receiving updated documentation. The reset force's information about the Tier 0 interface's junction architecture had been filed months ago. Something had triggered a review. Possibly the activation, possibly the intelligence leaks correction, possibly just operational protocol. New documentation was arriving. If the new documentation reflected the current junction architecture before He Fengwei and Bai Rongshu finished the modifications, the work in the deep corridor became a race against incoming intelligence rather than a closed problem. She had 26 hours of modification window remaining. She went to the deep corridor. Bai Rongshu heard her approach and looked up. Junction 7 is complete. We're in the approach sequence for Junction 9. How long for Junction 9? He Fengwei's hands did not stop moving on the shaping implement. 10 to 14 hours if nothing disrupts the interface's carrier frequency. The reset force is receiving updated documentation through a relay station that materialized 40 minutes ago. Silence from the deep corridor except for the precise sounds of formation work. Then Bai Rongshu, how updated? I don't know what triggered the review. I don't know whether the new documentation includes Junction 9's architecture. The previous documentation was accurate to Junction 9's state 8 months ago, Bai Rongshu said. She was running the calculation without visible emotion, which was more alarming than visible emotion would have been. Junction 9 is the most distinctive element of the maintenance formation's carrier layer. Anyone doing a competent review of the interface's boundary architecture would include it. Then we need to be done before they finish analyzing the new documentation and move on the junctions. We'll be done in 10 hours if the interface holds stable. He Fengwei finally looked up from the junction work. Not at Run, but at Bai Rongshu. Carrier frequency? Holding. Bai Rongshu's formation rings shifted through 3 rapid configurations. I'm reducing the load transfer margin. It increases my stabilization workload, but it gives you more clearance on the modification sequence. Hei Fengwei looked at her for 1 second, assessing whether this was a sound trade-off or an overextension, and then nodded. Proceed. Ruoyan looked at the two of them. Bai Rongshu, in her revised formation configuration, already running the higher stabilization load with the expression she used for significant challenges, not daunted, and Hei Fengwei returning to Junction 9's approach sequence with the same focused precision she had maintained for 22 hours of continuous work. I'll have Shen Yueme monitor the relay station, Ruoyan said. If the reset force receives their updated documentation and begins moving toward the junction approach vectors before you're done, I will find a way to slow them. Don't tell me how, Hei Fengwei said. I'll work faster. Ruoyan left the deep corridor and went to find Yueme. Yueme was in the ghost gallery, which was where she spent most of her time during periods of strategic waiting, reading the archive's records with the particular quality of attention that she brought to things that interested her, which was more things than her expression typically suggested. She received Ruoyan's briefing with her hands folded and her eyes slightly unfocused, the way they went when she was processing. I can maintain a soul sense probe on the relay station continuously, Yueme said. If the reset force's documentation analysis completes and they begin mobilizing the disruption formation, I'll have 30 to 40 minutes warning. That's enough. Ruoyan paused. If they move before the junction modifications are complete, you'll intercept them. I'll give Hei Fengwei and Bai Rongshu the time they need. Ruoyan said this without drama, as she said all tactical commitments, as a statement of what she had assessed and decided, not as a declaration for external consumption. 30 minutes warning. Yueme's soul sense extended through the palace's formation network, out through the outer wall, and touched the relay station's chi signature. She felt the information package it was holding, large volume, structured, the precise organization of formally filed documentation, and tracked the reset force's analysis formation as it began working through the package. 28 hours estimated, she said, based on their analysis rate. We need 10. Then you have margin. She paused. The margin concerns me more than no margin. Organizations with margin make mistakes. Ruoyan understood this. An organization that knew it had time often used the time to add complexity. A relay station with documentation was also a command relay. The reset force might not wait for analysis to complete before issuing orders to the disruption formation's advance team. She went back to the formation perimeter and rechecked every monitoring position. Chapter 79. Junction 9. Hei Fengwei had told Bai Rongshu there were 3 things that could cause a catastrophic failure during Junction 9's modification. The first was a deviation in the carrier frequency beyond the tolerance margin she required. The modification sequence needed the frequency stable within a band narrower than what the maintenance formation was designed to produce under normal operation. Bai Rongshu's stabilization work was the only thing maintaining that band. The second was an external disruption to the interface during the critical window, a formation impact, a sufficiently powerful chi fluctuation near the boundary wall, anything that would cause the interface to shift its maintenance output in an unplanned direction. The third was interruption of her own attention. Junction 9 required continuous, unbroken work for the critical 4-hour modification window. If her concentration broke, even for the time it took to assess an emergency, the junction's reconstruction would have to restart from the beginning, and the restart would occur against the interface's now destabilized old junction state, which was a more dangerous substrate than the intact old junction had been. She told Bai Rongshu these 3 things at the beginning of Junction 9's approach sequence. Bai Rongshu said, I understand. And then, with the precision she brought to all formal professional commitments, I will maintain the carrier frequency within tolerance. I will not call for your attention unless the first 2 conditions are imminent. If I signal, you have 10 seconds before I need a response. She paused. I've worked in more unstable conditions than this. Hei Fengwei said, I know, and began. The Junction 9 modification started at the 20th hour of the watch. It went wrong at the 32nd. Not catastrophically, not in any of the 3 ways she had described. What happened at the 32nd hour was Wei Liang arriving at the deep corridor's entrance. He was not supposed to be there. Bai Suling had been very clear that the recovery period required 2 full days of restricted activity, and it had been 32 hours, which was close to 2 days, but was not 2 days. He arrived at the deep corridor because UMA's 30 minutes warning had come at 30 hours, 2 hours early, and someone had told him, and he had decided the junction modification required his awareness. Hei Fengwei became aware of his presence because the carrier frequency shifted. It was a small shift. Bai Rongshu compensated for it immediately, with the practiced adjustment of someone who had been running stabilization corrections for 32 hours and had internalized the carrier frequency's behavior profile. But Hei Fengwei felt it, the brief deviation from the narrowband tolerance she needed, and her hands tightened on the formation tools without breaking the modification sequence. "He's at the entrance," Bai Rongshu said. Her voice was completely level. "I know. The carrier frequency is stable. I compensated. I know." Hei Fengwei did not look at the entrance. Keep compensating. The shift had been because Wei Liang's carrier state interacted with the interface's maintenance formation through the bond architecture, not actively, not intentionally, but as a passive resonance effect. His presence near the interface while the junction was being modified created a low-level interference that Bai Rongshu was now incorporating into her stabilization calculations. Hei Fengwei worked through this. Wei Liang, at the entrance, had stopped moving. He was not in her workspace boundary. He was not speaking. He had assessed, apparently, that the work required his stillness rather than his involvement, and was practicing the kind of stillness that he was not constitutionally good at. The Junction 9 modification proceeded through its critical 4-hour window in an environment that included the carrier state's proximity interference, Bai Rongshu's continuous stabilization corrections, UMA's soul sense reports delivered to Royan through the formation link in 30-minute intervals, and Hei Fengwei's shaping tools working in the absolute silence that precision formation reconstruction required. It completed at the 44th hour. Hei Fengwei stepped back from the junction and set her tools down with the care she used for everything that had been used well. She looked at the reconstructed junction architecture. She looked at it for a long time without speaking. Then, "Check it." Bai Rongshu ran the verification sequence. Her formation rings cycled through the 3 vulnerability points the previous documentation had described. She read the results. Junction 3, vulnerability point non-functional. Junction 7, vulnerability point non-functional. Junction 9, she paused. Junction 9's vulnerability point no longer exists as a formation feature. The previous architecture that created it has been replaced. She looked up. The documentation is describing a formation that no longer exists. Wei Liang, from the entrance, said nothing. But Hei Fengwei heard his breath shift, a small sound, the kind that happened when someone who had been holding tension released it without deciding to. She picked up her tools and set them in their case. 44 hours, she said. Better than the estimate. You should sleep, Bai Rongshu said. Hei Fengwei considered this. After I eat something. She looked at Wei Liang. The modifications are complete. Your carrier state's proximity interference was manageable, but the next time you enter an active modification workspace while in recovery, tell me in advance so I can account for it in the tolerance calculations rather than having Bai Rongshu compensate reactively. This was the most direct expression of professional criticism she had delivered in the time Wei Liang had known her. He received it with the focus he brought to information he intended to apply. Understood. I'm sorry for the complication. Don't be sorry, she said. Just tell me in advance. She picked up her case and walked past him into the corridor, and Bai Rongshu followed, and the deep corridor was left to the interface's hum and the junction architecture's new, undocumented configuration. Chapter 80. What the documentation says UMA's 30 minutes warning had been accurate. The Reset Forces Analysis Formation completed its review of the updated documentation at the 37th hour and immediately issued orders to the Disruption Formation's advanced team. The advanced team was a small unit, 6 formation specialists operating a targeted disruption array, designed to strike 3 junction points simultaneously and create a cascade failure in the interface's maintenance layer. Ruoyan had spent 4 hours preparing for them. She had not tried to create a forward defense. The disruption formation was outside the palace's authorization perimeter, and deploying consorts into that zone to preemptively engage would commit resources she needed at the palace's established defense points. What she had done instead was redistribute the formation nodes along the palace's outer boundary in a pattern that concentrated the existing chi field into 3 specific corridors, the 3 approach vectors the disruption formation's advanced team would use to reach the junction approach positions. Not to stop them, to let them through, into a field geometry she had designed. She had described this to Xiao Wuhan at the 43rd hour, when the advanced team was 90 minutes out. Xiao Wuhan had looked at the redistribution pattern and said, "You're using the Reset Forces' documented approach vectors as the mechanism of their own defeat. The documentation tells them exactly where to go, and you've reconfigured the formation field at those coordinates. The documentation tells them where the junction points were," Ruoyan said. "The field geometry at those coordinates is now different. When their disruption formation activates against the documented junction positions, it will activate against formation nodes I placed there 6 hours ago, which are not the interface maintenance formation's junction nodes. which are not vulnerable to the disruption array they're using. And the disruption formation exhausts its activation against effectively nothing. Against formation nodes that are designed to absorb and disperse that frequency range, yes. Ruoyan had checked the field geometry 3 times. The disruption formation is a single-use activation array. Once it exhausts against the false nodes, it requires a full day to reload, which gives us a day. And Hei Fengwei and by Rongshu 4 hours of margin beyond that. Xiao Wuhan had been quiet for a moment. And then, you prepared this before the junction modifications were complete. You built an external defense against the disruption formation before you knew the junction modifications would succeed. I built it in case they didn't. Ruoyan had returned to the formation perimeter. Success doesn't change the value of the preparation. The advanced team arrived at the 47th hour and took exactly the 3 approach vectors the documentation specified. They moved with the precision of specialists who had confidence in their intelligence. The junction positions marked on their formation maps, the disruption array calibrated to the frequencies the documentation described, the activation sequence timed for simultaneous strike. From inside the palace, Ruoyan tracked them through the formation monitoring system. She watched the advanced team reach their positions. She watched the disruption array's activation sequence begin, the formation charging up, the specialists anchoring at their designated strike points, the timing synchronization that would deliver the simultaneous disruption. She watched the activation complete against 3 formation nodes that had never been the interface's maintenance layer. The disruption formation exhausted in under a minute. The nodes absorbed the frequency, dispersed it into the palace's outer chi field as ambient resonance, and reported to the monitoring system as nominal. The 3 junction points the documentation had identified were inside a formation architecture that no longer had those vulnerabilities, behind a rebuilt boundary layer that hadn't existed when the documentation was filed. She noted the time and sent a single report through the formation link to the deep corridor. Hold confirmed. Disruption formation exhausted. Modifications effective. By Rongshu's acknowledgement came back in under 30 seconds. Hei Fengwei's did not come back for 3 minutes, which was because she had been asleep. At the 48th hour, Ruoyan went to the recovery wing. Wei Liang was awake. He had been awake for the last 12 hours. The unauthorized entry to the deep corridor had been evidence of this, and she had not challenged him on it during the watch period because she had needed his stillness more than his compliance. But the watch was over, and there were things to address. The disruption formation exhausted against the false nodes, she said. The junction modifications are complete. They have accurate documentation for an interface architecture that no longer exists, and their disruption formation requires a full day to reload. He had been reading one of Xiao Wuhan's archived research documents by the shape of the binding, and he set it down. The relay station is still operational. Yes, when they analyze what happened, they'll know the junction architecture has been modified. They'll begin generating new documentation. She sat down across from him, which she did not usually do in operational briefings. She usually delivered them standing. He noticed this. The advantage is temporary. 48 hours, perhaps longer if they're cautious about accuracy this time. What do we do with the window? That's what I came to discuss. She looked at him directly. The reset force will move to a different approach when the junction documentation proves outdated. They have 3 other known approaches to the interface's carrier layer. None as clean as the junction vulnerability, but available. Hei Fengwei has identified the architecturally weakest of the 3. She wants 36 hours to address it. Before the reset force's new documentation is ready. Before they decide the documentation approach isn't working and shift to a higher force option. Ruoyan paused. The high force option requires more resources than they've committed so far. It would also be visible to the continental factions, the kind of formation assault that produces a chi disturbance readable at 1,000 li, which creates pressure for the continental factions to respond, which creates a diplomatic complexity the reset force has been avoiding. They've been operating quietly because their vehicle formation plan requires the cycle transition to occur without open interference from external powers. She met his eyes. They won't shift to high-force approach if they believe the documentation approach can still succeed. The junction modifications bought us time, but it also gave them a reason to generate better documentation instead of changing their method. Wei Liang thought about this. The reset force was not a blunt organization. They had operated for long enough that they understood patient approaches. They would prefer to destroy the Tier 0 interface quietly and precisely, through formation architecture, rather than through an assault that attracted attention. Hei Fengwei gets the 36 hours, he said. Ruoyan nodded and stood. There's one more thing. She moved to leave and then stopped, which she almost never did. The advanced team that activated the disruption formation, When they realized the activation had exhausted against false nodes, I monitored their response through the formation link. They held their positions for 22 minutes before withdrawing. That's not tactical reassessment time. That's communication time. They were reporting to someone and receiving instructions. He understood what she was telling him. The relay station isn't just documentation. It's a command link. Someone is directing this operation from a significant distance, with the organizational infrastructure to maintain real-time command of a precision formation assault. She paused. Kong Ju had the rank to use a relay station. He does not have the organizational infrastructure for one at this range. The reset force had resources she had not fully mapped. Wei Liang filed this and held it with the other things he was holding. The preservation structure as background, the carrier state as his new constant, the entity's acknowledgement of what had been done, and its instruction that what remained had to be done by those within the mortal realm. Thank you for the watch, he said. Ruoyan made a sound that was not quite agreement and not quite dismissal, and went to tell He Fengwei that she had 36 hours. Chapter 81. Fire Prophecy. Ran Qinghua found him in the outer courtyard at the 3rd hour of the night. Not by chance, she had been searching for him. He had been avoiding the recovery wing, which Bai Suling had noticed and not commented on yet, and was spending the first hours of the He Fengwei modification window in the parts of the palace where no one had urgent need of him. The outer courtyard qualified. It was away from the deep corridor, away from the formation monitoring positions Ruoyan had staffed for the new watch, away from the locations where problems would be brought to him. He was looking at the void flowers. They had been blooming for weeks, white petals with a translucent quality that made them difficult to see clearly in direct light, easier in the dark, as if they were designed for exactly this kind of viewing. He did not know what mechanism maintained them. Old Hollow had not mentioned them specifically in any of his briefings, and Wei Liang had not thought to ask, while Old Hollow was available to be asked. Ran Qinghua sat beside him without preamble and looked at the flowers with him. She did this sometimes, arrived in a place and participated in it rather than announcing her arrival. Of the 9 consorts, she was the one whose presence felt least like an addition to his environment and most like a natural feature of whatever space they occupied together. He had never asked her about this. He suspected the answer had something to do with 40 years of solitary practice in a phoenix temple in the southern wilds. You've seen something, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, for 30 years I used to see it monthly. In the last 6 months, weekly. Since the activation, she paused. I see it every time I look into flame for longer than it takes to light a lamp. What is it? She placed her palms flat on the courtyard stone, the way she grounded herself before describing prophetic vision. Fire prophecy was not a passive faculty. It required active channeling and a physical anchor to prevent the vision from bleeding into present perception. The stone under her palms was cool and slightly rough where the restoration formation had not yet smoothed it. A man whose face I cannot see clearly, she said. He is very old. He carries something that resembles the carrier state, but wrong. Not a preservation structure, not Jiao Wuling's architecture. Something older and cruder. He holds what he gathered, but he cannot release it either. He cannot release it because no one built the mechanism for release. He is very, she paused. Tired is not the right word. Tired doesn't describe something that's been carrying weight for longer than most cultivation lineages have existed. Wei Liang was very still. He has been watching the Tier 0 interface, Ran Qinghua said. He has been watching it since before we knew it was here. When I saw this vision for the first time, I thought it was a warning about a future threat. I understand now. She looked at the void flowers. It was a description of what was already present. You think the person behind the relay station, I think the person directing the reset forces operation is not Kong Ju, is not an organizational commander, and is not operating for organizational reasons. She met his eyes for the first time since she had sat down. I think someone wrote a previous cycle's reset by accident or design. I think they have been accumulating preserved knowledge the wrong way, not through Jiao Wuling's carrier architecture, which requires the 9-bond structure to create a stable carrier, but through simple consumption and retention across the transition. They survive the reset, but the knowledge they hold can't be integrated and can't be released. They are an unstable carrier of a previous cycle's accumulated knowledge, and they need either the Tier 0 interface to build the release mechanism, which Jiao Wuling never did. She sealed it before she completed it. Or they need to transfer the burden to a new carrier. She was quiet. A carrier who already holds the current cycle's preservation structure. The void flowers moved slightly in a breath of air that was probably formation ambient circulation. They want to add the previous cycle's knowledge to the current preservation structure, Wei Liang said. They want to give you what they cannot hold anymore. And they will accept any method of transfer, including ones that would damage or alter the preservation structure Jiao Wuling built. She paused. Including ones that would damage you. Wei Liang looked at the flowers and thought about this. The relay station was a command link. The command link was maintained by someone with organizational infrastructure significant enough to deploy precision formation teams at range. That infrastructure had been serving a single individual's need for long enough to become deeply established. Kongju was a conduit. The rest of the Jade Succession Protocol surface structure was a shell around a single problem that had been accumulating for a very long time. Have you told anyone else? He asked. I came to you directly. Why? She looked at him with the patience she brought to questions whose answers she considered self-evident. Because it involves your carrier state. And because the moment I describe this to the others, they will spend their energy protecting you from the contact rather than preparing for the complexity of what the contact actually means. He considered this. The contact will happen regardless. The contact will happen regardless, she confirmed. Chapter 82. The old carrier. The contact came through the Tier 0 interface. Not through the relay station. Not through a formation transmission, not through any of the channels UMA was monitoring or that the palace's external formation network could detect. It came through the interface itself, the same pathway through which the entity above the ceiling had acknowledged the preservation activation at the first morning hour of the Hei Fengwei modification window's second day. Wei Liang was in the deep corridor when he felt it. He was there to check the modification's progress. Hei Fengwei had completed the first of 3 targeted changes to the secondary carrier approach vector and was 7 hours into the second, by Rongshu running stabilization with the focused efficiency she maintained across extremely long work periods. He had not entered the workspace. He had stood at the corridor entrance, received by Rongshu's brief status report, and been about to leave when the interface's frequency channel opened in a way that was entirely distinct from the entity's communication pattern. It was not an offer. It was not a threat. It was a presence. He placed his palm on the boundary wall. The carrier state received the contact as layered information, an identification signature, old, extremely old, predating the palace's current dormancy cycle, and an emotional content that Ran Xinghua had described with precision. Tired was not the right word. The weight of something that could not be set down. The transmission was not complex. No architecture, no formal communication protocol. Just, I know what you hold. You know what I hold. There is a way to resolve this that does not require the destruction of anything. He stood with his palm against the wall, and felt the weight of what the contact was carrying. Not hostility, not manipulation in any familiar form. The simple exhaustion of something that had been holding on for too long and could see, for the first time, an end to the holding. The carrier state in him resonated with it the way a stretched string resonates with a nearby frequency, not matching it, but registering the kinship. He withdrew his palm. He stood in the deep corridor for 4 minutes. Hei Fengwei's tools made precise sounds on the junction node behind him. Bai Rongshu's formation rings cycled through their stabilization patterns. He thought about what Ran Xinghua had said. The moment I describe this to the others, they will spend their energy protecting you from the contact rather than preparing for the complexity of what the contact actually means. He thought about the entity above the ceiling statement. The carrier had to hold the knowledge through the transition by the carrier's own structural stability, not by external support. He thought about Hei Fengwei telling him, tell me in advance, so I can account for it in the tolerance calculations rather than having Bai Rongshu compensate reactively. He went to find Ran Xinghua. She was in the Phoenix Meditation Tower at the palace's northeast corner, which she had adopted as her space partly because the tower's stone was a particularly ancient formation-grade material that retained heat well, and partly because it was away from the high-traffic corridors. She was not in meditation posture. She was sitting at the tower's single window with a small, open flame on the stone sill, watching it. Her fire prophecy was running continuously now. He had understood this since their conversation in the outer courtyard. The contact came, he said. I know. She did not look away from the flame. You have 20 minutes before Xiao Wuhan's monitoring logs show an anomalous frequency event in the interfaces channel. She checks those logs every half hour. Then we need to convene the council before she brings me the logs. Ran Xinghua looked at him. Yes, she said. We do. He was moving back down the corridor before she finished standing. The council convened in the main hall with 7 of the 9 consorts present. Hei Fengwei and Bai Rongshu could not leave the modification sequence, and he did not ask them to. He briefed the contact in order. Ran Xinghua's fire prophecy description first, which he presented as having occurred the night before as information he had received and needed to contextualize before sharing. Then the contact through the interface channel. Then his 4 minutes in the deep corridor. He did not pause at the 4 minutes. He described them plainly, including the fact that he had considered the contact privately for that time before seeking Ran Xinghua rather than immediately calling the council. Xiao Wuhan was reading her monitoring logs as he finished. The anomalous frequency event registered at the first morning hour, she said. Duration, for minutes, 14 seconds. She looked up. You were in the deep corridor at that time. Yes. And you spent approximately 20 minutes with Ran Xinghua before calling this council. Yes. She set the logs down with a deliberate flatness that communicated her assessment without requiring her to state it. What was the content of the contact? He told them. The hall was quiet in the way it went quiet when information had arrived that required time to fully land. Fengling's expression was the clearest indicator. She had moved from her initial posture, alert, tactical, to something that was processing rather than reacting, which meant the information was large enough to displace her immediate response pattern. Yueme said, an unstable carrier from a previous cycle. Someone who survived the reset by holding on to knowledge that the transition didn't erase, because they held it within themselves rather than letting it pass through the cycle. She was working the logic out in sequence, the way she handled new information that intersected with solar theory. The reset erases the mortal realm's formations, cultivation lineages, accumulated knowledge in material form. But it cannot erase a cultivator who has integrated that knowledge too deeply to be separated from it during the transition. The price being that they can't release it afterward, Luo Tianwen said. She had been running thread readings since Wei Liang began the briefing. Her thread site showed fate lines in a configuration she had described to him once as convergent but unresolved. They need either the release mechanism, which Zhou Wuling never built, or a new carrier to transfer the burden to, Ran Xinghua said. Or, Ruoyan said. With the flatness she brought to tactical options she had already assessed as dangerous. They need the current preservation structure destabilized to the point where it can absorb an uncontrolled transfer. Wei Liang looked at Ruoyan. The disruption formation's target was the junction architecture, Ruoyan said. Not to destroy the interface, to crack the carrier's structural integrity. A preservation structure with compromised junctions cannot refuse an uncontrolled transfer. The knowledge flows in whether or not you hold the correct bond configuration for it. She paused. The junction attacks were preparation for a contact. You received the contact before the junctions were repaired. You held it. He understood. The 4-minute window had been a test of exactly the kind Ran Xinghua had described, whether the carrier's structural stability held against an external pressure that wasn't hostile in any comprehensible way, just desperate. The junctions held, he said. The junctions held, Ruoyan confirmed. Which means the contact failed as an infiltration mechanism. Which means they need a different approach. Her eyes met his. And now they know the junction modification succeeded. Chapter 83. What cannot be set down? The person behind the relay station made no further contact through the interface that day. This was more unsettling than continued contact would have been. Xiao Wuhan monitored the interface channel continuously. The entity above the ceiling's frequency band was present as always, ambient and unreachable, but the old carrier's frequency did not return. The relay station outside maintained its position. The formation monitoring network showed no movement from the reset force's outer perimeter positions. They were reassessing. Wei Liang sat in the main hall after the council dispersed and thought about what an entity that had survived a cycle's reset by accident or design, by holding knowledge too deeply to be separated from it, would want most from a correctly architected carrier state. Not to give it away. Not exactly. To stop carrying it alone. He understood this in a way that he did not advertise to anyone except Ran Xinghua, who already knew. The preservation structure in him was designed for shared weight. The 9-bond architecture distributed the carrier's structural load across 9 independent cultivation lineages so that no single point could fail under the accumulated pressure of everything being held. Zhou Wuling had designed it because she understood that a carrier holding an entire cycle's knowledge alone would fail under the weight of it. The old entity outside had been holding alone for at least one full cycle. Perhaps more. He was still sitting with this when Fengling arrived. She sat across from him without asking, which she had long since stopped doing. She sat where she chose in the spaces she had decided were hers, and the main hall qualified. She looked at him with the expression she used when she had assessed a situation and had something to say that she had calculated was worth saying. You held the contact for 4 minutes without telling anyone, she said. I briefed the council, after Ran Xinghua told you that Xiao Wuhan's logs would show the anomaly in 20 minutes. She was not angry. She was doing the thing she did that was worse than anger, identifying the sequence precisely. You didn't call the council immediately. You went to Ran Xinghua first. He did not deny this. Why? He thought about how to answer this accurately. She had already seen the contact coming. I wanted to understand what I had just received before I described it to 8 people simultaneously. You wanted to understand it alone first. Yes. And in those 4 minutes and the 20 after them, if the contact had been different, If the structural stability test Ruoyan described had gone the other way, if the junction modifications hadn't held, she looked at him directly. We would have been responding to the result rather than present for the moment. This was true. The flaw isn't that you take time to think, Fengling said. The flaw is that the thinking happens alone in a system that only works when it doesn't happen alone. She paused. You were built for the nine-bond architecture. Zhou Wuling's entire design was built on the principle that distributed weight is stable weight. And you keep trying to hold things alone before you're willing to distribute them. He looked at her. You've been saving this. I've been noticing it accumulate. She stood. Ruoyan built a defensive architecture in 48 hours that didn't fail. He Fengwei and Bai Rongshu spent 44 hours rebuilding a formation junction without rest. Ran Qinghua saw the contact coming 30 days ago and waited for the right moment to tell you. These people are not resources you manage. She looked at him from the full height of the posture she used when she was being precise about something important. They are the structural load-bearing elements. You are not the carrier. We are. Stop treating information like something you hold alone first. She left the main hall, and her footsteps faded down the corridor toward her gallery wing. He sat with the void flowers in the outer courtyard view through the main hall's window, and the preservation structure as background, and Fengling's words arranged in front of the two of them like a formation map he had been too close to read correctly until someone tilted it into the light. He was not going to apologize to her. She had not asked for an apology. She had asked for a structural change. He spent the rest of the morning developing a protocol with Xiao Wuhan. Any anomalous frequency event in the interface channel would be flagged to the full council immediately, with Xiao Wuhan as primary observer and Yueme as secondary, not filtered through his carrier state first. He told Xiao Wuhan this directly, including the reason, which was that his instinct to hold and assess information before distributing it was a liability in the current operational environment. Xiao Wuhan made a note in her research journal. He suspected she was writing a paper about this. He was probably fine with that. Chapter 84. The architecture of bonds. He Fengwei completed the 36-hour modification at the 31st hour. She came out of the deep corridor looking exactly as she looked after the 44-hour junction modification. Professionally satisfied with the work, professionally neutral about her own condition, already thinking about the third and final carrier approach vector that remained. She found Wei Liang in the formation monitoring room and reported, secondary approach vector modified. The carrier approach structure the reset forces documentation maps is no longer the carrier approach structure that exists. I need 18 hours to address the third vector. Third vector is the last one. Third vector eliminates the documentation as a useful source of information entirely. After that, they need to generate a full architectural survey from scratch, which requires a formation survey team inside the palace's formation field. She paused. They won't get a survey team inside the formation field. 18 hours, he said. 18 hours. She turned to go. Hey, Fengwei. She looked back. You and Bai Rongshu have run 3 consecutive modification sequences across. He paused. More than 90 hours of active formation work. With insufficient rest between sequences. The work required it. Yes, it did. He met her eyes. After the third modification, 18 hours of rest, minimum. Bai Rongshu as well. Non-negotiable. She was quiet for a moment. He did not know if this was because she was deciding whether to agree or because she was calculating whether the operational environment could absorb the rest period. Then, Bai Rongshu needs the rest more than I do. She's been running stabilization at high load for extended periods. She paused. 24 hours for her. 24 hours for both of you. The same. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding if an argument was worth having. She determined it was not. Agreed. She went back into the deep corridor. Yueme arrived at the monitoring room 20 minutes later. She had been maintaining the soul sense probe on the relay station continuously, and her expression when she entered had the flat quality she used for information that was significant but not urgent enough to interrupt a working session. The relay station has been receiving outbound transmissions, she said. Not documentation. Command traffic, the kind that coordinates movement between multiple units. She placed her observation notes on the monitoring table. 3 separate transmissions in the last 4 hours. I cannot read the content. The encryption is formation level, beyond my soul sense resolution. But I can read the transmission pattern. Wei Liang looked at the notes. 3 units being repositioned, Yueme said. Not moving toward us. Moving toward the positions that mark the 9-bond resonance range. He understood immediately. They've mapped the bond architecture's spatial resonance. The 9-bond formation creates a resonance signature that extends approximately 20 li from the palace's spatial fold. It's not the interface they're targeting anymore. She met his eyes. The preservation structure's integrity depends on the nine-bond architecture's resonance coherence. If they can establish disruption formations at 3 nodes on the resonance perimeter, she paused, they cannot break the bonds. But they can degrade the resonance coherence below the threshold required for the preservation structure's stability. He held this. The preservation structure was distributed across 9 bonds. The bonds were independent but resonant. They had to be, for the architecture to function as Jiao Wuling had designed it. An attack on the bonds themselves would face 9 independent responses. An attack on the resonance coherence that connected the 9 bonds was a different problem. If the resonance coherence drops below threshold, he said, what happens to the preservation structure? I don't know precisely. It was not a scenario Jiao Wuling's design documentation addressed. She assumed the 9-bond architecture would either be complete and stable or not yet achieved. A deliberately degraded coherent state is an adversarial scenario she didn't model. Yume paused. Based on what I understand of soul architecture, the preservation structure doesn't collapse. It fragments. The accumulated knowledge remains in the carrier, but the 9-lineage architecture that organizes and protects it develops instabilities. Given enough time under degraded coherence, the structure would become increasingly difficult to maintain. And the carrier? She was quiet for a moment. Also increasingly difficult to maintain. He called the council again. This time he called it before he had finished processing the information. He called it while Yume was still presenting her notes, which was not the natural sequence of his instincts, but which was the correct sequence. The council received the information. All 9 consorts, minus He Fengwei and Bai Rongshu, who were 18 hours into the final modification sequence and could not be interrupted. Ruoyan began mapping defensive positions against the 3 resonance perimeter nodes immediately, drawing on the formation monitoring data. Luo Tianwen ran thread readings on the 3 transmission vectors, identifying convergence timelines. Xiao Wuhan cross-referenced the resonance perimeter specifications against the palace's formation architecture to identify natural reinforcement points. Ran Qinghua sat quietly and watched all of this. After the council dispersed to their preparation tasks, she remained. Wei Liang looked at her. You already know what the third approach means, she said. Not a question. If the resonance coherence becomes a target, every consort becomes a target. They're not trying to crack the carrier. They're trying to make the carrier unlivable. He paused. The old carrier outside. If they've been holding knowledge alone for a cycle, maybe that's what a degraded coherent structure feels like from the inside. They're not describing what they want to do to us. They're showing us what they've been experiencing. Ran Qinghua was quiet for a long time. Then, that is the most unsettling interpretation of this situation I've heard so far. Yes, he said. Chapter 85. Before the third modification ends, Ruoyan deployed the resonance perimeter defense in 6 hours. She did not do this by positioning consorts at the 3-node locations. She had a full understanding of why this was a trap, and the 3 transmission vectors that Yueme had identified were designed to draw a response at the nodes, where the reset forces reposition units would have the defensive advantage. What she did instead was expand the palace's formation boundary to incorporate the resonance perimeter into the palace's active defense field. This was not straightforward. The palace's formation was designed around the spatial fold's physical boundary, not the 9-bond architecture's resonance range. Extending the active defense field to cover the resonance perimeter required building formation bridges across the gap between the two. Temporary construction, not permanent infrastructure, but stable enough to make the 3-node locations inside rather than outside the palace's defense response capability. She drafted Xiao Wuhan for the temporary bridge construction. They worked in parallel, Ruoyan establishing the foundation nodes, Xiao Wuhan building the connecting formation structures between them. Xiao Wuhan did not comment on the elegance or inelegance of the solution, which meant she considered it sound. She was generous with her criticism and did not bother with it when there was nothing useful to say. By the 18th hour of the final modification sequence, the resonance perimeter was inside the palace's active defense field. Ruoyan reviewed the formation bridges and said, "They'll see the extension. The formation field change is not subtle. They'll know we anticipated their repositioning," Xiao Wuhan said. "Yes. That may accelerate their timeline. If they believe we can prevent the resonance coherence approach, they may shift to the high-force option sooner. They may." Ruoyan looked at the formation bridges, her design, and Xiao Wuhan's execution, which was better than what she had sketched. The high-force option requires public action. Every major continental faction will read the Qi disturbance. She paused. "I have been building toward the hope that the reset force does not want to go public." "Hope is not a formation strategy," Xiao Wuhan said. "No. It's a prediction about the enemy's behavior based on their operational pattern. They've been quiet and precise for months. Organizations don't abandon quiet and precise approaches overnight. Ruoyan looked at the monitoring data. They'll try the resonance perimeter approach anyway because they've already repositioned those units. They committed resources. They'll test whether the formation bridges hold before they escalate. She was correct. The 3 units arrived at the resonance perimeter node locations at the 20th hour. They found the formation bridges. They attempted to penetrate the extended active defense field from the node positions, which were now interior to the palace's response range. The defense field held. The units withdrew within 40 minutes. Wei Liang watched this from the formation monitoring room. The withdrawal was too clean. Not a full retreat, a repositioning. The units moved to a holding pattern at the edge of the extended defense field range, which was exactly where they would park if they were waiting for new instructions from the relay station command link. He was thinking about the old carrier. He was thinking about the vision Ran Xinghua had described. A person holding knowledge that could not be released because the release mechanism was never built, trying for what might be another entire cycle to find a way to set down what they could not set down. And he was thinking about the entity above the ceiling statement that the carrier had to hold through the transition by its own structural stability, not by external support. The old carrier was not the entity above the ceiling. The entity was something that had transcended properly, passed through a ceiling that most cultivators couldn't even see. The old carrier had survived a cycle transition the wrong way, through accident or desperation or misunderstanding of what the transition meant, and had been trying to correct the error ever since. He did not know how many cycles that was. He did not know if the old carrier had built the Jade succession protocol themselves, or if the protocol had found them, or if the relationship had developed across a period of time that exceeded any organization's normal history. He did know that the old carrier had resources significant enough to deploy formation teams at continental distances, had managed those resources quietly enough that the continental factions had never identified them as the underlying power behind the protocol, and had been patient enough to wait across entire cycles for a carrier structure stable enough to receive a transfer. Hei Fengwei emerged from the deep corridor at the 23rd hour. She set her tools down on the monitoring room table and looked at Wei Liang. The 3rd modification is complete. All 3 approach vectors. All 3. The Tier 0 interface's maintenance formation now has a junction architecture that does not correspond to any documentation that exists. Generating accurate new documentation requires a formation survey team inside the palace's active defense field. She paused. The resonance perimeter is inside the defense field now. Yes. Ruoyan's work. She looked at the bridge structures in the formation monitoring display. She built that in 6 hours. With Xiao Wuan. Hei Fengwei was quiet for a moment, which was her version of impressed. Then, the relay station will know the modification sequence is complete. They've tried the junction approach, the resonance perimeter approach. They have the high force option remaining. She looked at him. What's in the high force option that they don't want to use? Visibility, he said. Continental attention. They've operated quietly this entire time. She was thinking through the logic in order, the way she approached engineering problems, from the constraint outward. If continental attention makes the high force option unusable, what is it specifically about continental attention that matters to them? He had been sitting with this question since Ruoyan had first introduced the high force option's visibility cost. The cycle transition requires the vehicle formation to operate without open interference from external powers. The reset force's entire operational logic depends on the transition occurring within a window they can control. Continental factions openly mobilized and aware of the vehicle formation's existence, even without understanding what the vehicle formation does, introduces variables they cannot control. So they need the transition to happen without the continental factions knowing what they're actually transitioning through. Yes. Which means, Hei Fengwei said, if the continental factions knew what the vehicle formation was, what the reset force is trying to do with the cycle transition, the high force option becomes unusable regardless of whether we can counter it physically. She said this as a logical observation, not as a strategic proposal. He understood that she was doing what she always did, identifying the constraint structure of the problem clearly enough that the solution became obvious. Wei Liang looked at the relay station's position in the formation monitoring display and thought about what it would mean to stop defending against the documentation approach, the resonance approach, and the high force approach one by one, and instead make the defense unnecessary by destroying the precondition that made the attack worthwhile. Rest, he said. 24 hours. You and Bai Rongshu both. Hei Fengwei picked up her tools and left the monitoring room without argument, which was how he knew she was exhausted. He sent a message through the formation link to Xiao Wuhan. I need everything you can find about the vehicle formation's operational requirements. Specifically what conditions must be true for it to function at the cycle transition point. Meet me in the research wing at the 6th hour. Asterisk her response came back in 4 minutes. Asterisk I've been writing this paper for 3 weeks. I'll have a draft. Asterisk he sat in the monitoring room and waited for the 6th hour, and the reset forces units held their position at the edge of the extended defense field, and the relay station maintained its command link to the old carrier behind it, and the void flowers in the outer courtyard opened further into the night, as if they had been waiting for exactly this kind of sustained attention to gather in one place. Chapter 86. The paper Xiao Wuhan had already written. The research wing at the 6th hour smelled like lamp oil, dried ink, and 3 weeks of concentrated work. Xiao Wuhan's desk was covered in a layer of organized material that anyone else would have called chaos, but which she navigated without looking. Her hand went directly to a bound document at the desk's left edge and handed it to Wei Liang as he crossed the threshold. Draft, she said. Subject, vehicle formation operational requirements, and the cycle transition precondition structure. 31 pages. He sat in the chair she had left open for visitors, the only chair in the research wing not covered in reference material, and read the first section. The vehicle formation required, per Xiao Wuhan's analysis, 6 conditions to function at the cycle transition point. She had numbered them. 1. The cycle transition had to begin naturally. A forced or artificial initiation of the transition would collapse the vehicle formation's framework, because the formation was designed to ride the transition wave, not to generate one. 2. The carrier state had to be absent at the moment of transition or compromised below preservation integrity threshold. The vehicle formation worked by occupying the carrier role, moving through the transition with accumulated knowledge, and a functioning carrier state would displace it. 3. The Tier 0 interface had to be sealed or destroyed prior to the transition. An active interface could provide an alternative pathway for knowledge preservation that would render the vehicle formation's method redundant. 4. The 9-bond architecture had to be disrupted or non-functional at the transition point, for the same reason as Condition 2. 5. The transition window had to be unobserved by external powers capable of interference. 6. The old carrier. He paused on this phrasing and looked up. You knew about the old carrier, he said. I theorized about it, she said, with the precision she brought to distinguishing between knowledge and inference. The vehicle formation's architectural logic requires a source of accumulated knowledge to transport. The Jade succession protocol's organizational history doesn't account for that knowledge being generated within the current cycle. There hasn't been enough time. The inference was straightforward. The knowledge source predates the protocol. She paused. Ran Xinghua's fire prophecy confirmed the inference. You spoke with Ran Xinghua. She came to me 4 days ago. Xiao Wuhan looked at him with the expression she used when she was waiting for him to process the implication rather than stating it. He processed it. 4 days ago was before his conversation with Ran Xinghua in the outer courtyard. Ran Xinghua had sought out Xiao Wuhan's analytical framework before she had brought the prophecy to him. They had been working on this in parallel. He returned to the document. Condition 6. The old carrier had to complete the transfer of accumulated knowledge into the vehicle formation before the transition point. Without this transfer, the vehicle formation would carry the wrong knowledge set, the knowledge from the current cycle, not the accumulated multi-cycle knowledge the old carrier held, which was the asset the reset forces principles were actually interested in. He looked up again. The old carrier is the asset, not the cycle transition mechanism. The vehicle formation is the delivery mechanism. The old carrier is what gets delivered. Xiao Wuhan sat across from him in a cleared space. The Jade succession protocol was built to serve the old carrier's need. Every cycle reset they facilitated, and based on what I can reconstruct from the historical records, this is at least the 4th cycle they've operated across, has been toward accumulating the conditions for a successful transfer. A successful transfer to what end? The old carrier holds multi-cycle accumulated knowledge in an unstable configuration. Stable transfer into a correctly architected preservation structure would allow that knowledge to become accessible, to be used rather than just held. She paused. Which means the old carrier doesn't just want to set down the weight. They want to use what they've been carrying. The lamp oil in the research wing's lamps burned with a steady, low sound. He thought about this. The entity above the ceiling had said, the carrier had to hold through the transition by its own structural stability. The entity would not provide external support because external support would compromise the preservation structure's integrity. The old carrier wanted to add their knowledge, multiple cycles of accumulated knowledge in an unstable configuration, to Jiu Wuling's preservation structure. Would the transfer work? He asked. Xiao Wuhan was quiet for a long moment. Technically, in a damaged preservation structure with compromised junctions, the junction attacks we deflected, yes. The damaged architecture creates absorption points that an uncontrolled transfer could exploit. She met his eyes. In an intact 9-bond preservation structure at full coherence. No. The architecture has no absorption points. The transfer would be rejected. So the attacks on the junction architecture weren't preparation for a hostile takeover, he said. They were preparation for an addition. The old carrier wanted to give you what they hold. They needed the preservation structure's integrity damaged enough to accept an uncontrolled transfer. She looked at the document. What I don't know is whether the old carrier understands that the transfer, even if accepted, would damage the preservation structure severely enough to compromise its function. Or whether they know and don't care, he said. Yes. Chapter 87. What the Continental Factions Don't Know. The Vehicle Formations Condition 5. The transition had to be unobserved by external powers capable of interference. Was the operational constraint Ruoyan had identified as the reset force's critical vulnerability, and Xiao Wuhan's document confirmed it with analytical depth. The cycle transition was not a secret event. Continental factions would detect it as a chi disturbance at extreme range, not understand it, not know what it meant, but register that something large had happened. The vehicle formation required that those factions not interfere with the transition as it occurred. Any significant cultivation force operating in the transition zone at the moment the vehicle formation activated would disrupt the formation's framework. Historically, Xiao Wuhan's research indicated the Jade Succession Protocol had managed this by ensuring no significant cultivation force was in position to interfere at the transition moment. This required either removing those forces through conflict, political manipulation, or displacement, or ensuring they did not know the transition was coming. The Void Palace changed this. 9 consort bonded cultivators plus a carrier at hollow transcendence, plus the palace's formation architecture at full function, constituted a significant cultivation force that the reset force could not remove from the transition zone, which was why they needed the preservation structure destabilized before the transition, not merely defeated. A destabilized carrier state was not a functioning cultivation force capable of intentional interference. The old carrier's transfer would accomplish this. A damaged carrier was too occupied with its own structural instability to coordinate interference. Wei Liang briefed this at the council that morning. He briefed it without filtering it through his own processing first, and he noticed that the absence of the usual pre-distribution delay changed the quality of the discussion that followed. Ruoyan had tactical responses within minutes, because she was working with the same information he was rather than responses to his interpretation of the information. Luo Tianwen's thread readings applied directly to the conditions Xiao Wuhan had identified. Fengling asked questions about the Continental Faction response window that Xiao Wuhan answered with the precision of someone who had been building toward exactly this discussion. The critical question Ruoyan raised: can we use Condition 5 ourselves? Everyone looked at her. The vehicle formation requires the transition to be unobserved by external powers capable of interference. We are inside the palace's formation field. We are not an external power relative to the transition zone. She laid the formation monitoring data on the council table. But the Continental Factions are. If the Continental Factions know the vehicle formation exists, what it does, what the Jade Succession Protocol's true purpose is, they become exactly the external observation that Condition 5 prohibits, making the vehicle formation inoperable without us needing to fight it directly, Luo Tianwen said. We would need to disclose the vehicle formation's existence and purpose to the Continental Factions in a credible enough way that they mobilize and maintain observation of the transition zone. Ruoyan looked at Wei Liang. This requires us to have the information, a channel to transmit it, and enough political credibility that the factions treat it as real rather than as palace propaganda. He thought about what it would mean to expose the Jade Succession Protocol's true operational history to the continental powers. Centuries of cycle manipulation. The old carrier behind it. The reset force's role in facilitating cycle resets that erased the Continental Factions' own histories. The Continental Factions had histories. Those histories had been erased at least 4 times. The evidence, he said. The protocol's architectural documentation, the information Bai Rongshu brought when she left, is evidence of the organization's current operation, Xiao Wuhan said. The multi-cycle history is my reconstruction, which is defensible analytically but not the kind of evidence that mobilizes factions who prefer proof to inference. She paused. However, the relay station is a command link between the reset force's field teams and the old carrier. The command traffic UMA has been monitoring is encrypted. If we can decrypt it, the decryption would require access to the relay station's formation structure, Bai Rongshu said. She had been at the council's outer edge, listening. I know the protocol's encryption standards. I spent 4 years working with formation transmissions at that level. Could you decrypt the archive traffic from outside the relay station? Xiao Wuhan asked. Bai Rongshu considered this with the precision she brought to professional capability assessments. The traffic UMA's soul sense recorded as patterns. Those patterns include enough structural information that with the right formation interface, I could attempt a reconstruction. It would take time. How much time? I need to look at the patterns before I can estimate. She looked at UMA. Can you reproduce the monitoring records in full detail? Yes, UMA said. The council concluded with 3 parallel work streams. Xiao Wuhan and Bai Rongshu on the decryption attempt, Royan on maintaining and extending the formation bridges over the resonance perimeter, and Luo Tianwen on mapping which continental factions had the political motivation and cultivation resources to constitute meaningful observation pressure on the vehicle formations condition 5. Wei Liang left the council room and went to the outer courtyard. He stood in the morning air, which was cold. His breath clouded slightly, and the stone under his feet had the faint dampness of ground that had been warm and cooled overnight. And he thought about Jiao Wuling building this palace for people worth defending, and about the cycle reset erasing the memories of every person who had ever built anything worth preserving, and about an entity too tired to set down what it had been carrying for longer than the current cycle's entire history. He was the carrier, but the architecture was not his alone. He went back inside and sent a formation message to Luo Tianwen. Add to your faction analysis. Which factions have the most to lose from confirmation that their institutional histories were erased? They'll be the most motivated. Her reply. I had already marked them first. He believed this. Chapter 88. Bai Rongshu decrypts. The decryption took 4 days and cost Bai Rongshu something she did not name and did not discuss. The formation patterns UMA had recorded were partial. Soul sense monitoring captured the structural shape of a transmission rather than its full content. The way a scholar reading lip movements across a crowded hall captures rhythm and emphasis without every word. Bai Rongshu reconstructed the content by working backward from the structural shape through the encryption standards she had spent 4 years applying and had spent the last year carefully analyzing from the outside. She worked in the monitoring room. She did not request assistance and did not ask to be left alone. People came and went around her. New Huanling's 3 small spirit beasts had apparently decided the monitoring room was also a good observation point and were present in the room's corner for most of the 4 days, watching Bai Rongshu's formation rings cycle through reconstruction attempts with the same focused attention they had given the junction modification sequence. On the second day, Xiao Wuhan sat across from Bai Rongshu for 3 hours without speaking, reading her own research and occasionally handing Bai Rongshu a reference document when she could see from Bai Rongshu's ring cycling pattern that she was working through a particular encryption standard variant. Bai Rongshu received each document without comment and used it. This was, Wei Liang understood from watching it, what collaboration looked like between 2 people who understood each other's work well enough to provide support without interfering. On the 4th day, Bai Rongshu looked up from her formation rings and said to the monitoring room in general, partial reconstruction, 60 to 70% of the content. Xiao Wuhan was there within 4 minutes. The reconstructed traffic was 2 command sequences and a status report. The command sequences were deployment orders, formation team positioning, consistent with the resonance perimeter repositioning UMA had observed. The status report was the significant one. The old carrier had filed a status report to the relay station from a position Bai Rongshu identified as consistent with the deep interior mountain ranges, a location that matched no major cultivation sect or organization, but was consistent with a sustained long-term habitation in a remote high-altitude location. The status report's content, partially reconstructed, carrier state confirmed as intact at full 9-bond coherence. Junction approach failed. Modifications occurred during window. Resonance perimeter approach failed. Palace extended formation boundary. Both approaches required carrier destabilization, which has not been achieved. The preservation structure's integrity is the next section was one of the 30 to 40% that had not reconstructed cleanly. The direct contact established through interface channel was rejected by the carrier's structural stability. Contact confirmed the preservation structure is authentic and complete. This is the first complete 9-bond preservation structure since the original. The transfer cannot be forced. The transfer must be another gap. If the transition window cannot be held, the vehicle formation fails. The protocol has one remaining approach vector before the visibility threshold is reached. I authorize the disclosure risk. Bai Rongshu set her formation rings down with the careful movement of someone who had been using them continuously for 4 days. The wind echo creature in the corner made a small sound. Disclosure risk, Xiao Wuhan said. They're going to reveal something to the continental factions, Bai Rongshu said. Something they've been holding back. Wei Liang, who had been standing at the monitoring room's entrance for the last hour, said, they're going to tell the continental factions about the Void Palace's preservation structure. Both women looked at him. The continental factions don't know what the carrier state is. They don't know what the nine-bond architecture achieves. The reset force reveals this, frames us as the threat, frames the preservation structure as something that will disadvantage the continental factions after the transition, and mobilizes them against us instead of against the vehicle formation. He looked at the partial reconstruction. They make the continental factions do what we were planning to do to them. Using the continental factions as a high-force proxy, Xiao Wuhan said. A high-force proxy that, if it damages the preservation structure, also serves the transfer precondition. He met their eyes. We have to disclose the vehicle formation's true purpose to the continental factions before the reset force does. Bai Rongshu was quiet for a moment. Then, with the directness she brought to professional consequences she had personally contributed to. I have the protocol's organizational records. The ones I brought when I left. They document the current cycle operation in sufficient detail that a continental faction's senior cultivators could verify the methodology independently. She paused. I can also testify to what I observed and understood during my 12 years inside the organization. Personal testimony from a former senior operative is harder to dismiss as fabrication than documentation alone. It would also make you a target, Wei Liang said. I became a target when I left. She did not say this as a complaint. I've been a target since the first day I walked into the palace and gave He Fengwei the architectural documentation. The question was never whether I was a target. She looked at the monitoring room's formation displays, and her expression was the same as it had been during the junction modifications, not daunted. The question is whether the target is worth being. Chapter 89. The message goes out. They sent 9 messages. Luo Tianwen had produced her faction analysis with the systematic completeness she brought to all thread-based strategic work. 9 continental factions with the highest historical loss from cycle resets, the strongest institutional memory of disruption events, and sufficient cultivation resources to constitute meaningful observation pressure on a vehicle formation's operational requirements. The messages went through formation channels that Xiao Wuhan had spent 2 days constructing, not the palace's standard formation network, which the relay station command link would monitor, but a secondary channel built from the palace's deep corridor formation architecture, routed through the interface's maintenance layer as a carrier substrate, which made it effectively invisible to external formation monitoring. Ruoyan had objected to this routing method. Using the Tier 0 interface as a message carrier, she said, creates a record in the interface architecture. The interface's maintenance record, Xiao Wuhan said, which is inside the palace's formation field and not accessible to external formation monitoring. If the old carrier can contact Wei Liang through the interface, Ruoyan said, the interface has a pathway to external contact. The old carrier contacted Wei Liang through the carrier state resonance, not through the formation network. The pathway they used is the preservation structure's communication architecture, a different layer entirely. Xiao Wuhan looked at Ruoyan with the patience she used for technically precise disagreements. What I'm building uses the maintenance formation's carrier substrate. Separate system. Ruoyan had accepted this after 2 minutes of consideration, which meant she had verified the logic and not found an error in it. The 9 messages contained Xiao Wuhan's analysis, Bai Rongshu's organizational documentation, the partial decryption of the old carrier's status report, and an explicit invitation to form an observation coalition around the transition zone before the reset force's disclosure campaign began. Wei Liang wrote the cover letter himself. He wrote it once, without revision, which was how he wrote things when he was clear on what needed to be said. It explained the vehicle formation in terms that a senior cultivator with no prior knowledge of cycle transitions could understand. It explained what the Jade Succession Protocol had been doing to the continental factions' histories. It explained that the preservation structure was not a threat to the continental factions. It was a mechanism for ensuring that the knowledge and cultivation legacy of the current cycle would survive whatever transition the cycle went through. He did not ask for an alliance. He did not offer protection or benefits. He described what was happening and stated that any faction that wanted to observe the transition zone could contribute to Condition 5's violation by being present and aware. Ran Xinghua read the letter before he sent it. She read it once and handed it back. You sound like yourself, she said. That's the right sound for this letter. Some of them won't believe it. Some of them will. How many? She looked into the small flame on the monitoring room's lampstand. Her fire prophecy running continuously since the old carrier's contact, showing her convergences she had not fully shared, reading threads he could not see. More than you expect, she said. Fewer than we need. The gap between those two numbers is where the danger lives. Then we need to close the gap. Then we need to close the gap, she agreed. The messages went out at the beginning of the night. The relay station outside registered an increase in the palace's formation field activity, and the reset forces monitoring units registered an anomalous secondary channel in the extended defense field substrate. Wei Liang watched this on the monitoring system. The reset forces units did not move toward the palace. They moved toward the relay station's position, which meant they were reporting the anomaly rather than responding to it. The old carrier would know within hours that the messages had been sent. The race was now straightforward. Which disclosure reached the continental factions first, and in which form? He sat in the monitoring room as the night settled, and the formation displays showed the relay station's command traffic increasing. More encrypted transmissions going out, the old carrier mobilizing their own disclosure campaign. And he thought about what Fengling had said about distributed weight. The preservation structure held because 9 bonds held it. The current operation held because 9 people were working on 9 different aspects of the same problem. The message to the continental factions held because Xiao Wuhan's analysis was rigorous, Bai Rongshu's documentation was authentic, Luo Tianwen's targeting was precise, and the letter described what was actually happening in words that sounded like the person who wrote them. None of these 9 things had been his alone. He was still sitting with this when Mei Chongsong came to the monitoring room with a cup of tea and set it on the table beside him without a word, and went back to the music hall, where she had been working on a composition that she had described as for later, which was how she described work she was doing for reasons she hadn't finished articulating yet. He drank the tea. It was a restorative blend, by Suling's recipe, made by Mei Chongsong with the quiet competence she brought to anything that required listening to what someone needed before they asked. Chapter 90. Response. The first response came from the Pale Veil sect. This was unexpected. They had the smallest cultivation resources of the 9 factions Luo Tianwen had identified, and their political relationship with the palace was still the formalized ceasefire from the early months. But they responded within 18 hours, which was fast enough that they had clearly been watching the palace's situation closely, and their response was not what Wei Liang had anticipated. The interim sovereign wrote, "We know. We have known something was wrong with the cycle disruption events for 60 years. We have suspected the Jade Succession Protocol's involvement for 30. We could not prove it, and we could not identify the mechanism. You have provided both. We will position 200 Pale Veil cultivators in the transition zone observation perimeter within 3 days." Yue may read this in the main hall with the flat composure she used for information that she had predicted but not allowed herself to rely on. 60 years, she said. 60 years of knowing something was wrong, Wei Liang said. The cycle disruption events, the reset forces management of conditions leading up to a transition, they leave traces. The Pale Veil sect works with soul records and institutional memory. They would notice the traces. She set the message down. They've been looking for exactly this. The second response came from the Iron Vanguard Legion remnants. Not Kangju. He was in the palace's custody, having surrendered to Ruoyan's forces during the early months. The message came from the Legion's field commanders who had separated from Kangju when his protocol connection became clear. They had 800 soldiers, no institutional backing, and a detailed grievance. The Legion had been used by the protocol for 3 operational cycles in ways they were now reconstructing backward from Xiao Wuhan's analysis. They were angry with a specificity that only came from connecting evidence to personal experience. They would position their forces wherever Wei Liang needed them. The third response came from a faction Luo Tianwen had not included in her 9. A cultivator community called the Remembered Archive, based in the far eastern range, which sent a single message containing no words. Only a formation map of the transition zone with 12 observation position markers already placed. Wei Liang showed Luo Tianwen this message. She looked at the formation map for a long time. The Remembered Archive maintains cultivation knowledge from disrupted cycle events, she said. I didn't include them because they have no military resources. I was wrong to weight military resources as the primary criterion. She paused. They've been mapping transition zone observation positions for decades. They were waiting for someone to ask. How long have they been mapping them? The map's notation system is, she examined the formation symbols, pre-organization. This is not their work. This is their inheritance. Someone before them started mapping this, and they've been maintaining it. She set the map down. Someone who understood the vehicle formation's operational requirements long before Xiao Wuhan reconstructed them. He thought about Jiu Wuling. He thought about her building a palace that was designed to hold out for 10,000 years on the understanding that if she did not create the mechanism for preservation, no one would. He thought about the remembered archive maintaining transition zone observation maps for decades or centuries, waiting for someone to ask. The reset force had been operating for multiple cycles, but they had not been the only ones operating. By the end of the second day, 4 of the 9 factions had responded positively. 3 had not responded yet. 2 had responded with requests for additional evidence. The relay station's outbound traffic volume had tripled. The old carrier's disclosure campaign was running. Wei Liang sat in the monitoring room at the end of the second day and looked at the formation displays showing 4 allied observation forces moving toward the transition zone perimeter and 2 factions being worked by the reset forces counter-narrative and the relay station's command traffic and the remembered archive's ancient map on the table beside Luo Tianwen's thread readings. Condition 5 was under active pressure from both sides simultaneously. What's the reset force telling the factions they're reaching? He asked by Rongshu. She had been monitoring the relay station's outbound patterns. The preservation structure exists. They'll confirm that. They'll say it's designed to lock mortal realm knowledge away from the factions that created it, that after the transition, only the carrier and the 9 bonds would have access to the accumulated cultivation knowledge of the entire cycle. Everyone else would start the next cycle with nothing. She paused. It's not technically false. It's a misdirection about purpose and access. They don't know the preservation structure's design is for release after the transition, not permanent retention. They might not know it themselves, she said. The old carrier's design goal was never Jiao Wuling's design goal. They may genuinely believe the preservation structure functions the way they would use it. He held this. Xiao Wuhan, he said. She looked up from her draft. She had been writing continuously since the decryption, the paper expanding with each development. Yes. The preservation structure's release mechanism. Jiao Wuling never completed it. You said she sealed the palace before she finished. Correct. The carrier architecture is complete. The release mechanism was never designed. She met his eyes. The release mechanism is what the old carrier wants from the interface. Not to add their knowledge to the current structure. To use the interface's Tier 0 architecture to build the mechanism that was never built. She paused. Which is, I should note, not necessarily a hostile goal in principle. In principle, he said. In the wrong hands, with the wrong implementation, using the wrong architecture, she paused. Yes. Potentially catastrophic for the preservation structure's integrity. But the goal itself is what Jiao Wuling would have built if she'd had time. He sat with this for a long moment. I need to respond to the old carrier, he said. Everyone in the monitoring room looked at him. The direct contact through the interface. I received it. Withdrew, convened the council. He looked at the boundary wall's direction. I never responded. The monitoring room was quiet. I need to know if what they want is what Xiao Wuhan described, the release mechanism, not the transfer. Not the destabilization. The thing that should have been built 10,000 years ago that no one built. He paused. If it is, the correct answer to this situation is not Condition 5. The correct answer is a conversation. Ran Xinghua, standing at the monitoring room's entrance, said, I'll come with you. He had not needed to ask. Chapter 91. The second contact, the Tier 0 interface responded to Wei Liang's touch immediately. Not the same way as before. The old carrier's frequency opened within seconds of his palm reaching the boundary wall, which meant they had been waiting, which meant the relay station's monitoring of the outbound message traffic had confirmed that Wei Liang knew who they were, and they had been sitting with the interface channel open since. Ran Xinghua stood beside him. She had placed her palm flat on the boundary wall at a position half a step to his left, which put her in contact with the wall's stone rather than the interface layer, close enough to read the ambient resonance of the contact without entering it, which was the appropriate way for a fire prophecy practitioner to observe a dimensional communication without compromising its carrier architecture. He reached through the carrier state channel. The old carrier's presence arrived with the same weighted exhaustion as before, but this time there was something else under it. Wariness. They had received the messages. They knew the disclosure campaign was running from both sides. They knew that the window in which a quiet resolution was possible was narrowing with each faction response. He sent through the carrier state communication architecture. You want the release mechanism. A pause. Then, yes, asterisk not the transfer. You want to build what Jiao Wuling didn't finish. Asterisk another pause. Longer. The emotional content that arrived with it was complex. He received it through the carrier state resonance as layered sensation. Something that was not quite relief and not quite grief, and was precisely the quality of a person who has been misunderstood for so long that being understood correctly feels disorienting. Yes, they said again. He looked at the boundary wall in front of him. The stone was cool and faintly rough, and through it he felt the interface's maintenance formations hum, and beyond that the carrier state's resonance receiving the old carrier's presence, and beneath all of it the preservation structure that Jiao Wuling had built and he was holding. Then why were you trying to damage the preservation structure's junction architecture? The response was slower this time. The emotional content was harder to read, not dishonest, but the layered complexity of someone explaining something they have told themselves for a very long time in a way that no longer fully satisfies them. Asterisk the transfer and the release mechanism produce the same result from the outside. The knowledge becomes part of the stable preservation structure instead of something I hold alone. I had decided, if the junctions could be damaged enough to accept an uncontrolled transfer, the transfer would have destabilized the preservation structure, possibly destroyed it. I know. The weight of this acknowledgement was heavier than anything else they had sent. I had been calculating outcomes at the scale of multiple cycles. I had decided that a preservation structure that could absorb the multi-cycle accumulated knowledge, even at the cost of its current integrity, was better than a preservation structure that rejected it. I had, a pause. I had been carrying this alone for longer than your current cycle has existed. The calculation changed over time. Wei Liang stood in the deep corridor and felt the shape of that admission. He had been in the palace for months. The old carrier had been holding alone for cycles. He understood the difference between those two scales in the abstract. He understood it more concretely in the gap between months and cycles as units of time when someone had been doing the same thing for all of it. How much do you hold? He asked. The response was the most complex thing the old carrier had sent. Not words. The carrier state communication architecture conveyed it as something closer to scale than description. The width of a cycle's accumulated cultivation knowledge, every technique, every lineage, every documented experience, every insight that enough cultivators had had clearly enough to crystallize, and beneath it another layer the same size, and beneath that another, and another. Ran Xinghua's hand tightened slightly on the boundary wall beside him. She could feel the scale through the ambient resonance without receiving the direct communication. The Tier 0 interface, he said. What does it have that you need for the release mechanism? Zhou Wuling's design notes. The architectural structure for a 9-lineage release formation. She finished the theory but didn't build the implementation. A pause. The implementation requires the active carrier state as the construction substrate. It cannot be built without a carrier who is currently holding a preservation structure. He understood. You can't build it alone because you're an unstable carrier with compromised architecture. You need the intact 9-bond structure as the foundation. Yes. And if we build the release mechanism using the Tier 0 interface's design notes, your knowledge transfers cleanly into the preservation structure, becomes part of what's held. And I can rest, the old carrier said. The deep corridor was very quiet. Chapter 92. What the council decides. Wei Liang withdrew from the interface contact and sat down on the corridor floor. This was not the kind of thing he usually did. Ran Xinghua sat beside him without comment. The lamps in the deep corridor burned with their quiet, steady light, and the interface's maintenance formation hummed at its constant frequency. He sat there for 4 minutes. Then he told Ran Xinghua everything the contact had communicated. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. And then, the release mechanism, if built correctly, would release the multi-cycle accumulated knowledge into the preservation structure at the transition point. She was working the logic out loud, which was not her usual method. She usually processed internally and delivered conclusions. The departure was informative. After the transition, the release knowledge would be accessible through the preservation structure in the same way the current cycle's knowledge is accessible. Available to everyone who can interface with the preservation structure after the transition. Not just the carrier and the 9 bonds. Not just us. He looked at the boundary wall. That's what the reset force got wrong about the preservation structure. They assumed it functioned like a private vault. Zhou Wuling built a library, not a vault. Ran Xinghua was quiet again. Then, the multi-cycle knowledge. If the old carrier has held knowledge from at least 4 previous cycles, the cultivation techniques, the lineages, the insights that were lost when each cycle reset, all of that becoming accessible after the transition, would fundamentally change what the next cycle's practitioners have access to from the beginning. It would eliminate the reset's primary function. The cycle resets erased accumulated knowledge specifically because accumulated knowledge creates a power differential between those who hold it and those who don't. If the knowledge is preserved and released, she paused, the reset becomes just a transition, not an erasure, which is what Zhou Wuling designed it to be. Ran Xinghua looked at the void flowers at the corridor's far end. A small cluster of them had grown into the deep corridor's outer section, which they had not done before the preservation activation. She looked at them for a long time. Convene the council, she said. This is not a decision either of us makes alone. He convened the council. He did not prepare a filtered version or a strategy for presenting the information. He described the second contact in the same order he had received it. The old carrier's desire for the release mechanism, the scale of what they held, the Tier 0 interface's design notes, the construction requirement, active carrier as substrate. The outcome, if successful. The council was quiet for a long time after he finished. Fumling spoke first. You're asking us if we're willing to use the preservation structure we built, and the carrier state you're holding, as the construction substrate for a release mechanism that was never built, based on design notes in a Tier 0 archive, transmitted by an entity who spent the last several cycles trying to damage our junction architecture. I'm not asking, Wei Liang said. I'm describing what the second contact communicated and asking what you want to do with it. The distinction is technical, she said. But she was thinking, not arguing. Ruoyan said, the release mechanism, if it works as described, makes the vehicle formation permanently non-functional. If the cycle transition is no longer an erasure event, the vehicle formation has nothing to ride. The Jade succession protocol's entire operational purpose becomes obsolete. She paused. That's the strategic case for doing it. There's no strategic case for building an untested formation in the Tier 0 interface using Wei Liang as the construction substrate based on instructions from someone who has been attacking us for months, Xiao Wuhan said. She was not arguing against it. She was identifying the risk clearly, which was different. How would we verify the Tier 0 design notes are what the old carrier claims they are? Bai Rongshu asked. I can verify them, Xiao Wuhan said. If I access the Tier 0 interface's archive directly and find the design notes, I can assess whether they describe a legitimate release mechanism or something else. I cannot do this remotely. I would need to access the interface's research layer, which requires entering the deep corridor, He Fengwei said. Which requires entering the Tier 0 interface's research layer through the deep corridor, yes. Old Hollow opened partial access for defense purposes. The research layer was sealed. She looked at Wei Liang. The carrier state has the architecture to unseal it. You can open the research layer. The council went around the room. Not a vote. They had never operated by vote. Each person stated what they knew and what they assessed. By Suling, who had been quiet through most of the council. I don't know anything about formation architecture. What I know is that Jiu Wuling built this palace for people worth defending. And if the accumulated knowledge from 4 previous cycles can stop the next reset from erasing everything again, I don't understand why we'd consider not trying. Nu Huanling. My beasts have been sitting in the corridor watching the interface for 3 weeks. They know something is in there that's worth attention. I'm not going to pretend I understand the cultivation theory, but I trust the beasts read on it. Mei Chong Song. The sound archive in the music hall contains techniques from cultivators who lived and practiced and built things that were erased. If the release mechanism means those things aren't erased next time, she paused, we should try. Luo Tianwen. The thread readings on the release mechanism pathway show a convergence that I haven't seen in any other reading. It's not clean. There are contingencies I can't resolve without more information. But the pathway exists. The council concluded. Wei Liang looked at all 9 of them. Xiao Wuhan accesses the research layer and verifies the design notes. If the design notes are what the old carrier claims, we attempt to build the release mechanism. He paused. If they're not, we close the interface channel and proceed with Condition 5 as the primary strategy. Xiao Wuhan was already walking toward the deep corridor before he finished the sentence. Chapter 93. The research layer opens. Xiao Wuhan emerged from the deep corridor 6 hours later with the expression she used for discoveries that exceeded her prior analytical framework. She set her notes on the monitoring room table and stood beside them for a moment before she sat, which she almost never did. She was someone who moved quickly between actions and did not linger. The pause was significant. The research layer contains Jiu Wuling's working documents, she said. Not just the release mechanism design notes. Everything she was working on when she sealed the palace. She looked at Wei Liang. She was further along than the archive's external summary indicated. The release mechanism is not theoretical. She completed a first implementation draft. She identified 3 problems with the draft that she hadn't solved when she sealed the palace. What 3 problems? He asked. Problem 1. The carrier substrate had to maintain structural stability throughout the construction sequence, which she assessed as extremely difficult because the construction would require the carrier state to hold the 9-bond architecture at full coherence while simultaneously interfacing with the Tier 0 formation layer. She didn't know how to do both simultaneously without risking coherence degradation. Xiao Wuhan paused. Problem 2. The release mechanism's activation point had to be precisely synchronized with the cycle transition's onset. Not before, not after. She didn't know how to detect the transition's onset precisely enough to time the activation. And problem 3? Wei Liang asked. The construction required the old carrier's accumulated knowledge to be prepositioned in the transfer channel before construction began. She had designed the channel architecture, but had no old carrier to verify it with. Xiao Wuhan looked at him. She was building the release mechanism before any old carrier existed. She built the theory without being able to test the transfer channel portion. The monitoring room was quiet. She anticipated all 3 problems. Ran Xinghua said from the doorway. She had been standing there for the last 20 minutes. She left the research layer sealed because she ran out of time to solve them, not because she didn't know they existed. Can we solve them? Wei Liang asked. Xiao Wuhan said, Problem 1 is solvable. The 9-bond architecture's resonance distribution means the carrier state's coherence load can be partially distributed to the 9 consort bonds during the construction sequence. The carrier doesn't have to hold both loads alone. The same principle that makes the preservation structure stable makes the construction substrate stable. She paused. Problem 2 requires Luo Tianwen's thread site for transition onset detection. The transition doesn't produce physical precursors readable by normal formation monitoring, but fate threads change alignment at the transition's approach. If Luo Tianwen can identify the alignment shift, I can, Luo Tianwen said. She had arrived in the monitoring room at some point during Xiao Wuhan's briefing. Wei Liang had not tracked exactly when. I've been watching the transition thread patterns since I understood what we were doing. The alignment shift is measurable. I need 48 hours with the Tier 0 archive's thread observation records to calibrate my read against known historical patterns. The archive has thread observation records, Xiao Wuhan said, with the expression she used for information that reorganized her understanding of a resource she had been using. Jiu Wuling documented everything, Luo Tianwen said. I found the thread records 20 minutes after Xiao Wuhan opened the research layer. I've been reading them since. And problem 3? Wei Liang asked. Problem 3 requires the old carrier's cooperation, Xiao Wuhan said. We need to verify that the transfer channel architecture in Jiu Wuling's design is compatible with what they're actually holding. The only way to verify this is to have them interface with the channel while we observe the resonance match. She looked at him, which requires trusting the contact enough to let them near the preservation structure's channel architecture. After months of junction attacks, Ruoyan said. After months of junction attacks that they themselves admitted were desperate rather than malicious, Wei Liang said. He looked at the monitoring display and the relay station's position. I need to contact them again. He went to the deep corridor. The old carrier's frequency opened within seconds of his touch. They had not stopped waiting. He described the 3 problems and Xiao Wuhan's assessments. He described what was needed for problem 3, an interface session where the old carrier positioned their knowledge set in the transfer channel while the palace's monitoring systems verified the resonance match against Jiu Wuling's channel architecture. The old carrier was quiet for a long time. Then, if I position my knowledge in the transfer channel and the architecture is compatible, I become visible. The palace's formation network would read my location, my knowledge set structure, everything I've been keeping behind the relay station's encryption. Yes. You're asking me to show you everything I've been holding while trusting that you won't use what you see against me. Yes, Wei Liang said. I'm asking you to trust us the same way we're being asked to trust that the construction won't damage the preservation structure. Another long silence. Who decided this? 9 people, Wei Liang said. Not just me. The weight of what arrived through the carrier state channel was not quick. It was the weight of a very old entity receiving information that changed something in a calculation they had run for a very long time. Then, when 48 hours, Wei Liang said. Luo Tianwen needs that time to calibrate the thread observation records. After that, we begin. Chapter 94. 3 problems to solve. Luo Tianwen worked in the Tier 0 research layer for 40 hours of the 48-hour preparation window. She emerged twice, once to eat, once to report at the 20-hour mark. She ate what Bai Suling sent to the corridor entrance without coming out of the research layer. She had found a way to receive food deliveries while maintaining her thread-reading position that involved a specific formation node and a spirit beast Nu Huanling had assigned to the task, which Bai Suling had spent 4 hours reconfiguring her delivery protocol to accommodate. The 20-hour report was brief. The calibration is progressing. Jiu Wuling's thread observation records cover 3 transition events. Each one has a distinct alignment shift pattern in the fate threads that can be identified 16 to 20 hours before the transition onset. I can recognize the pattern now. I need more time to refine the timing precision. How precise do we need to be? Wei Liang asked. The release mechanism's activation window is approximately 12 to 18 minutes at the transition onset. Outside that window, the mechanism either activates before the transition begins, which produces no effect and exhausts the construction, or after the transition has passed, which is too late. She paused. I need to be accurate to within 6 hours of the onset to ensure we're in activation position. You can do that. I'm calibrating to do that. She went back into the research layer. During those same 40 hours, He Fengwei and Xiao Wuhan worked on problem 1. The solution Xiao Wuhan had identified, distributing the carrier's coherence load across the 9-bond architecture during the construction sequence, required a formation modification to the 9-bond resonance structure, a load distribution protocol that had to be built into the bond architecture's resonance before the construction sequence began. This was more straightforward than the junction modifications because they were adding a function to existing architecture rather than rebuilding the architecture itself, and because He Fengwei had a better understanding of the 9-bond resonance structure after 3 modification sequences than she had at the beginning. Bai Rongshu was not part of this construction. She was monitoring the relay station, the reset forces unit positions, and the continental faction response status. The response status had developed significantly in the 40 hours. 7 of the 9 factions had now responded positively to the disclosure message. The Pale Veil sect's 300 cultivators had arrived at the transition zone's western perimeter and were maintaining a formal observation position. The Iron Vanguard remnants had taken the eastern approach. The Remembered Archive had sent their 12-position observation team. For other factions had sent smaller delegations. The 2 remaining factions had not responded. One of them, a cultivation empire called the World Vein Conclave, had sent a response to the relay station instead of to the palace. Bai Rongshu detected this through the relay station monitoring. She brought it to Wei Liang at the 30-hour mark. They're negotiating with the reset force, she said. The World Vein Conclave is large enough that the reset force can offer them something meaningful. Access to the vehicle formation's preserved knowledge at the transition point, possibly, or a guaranteed position in the post-transition power structure. She paused. They're not our enemies yet. They're deciding which side to be on. What does the World Vein Conclave care about? He asked. Continuity, she said. Their institutional history is the longest of any currently existing cultivation empire. They believe their history gives them a legitimate claim to continental leadership in any post-transition order. She looked at the relay station data. The reset force is probably offering them that claim. And what can we offer them? Bai Rongshu was quiet. The truth about what happens to their historical records in every cycle reset. The reset force's promised post-transition power structure has the same value as every promise the protocol has made across 4 cycles. It lasts exactly until the next reset, at which point even the World Vein Conclave's institutional memory is erased and their leadership is gone. She paused. If the release mechanism succeeds, if the accumulated knowledge from 4 previous cycles becomes accessible, the World Vein Conclave's historical claim doesn't expire. Every transition becomes one they survive with their record intact. Send them that calculation directly, Wei Liang said. She sent it. At the 38th hour, the World Vein Conclave responded to the palace rather than the relay station. The message was 1 sentence. We will observe. Bai Rongshu set the response down without comment. That's 8, she said. The 9th. The 9th faction hasn't responded to either side. She looked at the monitoring display. They may not have received the message. They're the most remote of the 9, the deep mountain range cultivation community that Luo Tianwen identified last. The formation channel may not have reached them. They're still intact, he said. I think so. She looked at her formation rings. I would like to verify this if we have time before the construction begins. After Luo Tianwen's calibration completes, he said. Then verify. If they're unreachable, 8 factions is what we have. 8 is enough for condition 5, she said. He believed her. At the 40th hour, Luo Tianwen came out of the research layer. She sat in the first chair available, the monitoring room's near chair, which happened to be Wei Liang's, and looked at the ceiling. Her eyes had the slightly unfocused quality of someone who had been in thread-reading mode for a very long time and was in the process of bringing their perception back to normal scale. I can read the transition onset pattern, she said. 16 hours of warning. Timing precision to within 2 hours. She paused. The next transition onset, based on the historical calibration, is not imminent. We have time to build the release mechanism before the window opens. How much time? She looked at him directly, and her expression was the one she used when fate threads showed something important that had 2 possible readings. I don't know the absolute date. The thread site reads transition proximity, not calendar time. What I can tell you is that the historical pattern suggests we're not in the closing days. We're in the middle period. She paused. Months, not days. Then we have time to build this correctly. We have time to build this correctly, she said. Chapter 95. The carrier arrives at the 48th hour. The old carrier came to the palace. Not physically. Whatever form they inhabited after multiple cycle transitions, it was not a form that moved through mortal realm space in the way cultivators moved. They arrived through the interface channel as a presence, which the carrier state resonance received, and which the palace's formation network could now detect through the distribution protocol He Fengwei and Xiao Wuhan had built into the bond architecture. They were not what Wei Liang had expected. He had expected something that felt ancient. The old carrier was ancient. The weight of what they held and how long they had held it arrived first, before anything else, and it had the same quality as the deep corridor stone, old in a way that had moved past dramatic into simply present. What he had not expected was the intelligence in the contact. Sharp, specific, still operational after multiple cycles. Not the exhausted endurance of something surviving, but the active attention of something that had continued to think and work and adjust even while carrying an impossible weight. The old carrier had built the Jade succession protocol from scratch, had managed it across multiple cycles, had adapted when each approach failed. The intelligence that had done all of this was present in the contact as clearly as the weight was. He introduced them to the council through the carrier state communication architecture. Not a formal introduction. The architecture did not support that kind of ceremony. What it supported was the old carrier's presence reaching through the bond network to the 9 consorts who formed the carrier state's structural substrate. Each consort received the contact differently. Yueme assessed it with her solart. Fengling registered it as the deep qi resonance of something that predated her clan by multiple cycles. Bai Suling was characteristically direct about being aware of the contact without knowing what to do with it. Royan ran a tactical assessment of whether the presence constituted a threat and concluded it did not. Ran Xinghua held the contact for a long moment, and then, through the fire prophecy channel she used for the most significant communications, sent a single thing: the image from her prophetic vision of the figure holding what they could not set down. Recognition traveling through the interface. The old carrier's response was the most complex emotional content they had sent yet. Not words. Something more like the relief of being seen clearly after a very long time of being misunderstood. Xiao Wuhan conducted the transfer channel compatibility test. She had designed it to be non-invasive. The old carrier positioned a sample of their accumulated knowledge in Zhou Wuling's transfer channel architecture, holding it there for 30 minutes while the palace's formation monitoring read the resonance match. They did not need to expose the full knowledge set, just enough for the compatibility verification. Xiao Wuhan monitored the resonance match herself. At the end of 30 minutes, she said, the transfer channel architecture is compatible. The resonance match is not perfect. There are minor frequency deviations in approximately 15% of the channel nodes, but the deviations are within the range that the construction sequence can correct during the build. She paused. Zhou Wuling designed the channel with tolerance for this. She anticipated that the old carrier's knowledge would have developed beyond her architectural specification and built in a correction mechanism. She planned for all of this. Nu Huanling said from the corridor entrance where she had been standing with her 3 small spirit beasts. The wind echo creature's fur was standing fully oriented toward the interface boundary. She planned for everything she could plan for, Xiao Wuhan said. The 3 problems she documented were the limits of her planning, not errors in her thinking. She looked at Wei Liang. We've solved the 3 problems. The release mechanism can be built. He looked at the boundary wall and felt the old carrier's presence in the transfer channel, holding the sample knowledge there with the discipline of something that had held far larger loads for far longer, waiting for his response. Tell them we're ready, he said. Xiao Wuhan sent the verification result through the formation monitoring link. The old carrier withdrew from the transfer channel. Their contact carried a single clear transmission. How long until construction begins? Wei Liang looked around the room. He Fengwei, who had finished the load distribution protocol and was already calculating the construction sequence. Bai Rongshu, who had spent 40 hours monitoring the situation and was ready to shift to monitoring the construction. Luo Tianwen, who had been in thread reading mode for 40 hours and would need rest before the construction's thread timing requirement activated. Ran Xinghua, who was watching the flame on the lamp and seeing something she was not sharing yet. 48 hours, he said. Rest period first. Then we build. The old carrier's acknowledgement came through the channel as something that took a moment to identify. Gratitude. Not the elaborate ceremonial gratitude of formal cultivation society. The simple, genuine kind. The kind that belongs to a person who has been waiting for the right time for a very long time and has finally found it. He withdrew his palm from the boundary wall and went to tell Bai Suling that they were going to need a significant amount of restorative food in approximately 48 hours, because they were about to attempt something that Zhou Wuling had designed 10,000 years ago and never had the chance to finish. Bai Suling looked at him. Is this the kind of thing where I should make everything in advance, she said, or the kind where I need to improvise based on what condition everyone is in when it's over? Both, he said. Good, she said. I'm better at both. Chapter 96. The construction begins. The 48-hour rest period ended at dawn, which was not a coincidence. Luo Tianwen had set the start time based on the thread alignment patterns she had been monitoring since leaving the research layer, and thread alignments ran on cycles that had no relationship to human preference for auspicious hours. Dawn happened to be when the alignment was cleanest. They gathered in the deep corridor, all 9 consorts, Wei Liang, and the formation monitoring team that Royan had positioned at the corridor's entrance. The observation coalition forces outside the palace's formation field had been briefed through by Rongshu's secondary channel. Not the details of the construction, but the operational request. Maintain positions, do not respond to reset force provocations during the construction window, and report any formation activity within the transition zone's outer perimeter. The Pale Veil sect's interim sovereign had acknowledged the request with a single word, holding. The World Vein Conclave's observation delegation had acknowledged with a formation map of their positions and a question. Duration, Wei Liang had replied. Unknown. Minimum 12 hours. They had accepted this without further inquiry. The World Vein Conclave, by Rongshu had observed, was an organization that had decided to commit and was now committed. He Fengwei and Xiao Wuhan had designed the construction sequence in the 48-hour rest period. Not the actual rest period. Xiao Wuhan had slept approximately 6 hours of it, and He Fengwei had slept approximately 7, and the remaining time had produced a construction sequence document that Wei Liang read completely before the dawn gathering, and that Ran Xinghua read once, and said. She built the construction sequence in the reverse direction. What? Wei Liang had said. Zhou Wuling designed the release mechanism from the carrier state outward. She started with the carrier and built toward the transfer channel. Xiao Wuhan inverted it. She starts with the transfer channel, where the old carrier's knowledge will be positioned, and builds inward toward the carrier state. Ran Xinghua had looked at the document. It means the carrier state's coherence load only comes under pressure in the construction's final phase rather than throughout. It also means if something goes wrong early in the construction, the carrier state is protected. Was this intentional? Wei Liang had asked Xiao Wuhan. Yes, Xiao Wuhan had said. Zhou Wuling had no reference point for what sustained carrier state pressure would do to the carrier. She built from the known, the carrier state, outward to the unknown. I have a reference point. She had looked at Wei Liang. You've been in the carrier state for weeks. I've been watching your coherence data. I know where the pressure tolerance limits are. In the deep corridor at dawn, Wei Liang placed his palm against the boundary wall and felt the old carrier's presence already positioned at the transfer channel entrance. Waiting, patient in the way of something that had been patient for a very long time. Ready? He said to the room. 9 voices confirmed, in 9 different registers. Fengling's was brief. UMA's was technical. She announced the soul sense overlay she was maintaining rather than confirming readiness in the conventional sense. Bai Suling's was cheerful with the particular quality she brought to things she was nervous about, but intended to do well regardless. Ruoyan's was the military confirmation she used for everything, which communicated readiness and also that she had already anticipated 3 failure modes and had responses prepared for all of them. Begin, Xiao Wuhan said, and activated the construction sequence's first phase. The deep corridor changed in a way that was difficult to describe in physical terms. Not temperature. The stone stayed cool against Wei Liang's palm. Not light. The lamps burned the same. What changed was the interface's maintenance formation frequency. It shifted into a secondary register that the preservation architecture treated as a distinct operational mode. The bond network's resonance deepened. He felt each consort's chi signature become more present in his carrier state awareness. The load distribution protocol activating, each of the 9 bonds taking on a portion of the construction sequence's substrate demand. Fengling's chi signature felt like the wall at his back during a fight. Not intrusive, not directing, simply present in a way that meant he was not the only thing between himself and the fall. Chapter 97. The reset force responds. They were 3 hours into the construction when the relay station went active. Not the monitored outbound traffic pattern by Rongshu had been watching for weeks. This was a direct broadcast. An open-channel transmission not encrypted, not targeted at any specific recipient, which meant it was intended for any formation monitoring network in range. The reset force was not retreating. They were announcing. The broadcast was a declaration of the Void Palace's danger. The carrier state, the 9-bond architecture, the Tier 0 interface, all described in terms that framed them as a continental threat. The preservation structure would monopolize the accumulated cultivation knowledge of the entire cycle. The nine-bond architecture was a control mechanism. The construction currently underway in the deep corridor was an activation sequence for a power structure that would give 9 people and 1 carrier dominion over the next cycle's cultivation foundations. It was well written. Wei Liang's team was good at information, but the reset force had been running disclosure campaigns for 4 cycles, and the craftsmanship showed. Ruoyan read the transcript by Rongshu, pulled from the broadcast monitoring at the 4-hour mark, and brought it to the deep corridor without interrupting the construction. She handed it to Wei Liang between his hands, leaving and returning to the boundary wall, which required a practiced movement that she had apparently prepared for. He read it in 30 seconds and returned his palm to the wall. Our 8 observation factions received the same broadcast, he said. They did, Ruoyan said. What are they doing? Holding positions. She said it with the flat satisfaction she used for things that were validating her assessment. The Pale Veil sect sent us a query through by Rongshu's channel. Is this true? We replied with Xiao Wuhan's analysis document. Their follow-up, understood. Maintaining observation, she paused. The World Vein Conclave didn't query. They redirected 2 of their observation delegation members to intercept the relay station's broadcast vector and monitor it directly. They're fact-checking in real time, he said. They decided which side they're on. They're not reconsidering. She looked at the construction sequence's progress indicators. 3 hours in. We're past the point where stopping would be cleaner than continuing. I know. She left the deep corridor. The reset force's response to the broadcast's limited effectiveness came at hour 5. They moved their field units toward the palace's extended formation boundary. Not a subtle probe, a full approach at 3 vectors simultaneously. The observation coalition forces on the perimeter registered the approach and maintained their positions. Ruoyan activated the palace's outer defense formation at its current capacity and deployed Fengling and xianxia to the exterior observation positions. This required both of them to partially withdraw from the construction sequence's bond network distribution. Wei Liang felt it immediately, 2 of the 9 load points going from full distribution to partial. The carrier state's coherence pressure increased by an amount that was manageable but noticeable, the way a supported weight becomes heavy when 2 of the supports shift. He held it. I can compensate, he said through the formation link to Xiao Wuhan. Continue the construction. The load tolerance is within acceptable range, she said back. I'm watching the coherence data. Outside the palace, Fengling and xianxia met the reset force's field units at the formation boundary. The units were not the precision formation specialists who had run the junction approach and the resonance perimeter approach. These were combat cultivators, a different resource category, which meant the reset force had made the decision to escalate beyond formation manipulation. Liu Tianxia's exterior patrol circuits had given her 3 weeks of continuous observation of the palace's exterior terrain. She met the first unit at a pinch point she had identified in week 1 and held them there for 12 minutes, while Fengling dealt with the second unit at the western approach. The third unit tried to go around both of them toward the deep corridor's external formation anchor. Ruoyan had expected this. She had positioned a formation array specifically over the deep corridor's external anchor point, designed to make the anchor look like a standard formation node rather than the construction sequence's external substrate connection. The third unit's disruption specialists activated their array against the false node and exhausted their single activation chart against the same mechanism the first disruption formation had failed against. Wei Liang heard this report through the formation monitoring link and felt something that was not quite amusement. The reset force had seen the mechanism fail once and had apparently assessed it as a one-time trick rather than an architectural principle. Fengling and xianxia drove back both their units within 18 minutes and returned to the construction sequence's bond distribution. The 2 withdrawn load points returned to full. The carrier state's coherence pressure normalized. That was a test, xianxia said through the formation link, with the interest she brought to things that were tactically interesting rather than dangerous. They weren't expecting to breach us. They were seeing if we'd stop the construction to respond. We didn't, Wei Liang said. No, she said. We didn't. Chapter 98. Hour 14 at hour 8. The construction sequence completed its 3rd phase. Xiao Wuhan reported. The transfer channel framework is fully architected. The old carrier can position their full knowledge set within the channel structure, and the 9-bond architecture will maintain the channel's integrity. Phase 4 begins the inward construction, building the connection points between the transfer channel and the carrier state's preservation structure. This was the phase that Zhou Wuling had described as the most technically complex. Building the connection points required the carrier state to interface directly with the transfer channel architecture, which meant Wei Liang's coherent state would come under the sustained pressure that Xiao Wuhan's inverted sequence had deferred until now. How long for Phase 4, he asked. 6 hours minimum. 8 to 10 hours at the precision this construction requires. She paused. We should eat before Phase 4 begins. They ate. Bai Suling had prepared for exactly this. Restorative food that could be consumed quickly without breaking formation position, designed around the particular cultivation states each person was currently maintaining. She brought it to the deep corridor herself and distributed it with the methodical efficiency she used for field feeding in complex situations. No ceremony, no description. She had learned that Wei Liang ate faster when she didn't explain the dishes first. The old carrier, positioned in the transfer channel, received the preparation period without impatience. Their presence in the channel had changed since the construction began. Less the weight of something holding on desperately, more the presence of something that had committed to a direction and was running steadily. The intelligence Wei Liang had sensed in the second contact was more visible now that the desperation had a different quality, purposeful rather than urgent. He ate, and felt the construction sequence's first 3 phases settled in the formation network around him, and thought about Zhou Wuling building this mechanism for someone she had never met, working alone in a palace that was under assault, stopping before she reached the hardest part because she ran out of time. He was going to finish it. Phase 4 began at hour 9. The connection points between the transfer channel and the preservation structure required Wei Liang to hold 2 things simultaneously. The 9-bond architecture's resonance at full coherence, and the carrier state's direct interface with the transfer channel's formation layer. Xiao Wuhan had described this as a sustained dual-load state. The load distribution protocol was handling the resonance maintenance. The direct interface was Wei Liang's alone. It felt like standing in a river while maintaining the bank's structural integrity. The current was the old carrier's knowledge set pressing against the transfer channel's walls. Not hostile pressure, just the weight of something large occupying a space designed to hold it. His carrier state was both the bank and a portion of the riverbed, and the connection points were the places where the water would eventually flow through into the preservation structure when the release mechanism activated. He held this for 6 hours. At hour 14, Ran Xinghua said, "The thread alignment is shifting." Everyone in the deep corridor heard this. The formation monitoring team at the entrance reported the thread alignment shift through the bond network a few seconds after Ran Xinghua said it, which confirmed her read was earlier and more precise than the network's mechanical detection. "The transition is approaching?" Xiao Wuhan asked. "Not immediately," Ran Xinghua said. She was running fire prophecy continuously, the small flame on the corridor's stone burning with the particular quality it took on when her faculty was fully active. But it's closer than the historical pattern suggested. The thread alignment that I calibrated as a 16-hour warning. I'm seeing a precursor pattern that Zhou Wuling's records document as occurring approximately 72 to 96 hours before the 16-hour alignment. She paused. We have 4 to 5 days. The construction sequence needed another 4 to 6 hours to complete Phase 4. The release mechanism would then need activation at the transition onset. The activation window Luo Tianwen had calibrated as 12 to 18 minutes wide. We have enough time, Wei Liang said. We have barely enough time, Ran Xinghua said. There was a distinction she was making between those 2 assessments. He held the dual load state and kept working. Chapter 99. The mechanism is built. Phase 4 completed at hour 17. Xiao Wuhan ran the verification sequence twice, which was the most she had ever run a verification in the time Wei Liang had known her. Evidence that the results surprised her enough to warrant confirmation. Then, the connection points are complete. The transfer channel connects to the preservation structure's release architecture at all 9 lineage interfaces. She paused. The mechanism is built. Wei Liang withdrew from the direct interface and stood in the deep corridor with the dual load state relaxing, the current falling away from its sustained pressure, the bank and riverbed returning to their normal structural state. The carrier state's coherence came back to its resting level. The bond network's load distribution settled. He was very tired in the way of 17 hours of sustained cultivation work. He did not say this. The old carrier's knowledge set is positioned in the transfer channel. Xiao Wuhan continued. When the release mechanism activates at the transition onset, when Luo Tianwen reads the 16-hour alignment, and we time the activation to the onset window, the knowledge flows through the connection points into the preservation structure. The carrier state holds both the current cycle's knowledge and the multi-cycle accumulated knowledge through the transition. After the transition, both are accessible through the preservation structure's release architecture. And the old carrier? Ran Xinghua asked. The transfer completes. Their knowledge is no longer held alone. The unstable carrier state resolves. Xiao Wuhan paused. What that means for the entity itself, I don't know. Zhou Wuling's design notes are silent on the old carrier's post-transfer state. The interface boundary wall was warm under Wei Liang's palm. not the ambient warmth of stone that had been touched, but the warmth of something active. The old carrier's presence in the transfer channel was different from their previous contacts. Not distant, close, held within the mechanism they had built together, positioned for a transfer that was days away. He reached through the carrier state channel. The mechanism is complete. Their response was not words this time, not the complex emotional transmissions of the previous contacts. What arrived through the channel was the quality of something that had been running on the bare minimum required to continue for a very long time, and had just been given permission to stop running on that minimum. Rest. The word was inadequate. It was what it was. He withdrew and looked at the room. Bai Suling was already at the entrance with a second round of restorative food. She had not been told the construction was complete. She had read the formation network's chi pattern shift through the bond connection and arrived before anyone messaged her. This was the kind of competence she never commented on. Now, she said, you eat properly. They ate properly. The relay station outside went quiet within 2 hours of the mechanism's completion. Not monitoring quiet. It had been going dark on communications pattern occasionally throughout the weeks. This was functionally dark. The command link severed, the encrypted traffic ceasing, the formation nodes that had maintained the station's connection to the old carrier's position in the deep mountains losing their anchor signal because the old carrier was no longer in the deep mountains. The old carrier was in the transfer channel. The Jade Succession Protocol's field units, which had been operating on the relay station's command instructions, received no new orders. They held position for 6 hours, the holding pattern of trained units awaiting instructions, and then began withdrawing from the palace's extended formation boundary in the direction of the deep road network. Not retreating under pressure, just stopping. Bai Rongshu watched this from the monitoring room and said to Wei Liang, quietly, they don't know they've been abandoned. They'll figure it out eventually. She paused. I worked with people like that. The ones who weren't principals, just operatives. This is the moment they realized the center was somewhere else the whole time. He did not know what to say to this, so he said nothing. She looked at the monitoring display for a long time. I would have been one of them, she said, if the documentation I was filing had been for something else. If the organization's actual purpose had been what I thought it was when I joined. She paused. I spent 12 years being very good at something in service of something I didn't know. The operatives withdrawing from that formation boundary, most of them spent careers doing the same. She turned away from the display. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm just noting that. He looked at her. What you did with those 12 years is document the mechanism well enough for He Fengwei and I to build the counter to it, he said. What you did when you understood what the documentation was for is walk away from it with the evidence and come here. He paused. Those 12 years weren't wasted. They were the architecture for everything that came after. Bai Rongshu was quiet. Then, with the directness she brought to professional assessments, that's a more generous reading than the facts require. It's an accurate reading. She did not answer this. But the monitoring room was quiet in a way that was different from before. Chapter 100. The days before 4 days. Luo Tianwen's thread site showed the 16-hour alignment pattern approaching in the way a weather reader watches a storm front. The precursor patterns changing, the convergence narrowing, the transition window resolving from a range of probabilities into a specific approaching moment. The release mechanism waited in the transfer channel. The old carrier waited within it. The 9 consorts maintained the bond network's resonance at full coherence. The observation coalition held the transition zone's perimeter. Wei Liang spent the 4 days doing things he had been deferring. He spent an afternoon in the Void Flower Courtyard with Mei Changsong, who had been working on her composition for weeks. She played it for him not as a performance. There was no performance apparatus, just her and her guqin and the sound that filled the courtyard and reached through the palace's formation architecture into all 9 consort wings simultaneously, which she had not planned, or had planned and not mentioned. It was the sound of something that had been building for a long time completing. He did not know what it was about and did not ask. Some compositions described themselves. He spent a morning in New Huanling's beast wing, which was loud and aromatic in the ways that places where large numbers of spirit beasts coexist are loud and aromatic, and which contained the wind echo creature, the 6-legged iridescent thing, and Twig the weightless bird sitting in a row watching the void links that had arrived 3 weeks ago and had apparently decided the beast wing was preferable to its previous territory. New Huanling described each of the current wing residents to him, unprompted, with the specific affectionate detail she used for the animals she had chosen to commit to. He listened. He spent 2 hours in Xiao Wuhan's research wing, which he normally avoided because the organized complexity of her workspace required attention he didn't want to allocate when he was there for reasons other than work. This time he brought tea, Mei Changsong's recipe, and sat across from her and asked her what she was going to do after the transition. Right, she said. What? Everything. She did not look up from the document she was annotating. The 9 lineage system, the Tier 0 interfaces architecture, the release mechanism construction, the old carrier's existence as a survival mechanism for knowledge preservation across cycle resets. The complete historical and analytical record. She paused. Jiao Wuling sealed everything inside the palace because she ran out of time to distribute it. If the release mechanism works as designed, the knowledge becomes accessible after the transition. But accessible isn't the same as understood. She set down her pen and looked at him. Someone needs to write the guide to what all of it means. That will take a long time. Yes, she said. I'm aware. She picked up the pen again. I'm going to dedicate it to Old Hollow. He sat with this for a moment. He would have been insufferably pleased about that. I know, she said. That's the point. On the second day, the 9th faction responded to the original disclosure message. The message came through a formation channel that was so old its encoding format required by Rongshu to consult 3 different historical records to read it. The faction was not the remote cultivation community Luo Tianwen had identified. It was something older and less organized, a dispersed network of cultivators in the deep mountain ranges who identified themselves as the preserved remnant. They had been receiving the transition zone's observation positions for decades from the remembered archive. They already knew about the vehicle formation. They had known for 2 cycles. Their message, we have been waiting for someone to build the release mechanism. We observe. We remember. When the mechanism activates, we will witness, Luo Tianwen read this message 3 times. They've been holding knowledge of the vehicle formation's existence for 2 cycles, she said. Not as cultivators with resources to fight it. As witnesses. Someone needed to be the witness, Bai Suling said. Yes. Luo Tianwen looked at the message. They remind me of the void flowers. Something that maintained itself through the dormancy period on the bare minimum required to survive, waiting for the palace to come back online. She paused. Jiao Wuling planned for them too, I think. The remembered archive, the preserved remnant, the observation maps that have been maintained across generations. She built a distributed witness network and never had the chance to activate it. We're activating it, Wei Liang said. We're activating it, she said. On the 4th day, Ran Xinghua came to him in the outer courtyard. She sat beside him the way she had the first time, without announcement, participating in the space rather than arriving in it. The void flowers were fully open. They had been fully open for days and showed no sign of closing. The 16-hour alignment, she said. Tonight. I'll read the moment when it resolves from the precursor pattern into the confirmed alignment. She was looking at the flowers. When I tell you, we have 16 hours until the transition onset. The activation window opens at the onset and stays open for 12 to 18 minutes. She paused. I will read the onset moment itself through the fire prophecy. I've calibrated against Jiao Wuling's records 3 times. I'm confident in the timing. If the activation is late, the mechanism misses the window. The release doesn't happen. The old carrier's knowledge remains in the transfer channel. The preservation structure carries only the current cycle through the transition. She was quiet for a moment. The mechanism can be reactivated at the next transition. It doesn't expire. How long until the next transition after this one? 1 full cycle. She looked at him. Approximately. He absorbed this. The mechanism was built, he said. Even if we miss the window, the thing Jiao Wuling spent her last months designing, that she sealed inside a palace she was sacrificing herself to protect, that no one had the chance to finish for 10,000 years, it exists. It works. The old carrier isn't alone anymore. He paused. Missing the window is not the same as failing. Ran Xinghua was quiet for a long time. No, she said. It's not. She looked at the fire she carried always, not a flame she was holding, just the warmth that was her natural state, the phoenix lineage at rest. But we're not going to miss the window. No, he said. We're not. They sat in the outer courtyard until the stars appeared, and Ran Xinghua watched the fire and waited for the alignment. And Wei Liang sat with the preservation structure as the background of his awareness, and the old carrier within the transfer channel as the newest layer of that background, and all 9 bonds as the architecture that held all of it, and the void flowers open in the dark around them, as if they had known for 10,000 years that this evening was coming and had been waiting, patiently for exactly as long as it required. Chapter 101. The narrator arrived in the thread. The thread was what Wei Liang had started calling the current of narrative energy that ran through the camp, faintly visible to Variant's sense as a shimmer in the morning air, the kind of thing you felt at the back of your teeth. It had always been there. He had just learned to see it. The narrator did not step through the thread. It assembled from it. One moment there was only the camp's morning sounds, a cooking fire, Tai Ro's characteristic silence, Song Pei's pen moving across paper somewhere to the left. Then there was a shape standing at the camp's edge where no shape had been, assembled from compressed text the way some things were assembled from stone or chi. The text moved across its surface in a constant shifting, not randomly, but with the specific motion of something revising itself, editing in real time. The surface of the narrator not quite stable because the act of observation was also an act of interpretation. It was approximately human in outline. That seemed like a choice. It looked at Wei Liang. The deprecated element, it said. Its voice had the quality of something read rather than spoken, not monotone, but precise, every word landing with the weight of something that had been considered before being placed. Still operational. It tilted the shape of its head with the specific quality of a person encountering an error they expected to be resolved. That's inefficient. Wei Liang had the argument document in his left hand. He had the cracked jade slip in his right. He did not open either. I'm not deprecated, he said. You are, the narrator said. Chapter 100 closed. The deprecation is documented. It produced a document of its own, assembled from the same compressed text as its body, a notation, the kind that appeared in fate texts when someone had been removed from the narrative. He could read it. His name was there, with a line through it. I have no record of your current operation. I know, Wei Liang said. That's not the same as not being here. The narrator processed this. He had read in Guxian's notes, a specific relationship with logical inconsistencies. It could acknowledge them, document them, and then proceed to assert the canonical narrative regardless. Logical inconsistency was not an obstacle to editorial authority. Editorial authority was structural, not propositional. I have a proposal, the narrator said. I heard it at the edge, he said. Through the gap. He hadn't been in the gap when the narrator arrived, but the gap's boundaries had been thin enough at the moment of the narrator's manifestation that he'd caught the preliminary signals. Reintegration as a villain. Minor arc clean ending for the others. Yes, the narrator said. It is a generous offer. The minor arc has real narrative function, the antagonist who demonstrates the rightness of the protagonist's choices. You would have weight. Purpose. It paused. Significantly more than a deprecated element has. To Wei Liang's left, Song Pei had stopped writing. He had stopped because there was nothing there to write toward. His memory of Wei Liang was gone, replaced with the deprecation notation's absence. He was looking at the narrator with the careful attention of a researcher who had identified an anomaly he didn't yet have a category for. To his right, Xin Yulan was standing with the 3 faction records in her hand, which she had been organizing before the narrator arrived. She was looking at the same gap between the camp center and its edge where Wei Liang was standing, with the specific expression she used when her tactical sense registered something her cognitive memory couldn't confirm. Tyro was eating breakfast. Before I answer, Wei Liang said, I want to ask you a question. The narrator waited. It had editorial patience. The script assigns narrative function to everyone in the world. Villains, protagonists, background characters, victims. He met what passed for its eyes. What does the script do with people who don't fit a function? It finds one for them, the narrator said. And if it can't, it hasn't not been able to. That's not an answer, Wei Liang said. That's a record. The narrator was very still. No, Wei Liang said. I won't reintegrate. Not as a villain, not as a protagonist, not as anything the script has authored. He put the argument document on the flat stone beside him. Not as a weapon, not as a gesture of threat, but as something that needed to exist in this space. I'm going to make a different argument. And you're going to listen, because that's what editorial entities do. They process the argument before they issue the verdict. The narrator looked at the document. The thread tightened around the camp's perimeter, and the morning light was very bright, and Wei Liang felt the jade slip warm in his hand with a warmth that was not its own temperature, but the warmth of something that had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He opened the argument and began. Chapter 102. The argument ran 47 pages. He had written it across 3 weeks, in the gaps between crises, in the after hours of coordination work, in the specific productive darkness between midnight and 3 in the morning when the camp was quiet and his variant sense was sharpest. He had written it the way Song Pei wrote his archival records, completely, with full citation, with every claimed fact supported by observable evidence. The narrator read it in 11 minutes. Not passively. Wei Liang could feel the editorial processing, the text moving through the narrator's structure with the specific motion of active engagement, the pauses at contested points, the acceleration through sections that confirmed existing documentation, the very long pause at the final question on page 47. While the narrator read, Wei Liang opened the jade slip. He had been waiting for this. The slip had been warming for 3 minutes, which was the activation pattern that Guxian's notes had described. Not warm, as a metaphor, but warm as a physical sensation, the heat of something pressing against the inside of the cracked jade from within. He held it flat on his palm and said quietly, below the threshold the narrator was attending to, "I'm ready." The will came out like smoke, and then like something more deliberate. It did not have a face. It had a shape, compressed, fragmented, the specific quality of a person who had existed at author ascendant and had then been subjected to editorial deletion. Not death, deletion. The parts were all there, but they had been separated from their arrangement by force. When Xiao, Wei Liang said, the shape oriented toward him. Not eyes. Orientation, the way attention oriented without a physical instrument for it. "You've gotten further than I did," it said. The voice was faint, the way voices were faint when they came from something that had been mostly unmade. The argument. Yes. It won't be enough by itself, Wen Xiao said. The narrator can acknowledge an argument as valid and still issue a contrary verdict. Its editorial authority isn't contingent on logical correctness. It's contingent on a pause, on having something to edit, on having a story it's responsible for. That's what the second phase is for, Wei Liang said. The narrator had finished reading. It looked up from the argument document with the specific quality of something that had encountered something it was going to have to categorize before it could respond to. Your argument, it said, is not wrong. Wei Liang held still. The script's coercive apparatus causes narrative suffering that is not structurally necessary for compelling story generation, the narrator said. Your citation record supports this. The specific regions and cases you document demonstrate consistent victim function assignment without corresponding narrative necessity. It paused. Your documentation is accurate. Then, Wei Liang said carefully, you acknowledge the cost. Yes, the narrator said. And I acknowledge your question. Another pause. What purpose does the coercive apparatus serve that justifies its cost? What's your answer? The narrator was quiet for a long time. My function is editorial, it said at last. Not authorial. I cannot answer authorial questions. I can only document them. It looked at him with the text moving across its surface at a faster rate than it had been. I'm going to have to forward this. I know, Wei Liang said. Forward it. But before you do, he pressed the jade slip's warmth against the argument document's final page. Wen Xiao's fragmented will, the last author ascendant who had been deleted before they could act, flowed from the slip into the document and fixed itself to the final question in the specific way that a signature fixed itself to an authored work. When Xiao signed it, Wei Liang said, they were there first. They're the original petition. I'm the second signature. He looked at the narrator. This isn't an argument by a deprecated element. This is a document submitted by two author ascendants, one of whom was deleted specifically to prevent this submission. That changes the category. The narrator was still. The thread around the camp's perimeter did not loosen, but it stopped tightening. Chapter 103. The narrator did not leave. It stood at the camp's edge in its assembled text form and processed with the focused intensity of something that had been given a task its operational parameters had not prepared it for. The text on its surface was moving faster than at any previous point. Not chaotic, but dense, the way a document looked when someone was inserting comments in every margin simultaneously. Wei Liang used the processing time. He could not approach his companions directly. The narrator's deprecation had been comprehensive, and any direct engagement where the narrator's attention could reach would simply result in his presence being edited out of the interaction again. When Xiao had been clear about this, the narrator could not edit what it hadn't read. The gaps were what he had. He spent 30 minutes learning to use them. The gaps were not invisible. They were the spaces between acknowledged events, the moments that the narrative registered as transitions rather than scenes. When Song Pei stopped writing to stretch his hand, and then resumed, the moment of stretching was a gap. When Xin Yulan moved from one set of records to the next, the motion between was a gap. When Tyro set down his bowl and looked at the horizon for 3 seconds between mouthfuls, those 3 seconds were a gap. In the gaps, the narrator was not watching. Wei Liang existed in the gaps. He moved to Song Pei first, not to speak, but to leave. The archivist's notes on the desk had a specific organizational system that Song Pei had developed over 12 years, and that Wei Liang knew precisely, having watched it for months. He shifted 3 files from their current positions to a configuration that Song Pei would recognize as meaningful, not random displacement, but the specific arrangement that meant, return to this later, there's something here. The arrangement wasn't Wei Liang's invention. It was Song Pei's. He was using Song Pei's own language to speak in the gap. He moved to Xin Yulan's records and found the 3-faction summary she'd been compiling. He added one line, in her handwriting as closely as he could approximate it, noting a tactical consideration she had flagged 3 weeks ago and then set aside. She would not recognize the handwriting as hers. She would recognize the thought as hers. That was the point. For Mei Zhu, he rearranged the medical supplies by the system she'd taught herself during the first outbreak, 2 arcs ago, when she'd been working alone and had organized by usage frequency rather than category. She hadn't used that system since they'd had proper storage. Finding it now would register as familiarity without explanation. He left Chao Jin a rock. Not metaphorically. A specific rock, the flat gray one from the camp's outer edge that Chao Jin used as a training reference marker. He moved it 3 feet to the left, to the position it should have been in given the camp's current layout, but which had never been adjusted because no one had noticed it was wrong. Chao Jin would notice. Chao Jin noticed everything about physical position in his training space. He would notice, and he would not know why, and something in his pattern recognition would begin the process of accounting for an absence that was not quite absent. For Tai Ro, he did nothing. He had already known from the narrator's processing that Tai Ro had not been successfully deprecated. I don't read. Tai Ro had said once, about something else, about the fake texts, which he processed as background noise rather than prescriptive reality. The script had overwritten everyone's memory through their narrative framework. Tai Ro's relationship with narrative was so minimally developed that there was nothing to overwrite. Tai Ro had simply looked at the narrator's deprecation of Wei Liang and concluded that the narrator was wrong. He found Wei Liang in the gap with the direct efficiency of someone who was not navigating a conflict between knowledge and memory, because he only had knowledge. You're over there doing something complicated, Tai Ro said, pointing accurately at Wei Liang's current gap position. Yes, Wei Liang said. The document thing worked? Phase 1. The narrator is processing. Tai Ro nodded. He had a second bowl of breakfast in his other hand. He set it down in the gap position without fanfare. Eat. Whatever comes next, eat first. Wei Liang ate. The breakfast tasted like camp food, dried grain and something that had been reconstituted from a different something. And it was warm, and he was in the gap between moments where the narrator couldn't see him, and Tai Ro was sitting nearby, being completely unconcerned by any of this. You're going to have to get them all the way back, Tai Ro said. Not just accounted for. Actually back. I know, Wei Liang said. Song Pei is already confused, Tai Ro said. His organizational sense is telling him something, and his memory is telling him nothing, and those two things are fighting. He paused. Xin Yulan has been standing at the same records for 11 minutes. That's a long time for her. I know, Wei Liang said again. Go do the rest of it, Tai Ro said. I'll keep watch. Chapter 104 Xin Yulan remembered first. Not the way Wei Liang had hoped. Not a sudden clarity. Not a rush of returned memory. She remembered the way she did everything, tactically, from the evidence forward. He was watching from the gap when it happened. She had been standing with the 3 faction records for 16 minutes when she turned to the map of the region's political structure that they'd been maintaining together. Her hand moved to the position where Wei Liang had always stood during map consultations. The left side, slightly back from center, which was the position that allowed him to read the map's full scope while staying out of the way of whoever was actively pointing, and stopped. She looked at the empty position. Then she looked at the map. Then she looked at her own movement notes on the region's political structure, and something in her tactical framework, the part that tracked who had contributed what to a strategic analysis, performed a subtraction and found the remainder larger than expected. Someone has been working on this analysis who isn't in my records, she said. No one answered. Song Pei was at his desk. Tai Ro was at the fire. Song Pei, she said. Yes, he said. Your file organization has been modified. I know your system well enough to recognize when you've been through it. Have you touched it today? A pause. No, he said. He looked at his files. He looked at the 3-file arrangement Wei Liang had created in the gap. His archivist's memory was running against this. He had not moved these files. He did not recognize the arrangement as his own, and yet the arrangement contained a pattern that felt internally consistent. The documentation for the script anchor project, Xin Yulan said. The comparative analysis across all 7 anchors. Who contributed the framework? Song Pei had the document open. He was reading it with the specific intensity of someone trying to find evidence for or against a hypothesis that disturbed him. The framework, the structural approach. I don't have a record of authoring it. He paused. But I recognize the methodology. It's the same approach as the regional crisis documentation from 3 arcs ago. He paused again. Which I also don't have a record of authoring. Xin Yulan set the records down. Something is missing from our accounting of this project, she said. Her voice was flat and careful. The voice she used when she was working against incomplete information and refused to let the incompleteness produce a worse decision than the facts would support. Something that has been present throughout the entire arc. I have a theory, Song Pei said. They were both looking at the space between the camp's center and its edge where Wei Liang was standing in the gap. Not at him. They could not see him. The gap was real. but at the space. He stepped out of the gap. The cost was immediate. The narrator's attention swung toward him like a compass finding north, the editing function engaging, the thread pulling tight. He had 3 seconds before the deprecation would reassert. He said, "I'm Wei Liang. We've been working together for 8 months. Song Pei, you taught me your organizational system on the 3rd day. Xin Yulan, you told me in the 2nd arc that the most important thing in political analysis was not information advantage but the willingness to act on partial information." 2 seconds. Their expressions were the expressions of people who were fighting between 2 incompatible facts. No memory and the specific resonance of someone knowing something that required knowing. 1 second. Wei Liang, Xin Yulan said. It was enough. He dropped back into the gap. The narrator's editing function reached the space he'd been in and found him gone. He had been gone for 3 seconds and had planted a seed that Song Pei was already turning into documentation and that Xin Yulan was already building tactical strategy around. It was not return memory. It was better than return memory. It was a choice to account for him despite the absence of memory, which was what genuine trust looked like under editorial pressure. Chapter 105. The advancement arrived in the gap. He had been half expecting it, in the way he'd learned to half expect the advancements, not with certainty, but with the recognition of a narrative question reaching its resolution. The question had been building since Chapter 91. If the narrator was the script's editorial authority, and the script's canonical narrative could not include him as a genuine author, then what did it mean to exist outside the narrative's acknowledged timeline? Not just hidden, not just in gaps, existing as the kind of thing the editorial framework had no category for. The advancement arrived as an answer. Unwritten legend was the second-to-last rank, according to the cultivation framework that Wen Xiaozhuo had described in the first moments of their acquaintance. Above author ascendant was the rank that existed outside authored reality entirely, which was either transcendence or deletion depending on who was asking. Unwritten legend was the step before that. The gap stretched. That was the only way to describe it. The gap, which had been a single present moment space between acknowledged events, expanded in all directions simultaneously, not in size, but in depth. He could feel the gaps around him multiply, the white space between every acknowledged moment suddenly present to his awareness not as refuge but as territory. The moment Song Pei's pen lifted between words. The moment Xin Yulan exhaled between sentences. The moment Tai Ro blinked. All of them present. All of them accessible. The narrator, in the camp's center, went still. It had felt something. Not his presence. The gap was still functional. But the quality of the thread had changed. The thread was the script's local manifestation of narrative pressure, and when a variance user advanced through a significant threshold, the thread registered it as a structural change. The cost was immediate and specific. A memory left. Not a dramatic one. Not Xin Yulan's name or the arc's crucial developments or anything that would impair his function. Something small. The specific quality of the morning in Chapter 3, when he'd first understood what the fate texts were and had sat with the recognition for 4 hours before acting on it. The feeling of that morning, the light through the leaves of whatever trees had been present, the specific quality of that particular understanding arriving, was gone. He knew the morning had happened. He did not remember what it had felt like. Each hour in the gap would cost him something like that. He assessed this with the care it required. He had finite memory. Infinite hours in the gap were not an option. He would need to act, not hide. The advancement happened, when Xiaozhuo said, from its position alongside him. The will had been quiet during the narrator confrontation, conserving itself, which was what fragmented entities did when they had limited resources. The gap territory ability is real. Yes, Wei Liang said. The cost is also real. Yes. Then don't spend hours in the gap, Wen Xiao said. The gap is tactical advantage, not shelter. Use it for what it's for. What is it for? A pause that had the quality of something that had learned this lesson the hard way. Getting close enough to change something. Then getting out. Wei Liang looked at the camp through the gap's expanded sense. Song Pei was documenting. Xin Yulan was planning. Tai Ro was watching. Chao Jian had found the moved rock and was standing with it in his hand, looking at the camp with the specific focus of someone who had identified an external variable they hadn't introduced themselves. Chao Jian's wave sense registered the cultivation environment with exceptional precision. He had noticed the gap's expansion. He was looking directly at the space where Wei Liang was standing. Wave sense, Chao Jian said, to no one specifically. The cultivation environment just changed. There's a new kind of local anomaly. He set down the rock. I've felt this kind of anomaly twice before. Both times it was associated with the entity that the narrator seems to have deprecated. He looked at Xin Yulan. I think we're operating with incomplete information about who's currently in this camp. The narrator turned toward the sound of Xiao Jian's voice. Wei Liang prepared to step out of the gap again. Not for a 3-second window this time. For longer, as long as it took to make the case directly, in front of all of them, with the narrator watching. He thought about the memory that had just cost him. He thought about how many memories remained. He thought about what Wen Xiao had said, get close enough to change something. The gap was exactly that, deep and no deeper. He stepped out. Chapter 106. The narrator did not attack him. It did something worse. Wei Liang had stepped out of the gap, and Xiao Jian had said his name based on wave sense evidence. And Xun Yulan had been holding the recognition of his existence for 30 seconds with the weight of someone who had built a tactical framework around an absence they could feel. And he had been ready to use those 30 seconds to establish his presence firmly enough that the narrator's editing function would have to process primary source material to remove him. The narrator had read all of this. It did not try to edit him out of the present scene. Instead, with the specific efficiency of something that had been authorized to restructure narrative architecture, it edited the next scene. He felt it as a physical sensation. The path from the camp to Xun Yulan's position, 12 feet away, ceased to exist as a traversable sequence. Not blocked, he could see her. He could walk. But every step he took toward her generated a gap between where he was and where he needed to be that was exactly the same size as the step he'd taken. He was walking and not arriving. Narrative isolation. He stopped walking. The narrator was not watching him specifically. It had turned most of its processing toward the question of the argument document, which was still sitting on the flat stone at the camp's edge with Wen Xiao's fragmented will attached to it. The document was an active, unresolved editorial item. The narrator was building its response. In the meantime, he was being contained. He checked the gap. The gap was still accessible. The unwritten legend advancement had held. He could exist in the white space between moments. But the white space between him and Xun Yulan was also being edited now. The narrator threading its institutional authority through every path forward that Wei Liang's probability sense could read. He tried going north, through the camp's storage side. The path closed. He tried the direct route, through the center. That closed too. He tried doing nothing, standing still, letting the paths close without responding. And the narrator began editing backwards, filling in the records of the 3-second window where he'd said his name to Xun Yulan, and Xiao Jian had identified him by wave sense. Not erasing the event. Recategorizing it. The notation in the emerging record, audio and sensory anomaly, likely script interference. No entity present. The 3-second window was going to become a documented error. Wen Xiao, he said, quietly, to the fragmented will. I see it, Wen Xiao said. It can't edit you out of the gap, but it can restructure everything outside the gap until the gap is the only place you can exist. A pause. I made it to this point. A few months earlier, before the isolation was complete. I tried to fight forward. The pause had the quality of someone describing something that had not gone well. Don't fight forward. The narrator has infinite editorial authority within acknowledged space. It can close paths faster than you can open them. Then what? Something it can't edit, Wen Xiao said. Something that hasn't been written yet. Wei Liang stood in the camp's center, surrounded by companions who could feel him without being able to confirm him, with the narrator reshaping the paths between him and every useful destination, and thought about what hasn't been written yet meant in practical terms. He had the unwritten legend ability. He had the gap territory. He had Xiao Jian's wave sense and Tai Ro's unscriptable directness and Xun Yulan's tactical framework that kept accounting for him. What he did not have was a way out of an editorial system that had been managing narrative containment for longer than any single variance user had been operating. Walk me through it, he said to Wen Xiao. Everything you know about the narrator's specific limitation. The one you said was real. Chapter 107. Wen Xiao's knowledge was fragmented. That was the nature of being a will in a cracked jade slip for 20 years. You retained the structure of what you knew without retaining the connective tissue. The limitation Wei Liang needed was there, but finding it required asking the right questions in the right order, because the wrong order led to gaps where the answer should have been. He spent 4 hours in the gap running the questions. The narrator can edit within acknowledged narrative, he said. That's established. It can revise events, restructure futures, recategorize evidence. All of that is editing an existing text. Yes, Wen Xiao said. What does acknowledged mean specifically? How does something get acknowledged? The script acknowledges it, Wen Xiao said. The script's fate text framework. Every event that passes through the fate text system is acknowledged. Even events that deviate from the script are acknowledged, because the script documents the deviation. So the script acknowledges its own failures, Wei Liang said. Yes, which is how the narrator can edit them retroactively. The deviation exists in the record, and the record is editable. Then the narrator can't edit events that have never been recorded anywhere in the fate text system, Wen Xiao said. Pure potentiality. Things that exist only as possibility, never as documented event. A pause. The script has been building the region's narrative for centuries. It has documented records going back that far. It is very difficult to do something that has no precedent in the fate text archive. Difficult, but not impossible, Wei Liang said. I tried, Wen Xiao said. In my own arc, I attempted to create a genuinely unprecedented situation, something the script had no category for, that the narrator would have to attend to personally to assess. What happened? I couldn't manage unprecedented on my own. I was one person. The script's archive is comprehensive. Everything I thought of had a category. A pause that had the quality of an old regret. I was a variance user operating alone. The techniques I had access to were all techniques that had been developed within the cultivation world's framework. Everything I could do had precedent. Wei Liang turned this over. The narrator's limitation. Events that had never been written at all. Pure potentiality. He could not generate unprecedented events alone. The script's archive was too comprehensive. He needed something outside the archive's scope. What falls outside the script's archive scope, he said. Wen Xiao was quiet for a moment. Genuinely original creation, it said. The script can document events that happen, including the discovery or use of cultivation techniques. But if someone creates something entirely new, a cultivation technique that has no precedent, no category, not derived from any existing lineage, the script would need time to assess and categorize it. The narrator would have to attend. Wei Liang thought about Chao Jian. Chao Jian, who had developed the cultivation technique from scratch, who had been working on it for 3 days, who had, the previous arc, been freed from his replacement protagonist, fate assignment, and was now primary in his own right, who had, based on WaveSense testimony, already noticed the gap territory expansion, who was no longer operating within the script's assigned parameters at all. How many days did you say Chao Jian has been working on the original technique? He said to Wen Xiao. I haven't, Wen Xiao said. I have, Tyro said, from somewhere near the fire. He was visible through the gap's edge. 3 days. He's been at it since 2 days before the narrator came. Chapter 108. Chao Jian completed the technique at dawn on the 4th day. Wei Liang watched from the gap as the completion happened, not as an observer, because Chao Jian hadn't needed guidance, and the gap was not a place to give it from, but because the WaveSense disturbance that came off Chao Jian during the final integration stage was significant enough to register through the gap's expanded territory. It was not an impressive cultivation technique in the way cultivation techniques were usually described. There was no surge of qi, no physical transformation, no display of elemental power. Chao Jian sat with his hands on his knees in the camp's training corner and breathed, and the technique settled into his cultivation structure with the specific quietness of something that had been fitted precisely to the space it was designed for. The wave resonance method. Chao Jian had developed a technique that used the environment's natural energy patterns, not as cultivation resource, not as elemental fuel, but as a sensory layer that extended the cultivator's awareness into every vibration in a given space simultaneously. Not spiritual sense, not chi perception. Something different. The feeling of the air as a medium, the ground as a resonator, the structural quality of every object in the cultivator's vicinity expressed as continuous real-time input. It was built on the WaveSense capability he'd always had, and then extended into something that capability alone had never been. Wei Liang watched the fate text over Chao Jian's head. The fate text went blank. Not the partial blankness of someone deviating from a narrative assignment. The complete absence that Shun Yolan's fate text had shown when she started making genuine choices. But a different kind of blankness. The fate text was not blank because the script couldn't read what Chao Jian was going to do. It was blank because the technique Chao Jian had just created did not exist in the script's classification system. The script was trying to categorize it. The narrator's processing, which had been running with the steady background intensity of something managing a complex editorial revision, lurched. The thread in the camp tightened, and then did something it had not done since Wei Liang had been aware of it. It paused. The continuous flow of narrative pressure that moved through the thread like current through a channel stopped moving for approximately 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, every path between Wei Liang and his companions was temporarily accessible. He didn't take them. 3 seconds was not enough to establish the presence he needed, and running for the connection and losing it mid-conversation would be worse than waiting. He stayed in the gap and noted the 3-second window as data. It paused when Xiao said, "Yes. The technique is genuinely unprecedented," when Xiao said, with the specific tone of something that had been hoping for this outcome and had not been certain of it. The script has no category for it. The narrator had to reallocate processing to the classification question. How long will classification take? For a genuinely unprecedented technique? Wen Xiao thought. Minutes. Maybe longer if the technique resists the classification architecture. Will it resist? It depends on whether it shares structural features with any existing cultivation lineage. A pause. The wave sense base is naturalistic, not derived from any sect's cultivation system. If the extension is equally original. Through the gap, Wei Liang watched Xiao Jian open his eyes. Xiao Jian looked at the space Wei Liang was occupying with the direct attention of someone whose new technique had immediately and precisely located every anomaly in the local environment. You're in the gap between the supply tent and the fire pit, Xiao Jian said. Not to the camp in general, to the specific location. The new technique can feel you there. Yes, Wei Liang said, from the gap. Good, Xiao Jian said. Then I can talk to you. What do you need? The narrator's processing was still reallocated. The thread was still stuttering. The window was not 3 seconds this time. I need you to do something that forces the narrator to attend to it personally, Wei Liang said. Something that creates a scene so narratively unprecedented that the narrator's editorial authority can't operate on automatic. Xiao Jian thought about this. Something bigger than an original cultivation technique. Something no one has ever done in this world. Xiao Jian looked at the camp's dynamics, at the fate texts of everyone present, at the specific structure of the region's narrative architecture that the wave resonance method was apparently already reading with considerable precision. I have an idea, he said. It involves Fang Tianzi. Chapter 109 Wei Liang and Wen Xiao spent 72 hours in the gap planning. The gap territory ability came with a cost that Wei Liang tracked carefully. 8 memories had gone. In the 3 days, each one small and specific. The quality of a conversation, the texture of a morning, the particular weight of one chapter's realization landing. None of them crucial. All of them real. He kept a tally. He didn't know how many he had. He didn't know how large the reserve was, or whether the extraction accelerated as the ranks settled, or whether the cost was fixed. He tracked what he could track, which was the going, and kept his time in the gap purposeful. The plan had 6 moving parts. Part 1. Fang Tianzi's unprecedented move. The one Xiao Jian had outlined, and that Wei Liang and Wen Xiao had stress-tested across 47 hypothetical versions over 3 days. Fang Tianzi was the regional prince, the fate-assigned next emperor, the designated stabilizing protagonist of the region's current narrative arc. His designated fate text called for him to consolidate power, reform selected institutions, and lead the region into an era of ordered prosperity under the script's preferred governance structure. What the fate text did not contain, anywhere in its documented possibilities, was Fang Tianzi voluntarily abdicating the emperor designation in favor of a council structure that distributed authority across 12 regional factions. Not because it was prohibited, because in 1,000 years of the script's regional management, no one in the designated emperor fate slot had ever considered it. The role was seductive. The role came with power and legitimacy and the narrative weight of obvious rightness. No one in the designated emperor slot had looked at that power and said, I don't want to be the center of this. Fang Tianzi had spent 3 months becoming genuinely himself, off-script, making choices based on what he actually valued rather than what the fate text assigned. What he actually valued, it turned out, was the stability of the system over the authority of any single person within it, including himself. Part 2. The timing. Fang Tianzi's announcement had to happen at the moment the narrator's processing was most distributed. The classification assessment of Xiao Jian's technique was already consuming significant bandwidth. If the announcement hit while the classification was ongoing, the narrator would have to fragment its editorial attention across 2 unprecedented events simultaneously. Part 3. Wei Liang's exit from the gap during the attention fragmentation. Not for 3 seconds. Long enough to author himself back into the narrative fabric with enough primary source material that the narrator would need to address his existence as a structural fact rather than an anomaly to be edited. Part 4. The document. Wen Xiao's co-authorship gave it the weight of 2 author ascendants, but the narrator had been building its refusal response for 3 days. Wei Liang needed to present it at the moment when the narrator's refusal architecture was most compromised, when the attention was distributed, when the editorial function was overloaded. Part 5. Xin Yolan's tactical framework. She had been building the accounting for his existence for 3 days. She did not have his memory. She had something more stable, documented evidence of an ongoing presence contributing to her work. Song Pei had found 17 instances of his organizational signature in the archival records. Mei Zhu had found the medical journal annotations she didn't remember writing, but recognized as consistent with her own analytical approach. Xiao Jian's wave resonance method had been confirming his location in the camp for 2 days now. When he stepped out of the gap, they would have primary source evidence ready. Not memory. Evidence. Part 6. Tyro. Tyro was Part 6 because Tyro was the only person in the camp who didn't need a plan. He had never forgotten. He had been watching the narrator with the patient attention of someone waiting for the right moment to say something in a very simple and clear voice. What does Tyro do in Part 6? When Xiao asked, he says what he sees, Wei Liang said, without any narrative framework. Just observation. That's it. The narrator's editorial function operates on narrative. Tyro doesn't have one. Everything he says is primary reality, not narrative processing. Wei Liang thought about this. The narrator can't edit testimony from someone who doesn't have a narrative self to edit. When Xiao was quiet, "That's the best thing I've heard in 20 years, it said. Chapter 110. Fang Tianzi stood in the camp's open center at mid-morning. He was dressed in his regional authority robes, which he had worn every day since Arc 4, because they were functional and he hadn't decided to change them. He had the specific bearing of someone who had spent 2 months making choices without narrative assignment and had found that choices felt different when they were genuinely yours. A quality of being at rest in oneself that the fate text assigned Fang Tianzi of the earlier arcs had not had. He had Xiao Jian's organizational notes. He had Song Pei's legal research into the region's governance history, which went back 400 years and which Song Pei had been compiling since Chapter 98. He had Shen Yulan's 3 faction documents, which had served as the original political framework for any kind of multi-faction governance structure. He looked at the camp, at the narrator, still processing at the edge, at the thread, still stuttering around Xiao Jian's uncategorized technique, at the space between the supply tent and the fire pit that Xiao Jian's wave resonance method kept pointing at. He said, "I have an announcement." The narrator's processing reorganized toward him. "I have been formally designated as the regional emperor successor under the script's current governance fate text," Fang Tianzi said. His voice was the voice he used for public statements, carrying but not performed, the voice of someone who was actually saying what he meant. "I am choosing not to accept that designation." The thread went rigid. "I am proposing instead a regional governance council, 12 representatives, one from each of the region's primary faction alignments, with rotating facilitation and decision authority distributed by subject matter rather than ranked hierarchy." He paused. "This structure has no precedent in the region's documented governance history. It is not a modification of any existing system. It is a new thing." The narrator's classification processing, which had been running on Xiao Jian's technique, split. Wei Liang felt it from the gap as a physical sensation, the way he felt the thread's movements. The narrator's editorial attention, which had been distributed across the technique assessment and the ongoing deprecation maintenance, now fragmenting across a third extraordinary event. A designated emperor successor voluntarily abdicating. A genuinely unprecedented cultivation technique being developed. The argument document sitting on the flat stone with 2 author-ascendant signatures. 3 events with no fate text precedent, running simultaneously. The thread was not stuttering anymore. It was locked. Now, when Xiao said, Wei Liang stepped out of the gap. The narrator's deprecation function reached for him. He felt it, the editing touch, the beginning of the recategorization sequence. He had, based on the attention distribution he could read, approximately 40 seconds. He walked to the flat stone where the argument document was sitting and picked it up. "I need to add a writer to this document," he said, to the narrator. "To all of them. To the record." He wrote 4 lines. The writer read, "Asterisk, this argument is submitted in the presence of the following witnesses, all of whom can testify to the submitting author's continuous operational existence prior to and during the deprecation event. Fang Tianzi, Xiao Jian, Shen Yulan, Song Pei, Mei Zhu, Gu Mei, Dao Mingren. Witness testimony is attached. This constitutes a primary source authorial document. Asterisk, he signed it." Song Pei, without hesitation, sat down and began writing the witness testimony section from his documented evidence. 17 instances of organizational signatures, 12 analytical frameworks he'd attributed to no source, the camp planning records with contributions he couldn't account for. Shen Yulan signed it. Xiao Jian signed it without looking up from the training ground where he was still demonstrating the wave resonance method, which was still resisting the narrator's classification. The narrator was looking at the document. Tyro walked over from the fire, took the document, read it for 4 seconds, and said, "He's been here the whole time. I can describe everything he's done in the past 3 days if that's useful." His voice had no narrative processing, no fate text inflection, no script assigned weight. It was the plainest statement of observed reality that the camp could produce. The narrator's editing function reached Wei Liang again and stopped, not because the editorial authority was gone, because there were 31 lines of witnessed primary source documentation that it would need to address before the deprecation could proceed, and Fang Tianzi was still speaking, and Xiao Jian's technique still had no category, and the argument document's final question, what purpose does the coercive apparatus serve that justifies its cost, was still unanswered. The narrator was very still. Wei Liang stood in the camp's open center, in the bright mid-morning air, and waited. He was 40 seconds out of the gap, and the deprecation had not landed, and the document was documented, and Fang Tianzi was still speaking about a governance council that had never existed before. 41 seconds. 42. Chapter 1:11. The narrator made its move at second 43. The editing function hit Wei Liang like a tide. Not violent, not physically painful, but comprehensive, the specific feeling of something reaching into the structure of his narrative presence and beginning the work of recategorization. He felt it as a pressure on the outside of himself, the quality of being read rather than seen, every aspect of his history in this story being run through an editorial assessment that would end with a note in the margin, deprecated, disregard. He had been prepared for this. He picked up the brush. Song Pei had left it out, not by plan, but because Song Pei always left brushes out, because archivists in active work did not put brushes away when they might need them again in the next 30 seconds. The brush was loaded. The inkstone beside it was fresh. Wei Liang wrote. He wrote the facts of his existence in this world from the beginning, not the narrative of it, not the arc structure, not the designated protagonist framing, not the script's preferred version of events. The facts, the specific content of the series of choices he had made since Chapter 1, documented in the flat, evidence-focused language of a primary source. I woke on a road in the second month of the 7th year with a cracked cultivation base and no sect affiliation. The jade slip in my coat pocket was warm. The narrator's editing function reached the first line and had to stop. It was an editorial entity. It could revise existing text. It could recategorize documented events. What it could not do, what the 47 hours of gap planning had confirmed it could not do, was edit a primary source in the process of being created. The moment the brush touched the paper, Wei Liang was authoring, and the authoring was happening in real time. An editorial authority could not move faster than an author producing primary text. He kept writing. Song Pei sat down beside him and opened his own records. The archival documentation of every event the group had passed through, organized by date and category, and the specific systematic method he'd spent 12 years refining. Cross-reference, Song Pei said, which was the archivist's way of saying, I'll substantiate everything you claim. Mei Zhu, from the camp's medical corner, opened the journal. She began reading aloud, in the flat clinical voice she used for medical documentation, the entries she'd made over the past 8 months. She had not known she was testifying. She was simply reading accurate records in her own voice. Each entry was evidence. Shen Yulan spread the 3 faction records on the camp's central table and began adding annotations, not written, because the narrator was watching all writing simultaneously, but spoken. Her tactical analysis voice running through the political developments of the past 3 arcs and the contributions to those developments that her documented records attributed to no named source, but which bore consistent structural features. Xiao Jian stood at the camp's edge and did nothing except exist, which was sufficient because the wave resonance method was broadcasting the continuous fact of Wei Liang's physical presence in the camp to everyone within range as an unambiguous sensory datum. Tai Ro narrated. Not dramatically, not with rhetorical flourish. In the specific flat voice he used for all direct observation. He's writing at the camp's central stone. He's been here for 3 days. I have watched him work through the attack strategy, the argument document, and the witness testimony organization. None of this is in the other records. It has been happening anyway. The narrator was surrounded, not by force, by evidence. 31 lines of documented testimony, 12 annotated records, for concurrent primary sources, and 1 unscriptable witness describing observable facts in real time. The editing function could not process all of it simultaneously. The editorial entity could revise existing text, but it could not revise text faster than it was being produced. Wei Liang kept writing. Chapter 1:12. The narrator found its approach. It could not edit primary sources as they were being created, but it could edit the conditions that made primary source creation possible, the cultivators, the brushes, the relationships between people that made them want to contribute testimony in the first place. It began restructuring Song Pei's research motivation. Wei Liang felt it through variant sense. The fate text over Song Pei's head developing a new notation, a gentle editorial adjustment to Song Pei's narrative assignment that would, within 15 minutes, make him feel that his archival documentation of Wei Liang's contributions was a distraction from more important work. Not hostile, just redirected. He needed something bigger than one simultaneous front. The bound volume ability was what he had developed in the transition from unwritten legend to the current operational state. Not a cultivation technique in the conventional sense, but a variance-level capability that Wen Xiao had described in detail and that he had been practicing for 3 days in the gap. The ability to split the current confrontation into multiple simultaneous versions, all of them equally real, all of them requiring the narrator's editorial attention to address. He used it. The confrontation split into 48 instances. In each instance, a slightly different version of the current scene. The camp at mid-morning, the document on the stone, the witnesses speaking. Each one with the same facts and a different emphasis. The version where Song Pei's testimony was the primary evidence. The version where Tai Ro's direct observation was the primary evidence. The version where the argument document with Wen Xiao's signature was the focus. The version where Chao Jian's wave resonance method data was the center of the case. 48 versions, all real. The narrator had to respond to all of them. Its editorial processing, already distributed across the Governance Council assessment, Chao Jian's technique classification, and the argument document evaluation, shattered across 48 simultaneous confrontation instances. The thread in the camp went rigid with a sound that Wei Liang had never heard before. Not silence, not pressure, but the sound of a system running above its designed capacity. Song Pei looked up from his records. Something is very wrong with the narrative infrastructure, he said, in the careful voice of someone observing a technical anomaly rather than reacting to it. Yes, Wei Liang said. Is that intentional? Yes. What happens if the narrator can't process all of this? It has to pick something to address first, Wei Liang said. And whatever it picks first doesn't get edited while it's focused on something else. Song Pei absorbed this. You're not trying to beat it, he said. You're trying to delay it until the argument document generates a response from upstream. Yes, Wei Liang said. Song Pei went back to his records with the specific efficiency of someone who had understood the task and was going to execute it. The 48 instances held. The narrator's editorial function was running on all of them, but running at a fraction of its normal authority per instance. It was like trying to hold 48 conversations simultaneously, each requiring individual attention to the specific evidence and testimony being produced. In instance 32, where Gu Mei's research delivery was the focal point, the narrator had barely started addressing the testimony before instance 17 needed immediate attention. Wei Liang kept writing. He had been writing for 20 minutes, and he had documented 11 months of operations, and the brush was still moving, and the narrator had not yet managed to complete a single editorial revision on a single line of text. Chapter 113, Gu Mei arrived at dusk. She came on foot from the eastern camp approach, carrying a bundle of her father's research documents. The complete archive, not the summary. She had been working on it for the entire arc, in the background of the events, quietly and without announcement, and she walked into the camp with the specific bearing of someone who had found the center of a problem and was coming to deliver it. She looked at the 48 simultaneous confrontation instances. This is the most complicated thing I've ever seen, she said. And I grew up in an ink court library. Your timing is perfect, Wei Liang said. He had been hoping for this, but had not built the plan around it. Gu Mei's research was her own work, following her own directions, and he had deliberately not tried to manage its pace or delivery. What did you find? She set the documents on the stone beside the argument. The narrator is not the script's author, she said. That's the finding. She opened to the relevant section. Her father's notes cross-referenced with the Ink Court's deep archive, 3 generations of unwritten hall records that she had spent the arc working through. The script is a tool. Someone built it. The narrator was installed as its operational agent. It has editorial authority within the script's framework, but it doesn't have authorial authority over the script itself. The narrator's processing, which had been managing 48 simultaneous instances with increasingly insufficient allocation, shifted. One of the 48 instances collapsed back into the primary frame as the narrator reallocated to attend to this. That was fine. The primary frame was well documented by now. Who built the script? Xin Yulan said. She was still at her tactical records, but she had stopped annotating and was listening with full attention. Something outside the story, Gu Mei said. She said it with the precision of someone who had taken 3 weeks to verify a finding and was not going to oversell it. My father called it the upstream writer in his private notes. He'd reached the same finding by a different route, 20 years of Ink Court research. He didn't know what to do with it. She looked at the narrator. The narrator is executing someone else's story. The coercive apparatus, the assigned fates, all of it. It's a tool that an external writer created to generate narrative. The narrator didn't design it. It was designed. Wei Liang let this settle. Then the argument document, he said slowly, is not addressed to the narrator. No, Gumei said. The narrator can acknowledge the argument. It cannot answer it. It can only forward it, which is why it said it needed to forward it. She met his eyes. The question, what purpose does the coercive apparatus serve that justifies its cost, is a question for the upstream writer, the author of the script, not the editor, Wei Liang said. Never the editor, Gumei said. The narrator was very still. All 48 confrontation instances had collapsed back into the primary frame. The narrator was looking at Gu Mei's research documents. It was looking at the cross-reference to Gu Xin's notes. It was looking at the argument document with Wen Xiao's signature and Wei Liang's signature and 31 witness testimonies. I cannot answer this argument, the narrator said. Its voice had a different quality than it had had at the beginning of the arc. Not smaller, but more specific. Less like the voice of something with unlimited authority. More like the voice of something that was reaching the boundary of its assigned function. I told you I would forward it. Forward it, Wei Liang said. And I'll wait for the response. The response, the narrator said, may come from a source you are not prepared for. I know, Wei Liang said. Forward it anyway. Chapter 114, the advancement arrived at midnight. He had not been looking for it. He had been sitting with the argument document after the camp had quieted, after Fang Tianzi had continued his governance council announcement through the afternoon and into the evening, after Song Pei had completed his archival testimony and filed it in the main documentation, after Tai Rou had eaten 2 more meals, and Xiao Jian had run the wave resonance method through 12 environmental variations to document its capabilities for what he was calling the new school's foundational text. He had been sitting with the question that had been sitting with him since chapter 91. Not who is the narrator, but what does it mean to be an author in a story you didn't originally consent to? The answer arrived when the question reached its resolution. Author ascendant. It was not like the previous advancements. The previous advancements had each unlocked a new way of seeing: fate text reading, probability sense, gap territory, bound volume. Each one was a new capability layered onto what he already was. This one did not add a capability. It changed what kind of thing he was. He felt it as a settling. The way something settled when it found its correct structure, the way a seal settled into a lock, the way text settled into a page and became permanent rather than erasable. Every aspect of his existence in this world, his history, his relationships, his 8 months of choices and consequences, and the specific texture of everything he'd learned and lost, locked into narrative permanence. No editor could remove an author from their own text. That was the principle, stated in the exact terms when Xiao had described it. Not metaphor. Structural fact. He had written himself into the story so completely that removing him would require removing the story, and the story was not the narrator's to remove. The story belonged to whoever had written it. The thread in the camp registered the advancement and went quiet. The narrator, at the camp's edge, looked at him. Author ascendant, it said, not with hostility, with the quality of something processing a new classification. You have authored yourself into permanent existence within the narrative fabric. It paused. That cannot be edited. No, Wei Liang said. It also means you will always exist within the story, the narrator said. You cannot leave the narrative entirely. You wrote yourself into permanence, which means permanence. I know, Wei Liang said. He did know. He had known when he chose it. The cost was as real as the achievement. He would exist here, in this world, in this story, permanently. Not trapped. Authored. There was a difference, which he had spent 3 days working out in the gap, and which he was still working out. But the narrator's deprecation function reached for him, and found nothing to grab. When Xiao's fragmented will, beside him, was quiet. It had been quiet for 2 hours, since the advancement began its approach. This is the point where I was, it said. The last time. What stopped you? I was alone, when Xiao said. I wrote myself into authorship, and then the narrator found one path I hadn't documented. One witness who was script-bound enough to have their testimony revised. One thread of evidence that could be cut without destroying the whole. A pause. I built the authorship on insufficient primary source material. I have 31 witness testimonies, Wei Liang said. Yes, when Xiao said. It was quiet for a moment. I know. I've been watching. Chapter 115, he used the ability at dawn. The act was not dramatic in the way the cultivation novels described dramatic acts. It did not require a formed seal or a spoken invocation or a flash of light visible from a distance. It required sitting very still for 12 hours with the complete record of his existence in this world held in clear and continuous attention, not as a list of facts, but as the lived experience of having been present for all of it, and authoring it into the story's permanent fabric. The record had to be complete. He found the gaps as he worked. The 8 memories extracted during the gap territory hours. He could not restore them, but he could document their absence. Asterisk, there is a memory I no longer have of a morning in Chapter 3. I know the morning happened. The knowledge remains, which is evidence of the thing that was lost. Asterisk, he documented the loss. He found the fragments of Wen Xiao's will woven through his operational history. The 47 hours of planning, the architectural knowledge of the narrator's limitations, the specific texture of a person who had been edited out of existence and had held themselves together as testimony for 20 years so that the next variance user could succeed where they had not. He documented them. He documented Tai Ro's breakfast, Song Pei's 17 instances of organizational signature, Xin Yulan's 46 tactical decisions that had accounted for a presence her memory didn't confirm, Chao Jian's rock, moved 3 feet, Mei Zhu's medical annotations, Fang Tian's governance council, Gu Mei's research, Dao Mingren in his office, sitting on the floor, beginning the process of deciding who he wanted to be. All of it complete. At the 11th hour, when Xiao's fragmented will began to thin, not dissolving, integrating. The 200 years of Wen Xiao's existence, fragmented across a jade slip, finding a place in Wei Liang's authored narrative where they could rest. Not as a separate entity, as history, as one author acknowledging the existence and work and failed attempt of another. Asterisk, Wen Xiao reached author ascendant and was deprecated before they could complete the work. Their fragmented will preserve the knowledge of the narrator's limitations for the next variance user. This is documented as a fact of the story's history. It cannot be edited. Asterisk, the fragmented will was gone. Wei Liang sat with the absence for a moment. Not grief, exactly, because Wen Xiao had been gone for 20 years before they met, but the recognition of a presence that had been there and was now differently not there. Not deleted. Incorporated. At the 12th hour, the authorship completed. He could not speak. He could not move. He sat at the camp's central stone in complete stillness while his body processed the 12 hours of sustained authorship, which had cost something he didn't have a word for, not energy in the cultivation sense, not qi, but something more fundamental, the specific resource that was spent when you committed permanently to something. He was aware that Tai Ro had placed a blanket over his shoulders at some point in the night, which was how Tai Ro expressed concern. He was aware that Song Pei had left a cup of tea within reach, which had gone cold, which was how Song Pei expressed the same thing. He was aware that the narrator was looking at him from the camp's edge with the processing quality of something that had been given a structural fact it could not categorize under any of its existing editorial authorities. At the 6th hour after completion, he recovered the ability to move. He looked at his hands in the early morning light. He turned them over once. The white streaks in his hair, the marks of variance use that had been developing since Chapter 5, each significant deviation adding more white, had gone fully white. All of it. He was 23 years old, and his hair was entirely the color of something that had passed through a great deal of narrative pressure and had come through as itself. Still operational, Tai Ro said, from the fire, without looking up. Still operational, Wei Liang said. His voice worked. He sounded like himself. He picked up the cold tea and drank it. Chapter 116, after the 6th recovery hour, the narrator tried. It was methodical about it. This was consistent with everything Wei Liang understood about its function. The narrator did not panic, did not rush, did not attempt force where force was not its tool. It ran through its editorial catalog with the same systematic quality it had used in every previous confrontation. Recategorization. Wei Liang's narrative designation changed 6 times in 4 seconds. Protagonist. Antagonist. Secondary character. Background element. Deprecated element. Unclassified. Each designation slid off the authorship he had completed the way rain slid off sealed stone. He felt each attempt as a faint pressure on the outside of his narrative existence. Then nothing. Revision. The narrator attempted to edit the record Wei Liang had authored. The editorial function hit the primary source documentation and halted. It was still happening in real time. Technically speaking, the authorship was permanent, but Wei Liang was still its author, which meant the text was still being produced, which meant the editorial function could not process faster than the author's continued existence produced new lines. He was, in the most literal possible sense, impossible to finish editing. Erasure. Wei Liang felt this one differently. It was not a revision attempt, but a structural removal. The function that had edited Wen Xiao out of existence 20 years ago, that had removed other variance users before them, that had been the narrator's final and most complete tool. It reached for the thread of his narrative existence. It could not find the end of the thread. That was the author ascendant principle in its specific application. To erase a narrative thread, you needed to find where it ended. His thread did not end. It was authored into the story's permanent fabric at every point simultaneously. There was no loose end to pull. The narrator stopped. Around the camp, the fate text scrambled. Wei Liang saw it happen through variant sense. 200 feet in every direction. Every person's assigned path lost its rigid structure at once. The characters in the camp had fate texts that had been running on script assignment for their entire lives. Those texts did not disappear. They tangled, ran together, developed contradictions, shed their definite article. She will become she might. He is destined to become he is currently. The text became less like editorial pronouncements and more like observations. Song Pei looked up from his records. Something changed, he said. The script's editorial authority in this region just reclassified, Wei Liang said. His voice was still his voice. He still sounded like himself. It can't enforce assignments on me. That propagates outward. How far? Wei Liang checked. The scrambling was extending, slowly, but extending. The camp's edge, then beyond. 200 feet. 400. A radius that corresponded exactly with the spatial reach of the authorship he'd completed. Growing, he said. Tai Ro, from the fire, was watching the narrator. The narrator had not moved from the camp's edge. It was processing. Wei Liang could see the processing quality in the way the thread held around it. Not rigid authority, not the comprehensive editorial pressure of the previous days, but something more like a system running a diagnostic it had not been designed to run. It's not attacking, Xin Yuan said. She had her faction records in her hands, not looking at them. She was watching the narrator with the specific attention she gave to tactical situations that were moving faster than her models. No, Wei Liang said. It's thinking. What is it thinking about? Wei Liang looked at the narrator. The narrator, he thought, was thinking about the 47-page argument document, the 31 witness testimonies, the question it had been unable to answer and had been required to forward upstream. It was thinking about the fact that it had tried every editorial function it possessed and found that none of them touched him. The narrator was thinking, he suspected, about what it was for. It's thinking about its assignment, Wei Liang said. What it was built to do and whether it can still do it. Gu Mei, from the records table where she'd spent the night, looked up. Her father's research was spread around her in organized sections. She had not slept. And what does it do now, she said. I don't know yet, Wei Liang said. We find out. He stood up from the camp's central stone, his joints stiff from the 12 hours of stillness and the 6 hours of recovery. He was 23 years old. His hair was entirely white. He picked up the cold brush that Song Pei had left beside the inkstone and held it for a moment. He was still operational. He was just operational in a different way than he'd been yesterday. Chapter 117. Wei Liang wrote the contract at mid-morning. Not for himself. The authorship he'd completed the previous day was his, specific to the record of his existence, the thread of his narrative presence in the story. What he needed to write now was different in kind. Not a personal record, but a structural document. Something that addressed the relationship between the script and every named person within the propagating radius. He understood the difference from when Xiao's architectural knowledge, which now lived in his operational memory the way learned language lived, not as external information he had to retrieve, but as part of how he read situations. The script had been running on compulsion. Every fate text in the region was an assignment, not a suggestion. Changing that required authoring a new contract that described a different kind of relationship. He thought through the terms carefully before he picked up the brush. The contract could not eliminate the script. The script was the story's infrastructure, narrative threads, causality tracking, the mechanism by which events connected to consequences. Removing it entirely would be like removing the grammar from a language. The meaning would collapse. What it could change was the modality. Yuel to Yume. Assigned to available. Compelled to offered. Song Pei sat across from him. He was not being asked to do anything. He was present because he was an archivist, and this was the most significant primary source document being produced in the region's recorded history, and Song Pei did not miss significant primary source documents when he could be present for them. Scope, Song Pei said, which was archival shorthand for, what is the domain of application? The propagating radius, Wei Liang said. Every person whose fate text was affected by the scrambling last night. That includes Fong Tianzi's governance council delegates. Yes. And the 3 faction representatives currently outside the camp who came to monitor the situation. Yes. Song Pei wrote a note, which was his method of confirming that something was documented. Procedurally correct, he said. Wei Liang wrote the first term. Asterisk the script's narrative assignments within this document scope are reclassified from compulsion to reference. A fate text describes available possibilities, not required outcomes. The narrator's editorial authority is retained for continuity maintenance. It is withdrawn for assignment enforcement. Asterisk he felt the thread react when the ink dried. Not violently. The way water reacted to a pebble, a single ripple, then a series of smaller ones, then a new equilibrium. The fate texts in the camp's radius did not disappear. They became quieter, less insistent. Tyro sat down across the fire and looked at his own hands. He had, as far as Wei Liang could tell, never been particularly interested in his own fate text. He operated in direct observation. The script's machinations were not his primary concern. But he was looking at his hands with the focused attention he gave to things he was recategorizing. Mine changed, he said. Yes. It used to say something specific. What did it say? I don't read the text directly, but it felt like instructions. Now it doesn't. He turned his hands over. It feels like description. That's the change, Wei Liang said. He wrote the second term, the third, the fourth. Each one was specific, grounded in the evidentiary record he'd spent the previous day authoring. He could not write contract terms that were not supported by documented reality, and he had spent 12 hours documenting every aspect of documented reality he could access. At the fifth term, Chao Jin said from the camp's edge, the wave resonance method is registering differently. How? Before, it tracked fate text pressure as a constant. There was always pressure, the script's assignment weight. It read as a baseline environmental force. He paused. It's gone. Not entirely gone, Wei Liang thought. The script was still there, but the compulsive force had reclassified. The method was no longer tracking environmental pressure. It was tracking, instead, possibility density, the concentration of available paths rather than assigned ones. That's accurate, Wei Liang said. He wrote the seventh term, the eighth. At the 10th term, the narrator spoke. This is outside my authorization to approve, it said. I have forwarded the argument. I have not received authorization to accept modifications of this scope. I know, Wei Liang said. He kept writing. This document doesn't require your approval. It requires your acknowledgement. A pause. What is the distinction? Approval means you have authority over whether it takes effect. Acknowledgement means you register that it has taken effect. Wei Liang finished the 10th term and reviewed it. The contract is already in effect. The question is whether you record it as a structural fact or attempt to resist it and spend your processing in a direction that won't accomplish anything. The narrator was quiet for a long time. Wei Liang wrote the final term and set down the brush. Chapter 118 at midday. The jade slip disintegrated. He had almost forgotten he was still carrying it. The jade slip, the physical vessel Wen Xiao had used to preserve their fragmented will across 20 years, had been in his coat pocket since Chapter 91, warm against his side, occasionally active, occasionally silent. The will had integrated into his authorship the previous night. What remained in the pocket was just the slip itself, the container without its contents. He took it out. It was already crumbling at the edges, not dissolving, not burning, but losing its coherence the way old jade did when the formation sustaining it finally ran out. Fine chips of pale green falling from the corners. The engraved characters on the surface were still legible. Asterisk property of the unwritten hull, Research Archive Division. Contents, restricted. Asterisk he held it in his palm for a moment. Gume, who had spent the morning cross-referencing the implications of Wei Liang's contract against her father's research notes, looked over. The slip itself, she said. Not just the will. The will integrated last night. He watched the edges continue to crumble. The slip was the vessel. Why is it dissolving now and not then? Because the will wasn't just preserving itself. When Xiao had designed the slip as an anchor, something that would hold its place in the story's structure until the will was delivered. He turned the slip over. The crumbling had reached the center now. Once the will was incorporated, the anchor had no further function. Song Pei, documenting this. This is consistent with the unwritten hull's recorded containment methods. The Ink Court's archive has 3 known examples of anchor slip dissolution after successful will transfer. What were the other 6? Gume asked. Failed transfers, Song Pei said. The slips dissolved when the will was lost, not delivered. Wei Liang was quiet with this for a moment. The slip had been the 7th anchor. Not 7th in a numbered sequence. 7th in the specific sense that Wen Xiao's plan had required 7 points of contact with Wei Liang's narrative path to ensure the transfer would occur. 6 specific encounters that Wen Xiao's knowledge of the script had predicted, and the slip itself as the failsafe, the thing that would remain present in Wei Liang's possession until the others had worked. He had not known about the 6th encounter. He suspected the 6th had been the Chapter 91 moment when the argument document came together, when Wen Xiao's architectural knowledge had become fully integrated into the planning. At that point, the slip had stopped being a guidance mechanism and become purely a vessel for the transfer. The slip finished crumbling. He looked at his palm, at the fine jade dust and the few remaining chips, and thought about 20 years of fragmented existence spent waiting for a specific person to be specific enough in their operations to make a transfer viable. Mei Zhu, from the camp's medical corner, said, "The plant bloomed this morning." He looked up. She was gesturing toward the camp's eastern edge, the area where she kept her medical supplies and where, 11 months ago in a chapter 11 camp stop he barely remembered, she had been tending a seedling she'd brought from her village's medicinal garden. She had moved it every time they moved camp. He had not asked why. She had not explained. It was blooming now. A small, unremarkable flower in pale yellow. A medicinal variety he didn't know the name of, that had apparently been working toward this moment for 11 months. "That's been a long time coming," he said. "It wanted good soil," Mei Zhu said. She was clinical about plants the way she was clinical about everything. "The camp's been in one place long enough." He stood up from the stone and walked to the camp's eastern edge and looked at the flower for a moment. Tyro, who had followed without being asked, looked at it also. "Mei Zhu," Tyro said, "how long did you know it would bloom here?" "I didn't," she said. "I just kept moving it." Wei Liang looked at the flower for a long moment. He closed his palm around the jade dust and let it fall. Chapter 119. The narrator accepted the contract at dusk. Not by choice, Wei Liang thought, not in any meaningful sense of choosing. But there was a moment, while the day was settling into its final hour and the thread across the camp held its new quieter equilibrium, when the narrator's processing quality changed. It had been running the diagnostic since morning, trying and retrying its existing classification frameworks against the structural fact of the new contract, against the permanent authorship, against the scrambled and reclassified fate texts. None of the frameworks fit. The narrator was, as Gume had said, an editorial entity. It had authority over the story's text and no authority over the story's authorship. It could not revise what Wei Liang had written into permanent fabric. It could not enforce assignments that had been reclassified to suggestions. What it could do was register these as structural facts and operate within the new parameters. Wei Liang watched the thread shift when the registration occurred. Not a dramatic change. The thread did not crack or dissolve or surge. It recalibrated, the way a measurement instrument recalibrated when given new reference points. The narrator's editorial presence in the camp's atmosphere became, for the first time since the confrontation began, something that was not actively trying to do anything. It was simply present. It accepted it, Xianxia said. Registered it, Wei Liang said. It doesn't accept or reject. It categorizes. This is now categorized as structural fact. And then it retreats to the cosmic editorial layer, Gume said. She was looking at the narrator. That's the other implication of my father's research. The narrator operates at the narrative level, in the story structure, in the fate texts, in the immediate text. The cosmic layer is above that. That's where the upstream writer exists. She paused. Now that the contract has been accepted as structural fact, the narrator's function in this region has changed. Its assignment enforcement function is inactive. It returns to the layer where its remaining functions operate. The narrator turned, not a physical movement, but a reorientation, toward whatever existed above the story's narrative layer. I have forwarded the argument, it said. I have registered the new structural parameters. I will not return to this region unless the upstream writer issues new instructions. A pause. Your argument may not receive a response. The upstream writer may not be a responsive entity in any conventional sense. I know, Wei Liang said. The forward was received, the narrator said. That is all I can confirm. It receded. Not disappeared, receded. Withdrew to a layer that variant sense could detect as present, but not local. Wei Liang watched it go and felt the thread settle into the new equilibrium fully, the last editorial pressure lifting from the camp's atmosphere like the last note of a long-held sound. Song Pei looked at the records on the stone table for a long moment. All of them changed, he said. Yes. The organizational anomalies are gone. My records are coherent now. They contain you. He turned a page with the specific care of someone handling documentation that had recently changed category. You're in the primary record. Present tense. Yes, Wei Liang said. Good, Song Pei said. It was a purely administrative assessment. Dao Mingren arrived at the camp an hour after dark. He came alone, on foot, without announcing himself. Wei Liang had seen him briefly at second 43 of the confrontation, and then not at all. Dao Mingren had not been part of the witness group. Not because he was unwilling, but because his involvement at that stage would have complicated the evidentiary record in ways Wei Liang hadn't wanted to address. He was still in the process of figuring out who he was. That process was not compatible with testimony. He stood at the camp's edge and looked at the changed thread. It's different, he said. Yes. I can feel the change. He took a step into the camp. He was not comfortable. His posture had the specific tension of someone who had spent months making a decision and was still not sure they'd made it correctly. When the fate text restructured, I felled it from the city. I came because, he stopped. I came because I thought I should. Wei Liang waited. Dao Mingren sat down on the far side of the fire. He did not look at Wei Liang directly. He looked at the fire, which was something people did when they were building towards something. I want to help, he said finally. I don't know what that means. I don't know what help looks like from here. But I was sitting on my office floor, and the text changed, and I thought, he looked at his hands. I thought I had been making a small decision that didn't matter. It turns out it mattered. It did, Wei Liang said. What do you need? Wei Liang considered this for a moment. The narrator had retreated. The contract was in place. The immediate crisis had resolved. What came next was not a confrontation. It was the work of rebuilding a region where the script's compulsions had been lifted, where fate texts had been reclassified to suggestions, where every person who had been operating on assigned paths now had to figure out how to operate on chosen ones. That was not work Wei Liang could do alone. Help Song Pei, he said. He's rebuilding the primary record. He needs someone who understands how the governance structure was working before and what it needs to do differently now. Dao Mingren looked at Song Pei. Song Pei looked back. He pulled out a secondary record book and set it across the stone. Chapter 1 through the present, Song Pei said. We start from the beginning and document it correctly. Dao Mingren sat across from him and opened the record book. Wei Liang watched them begin to work. Chapter 1, 23 days passed. He spent most of them reading fate texts. Not because the texts required action. For the first time in 8 months, the region's fate texts did not require action from him. They required, instead, observation. He sat at various points around the camp and the surrounding area and read what was written over people's heads and found, each time, the same change quality. Quieter, more provisional, less like announcements and more like running notes. Tai Ro's fate text, which had once been absent because the script could not categorize him, was developing something new, not an assigned path, but a set of documented tendencies, the kind of notation an observer would write about someone they had been watching long enough to understand. Asterisk, he tends to eat in the morning. He tends to notice what others don't announce. He has not spoken about what the changes mean to him. Asterisk Song Pei's fate text, which had once been one of the most tightly scripted in the camp's record, was now the longest. Not because it was more determined, but because it had the most documented history. Song Pei had been paying careful attention for 12 years, and all of that attention was now in the record, available as context rather than constraint. Xin Yulan had begun annotating her own fate text. He didn't know if she knew she was doing it. She had a habit of verbal analysis, running her tactical thinking aloud, and each spoken observation was being incorporated into her text's running notation. It was, in its way, the most natural integration he'd seen. Xin Yulan had always been her own most precise observer. On the third morning, Gume came to him with a question. The upstream writer, she said. The argument was forwarded. We know that. We know the narrator registered the new contract. She sat down on the stone beside him. She had been working through her father's notes for the past 3 days with the specific focus of someone who had answered one question and was now following the trail to the next. My father's research suggests the upstream writer is an external entity, something outside the story structure. But outside the story is not a place. It's a relationship. Yes, Wei Liang said. So what does forwarding an argument mean to an entity that exists outside the story structure? How does it receive a document? Wei Liang had been thinking about this. The argument was authored into the permanent record, he said slowly, which means it's part of the story's fabric now. If the upstream writer has any access to the story's fabric, if they can read the story at all, they can read the argument. And the new contract. The contract is also in the permanent record. Gume was quiet for a moment. Then the upstream writer, she said, knows what you did. Yes, Wei Liang said. He looked at the fate texts across the camp's radius. All of them quiet. All of them suggestions rather than assignments. All of them more honest than they'd been a week ago. The flower in Mei Zhu's medicinal corner was still blooming. Song Pei and Dao Mingren were still working through the primary record, which had now reached chapter 47 and would take several more weeks at Song Pei's documentation standards. He read his own fate text. It was different from everyone else's, where their texts were notations, observations, tendencies, running records. His was authored. It read the way primary source documents read, in his own voice, in his own structure, permanent in the specific way that writing was permanent once set in the story's fabric. He could not leave the story. That had not changed. The cost of author ascendant was exactly what he had accepted it to be. He was here now, in this world, in this record, permanently. Not trapped. Authored. He was working out, still, what the difference felt like from the inside. From the camp's eastern edge, Chao Jian said. The wave resonance method is registering a new signal. Wei Liang looked up. From which direction? Up, Chao Jian said. He was looking at the sky with the precise attention of someone tracking something his instrument had detected before his eyes had. Not altitude. Something above the narrative layer. It's not, he paused. It's not the narrator. The narrator's signal is registered. I know its frequency now. This is different. What is it doing? Chao Jian was quiet for a long moment. Reading, he said. Wei Liang sat very still. From above the cosmic layer, above the narrative structure, above the editorial infrastructure, in whatever space existed between the story's fabric and the entity that had authored it, something was looking at the new contract. Looking at the argument document that had been authored into permanent record. Looking at 31 witness testimonies and 12 annotated records and a 23-year-old with entirely white hair who had written himself into the story's permanent fabric so that no editor could remove him. Looking, Wei Liang thought, with the specific quality of focused interest. Not the narrator's processing quality, not an editorial reader classifying text for revision. Something that read the way writers read. He picked up the brush. He held it in his hand and did not yet write anything. Outside, the camp was quiet. Song Pei turned a page. Tai Ro ate his breakfast. The flower in Meiju's corner was still blooming. He waited to see what the upstream writer would do. Chapter 121. The signal held for 3 days. Chao Jian tracked it every morning. Not obsessively, but with the systematic regularity he applied to all long-term observation. He would take his position at the camp's eastern edge in the early light, run the wave resonance method through its complete calibration cycle, and report what he found. Still reading, he said, on the first morning. Still reading, on the second. On the third morning, he said, the frequency has changed. Wei Liang looked up from the records. How? Chao Jian paused for a moment. The pause of someone translating sensory data into language, a task the wave resonance method was not originally designed for. Before, it was linear, sequential, like someone reading a document from start to finish. He turned his hands over, a physical habit that accompanied his processing. Now it's referential, jumping between points, like someone who has finished reading and is now cross-referencing. Cross-referencing what? The argument document, Chao Jian said. And the contract. And he stopped. And you? Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. An upstream writer, reading a character's argument, reading the contract that character had authored into permanent record, cross-referencing both against the character's authored existence. This was what a writer did when they were deciding what to do with a scene. When they were sitting with the implications of a choice their story had made. Gume was already at the records table. She had been awake since dawn. She had been awake most of every dawn since the contract was registered, working through her father's notes with the focus of someone who had found the right question and was now trying to find the research her father had done before the question became clear to him. My father wrote something specific, she said. Here. She pointed to a page covered in small, dense notation. He said, if the upstream writer reads the story reads the upstream writer. He didn't finish the thought. I've been trying to figure out what he meant. Wei Liang looked at the page without reading it. He had learned by now that Gu Xin's notation required Gu Mei as an interpreter. What do you think he meant? I think. She traced a line of text with her finger without touching it. I think he meant that a story that has been authored into permanent record carries the marks of its authoring. The choices the author made, the structures they used, what they chose to include and exclude. If the upstream writer is reading the story, and the story contains a permanent record of someone who was fighting the editorial system and chose permanence, then the upstream writer learns something about the story by reading that choice. She looked up. The same way you learn something about a writer by reading what they decided was worth keeping. Wei Liang thought about this. What do I tell them, he said. About what? About what I want. The question is coming. He was not being pessimistic. He was reading the situation the way Shun Yulan read tactical situations, not with dread, but with the specific attention of someone trying to understand the terrain before they had to move in it. Whatever the upstream writer is cross-referencing, they're building towards something. A response to the argument. A response to the contract. And when that response comes, I need to know what I want to say to it. What do you want? Gume asked. He was quiet for a long time. Song Pei looked over from where he and Dao Mingren were working, not intervening, just registering the question. Tai Ro ate his breakfast without looking up. Wei Liang had spent 8 months wanting one thing. To exist within the story on his own terms. To remain present, to not be deprecated, to document his existence so thoroughly that no editorial function could remove it. He had achieved this. Author ascendant was not metaphor, it was structural fact. He was in the story permanently. He had not, he realized, thought past that point. I don't know yet, he said. That's the problem. Chapter 122. The edition appeared in his authored record on the morning of the fourth day. He felt it the way he felt changes in the camp's thread, a shift in the quality of something that had been stable. His authored text, permanent in the story's fabric, had been a fixed point since he completed it. It did not change. It could not be edited. But something had been added. He looked at the fate text of his own authored record and found, at the bottom of the last line he had written, he picked up the cold tea and drank it, a notation in a different hand. Not the narrator's editorial notation. Not his own voice. Something else entirely. What do you want to be permanent? He stared at it for a long time. Xiao Jian's wave resonance method registered a spike and then settled. Xiao Jian did not say anything. He had learned, by now, when Wei Liang needed silence to process. The notation was not threatening. It had none of the narrator's editorial authority. It was not a directive, not a reclassification, not a deprecation command. It was exactly what it appeared to be, a question written in the margin of his own text by an entity that had been reading it with focused interest and had now decided to respond. The upstream writer had read his argument. The upstream writer had read his contract. The upstream writer had looked at 31 witness testimonies and 12 annotated records, and a 23-year-old with white hair who had authored himself into permanence. And the upstream writer had one question. Gu Mei was beside him, reading the notation over his shoulder. She did not say anything for a moment. That's not a hostile question, she said finally. No, Wei Liang agreed. It's not even a challenge. She stopped. It reads like a clarification request, like someone who has read a document thoroughly and has one remaining ambiguity. Song Pei, who had come to look, said, the argument document addressed the coercive apparatus's costs. It argued that the apparatus's costs exceeded its justifications. The argument was comprehensive. He paused. It did not address what the alternative looked like. Wei Liang felt something settle in him like a cold stone. Song Pei was right. He had argued, with 47 pages of evidence and 31 witness testimonies, that the coercive apparatus of assigned fates and narrative compulsion was unjustifiable. He had documented every cost, the deprecated lives, the constrained choices, the one Xiao-shaped hole in the story's record where a person had been edited into nothing. He had made the strongest possible case against the existing system. He had not said what should exist instead. The contract reclassified compulsion to suggestion. But a contract that said the script's assignments are now optional was not the same as a contract that said this is what the story is for. He had changed the modality without changing the purpose. He had opened the cage without saying where the birds were supposed to go. What do you want to be permanent? Not. What do you want to survive? Not. What are you fighting for? But specifically, what do you want to be in the story permanently? What do you want the story to contain that it didn't contain before? I need to think, Wei Liang said. How long do you have? Xin Yulan said. She had come to the stone table without announcement, as she tended to do when situations required tactical assessment. I don't know, Wei Liang said. The notation is still there. No deadline visible. In my experience, Xin Yulan said, questions without visible deadlines have hidden ones. The pressure is already running. She was, Wei Liang thought, correct. He picked up the brush. He looked at the notation in the margin of his authored record. What do you want to be permanent? And thought about the fact that he had spent 8 months becoming an author without having, in any clear or specific sense, written what he actually wanted the story to contain. He was, he thought, going to have to figure that out. Chapter 123, he spent 2 days trying to answer the question. Not passively, he investigated. This was consistent with how he operated on every problem. Find the evidence, establish the record, understand the structure before attempting to act. The question, what do you want to be permanent, was not rhetorical. The upstream writer had asked it because they were waiting for the answer to inform a decision. Understanding what decision would help him understand what answer was actually being requested. Gu Mei's father's research held more than Wei Liang had realized. Gu Shun had spent 20 years in the Inked Court working on the relationship between the script, the narrator, and whatever existed above them. He had reached the finding that Gu Mei had delivered in Chapter 113. The narrator was authored, not authorial. But he had continued past that finding into territory his daughter had not yet reached. Wei Liang read through the research with Gu Mei serving as interpreter for the sections that required specialist context. The upstream writer's relationship to the script was not ownership. Gu Shun had written. It was authorship, which was different. A writer did not own their story the way a craftsman owned a product. A writer had a relationship with their story, iterative, uncertain, sometimes in tension with the story's own internal logic. Characters who developed beyond their original function. Scenes that took longer than planned. Structures that revealed implications the writer had not intended. He's saying the upstream writer might not have intended all of it, Wei Liang said. He's saying the upstream writer made a thing, and the thing became more complicated than they planned, Gume said. She was reading from the notes directly now. The coercive apparatus. He thinks it was a structural solution to an earlier problem. The script needed stability to function. Assigned fates created narrative coherence. The narrator enforced the assignments. It was, she traced a line. He calls it an architectural decision with unforeseen costs. Not malice. A choice that solved one problem and created others. Wei Liang sat with this. The argument document, he said. I argued the costs were unjustifiable. The question the upstream writer is asking is whether you understand why the decision was made in the first place, Gume said, and whether what I want to replace it with actually solves the original problem. The original problem, as far as Wei Liang could reconstruct it from Gushin's research, was this: stories required coherence. Characters needed to exist in relation to each other and to events in ways that made sense. The script's assigned fates were a mechanism for ensuring that the story didn't fragment into incoherence, that characters arrived where they needed to arrive for the story to function. The coercive apparatus was the machinery that made the story work. What he had replaced it with, compulsion reclassified to suggestion, was cleaner and less harmful. But it left the question of coherence unanswered. Who ensured the story held together now? Who made sure events connected to consequences in ways that made sense? He had not thought about this. He had been thinking about the people, not the structure. The deprecated lives, not the mechanism. He had been so certain that the coercive apparatus was wrong that he had not seriously investigated what it was for. Tai Ro said, You look like you found a problem. Yes, Wei Liang said. What kind? The kind where I was right about something being wrong and didn't think hard enough about why it existed. Tai Ro processed this in his characteristic way. No visible reaction, just absorption. What are you going to do about it? Figure out what should exist instead, Wei Liang said. And then answer the question. He looked at the notation in the margin of his authored record. What do you want to be permanent? He thought about when Xiao edited out of existence. About the 8 memories he had lost in the gap. About Song Pei's anomalous records and Shun Yolan's 46 unattributed tactical decisions, and Tai Ro, who had never forgotten him because the script had nothing to overwrite. About Dao Mingren on the floor of his office, in the middle of deciding who he wanted to be. About the flower in Meiju's corner that had bloomed after 11 months because the camp had finally been in one place long enough. He picked up the brush. Chapter 124. Shin Yulan came to him on the second evening with a tactical assessment he had not asked for. I've been watching you, she said. Wei Liang looked up. Not as observation. As analysis. She sat down across from him at the camp's central stone with the specific directness of someone who had been organizing their argument for more than a day and had decided to deliver it. You've been operating in defensive mode since Chapter 1. Every action you've taken has been in response to the narrator's pressure. Every technique you developed was designed to counter an editorial function. Author ascendant itself, the permanent authorship, you chose it because it was the only tool that would stop the deprecation function. That's accurate, Wei Liang said. Every decision you've made has been a response to something the narrator was doing. She spread her faction records on the stone between them, which was her version of showing her work. I have 46 documented tactical decisions attributed to an unconfirmed source that turn out to be yours. Every one of them was a response. A reaction to a threat, a countermeasure, a defensive maneuver. She looked at him. You are an excellent defensive operator. You have never, in 8 months of documented activity, made a single offensive choice. I was not done. She waited. He stopped. The upstream writer's question is, what do you want to be permanent? You've been treating this as a problem to solve. You've been researching the structural architecture of the script, the original problem the coercive apparatus was designed to address, the implications of reclassifying compulsion to suggestion. All of this is useful. None of it answers the question. She met his eyes. The question is not what should the story structure look like. It's what do you want it to contain? What have you been fighting for, past survival? Wei Liang was quiet. This was the uncomfortable thing. Shin Yulan was asking exactly the question the upstream writer had asked, from a tactical angle. And she was doing it because she had her own agenda. She was not asking as a supporter of his project. She was asking because she had been in the camp for months with her fate text reclassified from compulsion to suggestion, and she had been watching what Wei Liang did with his freedom, and what she had observed was a man who had worked very hard to stop being managed and had not yet decided what to do with the space the work had created. What do you want? She asked. It was the same question Gume had asked, but from Shin Yulan it had a different weight, not philosophical inquiry, but operational demand. She needed to know whether the person she had been contributing testimony to had something worth contributing it toward. He stopped. He looked at his hands. The white hair was at the edge of his vision. 23 years old. Author ascendant. Permanent. I want the story to be honest, he said, slowly. Not performing certainty, finding it as he spoke. Not pleasant. Not without conflict or difficulty or loss. But honest. The script's coercive apparatus was dishonest. It made people into the characters it needed them to be and called that fate. I want the record to show who people actually are when they're choosing, not who the story needed them to be when they were assigned. Xianxia looked at him for a moment. That's an answer, she said. It's the beginning of one. It's enough to work with. She collected her faction records from the stone. Write it down. He looked at the notation in the margin of his authored record. He looked at the brush. Xianxia stood up and walked back to her records table without further comment. She had delivered her assessment. What he did with it was his operation to conduct. He thought about what she had said for a long time. The cost she had extracted from him, not from intention, but from the specific truth of what she'd observed, was this. He had spent 8 months becoming an author without building a clear picture of what he wanted to write. He had made a 47-page argument against the coercive apparatus. He had made a contract that changed the modality. He had authored himself into permanence. He had done all of it in response. Not one moment of pure initiative. Not one choice that wasn't defined by what the narrator was doing. He sat with this for a long time. Then he picked up the brush and began to write. Not a response, not a counter-argument, not a defensive document. Something he actually wanted the story to contain. Chapter 125, he wrote through the night. Not the 47 pages of the argument document. This was not argument. It was less structured than that. More direct, the way a letter was less structured than a treatise. He was writing to the upstream writer, and he was writing in his own voice. The voice he had been using since he first picked up Songpei's brush in Chapter 111. And he was writing without the evidentiary framework, and without the formal contract terms, and without the witness testimonies. He was writing what he wanted. The document was shorter than the argument. It did not have sections or annotations. It was, in the way that mattered, a primary source. Not a legal argument, but a statement of intent from someone who had earned the right to make one. Songpei did not sit across from him this time. Songpei was asleep, and Wei Liang had not woken him, because this document did not need cross-referencing. It needed to be his. He wrote, I want the story to contain honest records of who people are when they are choosing. Not assigned fates. Not required outcomes. The specific texture of Tai wrote eating breakfast without comment, which is how he expresses continuity. Songpei's 17 organizational signatures, each one evidence of a person who has been paying attention for 12 years. Xianxia annotating her own fate text, because she has never stopped analyzing. Meiju's plant, which bloomed after 11 months because the camp finally held still long enough. I want Wen Xiao's work to be in the record. Not as a deprecated element, but as history. A person who tried and failed and preserved what they learned so the next attempt had better architecture. That is not failure. That is how knowledge persists. I want the 8 memories I lost in the gap territory to be documented as absent. Not recovered. They are not recoverable. But present as known losses. The record should be complete enough to include its own gaps. I want the story to know the difference between an author and an editor. The coercive apparatus was editorial. It managed existing text, assigned categories, enforced the version of events the script required. I am not arguing for a different editor. I am arguing that the story should have room for its characters to author themselves. Not always. Not without consequence or coherence. But the space should exist. I cannot leave the story. That is the cost I accepted. I will be in the permanent record whether or not the upstream writer accepts this. But if there is a response, I want it to address this question. Can the story be coherent without being compelled? Is honesty enough to hold it together? I do not know the answer. I am asking. He set down the brush. The fire had burned low while he was writing. The camp was quiet. Not the enforced silence of the narrator's editorial pressure, but the ordinary silence of people sleeping, which was a different thing entirely. He looked at the document. He looked at the notation in the margin of his authored record. What do you want to be permanent? He looked at the document he had just written. Then he added one more line. I want the record of this conversation to be permanent. Not just my argument and my contract and my authorship. The question you asked and the answer I gave. If the story ever reaches the point where someone else is where I was, fighting an editorial system that tells them who they're supposed to be, I want them to know the upstream writer asked the right question. And I want them to have the chance to answer it. He waited. Chao Jian, from the eastern edge of the camp, was running the wave resonance method through its morning calibration even though dawn was still an hour away. The signal changed again, he said. How? A pause. It stopped reading, Chao Jian said. He paused again. It's listening. Wei Liang looked at the document on the stone before him. He had spent 8 months being a reactive operator, every choice a response, every action a counter. Xianxia had been right about that. The upstream writer had found the right question, and for the first time in 8 months, he had answered it with something that was purely his. He sat in the quiet camp and waited, not to survive, but to hear what came next. Chapter 126. The upstream writer's response appeared in his authored record an hour after dawn. He had been sitting with the document he'd written through the night, watching the camp wake up around him. Tyro made breakfast. Song Pei added 3 notes to the primary record. Dao Mingren arrived from the city before the morning light had reached full strength, carrying a secondary archive he'd retrieved from his office. Meiju's plant was still blooming. The thread held its new equilibrium, quieter than it had ever been, less insistent, the texture of a story that was happening rather than being enforced. The response was not elaborate. It appeared below his last line. I want them to have the chance to answer it, in the same external hand as the question had been in. Not the narrator's notation. Something different. Something that wrote the way a writer wrote when they had been sitting with a character's argument long enough to have reached a conclusion. Asterisk honesty is sufficient. The coherence you're asking about, it emerges from characters who have been given enough space to matter. You've already answered your own question. You're looking at it. Asterisk Wei Liang read it 3 times. You're looking at it. He looked up at the camp. Tai Ro handing Song Pei a bowl of rice without comment, which was how Tai Ro acknowledged that Song Pei had been awake too long. Song Pei accepting it without breaking his documentation rhythm, which was how Song Pei accepted care. Dao Mingren cross-referencing the secondary archive against the primary record with the focused uncertainty of someone learning a new organizational system. Gume reading her father's notes with the coffee-dark attention of someone who had been awake for 36 hours and did not plan to stop. Chao Jian at the eastern edge, running the wave resonance method's morning calibration, reporting results to no one in particular because the data needed recording whether or not anyone was listening. He was looking at it. Below the first response, one more line had appeared. Asterisk the argument is accepted. The narrator has new parameters. The coercive apparatus will not be reimposed in this story. What happens next is up to the story. Asterisk he sat with this for a long time. The phrase up to the story was doing significant work. Wei Liang had spent 8 months fighting to exist in the story on his own terms. He had achieved it. The narrator had retreated. The contract had been registered. The permanent authorship was in place. The coercive apparatus was dismantled. And now the story was his. Not in the sense that he controlled it. Not in the sense that his authored existence gave him editorial authority over anyone else. The story was his the way it was everyone's. It was a space that they were all inhabiting, all contributing to, all writing in their specific ways as long as they remained present. What happens next is up to the story. He looked at the response for a long time. Gume, who had come to stand beside him without announcement, read it over his shoulder. That's the answer, she said. Yes. To the question of whether honesty can replace compulsion. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. My father spent 20 years looking for this. He found the mechanism, but not the resolution. She touched the edge of the paper with the specific care of someone who understood what they were looking at. He would have argued with it, I think. He was not a person who trusted simple answers. It's not simple, Wei Liang said. It's just short. What's the difference? Wei Liang looked at the camp, at all the specific, individual, non-assigned ways that people were being themselves. The answer is in the evidence, he said. Not in the statement. The statement just points at it. Gume absorbed this. I need to think about that, she said, which was her version of, that might be right, and I'll tell you when I've checked it. She went back to her father's notes. Wei Liang looked at the response again. What happens next is up to the story. He understood, sitting in the early morning with the fire's warmth on his face and the thread quiet around him, that this was not the end of something. It was the start of something. The coercive apparatus was gone. The assigned fates were reclassified. The permanent record held his existence and everyone who had ever contributed to it. What he did with all of that was still, entirely, in front of him. Chapter 127. Tai Ro announced he was leaving on the 6th morning. Not dramatically. He did it the way he did everything, in direct observation language, without rhetorical ornament. He finished breakfast, set the bowl aside, and said, I'm going to go see what the rest of the world looks like. Wei Liang looked up. The fate text changed across the whole propagating radius. Tai Ro said, not just here. I've been running the direct observation on the perimeter. It extends 3 li. That's a lot of people with fate text that went from assignment to suggestion. He looked at Wei Liang with the specific assessment that he applied to observable facts. Someone should see what they're doing with it. That's true, Wei Liang said. I'm going to be that someone. He paused. Not permanently. Just, I want to see. Wei Liang felt the specific pull of wanting to ask him to stay. He recognized it. He had been operating in defensive mode for 8 months, and the camp had been the structure that made that defense possible, and Tyro was one of the people who made the camp what it was. Tyro had never forgotten him when everyone else's records had been revised. Tyro's direct observation had been unscriptable. Tyro's testimony had been the unambiguous sensory datum that the narrator could not work around. He was a specific and irreplaceable piece of what had been built here. And his fate text now said, he tends to go see things. Wei Liang did not ask him to stay. Take the eastern route, Xin Yulan said, from the records table. She had a regional map open. The fate text propagation has been asymmetric, heavier to the east, lighter to the northwest. If you want range of observation, you'll see more variation on the eastern route. Tyro looked at the map. How long has the propagation been asymmetric? Since the contract was registered. The northwest has denser pre-existing script infrastructure. The assignments there are older and more layered. The suggestion mode conversion is slower. She drew a line on the map with her finger. Eastern route gets you the full spectrum. Good. Tyro stood up, picked up his traveling pack from where it had been sitting in the same spot for 8 months, and looked at Wei Liang one more time. You're still operational, he said. Still operational, Wei Liang said. It was the same exchange they'd had the morning after the authorship completed. Wei Liang thought it would probably always mean what it meant the first time. Tyro left. The camp was quiet for a moment after he was gone, not uncomfortable, but registering the absence. A specific weight that had been present for 8 months was now a specific weight in a different location, moving east. Song Pei, without looking up from the primary record, said, he's been ready to leave for 6 weeks. He was waiting for the situation to stabilize. I know, Wei Liang said. He hadn't known, consciously, but he recognized it as true when Song Pei said it. Tyro had stayed because the situation required his presence. The situation no longer required his presence in a fixed location. He was still contributing, just from a wider operational radius. This was what freedom looked like in practice. Wei Liang watched the eastern road until Tyro was out of sight. Chapter 128. Song Pei informed Wei Liang, 3 days later, that he intended to return to the central archive. He did not phrase it as a request or a proposal. Song Pei was not, Wei Liang had learned, a person who asked permission for things within his own professional domain. He phrased it as documentation, a statement of fact about what he was going to do, delivered to the primary record in the presence of its primary subject. The primary record is complete through the present date, Song Pei said. The integration work, ensuring the changed records are properly reflected in the broader institutional archive, requires physical presence in the central collection. He turned a page. Dao Mingren's Governance Council documentation needs to be filed with the regional administrative record. That also requires central archive access. Dao Mingren, across from him, nodded. He had been integrating into Song Pei's documentation workflow with the specific adaptability of someone who had discovered that he was good at archival work and had been doing administrative governance for 10 years without realizing that was what it was. Both of us, Dao Mingren said. The Governance Council's first session records need to be official. If they're only in the camp's record, they don't have institutional standing. When Wei Liang asked, Song Pei considered this with his organizational precision. For days. The secondary archive cross-referencing will be complete by then, and I want to finish the annotations on chapter 47 through 62 before we travel. He paused. The annotations are for your record, not the institutional filing. I'm adding them because they're accurate and should exist. Thank you, Wei Liang said. Song Pei made a note. Acknowledgement documented. Gu Mei, who had been listening, said, I'm also leaving. Not for the central archive, for the ink court. She had the specific composure of someone who had made a decision through careful consideration and was not asking for approval, but was being courteous in informing. My father's research needs to be formally presented. The finding about the narrator and the upstream writer. It should be in the ink court's record. It will be relevant to other researchers. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. Gumei's research was not his. Her father's 20 years of work were not his. She had brought them to the camp because the camp was where the research led, and she had done her own work on top of her father's. And now the work was done, and the work belonged to her. The ink court will want to interview you, he said. I know. She was calm about this. I've been preparing for that. The interview is a different kind of primary source documentation. I'll be the record of the research, and they'll archive my account. It's appropriate. She met his eyes. I'm not disappearing. I'm finishing the work in the direction it needs to go. I know, he said. He did know. He was also aware of sitting with the specific discomfort of watching the camp, which had been built around the necessity of his situation, which had formed around the pressure of the narrator's editorial authority, beginning to resolve back into its component parts. Song Pei and Dao Mingren had their own work. Gume had her own work. Tyro had already gone east. The camp had not been a home. It had been a formation. And formations dissolved when the situation they were built to address was resolved. This was what victory felt like, from the inside. Cold and a little lonely, and entirely correct. Chapter 129. Xin Yulan made her own announcement on the same afternoon. She delivered it with the same directness she applied to all tactical assessments. No preamble, no rhetorical cushioning. Just the relevant information organized in order of importance. I've been documenting the faction response to the fate text reclassification, she said. 3 of the 5 factions I had records on have shifted their internal structures significantly. The reclassification has disrupted their assigned role hierarchies. She spread the relevant records on the stone. 2 of them have sent requests for consultation on the new structure. The requests are addressed to me, not to the camp. Wei Liang looked at the records. The faction structures were visible in the annotations. Organizations that had been running on script-assigned roles, suddenly operating in suggestion mode, finding that their hierarchies held in some places and did not hold in others. You want to go, he said. I have work to do, she said. The faction consultation is real work. The strategic restructuring of 5 major factions is not something that resolves without outside input, and I am the person with the records to provide that input. She looked at him. This is what I do. It was always what I do. I adapted to the camp situation because the camp situation was the most important tactical problem available. That's no longer true. No, Wei Liang agreed. She was quiet for a moment. You're uncomfortable, she said. Not with judgment. With the same flat observation she applied to tactical factors that needed to be named. Yes, he said. Because the camp is dissolving. Because I spent 8 months building something, and now it's going to be something else. That's not a problem, she said. That's resolution. She collected the faction records from the stone with the efficient movements of someone who had already decided what to do and was beginning to do it. You fought for 8 months to make this possible. People having the space to go do their work. That's the argument you made. That's what the contract established. You don't get to be uncomfortable when it happens. He looked at her. You're right, he said. I know. She stood up. I'll leave the complete tactical record with Song Pei for the institutional filing. My annotations on the faction structures will be useful to anyone who needs them. A pause. I'll also leave the annotations I made on your variance operations, in case someone else finds themselves in a similar situation. She said it without irony. It was a purely operational statement. The record should exist. Thank you, he said. I was doing my work, she said, which was Xun Yulan's way of saying, it wasn't for you, but it still counts. She went back to her records table to begin the extraction and filing. Wei Liang sat in the camp that was still there, with the fire that was still burning, in the particular quiet of something that was completing. He had not been prepared for this specific feeling. He had prepared, extensively, for the fight. He had not prepared for the aftermath of winning it. He picked up the brush. He wrote one line in the permanent record. Asterisk the camp resolved on the 9th day after the upstream writer's response. Not because anything went wrong, but because things went right. Asterisk chapter 130 Chao Jian was the last to tell him. He came to the central stone in the afternoon of the 12th day, sat down in the place where Tai Ro had eaten breakfast, and Song Pei had documented, and Xin Yulan had spread faction records, and Gu Mei had worked through her father's notes. Sat down in the specific posture of someone who had been thinking through something for a long time and had reached the point where the thinking needed to become a conversation. I want to finish developing the wave resonance method, he said. Wei Liang waited. The fate text reclassification gave it new applications, Chao Jian said. It was designed to read variance user deviation from assigned fate texts. Now that fate texts are suggestions rather than assignments, the method can read something else. The density of genuine choice in an area, the texture of people acting on their own initiative versus in patterns they haven't examined. He paused. That's a different kind of measurement. It needs a different kind of development environment. He looked at Wei Liang directly. I need to move. Not far, but to different contexts. Yes, Wei Liang said. I'm documenting the method's current state before I go, Chao Jian said. The foundational text. I told Song Pei earlier that I was calling it that, the new school's foundational text, and I want to put it on record that I'm serious about that. The method is its own thing. It needs its own documentation. He looked at the eastern horizon. I'll be back when there's something to report. I know, Wei Liang said. After Chao Jian left to begin his documentation, Wei Liang sat alone at the camp's central stone for the first time in 8 months. The fire was still burning. Mei Zhu was in the medical corner, working through her supplies inventory with the clinical efficiency that characterized everything she did. She had not announced any plans. She was, Wei Liang thought, one of the people who would take the longest to feel the change, Someone whose assigned role had been healer for long enough that the transition to person who chooses to heal would require time to distinguish. He was not going to rush her. He read his authored record. All of it, from the beginning. The cracked cultivation base and the warm jade slip and the road in the second month of the 7th year. Through everything he had documented, through the upstream writer's response, through the camp's resolution. It read like a primary source. It read the way he had wanted it to read when he first picked up Song Pei's brush. Flat, specific, evidenced. A record of someone who had existed in a story and made choices and paid costs and persisted. He found, at the very bottom, below the upstream writer's response, below the last line he had added, I want them to have the chance to answer it. Something new. Not another notation. Not a question. Something shorter. They will. He sat with this for a long time. The fire crackled. Meiju counted supplies in a low voice. The thread in the camp was quiet. Outside the camp's radius, somewhere to the east, Tyro was observing the world's fate text with direct observation methodology. Somewhere in the central city, Dao Mingren was filing governance council documentation for the first time in his administrative life. Song Pei was annotating. Gume was preparing to present. Xin Yulan was consulting with factions whose structures were changing faster than their leadership understood. Chao Jian was writing a foundational text. They will. He read the annotation again. He understood that it was not a promise. It was not a guarantee. It was the upstream writer looking at what Wei Liang had built, acknowledging what he had argued for, and, in 2 words, confirming that the argument had been heard. It was enough. He put down the record. He looked at the camp that was still there around him. Still his, still real, still warm. He thought about what Xin Yulan had said. You don't get to be uncomfortable when it happens. He thought about the cost he had accepted when he chose author ascendant. Permanent. Authored. Here. Not trapped. Authored. He knew what the difference felt like now. He picked up the brush and began to write the next section of his record, not in response to anything, not as a defensive document, not as evidence for an argument. Just the specific texture of what was happening in this camp on this afternoon, documented in the flat, honest language of someone who had earned the right to be their own primary source. He wrote, Asterisk on the 12th day, Chao Jian left to finish the wave resonance method. I remained. Meiju was still in the medical corner. The fire was still burning. The thread was quiet. It is enough to document this. It is enough. Asterisk chapter 131 Meiju came to the central stone on the 14th day. She had been working through her medical supplies inventory for the past 2 days. A task she performed with the thoroughness of someone who had learned that incomplete inventories in field conditions led to specific preventable deaths. She had not been ignoring Wei Liang. She had been doing her work, which was, he had come to understand, how Meiju occupied space. Completely, in her own domain, present but not requiring attention from others. She sat down across from him and set a small wooden record case on the stone. Her clinical journal, the one she'd been keeping for the past 8 months, the one she'd read aloud from in chapter 111 when her entries served as testimony. She had added to it every day since. There's a man in the eastern village, she said. In my records, I've been monitoring him. The fate text reclassification affected him. His fate text used to say, I couldn't read it directly, but I observed him for 3 months and the pattern was clear. He was going to have a specific cardiovascular event in the 3rd month of next year. It was in the text the way a diagnosis is in a symptom pattern. Completely legible if you knew what to look for. She opened the journal to the relevant section. Her entries were dated, brief, clinical. Since the reclassification, the text has changed. The risk is still there. The underlying condition is the same. But the certainty is gone. It's a risk now, not a fate. And what has he done with that? He doesn't know his fate text changed. He doesn't read variants. She turned a page. But something in the region shifted, not just his text, but the general quality of assigned versus available. I've been watching his choices. He's been sleeping more, eating differently. Not because anyone told him to. Because something in the situation changed, and he responded to it. She looked up from the journal. He's going to survive the 3rd month of next year. Not because his cardiovascular condition resolved. Because the conditions that were driving the acute event, the specific stress patterns, the work schedule, the choices he was locked into, those are less locked than they were. Wei Liang sat with this. You've been documenting this the whole time, he said. I'm a physician, she said. That's what physicians do. Not just the camp. The region. The region is my patient population, she said, with the specific mild firmness that was her version of stating the obvious. The camp is where I've been stationed. The region is where I work. He looked at her journal, 30 pages of clinical observation, dated and cross-referenced, covering a patient population she had been quietly monitoring while the camp dealt with the narrator and the argument document, and the 48 simultaneous confrontation instances. She had been doing this the entire time, in the medical corner, in the quiet background of everything that had felt like the main event. "How many people are you tracking?" he said. 43, currently. I had 61 at the peak of the Fong Tianzi Governance Council crisis, but some of the stress indicators resolved when the council structure became clearer. She closed the journal. The reclassification affected 27 of the 43 in ways I can measure clinically. Not dramatically, marginally, but consistently. Wei Liang thought about this. The argument document had argued for the coercive apparatus's removal using evidence drawn from the documented lives of people it had damaged. He had documented Wen Xiao's deprecation, the 8 memories extracted from his own experience, the ways the assigned fates had constrained the people in the camp. Mei Zhu had been documenting something different, the ways that suggestion, rather than compulsion, was already beginning to look different in people's bodies. "Your records should be in the permanent archive," he said. "Song Pei already asked for a copy," she said. "I gave him one before he left." A pause. "He also suggested that I consider sending a summary to the Ink Court when Gume presents." She agreed. The medical documentation is a different kind of evidence for the same argument. Not narrative, not archival, but physiological. "You agreed?" "I've been corresponding with the Ink Court's Medical Research Division for 6 years, she said. "This will not be my first submission." She stood up and picked up the journal. "I have patients to check on." She went back to the medical corner with the same unhurried precision she brought to everything. Wei Liang sat at the central stone and looked at the camp. Chapter 132. Fong Tianzi's message arrived on the 16th day. It came by courier, a young man on horseback who had been riding for 2 days from the central city, carrying a sealed document case with the Governance Council's formal seal on the exterior. Wei Liang received it at the camp's edge, where he had been standing while the courier was still visible on the road, reading the approaching fate text. "Courier, formal delivery, no hostile intent. Old information now. Routine." He opened the case. The document was 4 pages in Fong Tianzi's deliberate hand, cross-referenced with Dao Mingren's administrative notation in the margins. It read like a governance record, which was what it was, a formal accounting of the council's first session. The 12 factions had met. They had argued for 6 hours about the order of the agenda. They had reached consensus on 2 minor boundary questions and tabled a third for the following session. The formal record of the session had been witnessed by all 12 faction representatives and filed with the Regional Administrative Archive. It was, in every measurable way, inconclusive. Wei Liang read it again. The Governance Council had met, and 12 factions with conflicting interests and centuries of assigned hierarchies had sat in a room and argued for 6 hours and reached consensus on 2 small things and tabled a third. No one had been coerced. No assigned fate had driven anyone into the room. Every person at the table had chosen to be there, or had chosen to send a representative, or had chosen the specific arguments they made. 6 hours of argument. 2 consensus points. 1 tabled item. This was what the story looked like without compulsion. At the bottom of the 4th page, in Fong Tianzi's hand, asterisk, "I did not know that governance could feel this difficult." In the previous system, the council decisions were predetermined and the sessions were confirmation ceremonies. I believed I was governing. I now understand I was performing governance. The difference is significant. The council will meet again in 30 days. I expect we will argue for at least 8 hours about the agenda. Asterisk. Wei Liang read this paragraph 3 times. He thought about what the upstream writer had said. Coherence emerges from characters who have been given enough space to matter. The Governance Council was not running smoothly. It was running genuinely. 12 factions arguing with real stakes, reaching real consensus on real issues, tabling real disagreements for future sessions. The coherence was not elegant. It was messy and slow and required 30-day intervals between sessions. It was also, unmistakably, the council's own work. He wrote a response to Fong Tianzi. It took him 40 minutes, which was longer than he expected, because he kept starting with the council's work is significant and stopping himself. Significant was too close to as expected of the council. He eventually wrote, asterisk, "The tabled item will require 3 sessions to resolve." That's not a failure. That's how it's supposed to work. The agenda argument is the most important part. It means the 12 factions are still deciding what matters, not performing decisions that were made before they arrived. Keep going. Asterisk. He sealed the letter and gave it to the courier, who had been waiting in the camp's shade with the patient expression of someone who had been given enough silver to wait as long as necessary. The courier left. Wei Liang looked at the central stone, the fire, the camp. 2 consensus points. 1 tabled item. 30 days until the next session. The story was coherent. Not easily, not without effort, but coherent because people were making choices within it, not being assigned their paths through it. He picked up the brush and documented this in his record. Chapter 133, he did the work he had been deferring on the 17th day. Not the governance work, not the correspondence work, not the documentation of other people's choices. The 8 missing memories. He had noted them in passing. There is a memory I no longer have, but he had not sat with them directly. He had been busy. He had been fighting. He had been authoring. There had always been a more immediate task than sitting with the specific texture of what was absent. On the 17th day, nothing was more immediate. He sat at the central stone with the permanent record open to the section where the gaps should be, and he documented each one. He could not recover what he had lost. He had known this when he accepted the cost. Each hour in the gap territory cost 1 genuine memory, and 8 hours of planning the confrontation had cost 8 memories. Gone. Not suppressed. Not hidden. Not recoverable through any technique. Gone in the specific way that edited things were gone, not deleted, but removed from the record he had access to. What remained was the knowledge that they had existed. Asterisk, there is a memory I no longer have of a morning in Chapter 3. I know the morning happened. I know I was at a camp on the Eastern Road, because the subsequent events reference a camp on the Eastern Road, and I have no discontinuity in my memory of the road itself. I know there was a morning at that camp. I cannot access it. The knowledge of the gap is evidence of the thing that was lost. Asterisk, he wrote this for each of the 8. The work took most of the morning. Not because each documentation was long. They were short, specific, evidenced. Because sitting with each absence required a particular quality of attention. Each missing memory was a place in his record where the authorship was honest about its own incompleteness. Asterisk, there is a memory I no longer have of a conversation with Tai Ro in Chapter 27. I know the conversation happened because Tai Ro's subsequent behavior referenced something I had said, and the reference was consistent across multiple later observations. I cannot access what I said. I cannot access what he said. I know he spoke. Asterisk, there is a memory I no longer have of something xianxia showed me in Chapter 41. I know it involved the early stages of the wave resonance method because my later responses to his technique development showed familiarity with concepts I cannot trace to any other source. I cannot access what he showed me. Asterisk, he wrote all 8. When he was done, he read the documented gaps. They were part of the record now, not the recovered memories, the record of their absence. The 8 places in the story where the editing had touched him and taken something, documented in his own voice as known losses. The permanent record was more honest than it had been. He sat with this for a while. Mei Zhu, from the medical corner, said, "You've been at that for 3 hours." "Yes." "Clinical documentation?" "In a way," he said. "The grief kind," she said, which was her diagnostic term for documentation that was also processing. Not the same as clinical documentation, but serves a similar function. "Useful." "Yes," he said. She went back to her work. He looked at the 8 documented absences for a long time. Then he wrote one more line below them. Asterisk, these are not failures of the authorship. They are the cost of having operated in the gap territory long enough to plan effectively. The memories paid for the plan. The plan succeeded. The cost was real and the result was real, and both are documented. Asterisk, he closed the record. Chapter 134, the campfire had been burning continuously for 8 months. This was not remarkable. Tai Ro had maintained it for the first 4 months, and the others had continued it after, as a practical matter of warmth and cooking in light. But Wei Liang, sitting at the central stone on the 18th day, noticed it in the specific way of someone who had been looking at something for so long that its presence had become invisible, and then for a moment it became visible again. 8 months. The same fire, maintained by different hands at different times, in the same stone ring. He thought about how many fires Song Pei had built and Tai Ro had fed and Chao Jian had sat beside while running the wave resonance method through its calibrations. How many meals Xin Yulan had eaten here without looking up from her faction records? How many times Gu Mei had read by its light? He thought about the morning Tai Ro had placed a blanket on his shoulders during the authorship, which was how Tai Ro expressed concern. He was not going to let the fire go out. He fed it carefully, the way he had watched Tai Ro do it, and sat back and looked at what the camp was becoming. In the week since the others had departed, the camp had reorganized. Not diminished, reorganized. The records table was still there, currently occupied only by his own work. The medical corner was Mei Zhu's domain, active and ordered. The places where Song Pei had organized his archives and Xun Yulan had spread faction records and Chao Jian had set up the wave resonance method's primary station had not been emptied so much as concluded. The work those spaces had been built for was done. The camp had become smaller and quieter and more genuinely his than it had been during the confrontation. He was learning what it meant to live in a place rather than defend a position. Mei Zhu came to the central stone in the afternoon. She had her medical bag with her, the full kit, packed with the systematic completeness of someone preparing to travel. I'm going back to my village, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. My patients have been without a physician for 8 months. She set the bag down and looked at it. Not without medicine. I sent regular shipments of supplies and written protocols, but without a physician in person. A pause. The man with the cardiovascular condition. He needs to be seen in person. The written protocols can only do so much. Wei Liang looked at her medical bag. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. She looked at the file. The clinical documentation of the regional patients is complete through today. Song Pei has a copy. Gume has a copy for the ink court. The original stays with my village records. She turned the bag over in her hands. I'll continue corresponding with the medical research division about the reclassification effects. The longitudinal data will be important. Yes, he said. You'll need to maintain the file yourself, she said. I've been doing the morning edition since Tyro left. I noticed. It's not complicated. 2 medium logs, set at a 45-degree angle in the back quadrant, maintained morning and evening. She said this in the flat instructional voice she used for medical protocols, specific, evidenced, designed for someone who had not done this before. Thank you, he said. She nodded, which was her version of, the thanks are registered and appropriate. She went back to the medical corner to finish her packing. Wei Liang looked at the fire. He thought about the story he was living in, permanent, authored his. He thought about what the upstream writer had written. What happens next is up to the story. He thought about what he had written in response to the question, what do you want to be permanent? He was figuring out, still, what being the story's author felt like when there was no editor to push against. He picked up the brush. He documented the fire. Chapter 135, Mei Zhu left in the early morning. She departed the way she had always moved through the camp, efficiently, without ceremony, carrying only what she needed and having already arranged the rest. Her medical corner was clean. The supplies she was leaving had been labeled and organized for whoever would use them next. The clinical journal had been copied and distributed. She stopped at the central stone on her way out. Your cultivation, she said. It's been under stress for 8 months. I've been monitoring it. The variance operations. Among other things. She set a small sealed packet on the stone, medical supplies, clearly organized and labeled. The white hair is permanent. That's the variance pressure accumulation and it won't reverse. But the underlying cultivation is stable. I've documented the current state in the clinical record. She paused. Eat regularly. The gap territory operations created some deficit patterns that will take several months to fully resolve. Regular meals will help. Song Pei left tea, he said. I noticed. She looked at the camp for a moment. The fire burning, the central stone, the records table, the cleared medical corner. This was a good place to work, she said. With the specific clinical detachment, that was her form of feeling something. Yes, he said. She left. He watched her go until she was past the camp's perimeter and into the eastern road, which was the same road Tyro had taken. He wondered if they would cross paths. He decided they probably would not. Tyro moved fast and had 3 days head start. He was alone in the camp. The fire crackled. The thread was quiet. Somewhere in the region, 43 people were living their lives with fate texts that were suggestions rather than assignments. The governance council was preparing for its second session. Song Pei was annotating. Xin Yulong was consulting. Gume was preparing to present. Dao Mingren was filing governance documentation. Chao Jian was writing a foundational text. Tyro was observing the east. Mei Zhu was going home to her patients. The story was continuing. Not because anyone had been assigned to continue it. Because people had things they were doing and places they were going and patients who needed to be seen in person. He fed the fire. 2 medium logs at a 45-degree angle. It was not complicated. He sat back at the central stone and looked at the permanent record. He had authored himself into this story and could not leave it. He had known the cost when he chose it. He was 23 years old and his hair was entirely white, and the narrator had retreated to the cosmic layer, and the coercive apparatus was dismantled, and the upstream writer had responded to his argument in 2 words. They will. He picked up the brush. For the first time in 8 months, he did not know what he was going to write. This was, he recognized, the correct way to feel. Not the defensive preparation of someone who knew the next threat was coming. Not the systematic documentation of someone building an evidentiary case. Just the specific open quality of a morning in a camp that was his, in a story that was the story's, with a brush in his hand and no assignment in the text above his head. He wrote, Asterisk, I am going to stay here for a while. I am going to see what the region does with suggestion rather than compulsion. I am going to feed the fire every morning and evening and write what I observe. Asterisk, he paused. Then he added, Asterisk, I don't know what comes next. That is not a problem. That is the point. Asterisk, he set down the brush and looked at the camp in the early morning light and listened to the sound of the fire burning and the thread running quiet around him and the region continuing its work. He was still operational. For the first time, that felt like the beginning of something rather than a report of survival. Chapter 136. The letters started arriving on the 20th day. Not from the camp companions. They had departed with their own work and were doing it, and their reports would come in time through proper channels. These letters were from elsewhere in the region. From people who had felt the fate text reclassification and did not have the context to understand what had changed, only that something had. The first letter was from a sect elder in the northern district, 3 li outside the camp's propagating radius, whose assigned fate text had included a specific directive about a succession dispute he had been managing for 6 years. The directive was gone. The succession dispute remained. He wanted to know if the change was permanent and whether the previous direction was still in effect. Wei Liang drafted a response. It took him longer than he expected, not because the answer was complicated, but because he had not previously had to explain the reclassification to someone who had not witnessed the confrontation. He wrote, revised, wrote again. Eventually, he produced a letter that said, in substance, the change is permanent. The previous direction was the script's assignment and not a natural law. What happens with the succession dispute is now entirely a matter between you and the parties involved. He sealed it and set it with the outgoing correspondence. The second letter was from a merchant on the Eastern Trade Road whose fate text had read, for as long as she could remember when she checked, as will succeed in the 4th quarter. It did not say that anymore. She was distressed. Was she no longer going to succeed? Had the removal of the assignment also removed the possibility? He wrote back, the assignment was not the success. The assignment was the script's instruction about what was going to happen. The possibility was always yours. It still is. The third letter was from a physician in a village 8 li south who had been reading fate texts as part of his clinical practice for 20 years. The texts had changed in character, more provisional, less declarative. He was adjusting his practice accordingly. He had one question. Was there someone coordinating the transition? And if so, could he send his observational data? Wei Liang read this letter twice. He wrote back, yes, send your data. By the end of the 3rd week, he had received 12 letters and drafted 12 responses. He had not been planning to become an anchor point for the region's transition, but he was the person who had authored the contract into permanent record, and he was the person staying in the camp while others went out to do their own work, and he was therefore the person that the letters found. He fed the fire in the morning and in the evening. He read letters. He wrote back. He documented what he was observing in his permanent record with the flat, evidenced language of primary source documentation. This was, he was finding, what his permanence in the story looked like in practice. Chapter 137. Tai Ro's letter arrived on the 23rd day. It was brief, which was consistent. Tai Ro communicated information in the minimum number of words that allowed accurate transmission, and he had never seen a reason to add words for rhetorical purposes. Asterisk 243 people in 3 villages. Fate texts are suggestions. No deaths from poor choice outcomes in the propagating radius as of observation date. 3 significant positive choice divergences documented. People choosing differently than their previous assigned path indicated, and the new choice producing better measurable outcomes. Continuing east. Asterisk asterisk the man in the 2nd village has been asking about the change. He does not have variance sense. He cannot see the fate texts directly, but he knows something shifted and he is asking the right questions. Asterisk I told him to write to you. Wei Liang read this letter twice, then a 3rd time. He set it aside and picked up the brush and wrote one line in his permanent record. Tai Ro is still operational. He paused. Then he wrote, asterisk he has found 3 significant positive divergences. This is 2 more than I had anticipated in the 1st month. The data is better than the baseline estimate. Asterisk he paused again. Then he wrote, I am glad he went. This last line was not analytical. He left it in the record anyway, because the permanent record was a primary source and primary sources included the author's emotional states when they were relevant and honest. He looked at the letter again. The man in the 2nd village has been asking about the change. He thought about the man in the village, not Meiju's cardiovascular patient. A different man, someone in the 2nd village east who had felt something shift in his life's texture and was asking about it without knowing how to frame the question. Asking, because the fate texts were suggestions now and the suggestion had changed and something in the ambient quality of his choices had changed with it. He would write to Wei Liang. Wei Liang set the brush down. He thought about what the upstream writer had written. They will. He had understood this as a response to his hope that future variance users would have the chance to answer the question. He still understood it that way. But sitting with Tai Ro's letter and the 12 correspondence letters and Meiju's regional medical data and Fong Tian's governance council record, He was beginning to understand it as something broader. The story was answering, too. Not through the narrator. Not through the script's assignments. Through the specific, imperfect, ongoing work of people who had been given enough space to matter. He picked the brush back up. He had letters to write. Chapter 138. The young cultivator arrived at the camp on the 27th day. He was perhaps 19, with the posture of someone who had been trained to be unobtrusive and was still working out what to do when unobtrusive was no longer required. He stopped at the camp's perimeter and looked at the fire and the central stone and Wei Liang sitting at it. And he said, "I'm looking for the person who changed the fate texts." "That's a description of what happened," Wei Liang said. "Who are you?" "I don't know," the young cultivator said. He said it without distress, more like someone reporting a fact they were still determining the implications of. "My fate text said I was going to do something. 3 months ago, it changed. Now it says I might do something, and I might not. And I don't know what I am if I'm not doing the thing." Wei Liang looked at him. "What was the thing?" A pause. "It's embarrassing. You came 3 days to find me. Whatever it is, you decided it was worth saying." The young cultivator sat down on the far side of the fire with the careful positioning of someone who had been trained to occupy minimum space. He looked at the fire for a moment. "Minor antagonist," he said. "Route B. My fate text had a designation. That's what it said. Minor antagonist, Route B. Which I understood to mean I was going to do a set of specific things in a specific order, and the protagonist would deal with me in the second act, and I would serve as a development point for their growth." Wei Liang waited. "I've been preparing for this my whole life," the cultivator said. "Not consciously, but I've been in training for it. The specific skill set, the specific disposition, the specific way I held myself in relation to other people. All of it pointed toward that designation. And then 3 months ago, the text changed, and I woke up and I was just a person, with skills and a disposition and no assigned purpose for them." "What did you do for 3 months?" Wei Liang asked. "Nothing." He looked at his hands. "I went through my usual routines, practiced my techniques, but I kept waiting for the assignment to come back, and it didn't. And eventually, I stopped waiting and started trying to figure out what I wanted to do with the skills instead." "Did you?" "I'm here, aren't I?" He looked up from his hands. "I decided I wanted to understand what happened, so I tracked the change back to its source." He looked at Wei Liang directly for the first time. "Your hair is very white." "Yes. The fate texts say you're the reason they changed." "The fate texts say that now. Mine says, the person at the central stone is the one who wrote the contract. It's in my text." He paused. "It doesn't say what to do about it." "That's new." Wei Liang looked at him. "The designation is gone," Wei Liang said. "The skills are yours. What you do with them is now an open question." He paused. "That's not nothing. That's everything." "It's terrifying," the cultivator said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "That's also correct." They sat by the fire for a while. The cultivator did not ask what he should do. Wei Liang did not offer a direction. They sat in the specific quiet of two people who were both, in their different ways, still figuring out what came after the assigned path ended. Eventually the cultivator said, "Can I stay for a few days?" "Yes," Wei Liang said. He did stay, 4 days, helping with the firewood and correspondence and the accumulated maintenance work that Wei Liang had been doing alone for a week. He did not talk much. He ate regularly. On the 4th morning he packed his things and said, "I think I'm going to go back. The skills need somewhere to be useful." A pause. "I'm going to use them differently than the assignment had in mind." "Good," Wei Liang said. After he left, Wei Liang documented the visit in the permanent record, not as evidence for an argument, just as a thing that had happened, specific and complete, in the ongoing record of the camp. Chapter 139. On the 30th day, Wei Liang walked the full camp perimeter. Not a security check. The narrator's editorial pressure was gone, and the camp had no military function anymore. He walked it the way he had seen Tai Ro walk it before direct observation became the camp's standard practice, systematically, from the eastern edge to the western edge, from the fire's ring to the farthest reach of where the camp had extended at its largest. He was taking inventory of what had accumulated. The fire's stone ring, worn smooth from 8 months of regular maintenance. The central stone where he had written, where Song Pei had archived, where Xin Yulan had spread her faction records and Gu Mei had worked through her father's notes. The medical corner, empty now but still organized. Mei Zhu had left the labeled supply cases arranged the way she'd arranged them, and he had left them that way. The eastern edge where Chao Jian had run his calibrations every morning, the ground worn slightly from the repetition of standing in the same spot. He stood at each location for a moment. He was not being sentimental. He was documenting. The camp had been built around a defensive necessity that no longer existed. The fire persisted because he maintained it. The central stone persisted because it was a stone. The records table persisted because he used it. The medical corner's organized supplies persisted because Mei Zhu had left them correctly arranged. The camp was not the same formation it had been. It was something else now, a place where one person worked, received correspondence, maintained a fire, and wrote a primary source record of a region in the process of choosing what to do with its newly suggested fate texts. He walked back to the central stone. The permanent record was there. His authored existence, documented from the beginning to the present. The argument document. The contract. The upstream writer's notation in the margin. The 8 documented absences. He read it from the beginning. All 139 documented chapters of his existence in this world, laid out in the flat, honest language of primary source documentation. The cracked cultivation base. The jade slip warm in his coat pocket. Every choice made and cost paid, and person encountered and thing learned. It read, he noticed, like a story. Not in a flattering sense. Not polished. Not structured for rhetorical effect. It read like a real story, which was a different thing. The way real stories read when you had been inside them. Full of moments that seemed small and turned out to matter. Full of moments that seemed large and turned out to be developments towards something that couldn't have been predicted from the premise. He had spent 8 months authoring his existence. He had, in the process, authored a story worth being permanent in. He sat at the central stone until the light changed and the evening fire needed its first logs. He fed it. 2 medium logs at a 45-degree angle in the back quadrant. Chapter 140, the evening of the 31st day, was clear. Wei Liang sat at the central stone and watched the fire and read the fate texts of the region around him, not in crisis mode, not assessing threats. Just reading. The way he had read them in the early weeks when he first developed variant sense, before the narrator's pressure turned every reading into a tactical assessment. The texts were quieter than they had been at any point in his memory. Not absent. The script was still there, still running, still maintaining the story's coherence and causality and the 1,000 small connections between events that made the world make sense. But the quality had changed. Less like assignments read aloud in a compulsory tone. More like the running notation of an observer who had been watching a region of people make choices for 31 days and found the choices worth recording. He could feel the difference between a fate text that was a suggestion and a fate text that had been assigned. The texture was distinct. The suggestion mode texts had more internal variation. They traced multiple possibilities, weighted rather than absolute. The way a careful observer would note that someone tends toward a course rather than will take it. They were more honest than they had been. He looked at his own fate text. It was still authored, permanent, in his own voice, documenting his own existence. That had not changed. That would not change. But beside it, in the margin where the upstream writer had written their question and their response, there was something new. Not another message. Not another question. Just his authored record, sitting in the story's permanent fabric, and the margin notation that read, "They will," and below it, in the same external hand, something that had appeared in the past few days without his noticing exactly when. "So did you." He read this twice. He sat with it for a long time. "So did you." Not a response to any specific line in his authored record. Not a clarification of the previous notation. A statement about the totality of it. About the 8 months of a 23-year-old with entirely white hair who had woken on a road in the 2nd month of the 7th year with a cracked cultivation base and a jade slip warm in his coat pocket and had spent the next year arguing with an editorial entity, documenting his existence, paying costs he could not recover, and eventually authoring himself into the permanent fabric of a story that now ran on suggestion rather than compulsion. So did you? He had answered his own question. He looked at the fire. 3 threads remained, and he was aware of them the way an author was aware of unresolved structure, not as threats, but as continuations. The first, the narrator had retreated to the cosmic layer with new parameters. It had been told not to reimpose the coercive apparatus. But the question of what its role was now, what a narrator did in a story where fate texts were suggestions rather than assignments, was open. The narrator was still there, still present in the layer above the narrative, still maintaining continuity and causality. One day, the story would reach a point where it needed something the narrator could provide, and what it provided would either be consistent with the new contract or would not. Wei Liang was still authored here. He would still be here when that happened. The second, the upstream writer had responded. Twice. Brief, specific, present. But the full nature of that conversation, what it meant for a character to have argued with their story's author, and for the author to have responded, and for that response to have been authored into the permanent record as part of the story itself, was still being understood. Gushin's research had reached the edge of this territory and not crossed it. Wei Liang was standing at that edge now. The conversation might continue. He had made it possible for it to continue. What it would contain, he did not know. The third, When Xiao's research notes, integrated into his authorship, carried one item he had not yet addressed. 17 other variants users had been deprecated before they could act. In 17 other regions, 17 other stories, the coercive apparatus was still running, and the narrator's editorial function was still enforcing assigned fates, and the people in those stories were still living on compelled paths. Wei Liang had changed one story's region. He was authored here permanently and could not leave. But the record of what he had done was permanent. They will. The upstream writer had confirmed it. He fed the fire its evening logs, 2 medium, 45-degree angle, back quadrant, and sat back and looked at the camp and the thread and the quiet region around him and the permanent record that contained everything he had documented since Chapter 1. He was 23 years old. His hair was entirely white. He had a cracked cultivation base that had developed into something that no cultivator's textbook had a word for, and a permanent authored existence in a story that now ran on honesty rather than compulsion, and a correspondence to maintain, and a fire to keep burning, and 31 days of documented primary source observation that were going to become 32 and 33 and more. He picked up the brush. He wrote, Asterisk, the 30th day was clear. I am still here. The work continues. Asterisk, he set down the brush and looked at the fire and listened to the threads quiet and felt, for the first time since Chapter 1, no pressure from any editorial authority telling him what he was supposed to do next. He stayed there until the fire burned low. He fed it. And so the Tao continues. If this story moved you, if Wei Liang's long fight to exist on his own terms meant something, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell, because more stories are waiting on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.